The moment the energy of deception and failure builds up to its limit, an underground labyrinth begins to form regardless of location. Around this creepy place, there are always a lot of terrible monsters. They guard the heart in which the artifact is located. The older the dungeon itself, the more valuable will be the artifact that lies within it. His finger had hardly touched the beautiful flower when suddenly he was stopped. The flower was very poisonous. The scared-to-death soldier yanked his hand and looked at the plant with round eyes. The traveler leading them forward ordered them not to tread an extra step if they wanted to live. His name was Stitch Adler. He was an old explorer who'd seen a lot. The two knights. Apparently the squad leaders asked if this was really the place. The men's faces showed concern. The dungeon in front of them was one of the oldest in the kingdom, and they were to visit every corner of it. The squad leader jumped up on his horse and ordered his deputy Ballstock to unpack his baggage and line up the soldiers. The warrior looked at his commander in surprise. He means to say that they have already arrived. Gritting his teeth, the leader muttered that it had taken them a week to get here, and the round trip would take another week. Watching all this, Stitch involuntarily marveled at the coolness of this commander. Since he has so many soldiers, he is probably very influential. Yes, and besides, he had enough money to hire an A-class researcher. However, Stitch had no reason to refuse such a generous reward. His gaze once again fell on the dark dungeon that had a black fog emanating from it. It was no less dangerous than a rank A dungeon. The soldiers were ready and advancing at a brisk march. Stitch, standing aside, simply watched the army with admiration. The commander turned around and shouted to the explorer that they were moving out and it was time to go. The traveler immediately tensed up and applied his pathfinding ability. His body began to emit blue energy from afar. He looked like a firefly. Following that, he applied the Beast Instinct skill. These skills were beyond human capabilities but could ease the way. It was by moonlighting as a sort of guide that Stitch made his living. Of course, because others can't see what he sees. The soldiers standing behind hesitated. This explorer didn't seem too trustworthy to them. Despite their doubts, the men moved right behind Stitch into the depths of the strange and dangerous dungeon. The guide walked in front, as he was supposed to do. And with a meaningful thumbs up, he ordered the others to watch their step and watch out for the ceiling. Ballstock looked up in surprise, not realizing what could be up there. After a second, it was clear on the ceiling were huge bayonets ready to snap at any moment and destroy anyone who passed beneath them. When asked in surprise, the boy replied, every time he takes a step, he hears a spring creak behind the wall. Apparently the traps have long since rusted. But do not relax, everything here could still be dangerous. Stitch moved forward into the depths of the dungeon. The stunned guards were left standing in their place, not understanding how he was able to hear all this. Like a lizard, he crept deeper and deeper, bypassing all the traps with amazing agility. Another trap was easily disarmed with a light swing of a small dagger. He had no trouble disarming a few more mechanisms. But the next one would be more difficult. Entering the spacious room, Stitch stopped and a small torchlight illuminated the surroundings. In this place the dungeon protector should have been. This was the very stage through which the traveler could not break through on his own, needed the help of the troops. Ballstock, somehow too quickly, was next to them asking if they were in place. The boy even flinched a little in surprise. Before they moved forward, the man ordered the shield-bearers to move to vanguard to protect the main force. A second later, the soldiers were already under the powerful defense of the knights. There was only one question as to how they would awaken the dungeon protector. In fact, it was very simple. Throwing a small pebble, Stitch said that just need to give the monster a sign. As soon as the stone hit the concrete floor, a roar was heard from the depths of the dungeon and cold air blew in. The soldiers standing in front flinched slightly. However, they did not move from their seats. Stitch, standing behind everyone, was a little scared. Even though it was not the first time he met with such monsters, it was still scary. Soon, a creature appeared from the depths of the dungeon. First, a huge clawed paw came into view. Following that, a horrible lion-like face emerged from the shadows, huge fangs, burning eyes, and a thick mane. The guards standing in front were horrified at the sight of this monster. It was Tarask, the dungeon keeper. The monster had several stone spikes on its back, which served as a defense. Seeing the easy prey, Tarax let out a loud roar. Ballstock ordered everyone to calm down and stop panicking. The front rank should move forward to the attack. The monster opened its mouth and released a jet of powerful flames from there. Luckily, the soldiers' shields were able to protect them from danger, but they still felt an unbearable heat. We must not let it break through the first line of defense. The commander loudly shouted orders, trying to drown out the roar of the monster. The first row of soldiers applied a wall of shields, blocking everyone else from the raging flames. The crossbowmen in the back row were ordered to aim directly at the monster's mouth where its weak point was. The fire was too strong and visibility was almost nil. To shoot it was incredibly difficult. The commander himself realized that the monster was much stronger than expected. The flames made it impossible to see anything. Through the rumble, the commander shouted. Could the boy use any ability to hit this thing, but Stitch never did. Ballstock asked, "Can a guy just target this thing?" Nothing more is needed. Overcoming his fear, the explorer still picked up his crossbow and drew an arrow and aimed straight at the monster. Before something even worse happens, you just have to get to the center. The boy used his animal instincts. The arrow flew out of the crossbow, and with a whoosh of air cuts it went straight into the monster's mouth, ignoring the flames. Stitch, who had not expected such a success, opened his mouth in surprise and flapped his eyes. Tarrasque threw his head back in pain and roared with such force that even the stones fell from the ceiling. The commander smiled, but it was too early to let his guard down. At the last moment, the researcher managed to dodge the monster's powerful blow. The shield of one of the warriors dented inward, and the poor soldier felt unbearable pain, as if he had been hit by a battering ram. Stitch was trying to get out of the line of attack alone. He couldn't do anything. Despite the hail of arrows raining down directly on the monster, Tarrasque ignored them and bounced them off of him as if they were toys. None of the crossbow attacks worked. The crossbowmen came to be horrified at their uselessness. The monster continued to smash everything around one after another. Soldiers fell from his powerful blows, and even the shield didn't help. Ballstock shouted for everyone else to use a shield strike to knock the thing down, since it would have a hard time getting up. At this moment, scared to death, Stitch was in the very epicenter of events. Monster already has his paw to one powerful blow to crush him. At the last moment, a soldier came to the rescue and literally knocked the monster down with a powerful blow of his shield. Wasting no time, Ballstock ran up to the monster from the side in a few great leaps and was already swinging his weapon. One swing of the sword and the monster had already lost an eye and was roaring in incredible pain. Then came another powerful blow with his shield. Tarrasque was gradually losing strength and was already struggling to stand on his feet. Mr. Harold bared his sword and prepared to unleash his final crushing blow on the monster. Jumping high up, he swung around. There were only a few moments left before the monster would be defeated. The beast let out its final roar, but its fate was already sealed. Harold, like a hawk, descended upon the beast and crushed it with his great sword. In one blow, it was all over. The traveler could not believe what he was seeing. Their commander was so strong that he could bring down such a monster with one blow. Harold, shining in his armor, looked around at the others with a victorious look as he continued to instinctively clutch his sword in his hands. The body of the defeated monster lay on the earth, and a pool of blood spread out from it. After the victory, joyous shouts flew into the air. The traveler's eyes lit up. He immediately thought about the artifact that was still in the heart of the dungeon. Suddenly someone called out to him, and the boy turned his head in the direction of the voice. The column moved into the treasury, and there were mountains of gold everywhere. The herald asked the explorer, who was quite experienced, but had never cleared a dungeon before. This question put the boy in a stupor, and he fell silent. It was a shame to admit, but it was true. The herald continued to reason. Their guide managed to pass all the traps without difficulty. However, reaching the center was not possible because of the defender. If the man's right, this is the first artifact the researchers ever seen in person. They stopped by the safe. Even the guards, who had seen a lot of things in their lives, were delighted by what they had seen and pulled back. Stitch stared at the shiny artifact in the center of the labyrinth, where they had come so far. The commander held the levitating artifact with one hand, and bringing it up to the boy offered him a touch. The artifact was a skull burning green flames. Stitch asked if they thought he could just take the artifact and run away. The ringleader grinned. Of course the guy could take it and even try to get out of here, however would pay for it with his life. The traveler himself was well aware of that, so he was not going to steal anything. As agreed, except for the artifacts, everything here belongs to him. The guide reached out a trembling hand to the burning skull and felt a slight warmth. Something was wrong. The boy felt this pressure on his body that increased with each passing moment. He didn't even have time to say anything before he lost control of himself. Ballstock was shocked and stared dazedly at the traveler, unable to help. Soon it was all over, and there was almost nothing left of the poor guide. Harold smugly grinned at the result of his perfidy. In what was left of the boy's hand lay a small artifact that caused such a horrible end. The soldier bent down to the traveler and wanted to take the artifact, because the curse had already been broken, and there was nothing to fear. They stood there for a few more seconds, staring at the result of their dastardly actions that had led to this end. It was time to get out of this place. The skull became bigger and brighter. Furthermore, the expression on his face changed and became terrifying. The boy's hand that held the ring was covered with some kind of ivy-like growths. Ballstock, trying to shield himself from the blinding light, called out to his commander. Mr. Harold trembled with fear, but still did not take his eyes off the horrifying sight. The boy's body began to deform in a strange way. The clothes on his body were vaporizing and his eyes were burning with green fire. The soldier swung his sword, ordering the others to fall back if they wanted to live. The situation was taking a dangerous turn. As soon as the order sounded, the crossbowmen pointed their guns directly at the unknown creature and a hail of arrows rained down. It was all useless. The herald couldn't believe what was happening. Could it be that scumbag Sino-eco-type? It was too late to ponder. The guy turned into a vague silhouette hovering above the ground. The man retreated a few steps back in fear. The artifact's reaction was immediate. Everything around it began to shake, and the dungeon collapsed. The soldier tried to reason with his commander, saying they should run, but the man froze in place. Seeing that his commander was standing motionless, Balstock took out a scroll from his pocket to return. It was their only chance to survive. The leader was still standing motionless, watching the monstrous silhouette increasing in size each time. There was anger and horror in his eyes that this boy had taken and ruined everything. He was about to draw his sword to cut the monster down, but his assistant grabbed his arm and dragged him toward the exit. Stitch's exhausted body flew down into the black abyss like a piece of cloth. Fortunately, he managed to survive, and barely alive he was lying on the bank of a strange underground river whose water was green in color. His eyes slowly began to open, and the first thing he saw was a clenched hand occasionally glinting with green light. With an inhuman effort, the boy tried to rise to his feet, despite the incredible pain in his entire body. Water slowly began to come out of his lungs. Rushing out through his mouth, he finally began to breathe normally. Exhausted, he fell with a wet sound onto the cold stone. What this place was completely unclear. His body felt like it was being torn apart. But something caught the boy's attention, something glowing not far from him. When he looked down at his hand, he was surprised to see that the artifact was now on his middle finger in the form of a ring. Understanding was hard to come by because after he was deceived by the herald, Stitch remembered nothing. He thought he had said goodbye to life. His musings were interrupted by a terrible voice that confirmed the theory that the boy in front of him was the same blazing skull. Their gazes crossed and a pack of goosebumps of fear ran down the traveler's body. Now the herald and his squad were in relative safety upstairs. He still couldn't believe that they had managed to escape from this hell. Sitting on the ground, the warrior cursed all living things, while the aide sitting next to him tried to calm his lord down. All his attempts were in vain. The man was furious at his failure and so trivial. There was real rage glittering in his eyes, and why Balstock had only used the scroll of return. Balstock looked at his hand in horror and clenched it into a fist. It was bad enough that there was no other way out, but no matter how much he tried to look at the gentleman's face, one could tell that he would not calm down so easily. From impotent anger, the commander hit his aide with his fist right in the chest, taking his anger out on him. The man inconsolably covered his face with his hands, and thought that his brothers must have already found out that he had led the soldiers. The memory again brought back fragments of when they had begun to transform before their eyes into a monster. It was the first time the experienced soldier himself had encountered something like this. Perhaps it was an independent artifact. The Lord grumbled all conclusions were wrong. It was a symbiotic-type artifact. Quite expectedly, his aide had never heard of such a thing. Goosebumps ran down his back at the mere mention of it. Harold explained, usually artifacts are divided into two types, the most common of which is independent. Most of all, there are artifacts of this type that obey the will of their owner. Harold added that the exceptional type is the symbiotic type that can revitalize hosts. It finally came to Balstock that the resurrection they had seen was the result of such an artifact. It was hard to believe that amidst the collapsing dungeon, this kid could survive even with such a powerful thing. Harold sighed heavily, and wished that the petty thief who had stolen the artifact would disappear forever. But for now, he needed to return to the capital. Lastly, he gave orders in every town they passed through to put up wanted notices about Stitch Atheler. At the same time, the guy was lying on the ground trying to figure out what kind of place he had gotten into. As soon as he tried to use his animal instinct, a bolt of lightning struck his body. It turns out that the artifact could fight back. And more than that, it had consciousness. The skull reappeared in the light and still looked just as menacing. Listening to all this nonsense, Stitch could not believe his ears. Skull grinned. He was just saying that he had lost some of his energy because of that inept brat. Stitch didn't pay attention to the demon's story. He was wondering why he was hearing the voice in his head. Skull barked out that his name was actually Memento Mortem, and at that phrase his voice became even more menacing. A little coming to his senses, the traveler tried to get to his feet. Means the demon says that is this artifact, and besides, there are no more of these. Despite the strangeness of the situation, the guy was glad they could communicate with each other. Grabbing onto the crack, he tried to climb up to get out of this place, while asking what other abilities the artifact had. At first he even managed it, all the while the boy was pondering how much he could get for this marvelous artifact. But his ascent didn't last long. At some point the poor thing couldn't hold on and flew straight down with a thud and fell to the ground. After the skull said that for him you can get at least 40 abilities, Stitch did not believe. After all, a person cannot have more than 10. But with an artifact like this, he had a lot more control. And that was good. Rising to the ground, he wondered if he could get any more abilities. Skull answered yes, but he was short on mana at the moment. They chatted until the guy had climbed the mountain after all, and what mana he still couldn't understand. Memento shrieked as if remembering something by the way the boy only had 12 hours left. Exactly how much time until the end of his time? As soon as Stitch heard the news, everything inside him turned upside down. The realization came too late. As long as the artifact lives and the guy will stay alive, and vice versa. Did the boy think he would come back to life for nothing? The demon continued to smile and green fire erupted from his mouth. The realization hammered on his head and Stitch realized the deplorability of his situation. And where did he get his strength from? But by some miracle he broke out of the cave in a split second and was already running down the forest path. The demon chuckled softly. He was not a mere mortal. Life was of little interest to him, and he slept peacefully until the boy came and awakened him. But still, if it was already difficult for him to survive, the demon would share its power with him, and the energy around the boy's hand began to coil again. However, let Stitch learn that he awakened the demon does not mean that he became its master and clinging to life. Here it is he and not the demon. Already unable to bear it, asked since recovering his Manu. All you need to do is use devour curses against weak monsters or cursed tools. He wasn't entirely sure about the cursed tools, but the monsters were easy to find. All the time he was running, the demon drove him every time, counting down by a minute, which annoyed Stitch. Trying to use his animal instinct, the poor guy felt pain all over his body and forgot about the lowering of his characteristics. Then I'll have to look for them myself, but there were some animal tracks nearby, which made it easier to find them. In addition, there was an unbelievable stench that even stung their eyes, so they were on the right track. Hiding behind the nearest bushes, the traveler saw a large wolf that was devouring its prey. That was great news. I just need to know how long the downgrade will last. In the same droning voice, the demon answered with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. It's from lack of mana, but there's still time. The boy hid in the bushes and got ready to throw. It's a good thing there was only one wolf. If there were several, it would have been more difficult. And he could handle this one. Even though he hadn't recovered yet, Stitch was eager to fight. Perhaps the demon had some attacking skills. Luckily there was one air bullet. It's a basic ability that all mages use, but it could be fired once. If that's the case, you should aim for the heart or lung or other vital organs. This was the only way they could destroy the monster and recover some mana. Stitch put his hand out in front and ordered, "Don't shoot," until he told him to. The demon didn't really seem to want to listen to him, and without waiting for a command, he immediately fired. The recoil was so strong that the traveler barely had time to stay on his feet in order for them to fly far away into the bushes. The skill immediately destroyed the monster in one go, making the boy's eyes water. After that, I couldn't believe that it was just basic magic, but it couldn't be that powerful. He was a little scared of his own power, and even more so of the fact that he wasn't in full control of it. The demon grumbled unhappily. He was not just a toy, but an artifact with consciousness. Better let Stitch finally take his prey. Deciding not to argue for the time being, the still frightened Stitch moved forward. With great caution, he looked at the destroyed monster that was still causing his entire body to tremble. Reaching forward, he allowed the demon to devour the curse and finally recover. The royal castle was really stunning. It possessed a large courtyard with a swimming pool in the center. King Bodiris had 3 offspring claiming his throne. The first son's name was Raptoris, who was apparently the oldest. The other was called Alfred, who had a high intellect and the same cunning. And third, directly to the herald, who became famous as a warrior and warlord. Since Raptoris is the eldest son, he is the first claimant to the throne, so the middle and youngest try to prove their superiority. The herald was inconsolable. He had failed to obtain the artifact, and now everyone would look at him with contempt since he had failed the only opportunity. He and his assistant were approaching the royal castle with only one thought of the soothsayer in his mind. Most likely the heir was talking about Prince Alfred's henchman named Conrad. This bastard is notoriously cunning and slippery as a worm, impossible to keep track of. The Lord blamed himself for putting too much trust in the Alliance's testimony, though in fairness the curse did lie on this artifact. It was still unknown whether or not the Alliance was specifically asking for details from them, but there was nothing the prince could do about it. Balstock, who tried to reassure his master, assured him that the Lord would surely overcome everything. They were heading down the wide road straight to their clan's fortress. The prince could not get used to what was happening, but he thanked his assistant. At this time absorbed mana to restore his artifact and hoped it would be enough. Skull grudgingly gritted his teeth and said that for now, that would be enough for taking the life of this monster's mana, had only recovered 15%. The adventurer thought these people must be looking for him. After all, he had taken the artifact with him, he was more concerned with where to settle down now. In a small town was boiling life. On the cozy streets founded people scattered on their business. At the entrance to the settlement stood 2 guards watching the surroundings closely. It was almost impossible to pass. Hiding behind a nearby tree, Stitch pondered how he could get in if the entrance was guarded. Luckily his gaze spotted a small flower in the thick grass. It was catgrass. It had to work. First we had to get fire, which was easy enough. And if you mix it with Flemon's powder, it makes a great sleeping pill. Although it only works on humans, it's enough for now. Besides, it's already finished. The guards didn't immediately notice what was wrong, and when they did, it was too late. As soon as the smoke hit my nose, my consciousness immediately began to cloud. It only took a few seconds for the guards to fall into a deep sleep. The demon who was flying nearby marveled at the boy's ingenuity. Stitch was proud to say during this time he had already traveled to many places and had become an experienced explorer. However, his boast was interrupted by something as his gaze fell on something suspicious, and there was nothing to worry about. There was a placard with his face on it saying that a thief was wanted for whom the reward was 400 crowns. Memento chuckled softly and soon changed to laughter, at which time the boy crumpled the poster with fury. Let them now walk and look back. Who knows how much they have already managed to hang in the soul, appeared anxiety here, and the fool understands that in this village normal life is not seen. On the other hand, there's nothing to worry about as long as he's got that ring on his finger. He crumpled the paper again, and the demon, noticing his mood, asked him if he wanted revenge. Throwing the paper into the nearest river, replied, "Except a total spitfire wouldn't want revenge," but that the demon laughed loudly. This encouraged Memento, and he even offered his help, because as long as he was on the guy's finger he was invulnerable, but he didn't trust him. Skull again stretched in a predatory smile and said that his powers and abilities depend on the amount of absorbed mana. Let Stitch think, what is the point? The more it absorbs, the stronger it becomes. And if you can absorb something big, you can become many times stronger. Not really believing this absurdity, the boy asked his companion if he could absorb other artifacts or not. The demonic creature laughed and said that he could pass his power to the boy, and that's the phrase that sent shivers down my spine. If Stitch helps him get his hands on the artifacts, he'll gain unprecedented power. Eyes lit up. It was a chance to get his revenge, execute his plan, and Demon gets the power and everyone gets a win-win. The images of that arrogant herald freak immediately began to appear in his head, and in principle one blow would be enough for him in such a case. Still not fully believing their happiness, the guy clarified all of the above. He wanted to know for sure. In a sweet voice, the demon continued to assure the boy that it was all true. He would let him feel what it was like to smash his opponents into the walls. The spacious tavern was filled with soft, dim lights. There were many people drinking and having fun. One of the visitors leaned on the counter and called Dalton, the tavern owner, asking where he could buy good leather at a decent price around here. In front of him appeared a huge man with a lush black beard, coughing. He said that for such a question, you need to go to the black market. The visitor sipped irritably from his mug, saying that these bastards demanded at least 500 crowns, to which Dalton offered him a good researcher. His broad hand reached for the wanted ad, and the man raised an eyebrow in surprise. The visitor replied that he could hang himself if he wanted. The tavern owner took a closer look at the boy on the poster, as if he knew him. Stitch looked at him with a vacant stare, wondering what he'd done again. A hand reached forward for a sign with a permission slip that allowed passage inside, and without it, the visitor risked losing some of their belongings. At the entrance again there were guards who did not let anyone through without a sign, and at Stitch there was no such sign. But in such places there is always a secret passage. Hiding behind a tree, the boy thought that good goods always come in only through the black market. Demon didn't understand, and what he forgot in this village. Not paying attention to the demon and moving behind the wall, the guy said that climbing the dungeon without scrolls is like taking your own life. Obviously, Stitch was talking about the return scroll, and it's convenient that the black market is full of offers. A smile immediately spread on her face and her eyes lit up with happiness. After a few seconds, the secret passage was found, but the skill of the explorer was still evident. After knocking a few times, Stitch called out the password, "Goblins eat freshwater bass." There was silence for a couple of seconds, and then a disgruntled voice was heard from the aisle. Scrunching up his face with a smile at Stitch, apologized. He hasn't looked in these parts for a long time, so he doesn't know much. Recognizing the voice of his old acquaintance, Dalton literally rose from the ground and immediately enclosed the poor boy in his arms, almost breaking his bones. The poor man exhaled and said that everything was fine. He had an urgent case, and didn't have time to think of something else. Laughing loudly, Dalton asked if this was the kid who said the back door wasn't for him, but still, the man was glad to have an old acquaintance. Hospitable host invited the dear guest to his tavern, which was already full of people, and even offered him a drink for the meeting that Stitch refused. Dalton, who had already seen the announcement, asked why he had stolen something. Rumors spread pretty quickly, and Stick dumped his loot on the table. So he's got energy-boosting claws, and the high-end leather he got from the Great Wolf. Let them raid before they're dismantled. Having sat down on the nearest bench and sighed heavily, Stick asked, "How much are the scrolls of return here?" To which Dalton named the price of 600 crowns. At the boy's request for a loan, the man laughed and shook his head negatively, and it was useless to ask. The traveler's face turned stony. He didn't expect such a warm welcome, but still Dalton asked how much he needed. "Stitch will give the money the day after tomorrow." Remembering the wanted list, the man still asked what the boy had stolen. Noticing that he couldn't get away from the explanation, he sighed and said that one son of the local king had been acting too brazenly, so he needed to teach him a lesson. The tavern owner laughed, but boasting with pride at such a price was not very wise either. He had a friend who knew scrolls. Dalton pulled out a quill and a piece of paper, asking what else was needed if a new weapon was needed. Have him ask Clyde for payment, he would generously put the payment in his name. Already making himself at home, Stitch asked him for provisions and walked over to the hooded man sitting next to him. The boy's fist came down beside him with incredible force, immediately waking the sleeper. The old man raised his head, his face wrinkled, and began to mutter some swear words to himself, coughing constantly. As soon as Clyde opened his mouth, there was a smell of booze so strong you could have fainted. It was only evening and he was already so drunk. When poor Clyde heard such harsh language, he immediately burst into tears, and so he gives his goods away for half price, and still no one buys them. He already considered himself a loser. On the table lay a lot of goods, but the poor guy never managed to sell a single one. With a meaningful thumbs up, Stick said he felt like making a favorable offer. "So what weapons are here but only the finest?" The boy looked around at the assortment of goods. Clyde's eyes widened in disbelief and he even started to stutter. But don't let it fool you that the boy doesn't have much money, but still. Let him sell him a cheaper one and let him test it and tell him how the product feels. The boy's choice fell on a small gun. He began to aim and try on. He would like some legendary weapon. For less he would not settle for. Clyde instantly sobered up and was already smiling with a full mouth. "You have to choose a weapon that will fit in your hand." The seller immediately offered him a large hammer, which caused the boy's genuine delight. Memento suddenly appeared, warned that the dungeons are mostly narrow passages. Such bulky weapons would simply be useless. At first, the boy agreed, but immediately looked at his companion fearfully at how he was even here. He will be seen, but the demon assured that only Stitch could see him. This dwarf definitely has no magical power, but the equipment is another conversation. Demon and Presagimia weapons that turned out to be very interesting. "He's very talkative today. Doesn't he know how it works?" Memento grudgingly pointed out that he's an artifact and sees things differently. Squinting his eyes, he noticed that if something was to be taken, it would be the sword on the far right. Soon the companions were at the entrance to another dungeon, tantalizingly unknown. Stitch has already tested the strength of the monsters here, which turned out to be unusually strong. Dozens of burning eyes stared at the boy from another failure. Without wasting a second, he pointed his artifact towards the monsters, ordering it to incinerate all living things. The demon didn't think for long and released a huge jet of powerful energy forward, eating the curse. Memento could feel his power growing for him. It was like an easy walk. Stitch wasn't faintly surprised to learn that the demon was using the excess energy to grow. In this case, a good solution would be to mine lapis lazuli, and they were in just the right place. Without wasting a second, the traveler began to chisel the nearest lapis lazuli crystals with his pickaxe, and a clatter began to echo throughout the cave. One thing was unclear: why there were traps at every turn, but on the other hand, it was a good thing that they could be used for spare parts. The boy was distracted from looking at the next mechanism by a strange sound coming from somewhere on the side of the cave. Shifting his gaze toward the dark tunnel, it was clear that the sounds were indeed coming from there. Pointing his artifact right there, Stitch asked for a little light, because he couldn't see anything. What was there gave me goosebumps instantly. A huge monster was approaching from the darkness. It was a mineral lizard. The moment it opened its mouth, it became clear it was the one making those nasty noises. Stitch dropped the pickaxe from his hands and was stunned by the horror he saw. The lizard leisurely approached him, looking at him with its red eyes. The deceptive calm didn't last long. The monster opened its maw and spat fire directly at the boy. Luckily, the intruder had time to bounce off, but still hurt his shoulder. The t-shirt there vaporized instantly. It sucks to be caught by a very nerdy monster who uses poisonous minerals. His body is as strong as steel, and he can't even be scratched, let alone killed by a mid-level force. If that was the case, there was no other option but to destroy it with my amulet. The demon seemed to have a different opinion. The boy must be crazy if he used a skill in this cave. It would cause a cave-in, but still he fired. Despite the demon's joy, Stitch didn't understand what good it would do if everyone died. But it was a great chance to test the new weapon. I couldn't believe it had to be done right now. But it seemed the demon was determined. Preventing indignation, the demon asked Stitch if he would keep him safe until the meeting with the dungeon keeper was such a good time. Despite his inner doubts, the traveler still pulled out his sword, and also a vial of liquid. In one deft motion, he inserted the vial into the weapon and pressed until the characteristic click. The moment of truth, holding the sword in his hands and approaching the monster, Stitch no longer thought about anything. After running a few meters on the move, dodging blows, he jumped up and pointed his blade straight at the monster. A crunch was heard as the tip entered the crystal, but failed to penetrate it. The stoic did not intend to give up, but used his sword in an attempt to break the monster's tough shell. After a moment and a lot of effort, the carapace gave way with a crunch, opening up access to the monster's weak spot. Now it was time to retreat. Jumping off the body of the huge lizard, the guy landed a few meters away from it. Rubbing his numb hand, Stitch turned around, still not fully realizing that victory was his. He didn't manage to chop the lizard, but only stuck a sword into it, which was quite a shame. On the other hand, he won. And that's the main thing. Was even a bit of a shame that he lost his weapon, even though Stitch bought it to test it. There were still a few vials of gas in the bag, which wasn't easy to get, and only 4 capsules left. Interrupting the boy's joy, the demon said something was wrong here. It couldn't be that simple. Memento didn't know what was wrong, but his senses were not failing him. With a weary look, Stitch looked at him, saying that sometimes it was very difficult to understand a demon. It was too early to relax anyway. Too short a fight could also be a trap. And as it turned out, a creature's voice came from somewhere. Another lizard of the same kind was approaching them with great speed. At this point, Stitch was very glad that he hadn't spent all the capsules in a place like this. You have to save money. The monster moved smoothly, and at the same time fast. The paw with huge claws was already approaching its victim. Instinctively, the guy dodged but still felt the imminent danger flying a few centimeters from his body. Although it was a good moment to attack, the monster was much faster and blocked the incoming blow. The monster's strength was astonishing. To be able to stand on one's feet after such a blow was a great achievement. Gritting his teeth, Stitch looked before him with a fierce look. Now the monster's power was beginning to worry him. The tail alone was starting to get on my nerves. Though compared to the Tarrasque encountered earlier, it's just a small, defenseless lizard. As he prepared for another throw, the Stitch gathered all his strength and gripped the hilt of his sword even tighter. The lizard blocked all the blows with enviable persistence, keeping his opponent at a distance. The monster's skin was much harder than the previous one, and it was much harder to break through. After flying off a dozen meters, the poor guy flopped on his back and he immediately caught his breath. The demon continued to snicker at him. It was already clear that this enemy was much stronger than the previous one. But even such a creature must have weaknesses. The boy did not have time to finish his thoughts, as a huge clawed paw was already approaching his face. There was nothing he could do in such a situation, and the beast grasped his face with incredible strength. Despite Demon's mutterings, Stitch said that everything was going according to plan, and there was nothing to worry about. While the creature held the boy's face, he was preparing for his strike. If you mix Flemin's powder and fireflies, you get something interesting. The right thing to do is to attack the weaknesses of the time left. Less and less time to act quickly. As soon as the reagents came into contact with each other, there was a bright flash of light. The lizard didn't even immediately realize what was happening. The blinded monster opened its mouth and thus exposed itself to the sword's tip. Despite the warning, the boy jumped up to the monster and aimed his full power right into its jaws. He didn't hear the demon's voice yelling for him to stop, and at the same second there was an explosion. Luckily, he managed to stay alive, and all thanks to the power of the talisman that brought the boy back to life. The demon continued to rage and shout, but Stitch didn't listen to him. His head just splintered as if it had been hit with a hammer. Unable to understand what had happened, the lucky man whirled his head in different directions. Turns out the monster's magic had begun to control the kid's body, though it was a vague explanation. Where the monster stood there was only scorched earth. Still, the demon and himself didn't realize how it happened. Stitch asked him what to be wary of the next monsters exploding. Skull grinned, not wanting to admit it, but denying the fact. The demon smiled, noticing the fear on his ward's face. However, Stitch did not even think of panicking yet. He would not be intimidated by such nonsense. With his hand on the ground, he activated the pathfinding ability, and dozens of glowing lines immediately began to diverge from his hand. Even though he had applied animal instinct, I had no hint of nearby monsters. After a few meters he saw something strange, a pile of bones covered in crystals. I couldn't quite believe it was Monster. Stitch raised an eyebrow in surprise. Memento grinned in annoyance and confirmed that it was in fact a monster. They might as well look like this. The strange thing was that this thing didn't react, even if you approached it. Perhaps it just lay there long enough and froze. Noticing the boy's interest, the demon strictly forbade him from approaching these creatures, or they might detonate and then it would be even worse. It was a sensible idea, and Stitch turned his back on the monster, but something caught his eye. As soon as he turned his eyes back to his field of vision, something strange came into his field of vision. The entire skeleton, or rather the crystals surrounding it, began to glow, and this light did not bode well. Not even a second after the deafening explosion, the blast wave threw the boy's puny body several dozen meters away. Thank God he survived, but he was badly shaken. Strange was that even without touching the monster here detonated very little. There were colorful crystals everywhere, looking much more beautiful than anything he had seen before. With the thought that he could make a nice profit, Stitch reached for one of the crystals. But as soon as he touched it, an electric wave passed through his body, weak but still palpable. It looked strange to say the least, but the demon finally realized what had been bugging him. Covering his nose with his hand, Memento said that the entire dungeon was filled with magical power, and the deeper they went, the stronger it became. As a consequence, the monsters they meet begin to react faster and explode more violently. Stitch glanced at his companion and suggested that it must have made them more aware of their surroundings. The demon added that, apparently because of what happened, it's not just monsters that are affected. The bad feeling grew stronger, and a horrible thought came into my head that this passage was a real minefield. Smirking, Memento added, it wasn't all bad news. Because of the strong magic, the boy wouldn't be able to use even a simple recovery skill. Besides, as he believes, in such a situation, an escape scroll is also of little use. The worst possible thought came to itself. Escape is simply impossible. Despite all of this, the good news too is the demon rushed to reassure the boy the destruction of this creature might help them get out of here. Despite all their searches, they were never able to find the source of this unfortunate magic. The only thing left to do was to check the huge door nearby. There was only one option. The doors creaked open, and a strange picture appeared. Somewhere in the distance, a bright blue ball was blazing. The boy's eyes immediately widened in confusion as to what it was, but the demon hastened to clarify by saying that it was Jinn. But what is the spirit doing here? If you look closely at the core, you can feel something. The companion was trying to give Stitch the right idea. It was actually an artifact, since spirits are born at the fusion of power and magic. No sooner had they finished their thought than the boy needed to retreat urgently, because Jinn started to attack first. It turned out that this guardian is the cause of all their troubles. His body merged with the artifact and sprays magic in all directions. That's why the dungeon has turned into a minefield. You need to destroy the epicenter. Stitch already realized it himself and ran forward, despite the fact that several shards were already flying at him. With the help of his weapon, he was able to repel the attack, which cost him a lot of strength. But as luck would have it, the demon was late in warning that the concentration of strange magic was much higher in this place. Despite the advice to run away, the guy remained standing still and stared in surprise at Jinn. There was something strange there. Jinn began to warp, and Stitch became numb, and heard nothing but the beating of his heart. If it hadn't been for his companion's shout that brought him to his senses, there would have been nothing left of the boy, for Jinn had launched an energy jet in their direction. Bouncing aside and prepared despite his fatigue, Stitch approached the genie. Even a body made entirely of stone must have weaknesses. The explorer decided to take advantage of this, and swung his sword. He managed to strike and even chipped off a small pebble that flew off to the side. To his great surprise, the stone came back and hit the unfortunate man right in the jaw with tremendous force, so much so that his mind even went blank. The stone flew on its own and circled around the fallen boy. Sitting on the ground and recovering a bit, Stitch was thinking about how he could do some damage to him, not to mention a full attack. The answer came to itself. You have to aim for the middle where the artifact is. Then there was no other option left. He aimed his artifact straight into the middle, straining every muscle. Naturally, it wasn't all that simple. Preventing the attack, Jinn released his powerful jet of energy. At the last moment, the hero still managed to bounce to the side, leaving the line of attack, but it was still dangerous. The demon in the ring was a little frightened himself and shouted for him to get out of here. Stitch gathered all his strength and still bounced away, but still felt this powerful blast wave. With a horrified look upward, one could see that the huge stone was about to collapse. There was no time to think. He had to save his life and jumped aside to avoid being crushed. His attacks were useless, but he kept trying, and Stitch swung his sword again in an attempt to do some damage. There was a powerful blow, and shards of stone flew in different directions. The blade was stuck in the hard rock, and there was no way to get it out of there. Still holding onto the hilt of his sword, Stitch realized what a fucked up situation he was in. His body felt a powerful blow, and the boy flew away for several dozen meters, hurting his back. As he tried to collect his head, he couldn't figure out why this monolith hadn't collapsed yet. The snickering demon reminded him that he already seemed to be saying that magic skills couldn't be used against this thing. It was too late to ponder anyway. Several charged rocks were flying at them and about ready to flatten every last one of them. By closing his weapon in time, the traveler was still able to delay his demise. But for how long it would last? Jin was now definitely intent on destroying every living thing here and was launching attacks with enviable frequency. Finger asked the boy if he was alive there, to which he replied that it didn't feel as if he was hitting solid ice. The boy was plunged into reflection, but a huge stone block was already flying at him, as his partner insistently told him. He rushed straight towards the monster with all his might, but there was no choice but to use Clyde's weapon. The sword had already been tattered, but it was still relatively intact, and it was necessary to hit one place, even if it was small. But there was a chance of victory. After touching, Stitch felt an incredible recoil and could not stand on his feet. For such he was certainly not ready. If he uses the capsule now, he'll only have one. If he misses, he's finished. Suddenly something changed. The Stitch raised his head and looked at Jin. For something was clearly going on. He was pulled out of his musings by the same voice of the demon ordering him to dodge rather than just stand. This time he didn't have time to react, and a huge boulder flew into him, and he felt as if he had been hit by a train. Lucky for him, the guy was still alive but badly bruised and numb. The demonic artifact didn't miss an opportunity to tease the boy. Of course, this is going to be off topic, but his body is starting to show a reaction, and it's changing with every second. In an exhausted voice, an exhausted Stitch asked how much time would be left until his body was completely changed. With some sympathy in his voice, the demon replied that it was basically about 3 minutes. But looking at his condition, it might be less. His eyes immediately lit up, and that should be enough. The boy's body was awakened with unprecedented strength. Even in this state, he was ready to fight. From the last of his strength, he rose to his feet, still holding onto the hilt of his nearly broken sword. In a situation like this, 1 or 2 minutes would be enough. The goal was clear. As he sprinted, he pushed off and flew straight into the middle. Putting his hand with the ring forward, he applied an air bullet. Due to his lack of strength, even such a skill threw him far backward. But everything went according to plan while the artifact was trying so hard to protect the core. Then it slowed down, leaving upwards unprotected where Stitch aimed his blade. The sword went in almost all the way, and there was a tremendous explosion that shook everything around him. For some reason, the boy did not move. He still sat holding the hilt of his weapon and did not even pay attention to the demon's screams. Something was wrong. He couldn't get the weapon out of the stone. It couldn't have happened. He'd worked so hard. Would it all be for nothing? His eyes were filled with fear for his own life. The idea came with itself in his hands immediately. A lapis lazuli stone was their salvation. Ignoring his ally's squeal, Stitch swung the stone with the intention of driving it straight into the monster's heart. It all worked out. But the explosion threw him back many meters, so he just had to hope he didn't break anything. With the last of his strength, he opened his eyes to see that this crystal had finally cracked, which meant it wasn't all for nothing. The arm stretched out on its own, the devouring curses were beginning to take effect. It was time to call it a day. In the end, everything was done and the monster was consumed. One could consider their luck to be good. Eventually getting out of the dungeon, the first thing that wanted to do was to fall to the ground, which Stitch did. Stretching his arms forward, he stretched sweetly, celebrating inwardly his victory. Recovery returned to him and immediately healed his wounds. Hands and feet also seemed to be in place. Clothes after a fight always looked like this. Condition check. He decided to leave for the morning. The skills of beast instincts and curse devouring had surprisingly increased, but he couldn't help but be happy. Although he hadn't even hoped to pump up the beast instinct. The ring continued to glow. By the way, the demon should have come out by now, but for some reason it fell silent. Suddenly another green-colored sign appeared. Stitch was frightened and shrieked in surprise. It seems to be a demon. To the great surprise became available a few more skills. That's just not clear why so many. When Stitch returned to the tavern to find that the sword was broken, Clyde was inconsolable. He promised to repair it and even strengthen it. Sighing in relief, Stitch was glad if the master himself had nothing to worry about. Then pointing his hand at the items, he added that they were loot from the monsters he had managed to destroy in the dungeon. There was also an advance payment, and next to it was a bag full of gold coins glistening in the light of the lamps. And there were about 3,000 crowns. With so much gold, Clyde's eyes bulged so much that they barely stayed in place. The man couldn't even say anything. Without further explanation, Stitch waved his hand and went about his business, wishing the master a good job. Night had already fallen on the city when the boy came to the tavern of his old friend Dalton, and the light was burning in the windows as always. Standing behind the counter, the owner of the establishment happily greeted the old acquaintance with his usual broad smile on his face. Scratching the back of his head, the visitor sighed and asked snidely if Dalton himself had recently scolded him about the dungeon, or if he had simply enjoyed the loot. After a short conversation, Stitch waved his hand and went upstairs to rest, followed by Dalton, who said that if he needed anything, he could contact him at once. The bartender wondered for a long time. He really didn't think this guy could take down a dungeon by himself. Stitch slipped into his room and immediately collapsed on the soft bed, which seemed to him the most comfortable place on earth. As soon as he got his thoughts in order, he immediately began to wake his companion with enviable persistence. It was evident from everything that Memento was very much irritated. He said himself that his head felt as if it were in prostration. I asked him until he activates his new abilities. He can't find out anything. The demon squinted his eyes and nodded his head at the whole thing. When the two of them met, the demon rebooted, leaving many abilities sealed. The already tired guy said if the demon can't say anything new, then don't repeat yourself. Memento seemed annoyed he wouldn't be able to explain in words, but it felt like he was remembering something long forgotten. But now the main thing is to rest a little, because too much energy has been spent, and the night is long gone. It only took a few minutes for Stitch to fall into a sound sleep, but something was wrong. He didn't get a good night's sleep a minute later when he was awakened by a loud knock on the door and the bartender's concerned voice. Without waiting for an answer, Dalton burst into the room, and the first thing he said was the word Clyde. And it was obvious that the man was very worried. Quickly waking up, Stitch, along with Dalton, went down to the hallway where several people were already waiting for them. He opened his eyes even wider, and the sleep was instantly gone. The fact was that Clyde, recently alive and well, now looked like he'd been in a personal fight and lost. There were already a lot of people around, but no one could explain what had happened. One of the visitors found him lying in the alley. The owner of the establishment quickly uncorked a vial of red life-giving potion and brought it up to the victim's face. Dalton simply poured the contents right on the poor man's face, despite Stitch's indignation. Despite all this, after applying the potion, the old man's face took on a healthy appearance. Surprisingly good product. Stick asked how much such a thing costs. The potion wasn't cheap, but when else would it be used if not for this kind of thing? And by the way, Clyde was starting to come around. The poor guy clutched his head, not realizing where he was or what had even happened to him. His mind was all jumbled up, but the old man clearly remembered that it was all connected with Derek Feggery, one of the attackers Clyde had seen among his six. For a second there was silence between everyone, no one realizing who this guy was. Only Dalton, mousing his forehead, said it was one jerk who had a nasty temper. But until now, the man had tried to turn a blind eye. One time that little punk made a mess in front of everyone. But Dalton explained it to him in a clear way. I guess this is the result. With trembling hands she held the bottle. He said that besides, they took all the money and believed something to say. The old man quoted his attacker as saying until he puts this creep behind bars he won't rest. There was nothing to think about. Stitch guessed at once that it was about him. The old man warned his comrade to be careful here, but the guy ignored him, saying he would deal with it himself. Walking out of the tavern, the enraged seeker asked Dalton to send someone to Clyde's workshop just in case, and he'd take care of something in the meantime. All the way, the demon was concerned about his ward's condition, to which Stitch simply replied evasively. Of course, to destroy all undesirable people is not the way out, so he will just turn into an animal. But the boy could not leave this case just like that. Applying his animal sense, he began to track down the offenders with the skill to make it extremely easy. It didn't take long to realize where the bastard was. He was standing next to the guards, arguing hard. The enforcers politely apologized, but Dalton was a good citizen. Yes, and it's inconvenient to break in on him and for complaints at this late hour. Derek gritted his teeth and realized that there was no way to prove anything to these knuckleheads. There was nothing to do. He returned to his usual company, where two companions were waiting for him, wondering what the guards had said. A man with a small beard and black hair asked why his friend was going out of his way for a measly 400 crowns. Derek replied in an angry voice that it wasn't about money at all. He didn't know who this newcomer was or what he was doing, but he had to catch him. Grinning, his comrade agreed, and suddenly felt someone's presence behind him. Stitch stood right behind them, drilling them with a fierce stare. For a while, all present were stunned with surprise. They were wondering how to find this boy. But he came to them. Stitch's voice sounded somehow monotonous. He hadn't beaten people up for a long time, but here, as they say, it was God's will. The white-haired brigand approached the boy and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. Without thinking long, Stick grabbed his opponent's hand, and on his finger the ring was already burning. Before the bandit had time to think anything, he felt only a powerful blow, and flew somewhere aside into the bushes. The boy stretched his arms and felt an unseen surge of strength. Now was just the perfect opportunity to stretch his fists. The two remaining men, Derek among them, were already preparing to attack, the black-haired man holding a shiny knife. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it as he was immediately hit in the face with a powerful knee strike. Immediately his nose broke and the uncomprehending bandit also flew backwards. Derek, who had been watching all this time, also decided to rush to the attack. This degenerate was just a piece of meat for 400 crowns. With one deft move to block the blow, Stitch had already prepared his powerful fist. His speed was many times superior to these freaks. Derek suddenly felt a powerful blow to his jaw and immediately spat out several teeth. Gradually, Stitch began to come to a rage. One more blow, and here his opponent is already flying somewhere very far away. Trying to cling to the remnants of his thoughts, Derek wondered why they gave so little for this kid if he was so strong. Seeing his rival lying on the ground, Stitch ran up to him and poured Jivi to finally get him back on his feet while Demon enjoyed the spectacle. Soon there was a plate of flavorful pancakes and some other soup on the table with everything ready to eat. Dalton was wiping the cutlery and discussing the recent events of Derek wandering around the village like a bum this morning and what Stitch had done this time. Sweetly pulling up after a good night's sleep, the guy sighed, saying it was nothing special, he was just kneading his bones. Soon the familiar voice of the dwarf armorer was heard, waving his hand in greeting as he not only repaired the tool, but also improved it. The weapon did look fresher at the end. The craftsman made a wedge-shaped tip for better efficiency and attached a wire on the inside. Dalton and Stitch squinted at the new weapon, something they doubted that this thing could be called a sword. Clyde sighed sadly and spoke about the gas capsules he had. Unfortunately, he could only get 4 of them. Since the guy said he was going to the dungeon, Dalton decided to give him a list of ingredients. If he showed it to an expert, he could give him some good advice. Besides, the bartender decided to ask around at the black market, so there would be no problem, and the dwarf marveled at how well the weapon fit Stitch. And indeed, everything looked great. Pleased with the updates, the guy thanked his old friends heartily. Clyde frowned and stopped his friend. If the Stitch had a new weapon, he had to name it something. Until that moment, not thinking about such things, the guy recovered, but suddenly heard the voice of the demon saying only one word: penetrator. Okay, so maybe let there be a penetrator lovingly inspecting the acquisition. The guy smiled broadly. Toward the gates of the great castle approached a procession of heralds dispersed, all warning that His Highness had returned. In the Kingdom of Venice, there was excitement in Brandon Castle. The young prince had returned and everyone welcomed him. Harold sat in his seat and stared pensively in front of him. Apparently something was troubling him. A knock on the door was heard, and raising a weary look, the man allowed entrance. Alfred walked leisurely into the room, looking as haughty as ever. He got straight to the point and asked if he'd made any progress. Harold lowered his gaze and said with a little hesitation that it was all quite good. Immediately noticing the hesitation, Alfred interrupted him to say that he didn't really think so. If you look at it from the outside, it's an unauthorized withdrawal from the Northern Front, and the withdrawal of one company. He was twiddling his thumbs, of which there were 3, and apparently it wasn't over yet. The most interesting thing about the artifact, as soon as it was mentioned, the herald darkened even more. Alfred said without waiting for an answer that during the audience let his brother say nothing. He would arrange everything himself. Throwing an obscure bundle on the table, Alfred added, "Let Harold take it," when he entered the royal hall. Soon the audience began, and the herald was summoned to the royal hall. A man walked with a firm gait. Finding himself in front of the throne as befitted, he got down on one knee and gave a solemn salute. King Sintreus sat on his throne surrounded by his loyal servants. He had heard that the Scion had been quite busy lately. As expected, Alfred took the floor and said that as soon as his brother heard the elf rebellion, he immediately rushed to help. Standing nearby, the first prince's assistant, Indril, looked in the direction of the man with interest. Even she was hearing about such a thing for the first time. It sounded strange. With complete certainty, Alfred stated it was only a matter of efficiency. His servant Conrad has an orb of divination. It was with the help of this item that they were able to locate the hotbed of rebellion and promptly suppress it. Had it not been for the herald's instant reaction, things would have turned out differently. At that moment, the youngest son bowed and stood before the king. As soon as Indril heard about the artifacts, her expression immediately changed. With his gaze fixed in front of him, Alfred confirmed that it was for this reason that his brother had broken the ban. The king shook his head negatively, but he wondered how it all ended. Lowering his head even lower, Harold reported with sorrow in his voice that he had lost the entire company except for Balstock, but he had managed to destroy the artifact. The king was interested in this, and asked again how the destruction had gone. The prince said that the artifact was contaminated, and the only true solution was to destroy it so that the infection would not spread further. Alfred added that his brother had brought the head of the elf leader as proof. After saying that, the younger prince took out the head his brother had prepared in advance. The king grimaced slightly at such a ghastly sight. However, he was glad that his youngest son had returned, so let him go to his room and rest. A smile spread across Alfred's face. There was one more thing not to forget. Now, the younger prince owed him a debt of gratitude, and he realized it himself, which made him even angrier. Meanwhile, Stitch and his guide decided to go fishing to clear his head. But the demon was as always dissatisfied with something. He grumbled that the fish looked like frog legs, but it looked quite appetizing and well fried. Stitch stuffed his mouth with tasty fish, and Memento had the vague thought that the farther west they traveled, the less traces of humans were visible. Most likely it is because of the elves near the southwest. There is a forest in which the last largest settlement is located. But on the plus side, the demon was glad that now he could use his abilities without fear and no one would say a word to you. Pouring water into his flask, Stitch noticed that it was too early to rejoice. Rumor has it that elves are very dangerous, so you should keep your eyes open and stay alert. An unidentified man was tearing through a thicket of woods and apparently trying to hide from someone. A few centimeters away from him, the arrow whistled and hit the ground, knocking him to the ground. While the poor guy was lying on the ground with his arms covered, he was already being followed by several silhouettes watching him intently. No sooner had the man gotten to his feet than he was surrounded by several strangers blocking his escape route. You could tell right away that they were elves by their distinctive ears and trademark clothing. The girl, apparently their leader, stopped her companions saying they would take him alive. The unsuspecting Stitch was moving deep into the dark forest and could not understand what was so mysterious about it. Touching his hand to the nearest tree, he couldn't find out any data about this place. Even the search engine was dumb. You couldn't even see the sky because of the tall bushes. And the map is useless after all. It's not for nothing that this place is called the Dark Forest. His companion did not share such admiration, for they had a chance of getting lost for a long time. But Stitch was fully confident in his abilities. When they came out of the bushes, they saw a strange picture of a man tied to a board. The guy who came running up immediately gave the poor guy some water to drink so that he would finally wake up. The man was quite ill. Leaving him here in such a state was sheer sacrilege, but the demon was ordering him to get out of here immediately. The reason, of course, was river spirits. If Stitch wants to splash around with them, the demon won't get in the way. Looking closer, Stitch noticed that there were human remains in the river, and it looked as strange as possible. The place didn't inspire any confidence, so the best thing to do is to destroy these creatures before it's too late. The air bullet flew straight into the river spirits with tremendous speed, cutting them to pieces. Through the vacated passage, continuing to hold the poor man on his shoulders, Stitch ran as fast as he could. After a few seconds, spirits again formed at this spot, wanting new prey. Clearly, if these things are made of water, they can't survive an air attack. But if so, there's another way. He activated the amulet by dipping his hand in the water. An electric wave immediately spread throughout the water, vaporizing all living things. The reaction of the river monsters was immediate. They began to wriggle, and the air was filled with screams. It was time to devour the curses once these things had already been destroyed. When the monsters were finished, Stitch sat down to rest a little. He wandered into a deep thicket and hoped that no one can find him here. The stranger, who woke up at this time, began to turn his head in different directions in an attempt to understand where he was. His savior looked at him with an annoyed look. For starters, the stranger should have calmed down a bit and tried to explain what happened and why he was tied up. The man, frightened to death, looked at his savior with huge eyes and begged him not to say that the boy didn't know about this dark forest. From everything it seemed that it was the work of the elves living here. But there was only one question: why the man came to such a dangerous place. According to the stories of the rescued man, it appeared that they were on their way to the capital with a shipment. But on the way, they came across these vile forest creatures. So the remains of those people were once their companions, right? The stranger covered his face with his hands and theatrically began to whimper, shaking with grief. Trying to get to the village logical was only one option. Stitch offered to take the man to the road, and then he will go on his own. Hearing this, the hitherto weeping man glowed with joy. For such a thing he would be indebted to him all his life. If that's it, it's time to move out. Stitch activated his animal instincts as he sensed something wrong as soon as he entered this forest. It only took a few minutes for the boy to find the source of the sound, so it's time to move on. Their conversation revealed that the poor guy in trouble was named Peterson. They stopped on a small cliff, and Stitch, pointing his finger forward, advised his new acquaintance to follow that path, to which Peterson scattered in gratitude. Having just been rescued, he rejoiced because he was alive. But the stoic as well as his demon noticed something strange. He hurriedly drew his sword, and as soon as Peterson saw this, he immediately turned cold with fear. His joy was immediately replaced by animal fear, and the realization of the nearness of his demise. But everything was exactly the opposite. The sword soared through the air and reflected the arrow flying straight at them, which flew in the other direction with a crackle. Fury immediately filled the traveler's eyes, and with a growling voice he ordered the strangers out. It did not take long to persuade them. From the forest thicket appeared several elves in front of a beautiful statuesque girl, and they demanded to give the man to them. Gritting his teeth, Stitch wondered what would happen if he refused. The two elves looked at each other, apparently not expecting such insolence from a stranger. The elf girl, warned that she wasn't going to repeat herself twice, drew the bowstring and took aim. Not intending to give in, the stoic drew his sword, as if they didn't fully understand him. If they wanted to attack, let them do it now. The voice of a demonic companion sounded in his head, reminding him that if it wasn't for him, the guy would never have done such a thing in his life. The hooded elf asked the main what to do with this guy, but the girl silently only continued to draw the bowstring. She finally lowered her weapon, realizing that talking would solve the problem much easier in this case. It was slightly unexpected, and Stitch didn't realize the fight wasn't going to happen the first time. Surprised at this behavior of their superior, the other elves looked at her with surprised eyes, but Elena shook her head. With a single gesture, she ordered her companions to be quiet, and took a few steps towards the stranger. Looking at Stitch with a serious but calm gaze, the elfess asked if he knew the reason they were demanding the man's return. Surprised by this turn of events, Stitch asked for clarification. Peterson sensed that his defenders seemed to be giving up ground and started tugging on his shoulder, but the guy said not to interrupt. Elena frowned, saying that before she started, she would like to know what the bastard had told him. Once the circumstances were clarified, the situation changed dramatically, and Peterson no longer felt so secure. Helena laughed heartily and invited them to come with him, and Stitch dragged Peterson along with him, though he struggled. A few minutes later they arrived at the ransacked wagon the victim had mentioned. Stitch, not understanding anything, studied the scene and could not understand what was going on. Elena, noticing the boy's perplexity, approached the wagon and asked, "Didn't he get confused?" And really there was a completely different direction. If they wanted to take cover, they should have gone deep into the woods, but the tracks lead in the opposite direction. That's for one thing. The elf's face became more welcoming. Each time they continued the dialogue, it was obvious that Peterson was getting more and more nervous and pouring cold sweat. Elena went straight down to the river, which caused quite a commotion, but she calmed the others down by saying that it was their territory and they were in no danger. The elven woman threw at Stitch's feet the very limb he had seen in the river, and this second, and Peterson also called them his companions. All the people who were in the woods found the same bracelets that were on the victim's arms. I didn't have to think long. Stick was furious that this Peterson had deceived him so cleverly. Grasping the hand of the recently rescued man who had turned out to be a deceiver, the boy shouted that it was a slave trader's bracelet. Peterson tried to justify himself with his last strength. So why did he believe these sharp-eared men and not his own kin? He didn't have time to finish before he was hit in the face by a powerful blow that knocked out several teeth. It was useless to beg for mercy. You could see on Stitch's face that he was ready to smash the bastard to the ground. Stitch's voice sounded different now that this degenerate is so smart. He shouldn't have hidden the truth if he's ashamed to do it himself. So what's the point? Peterson was lying on the ground trying to bring himself to his senses after such a powerful blow. He had far fewer teeth left in his mouth, and Stitch continued to rage, and the bastard dared to yell back. Elena, still in the same calm voice, asked how he would do and what he would say now. Stitch just turned in her direction and looked at her with a crazy look. The elfess noticed the stranger's fist clenching, and nothing good could be expected from such a thing. Peterson tried to come to his senses and was already smiling hysterically, realizing his near end. However, his sneaky nature couldn't end things so easily. The man snapped out of his seat and ducked. To Peterson's dismay, the arrow stabbed him in the back, piercing him through and through. The bastard started to stagger but still kept running. Elena took even better aim and prepared to shoot. The next arrow, whistling through the air, sliced straight into the man's ass, and it was not a pleasant sight. Stitch, who was watching, marveled at the marksmanship of the moving target, and in the most painful place at that time she went to Peterson lying on the ground begging for mercy. He promises that if he's spared, he'll never catch her eye again, plus he promises to make amends. In desperation, the man has already asked for help from everyone, even the Stygian who almost took his jaw off. The criminal had no hope for help, but still begging, Elena pointed her bow at him, ready to fire. The arrow went through and fell into the river, leaving behind a drop of scarlet blood. The forest dweller wiped the arrowhead and couldn't help but wonder Stitch and the stranger were of the same race, and he didn't even move to help him. The stranger, still wary, said he was one of those who could not contain his anger. Blocking her attack would be a pretense or foolishness. Elena pointed her bow at him again. In that case, he understood exactly why she had to destroy any human caught here. Drain, of course he did. Without waiting for an answer, she released the bowstring without the slightest hesitation. The tip came close to Stich's face, but he was ready for it. He's not an ordinary traveler, so he shouldn't be written off. The arrow whizzed a few centimeters away without doing any damage. In one big leap, Elena moved away and got into a fighting stance. She was amazed that the guy didn't even move when the deadly arrow flew past him. Noticing the ominous energy around his body, she assumed he was a mage, though it was hard to tell at first glance. The elves began to talk to each other in a language of their own, incomprehensible to the others. Two of Elena's allies heard the order and instantly took off, disappearing into the thick of the forest. Sitting in the trees, they drew their bows, prepared to destroy the enemy. Two bursting arrows flew straight at the Stoic, who saw everything perfectly. The crosswind worked just in time, pushing everything around them aside. The house elves were in shock and could not believe that there was any such powerful magic. In a completely calm voice, Stitch asked if they were counting on such an outcome of events. So why did they let him in on the details? Launching another arrow at the enemy, Elena answered, "They only wanted to show that they do not destroy anyone without reason." The boy wanted to pull out his sword, but the demon warned him not to overdo it, or he'd already used most of his mana. The next blow he also easily deflected the elven woman, aiming for the head, so it is not difficult to predict. In principle, sitting and only defending herself is also stupid, but she will lose a leg or an arm if the Stitch attacks the demon corrected her. Having gathered his strength, Stick directed a powerful beam of energy towards the enemy demon. Involuntarily admired the resilience of his ward. The elf sitting somewhere in the bushes managed to bounce aside at the last moment. The guy immediately moved closer to another one and pointed his foot right in his face. It only took a second to reach the target. The sound of a powerful impact was heard. Elena couldn't believe that there was such power with an ordinary object. You can't use multiple types of magic. Maybe it's an artifact. That was the question she asked the boy. All but interest overcame her hatred. Without much enthusiasm, Stitch replied that he had gotten it himself. The elfess was horrified and immediately launched several arrows in his direction, but thankfully the boy got away in time. Just by looking at Elena's face, you can tell that she was filled with anger and ready to destroy anyone in her path. When asked what she was muttering, Memento laughed. She said that it was not a sin to launch a curse at such a head. Helena had not hesitated to get behind her victim's back, and had already drawn the bowstring for a shot. The arrow whistled through the air and plunged straight into the unsuspecting Stitch's chest, causing severe pain. Jumping away from each other. They stood like that for a while longer. Their confrontation was just beginning. Even the recovery skill didn't immediately help heal the wounds, and the poor guy felt a severe pain in his chest. Elena's keen eye immediately saw that the boy was using some sort of witchcraft. The wound began to heal at an astonishing rate, and the arrow was out in a second. The next shot didn't take long, the arrow slicing through the air and moving toward its intended target. This time it managed to repel the attack with one sword stroke, and the Stitch managed to shatter the arrow. He thought he could resist the elves, but it turned out not to be so. Elena meanwhile marveled at the usefulness of the skill. The ringed fist came forward, ready to incinerate all living things in its path. The elven woman saw the danger she was in, and without delay, fired several more arrows at the enemy. The slit of air did not even have time to work as the arrow stabbed in a few centimeters from the Stitch. Even the demon was puzzled how such a thing was possible. What kind of weapon is this? A simple arrow can't stop an attack this powerful. Everything turned out to be simple explosion of air forms a projectile, and if you hit it while it is not formed yet, the ability will be useless. In a split second, it is unrealistic to figure out one move at a time and hit the target directly. This elven woman was definitely not that easy. Besides, she was already aiming for her next shot. Any delay would be like death, so Stitch lunged forward, swinging his sword. The impact hit the ground and shrapnel mixed with dust flew into the air. Elena covered her eyes from the dust and wondered if her rival still had anything left. Breaking up a cloud of dust, the Stitch moved for the next attack, while Elena was perplexed. With staggering speed, the arrow flew just a centimeter from his ear. Even a little stunned, but the crosswind worked as needed. The distance between them was shrinking rapidly. At this proximity, the elfess would easily be able to hit him. The amulet continued to blaze with green fire. Much to his surprise, his opponent didn't use magic attacks. His fist simply moved towards Elena's face. If she hadn't reacted in time, she would have been hit hard. But luckily she managed to jump aside. The next blow didn't take long for the Stitch to strike, determined to defeat her physically if not with skill. Whatever maneuvers the elves have, they can't move through the air. He had already grabbed his opponent by the scruff of the neck. The boy's face was rapidly approaching Elena's as if he intended to knock her out with a blow to the forehead. Barely opening her eyes, she saw Stitch's silhouette sitting a few meters away from her, talking to himself. It took a moment for her to come to her senses, and realized that she seemed to have lost the fight. Stitch, noticing the movement, turned his eyes toward where Elena was sitting. While the elves were out, the guy managed to tie them up so they couldn't escape. The first thing Elena asked why he came to the forest. Despite his fears, he assured that he had not come here for the elves. He had no intention of fighting anyone. Getting to his feet and looking at his prisoners seriously, he added that he would have to pay for what they wanted to do to him. Realizing the deplorability of her situation, Elena simply lowered her eyes to the ground. Much to their disappointment, the guy just robbed them, taking all their supplies as compensation. Examining the interesting amulet, the winner said good-naturedly that he had treated them kindly. At first he thought that he would not get out of this battle alive. Noticing the surprise on the captive's face, he asked what she was so surprised about. Unfolding the map in front of him, Stitch repeated that he only needed a dungeon, and it seemed there were 3 in this forest. He also decided to borrow the map for a while. If they met again, Stitch would return it. Not paying any attention to the guy's monologue, Elena shrieked for him to wait. Despite all the entreaties, the stoic stood firmly on his feet with a quick gait and waved goodbye, ignoring the shouts. On the way, he looked at the map, which turned out to be quite difficult to understand, but it was still possible to make sense of it. Without the use of a landmark, he'd only run circles around the place. But he'd finally made it to the right dungeon. It was very dark inside, and it was very difficult to see anything further than your nose. Everything here seemed very unusual, and my head was spinning in different directions, looking at the surroundings. Everything in the cave was strange. There were trees of incredible size everywhere, and what was stranger was that they were growing underground. He tried to find the right path with the help of the search, but his experience in such dungeons was not enough for him. But animal instinct was even able to help a little by pointing in the right direction. Even the almighty demon who possessed incredible power was surprised by such a method. The question begged itself. Since when the boy goes to the dungeons? Stitch replied that since 12 years old. They went deeper and deeper. If one wants to do what one loves to do, one has to be resourceful. They continued to pound with the tip and move deeper and deeper, and something should have appeared by now. But it was still empty. The demon's husky voice explained that the problem was always their language, which the boy couldn't help but agree with. Soon, a horrible sight came into view. Something very strange was growing right into a tree, or trees, and it was a monster. It was Ligos. If you lifted your head up, you could see that the roots of this tree were entangling everything around them. Worst of all, they perceived any living organism as an enemy. Despite the difficulty, Stitch didn't stop, for he was one of the few who hunted such creatures. With deft movement he dodged most of the monster's attacks. With just one swing of his sword, he chopped down several of the vile growths at once. The monster was faster and took numbers, so soon the roots caught up with the poor man and encircled his entire body. Instantly they began to grow into his skin, causing intense pain. It was almost unrealistic to get out of this trap. One more second and everything would end badly. It was getting harder and harder to breathe, the roots coming closer and closer, squeezing my throat. A powerful stream of air was able to coax the guy out of that grip of rifting nasty wood after all. At the demon's indignation, Stitch examined the wounded arm, but it wasn't that serious. Offended by the nickname Beef, Stitch threatened to kill him when he hesitated. So simply, this tree cannot be defeated. In such a case it is necessary to burn it, which the guy did by launching his fire jet into it. No matter what anyone said, but the effect of this spell was amazing. The only thing left of the tree were the embers. Now all you have to do is absorb the cursed energy and feed the demon. A jet of smoke erupted from the entrance to the dungeon and burned this tree to the ground. After the cloud, the culprit of the celebration appeared from the cave and flew out of there like a bullet. Now everything was clear. All that was left was to bring herself to her senses and get some breathing room, plus the magical powers of the artifacts had increased. Now it would be possible to deal with the ability, which the guy did at that moment, but to his surprise, the magic power was still lacking. Interrupting his interest, a familiar silhouette appeared behind him and landed almost silently. Just in time to notice this, Stitch turned around and put his sword to the throat of the intruder. But Elena didn't seem to be hostile. She even said she didn't come here to fight. The boy exhaled but wondered then why she came here. Could it really be because of the map? The girl blushed and sat on her knees. He could take anything he wanted, but he had to give back one thing, namely the medallion. Pulling the busy artifact out of his pocket, the guy scrutinized it and what was wrong with it. It seemed to be too expensive for the elf. And as soon as she saw the cherished thing, she cried out. But soon other voices were heard. 2 elves, apparently her kin, landed next to her and began to swivel their heads. Before they could even say a word, one of them immediately received a powerful punch to the stomach. The next one suffered the same fate. Her breath hitched despite her appearance. Elena was an extremely strong elf. The elves didn't understand why their mistress was acting so strangely. They had come to save her. To be fair, Stitch hadn't expected this turn of events herself. She'd now taken to beating up her friends. Memento, who was already excited about the new fight, suddenly faltered and opened his mouth in surprise. What is even going on here? Elena fell to her knees and kept begging for that medallion back. She even said she would do anything. And why would she say that? How do you know what Stitch would want from her? And if he turns out to be a villain? She didn't seem to doubt that if Stitch says so, it's hard to call him a villain. And Stitch kept that man alive. Despite what he's done, he's a far cry from the villain. It was hard to argue with that. Let's just say that the Stoic had continued to examine the medallion all this time. But why was it so important to her? When he saw that Elena was embarrassed, he left it at that. Since she cared so much about the thing, he'd give it back. Approaching her closely, Stitch clarified that he had one condition. Closing her eyes and sighing heavily, the elfess agreed. She said she would do anything. We need to destroy all the dungeons in this forest. Stitch's voice sounded completely calm. Already ready to agree, Elena suddenly opened her eyes in surprise, not believing her own ears. The guy's look said he wasn't lying, and when he got to the end, he'd give up the medallion. You can say anything you want, that she's escorting a criminal, that he's her slave, whatever comes up on the street. Elena listened to all this with wide-open eyes of amazement and could not believe her ears, but still agreed. The note she left for the others said that Elena had gone on a scouting trip and would be gone for a few days. The forest was her home from birth, and her grandmother who raised her told her many stories, including the ones in my memory were the ones that talked about people. According to her, they were greedy creatures ready to commit any atrocity for the sake of wealth. But despite all the warnings, the man she had just met was very different. Besides the evil sides, he showed good deeds that didn't fit her understanding. Walking a little deeper into the forest, it was getting hard to breathe. The demon continued to banter about the naive friendship between the two unfamiliar races. Stitch decided to start the conversation by apologizing for dragging her along, to which the pixie replied that he was definitely not a good one. She still couldn't understand why he was so eager to conquer the dungeons. If it was all about artifacts, then why in this forest? He sighed heavily and slapped himself in the face. Perhaps to someone else he could tell. The blue lantern in Elena's hands continued to illuminate the path with a bluish light. Soon they had to go down into the dungeon. The entrance was securely hidden so that passers-by couldn't just get in. Going down, Stitch couldn't help but marvel at the variety of different dungeons. His musings didn't last long, for a monster crawled out of the ground a few centimeters away from him. At the last moment it managed to react, and the sword managed to protect its owner. Having dealt with the monster, Stitch asked his companion if she was all right. With a serious look at him, Elena advised him to be careful. In front of her stood a giant ant about 10 times larger than herself and snapped its dangerous claws. Opening its stinking maw, the monster lunged at her with the intent to devour her. Without much effort, Elena jumped up, swinging her weapon. It took a few short blows to bring down the monster. Another giant ant was already approaching from the other side, and by the way, it was different from the previous one in color and size. Stitch was just in time, and with one mighty kick of his foot he tossed the insect aside. With a nasty squawk, the ant rose to his feet, and behind him were already several pairs of red eyes. Ordering them to stay behind, Stitch prepared a fireball to burn the monsters before there were more of them. The fire spread with incredible speed, consuming the monsters one by one. Elena's eyes widened in surprise at the magic she'd witnessed for the first time since he'd fought her. Finished dealing with the monsters, Stitch felt a strange smell different from the usual smell of fire. But Elena wondered how many skills could be used thanks to this artifact, to which Stitch answered not less than 10. Wondering what was the point of giving up their lives like that. The ants just threw themselves into the fire to keep it from spreading deep into the dungeon. Stitch poked the body of one of the monsters with his foot, too late to say it, but Elena said the dungeon was called Small Bang. Most of the ants around here have tough armor. Stitch noticed that. Seeing the artifact devouring the curse, the elven woman shuddered slightly and wondered if all artifacts had such properties. It was quite possible that she wouldn't believe him. It was amusing to watch the girl unable to take her eyes off what was happening. Looking resentfully at the Stitch, Elena noticed that controlling magic was different from controlling energy. Using magic, Stitch grasps a much deeper essence. Looking at his ring, the boy replied that the artifact was a monster capable of manifesting magic, and that it could not harm a human being. Elena repeated the last phrase in a whisper, glancing at her companion with a wary look. Quickly she turned around and went deep into the dungeon. The demon asked him what he thought about what she was thinking, to which Stitch shook his head. When asked if he could be trusted, the demon said that there was no choice, which was logical. They'd gone deeper and deeper, and it was very confusing, which is why the elves don't come here. After striking the wall several times with his sword, the Stoic used his beastly instincts. Something seemed strange to him as soon as he began to explore the depths of the dungeon. It turned out that there were more ants than expected, and they were moving straight towards the uninvited guests in an endless stream. The dungeon they were in had a very complex system, far more complicated than any they had ever encountered. It was showing too much movement to build an accurate pattern. Elena, who started to speak, reminded that this dungeon was very complicated, and it was almost impossible to find the main one by normal means. Suddenly the pixie's keen hearing caught a strange movement. Elena immediately ordered to hide. The elven girl grabbed him by the neck and pressed him to the earth, which was unexpected. Covering herself and the boy with the cloak, she ordered him not to move. In front of them stood an enormous-sized ant, holding a cocoon with its claws. But luckily the monster could see nothing. Memento reported. It seems these insects saw the ashes and began moving their pupae to a safe place. The artifact tried to give the boy the right idea. This dungeon has a complex hierarchy with the womb at the top and the next on the list. It seems the artifact's head has started working again, so he suggests finding the location of the mate with the help of the porter ants. The artifact started thinking clearly again and suggested they use it as soon as they saw the ants. It was a good idea, but this dungeon wasn't created yesterday. Even the elves couldn't track such a complex system. The demon grinned. Easy to say the passages leading to the guards are full of ants as a dozen elves to cope with them all the time. Stitch was talking to the invisible man. Memento tried to reassure his ward by saying that he had a thought on the matter. Let the guy just act, and that's it. There was an explosion that shook the entire dungeon with incredible force. The fireball worked perfectly, sizzling all life in its path, and the camouflage cloak hid them from the gaze of the monsters. If the demon was talking about this method, that's great, but it's still a long way off. One swing of the weapon was enough to have an ant in two. Helena was a good shot, and each arrow hit its target. This was followed by a fire wave that sizzled all living things in its path. A method that was idiotic but worked. There were a lot of them with Elena's skill to make a fuss, and then look for a quiet place was certainly a strange decision. Animal instinct spread out, showing the right path. Stitch sensed something, as if someone's presence was near, and immediately looked into the dark recess of the cave. They had almost reached the end of the line, but Elena looked worriedly at some amulet. Trying to touch the elven girl received an electric shock, and in addition the color of the amulet changed. It was made by the hands of elves, most likely the things belonged to the rest of who was here. But it was impossible in such a state to give things to loved ones. Memento appeared out of nowhere and offered to take the items for himself. Since they were useless to the elves, these things would be useful for aura curses. It's a sound idea. But would an elf allow a mere human to take a thing that belonged to other elves? It was still worth a try. But Stitch asked politely to take the artifacts away since no one wanted them. Elena didn't immediately understand the question. The girl raised an eyebrow in surprise, but if he touched such objects he might as well kiss his life goodbye or at best be unlucky. Despite all the warnings, Stitch smiled and said he was being guarded by an artifact, so she couldn't figure out what he was up to. But if there are no problems, let him do what he wants with enviable speed. The boy approached the artifacts. Much to Elena's surprise, he put the cursed artifacts on himself without much harm, and even smiled. Moving deeper, they entered the room, and the monster in the middle was probably the keeper of the place. In front of them stood a huge ant, much larger than any they had seen before. His muzzle was even more menacing and his huge claws didn't bode well. The frightened Elena drew the bowstring of her bow. They need not delay, right? The arrow in her hands trembled. Even such an accurate shot was useless against the monster. The arrow simply bounced off the hard shell. There was a pause for a few seconds, but suddenly more ants began to hatch from the eggs lying nearby. There was a cracking sound, and the shell began to break and sharp paws pierced through it. It did look disgusting. It's also dangerous if you hesitate any longer. With sharp hearing, Elena heard another huge pack approaching from behind. Dozens of ants crawled out of every possible opening with a nasty crackling sound. Rather, it was necessary to stop all of this or the situation would be dire. A jet of fire flew forward, scorching everything around him. The ant's skin began to crack even. Their powerful carapace couldn't withstand such a temperature. The group of monsters looked at the Stitch with a clear desire to kill the troublemaker. But the demon was jubilant and already had a plan in mind. Elena shouted that she would deal with the others, but she didn't have time to finish her sentence. Her companion pointed the ring directly at the pile of ants, ordering her to step back. The air current shattered a nearby rock and collapsed the vault right onto the ants. It was decided giving up the cursed bracelet for a new ability would be a good plan. In essence, cursed items are ordinary things that have been lying in an abandoned place for a long time and have been infused with cursed energy. As a result, they deal damage to anyone who touches them. So except for researchers, no one risks picking them up. The power of the artifact on the Stitch's finger easily suppresses the curse, and so the items can be worn. but the curse aura weakens everything around it. It's really a two-pronged stick, but it doesn't matter now. Ordered to stand aside, the guy clutched the cursed object in his hands, absorbing its aura. As soon as he did so, a wave of cursed energy flew in different directions, dealing enormous damage. It was a great effort to stay on his feet. The power was disproportionate to what had been felt until now. Even the seemingly experienced researcher had a hard time. And what power did this skill unleash? He did everything right. Memento confirmed aura curse is exactly how it works now, let the elf do the rest. With a great effort and a weak voice, Stitch called out to Elena, and the elfess seemed to wake up from her dream. In a gradually weakening voice, he ordered her to destroy the queen or it would become difficult to contain her. Elena realized it all at once. Taking 2 arrows at once, the girl took good aim at this payment for the monsters eating her brothers. The arrows went through. Even the hard shell of the antmate couldn't protect her from the damage. The ant soldiers didn't even immediately realize what was happening and started making a hideous cracking sound. A whole pack was already approaching the guys from behind, eager to deal with those who had disturbed their peace. With a final tug, the Stitch ordered the girl to cover her ears and stand still. The electric arc went off just as it should. Clots of green lightning flew in different directions with a deafening crackle. Now it was possible to eat all the curses. A smile appeared on the traveler's face by itself. Soon it was all over, and by the way, Elena had never seen such a reckless man as Stitch was. It was useless to make excuses. The limit of the magic artifact increased as a consequence of the curse. Devouring level increased. It was time to leave. The dungeon had been cleared, and Stitch clutched the escape scroll in his hands. For the next 3 days they did nothing but clear out dungeons one by one. The last one, I think, was called Mahogany. Smiling, Stitch looked at his demonic companion and reassured him he wasn't that tired. The demon didn't seem to share his enthusiasm. But that wasn't the point at all. Elena added that it was the elves that were the danger, which was surprising. The thing was that this dungeon was right next to their settlement. It would be hard to sneak past the elves without being noticed. Suddenly the girl interrupted her story by blocking the road with her hand, which was a little strange. There was a strange trail on the ground, probably left by a deer, but Elena couldn't say for sure. The trail was similar, but it actually belonged to the Striders. This phrase stumped the guy. Elena explained that this is the name of the scout elves, among which only the most elite are equal to them. It was embarrassing to admit it, but Stitch had never heard of such creatures. If they were so remarkable, people must know about them. Elena's gaze changed. Striders never leave alive those who learned of their existence. After that, a chill ran down the back of even a seasoned traveler's spine. Elena continued, if those elves attacked out in the open, Stitch might win. But if they managed to sneak up on us, they'd send everyone to their deaths. After such a gruesome story, silence fell briefly between them, but Elena stopped again, looking around. The strange thing was that even her keen hearing couldn't pick up the sounds of animals nearby. Even powerful animal instincts failed to recognize any sounds nearby. It was obvious to a fool that they were being hunted. Elena tried to track the location of the stalkers. Activating the hostility detection skill, the girl scanned the area around her. To her horror, she noticed it wasn't hostility. It was a desire to destroy. Elena's loud shout cut through the silence. The girl was obviously scared to death. The arrow flew that it was impossible to notice it. Stitch was hit in the shoulder in a second and fell to the ground. From the nearest bushes, they were already being followed by 2 pairs of eyes scrutinizing their every move. The poor guy was seriously injured, and as he lay unconscious, Elena tried unsuccessfully to shake him awake. Another arrow whistled nearby and stuck into the ground. 2 elves finally came out of the shadows and greeted Elena. There was a man and another girl. The male elf's name was Chester. Elena immediately screamed what they were up to, and a voice of anger and fear could be heard. An elf girl named Ida asked in a gruff voice if Elena was in a position to ask questions right now, but Chester calmed her down. Despite the expression on Helena's face, Ida was adamant. How dare she bring the man to them? Without much thought, Ida drew the bowstring, but her gaze caught on something strange. Much to Elena's surprise, she shielded her wounded comrade with her body without letting her touch him. This person only needed to walk to the redwood tree. The girl was trying her best to change the minds of her fellow humans. Chester noticed the medallion lying in his bag all this time, which confused him. Maybe what Elena said was true, but the keeper had been robbed of the relic. Chester noticed that Helena had also been a strider once, a look of obvious fear on her face. Not wanting to stall any longer, Ida said that they would of course hear all the excuses at the meeting. Soon the Elven village was buzzing with excitement as the meeting was about to begin. Despite Helena's frown, Chester was in a good mood and was carrying the still passed-out sticks on his shoulder. He wondered what kind of man he was who had lost so much blood but was still alive. Elena turned around and looked at him with a sizzling gaze. If they only knew how valuable he was, they wouldn't treat him that way. Soon they approached the elder, a young-looking elfess with long white hair. She immediately praised the Striders for a good job. Beside that, she said hello with some obvious disdain to Elena, who lowered her head. In response to the greeting, Elena just remained silent with her eyes closed. Besides, the elder wondered who the man they'd brought in was. Squinting his eyes, Chester said with disgust, "This man, in addition to stealing, dared to threaten the keeper. They caught him near the village." After these words, the village leader wondered a little how this man was still alive. To be honest, they didn't know it was extremely difficult to survive after such wounds, but the boy had somehow regenerated. Then the elder said to stop the blood and throw him in the dungeon about the punishment they would think about later, and Elena was to follow her. Obediently lowering her head, Elena obeyed her command. Soon they found themselves in a spacious and cozy room, more like a living corner. The elder's voice was worried. The redwood dungeon had reached a level that it was difficult to contain. How much it had grown, one could only guess. The spirit is about to go beyond the dungeon. Just a few days ago, several villagers were kidnapped. That place looked more like a living thing seeking to spread. There was less and less time left to secure the village. Even in spite of such a difficult situation, Elena was still able to allow a man to enter their domain, endangering everyone. The frightened girl wanted to object, but the elder interrupted her and said that her colleagues would no longer turn a blind eye to such arbitrariness. Memento tried unsuccessfully to wake his comrade, who still lay unconscious. Eventually Stitch came to his senses, but his head was still splitting. I didn't immediately realize where it was, but soon it became clear that it was some kind of arena with screaming elves everywhere. Seeing that the boy had come to his senses, the demon rushed to explain to him. So let him listen carefully. Briefly, Stitch was injured. Now he's being dragged to the elf village and tried for trespassing. Calling for silence, the elder rose from her seat and asked the accused. After entering their territory, they had stolen the relic. Was wondering still what happened to Elena. The boy was in no hurry to answer the question. The demon pointed to a girl standing on the edge to the right who seemed to be treated no better than a stranger. It seems the very medallion that Stitch misappropriated was the very relic he had to admit his guilt. After his confession, the bleachers fell quiet as tension slowly began to rise. It had finally dawned on him that this seemingly inconspicuous thing was incredibly important, not only to Elena. The elder continued. Then Stitch used that as an excuse to drag Elena after him into the damn forest. All I had to do was nod my head and admit it was all pure truth. The next question is whether he wanted to enslave his fellow man, or for what purpose he entered the forest and did so. After a little thought, Stitch answered, "His goal is only to defeat all the dungeons in the forest." This question stumped even Chester and Ada. Elena just closed her eyes, trembling with fear, unable to do anything. In that case, the elder demanded to know the number of troops here. In addition to this supply and expedition plan, Stitch, not expecting such a thing, just flapped his eyes, trying to understand what was going on. They were one and the same, with the demon asking, where did all this come from? After such a turn of events, the elder hesitated half a word, and a whisper spread through the stands. No one believed that the guy could defeat the dungeon alone. Chester jumped down as if he were a flake. It was obvious that he had little faith in the story, because you have to lie depending on the situation. His eyes changed. Theirs seemed to be covered with a white veil. It looked threatening. It was hard to see where this was going, but Stitch tensed with a premonition of something bad. His senses didn't fail in a second. Shortening the distance, Chester delivered a powerful punch. Right in the belly of the unfortunate. With people, you have to behave according to their rules. Stitch, who hadn't expected such a despicable act, clutched his stomach and his whole body felt like it was on fire. Deciding to leave things as they were, the elder did not interfere in their squabbles. Looking at Elena with a firm gaze, the woman decided to proceed with the interrogation of her accomplice. The beating of poor Stitch continued. No one even thought to come to his aid, and Elena just couldn't do anything. Trying to match her expression, the girl replied that if the stranger's goal was to destroy the dungeon, it could help the elves. She didn't know if it was a bluff or not, but it was true that he had single-handedly cleared 2 dungeons. She had witnessed it herself. The elder had little faith in this, for to do such a thing one must be trained at least at the military level. The fight continued. Stitch could do nothing, for his hands were tied. He was now a punching bag. There was less and less strength left to hold back, and he wanted to give his attacker a good thrashing, but he couldn't do that yet. Elena tried to prove this man had no troops, no supplies, and the two of them did it all together. The clan leader still couldn't understand what had happened to her and why she was covering for this outsider. Helena, who had already given up all hope, said there was no point. She was just telling it like it is. But then she was distracted by Ida's voice, and the defendant interrupted half-heartedly. With obvious concern on her face, Ada turned to the main one with a look of fear on her face. The other elves also fussed. Something very strange began to happen. finally tired of putting up with all this bullying. Stitch began to transform before his eyes. If they want to see the human way, then so be it. Maybe it would be better to try fighting for 2 days non-stop, then it would at least be fun. Chester continued to smirk because he had the advantage, and this opponent couldn't even respond. Elena got worried. The elder had said that this was the limit if this man, and there was a way to solve the problem. Then maybe that was it. She brought someone who could absorb the monster and the dungeon's fighting spirit. The pitiful spectacle of beating his ward made even the demon revolt, to wonder if he was missing too many blows. But it was within the norm. If Stitch is going to make a mess here, it's not going to play into his hands. The judge still couldn't believe what Elena was saying. It sounded so delusional that she didn't even want to hear it. Suddenly turning to the elder, Ida asked her to release that monster. The rest of the elves, just hearing about it, had already started to look amongst themselves with obvious excitement. If Elena was telling the truth, then they would check it out now. Ida's words sounded without a single doubt, and Elena didn't seem to mind either. Chester was ordered to stop, and the elf immediately removed his hands theatrically, showing that he was surrendering. To Stick's surprise, he could not understand what these elves were up to, but it seemed to be a new challenge. The tight rope was starting to make my arms ache, but that wasn't the main problem right now. As soon as the cage opened outward, an incredible-sized creature covered in fur appeared. It was an armored bear. It was not known until now that anyone had been able to tame this monster to the point that it was threatening, to say the least. Even the elven girl was a little afraid. If it was too much for a stranger, Ida shook her head. If Elena was telling the truth, the human could easily handle him. With a glance at the battlefield, the elder turned to the stranger. Let him now demonstrate his abilities. It seems that there was no other choice. With bitterness, Stitch thought that he would have to show his abilities, but he was unarmed. Noticing that he didn't have his usual talisman on his finger, the boy wondered how he was able to talk to it. To his surprise, the demon was able to hide so as not to loom in front of his eyes. It was unclear what strategy to choose. Best, of course, to run away, but unfortunately there was no such option. And not expecting any of this, the bear swung his huge paw in an attempt to fight back. Even with all the power of the spell, the bear was unharmed, but his fur was still a bit burnt. Next in line was a blast of air. A powerful airstream flew straight at the monster. But even that trick didn't work. The air just shattered, hitting the hard armor of the bear. The elves standing in the stands were horrified by the spells used by the simple stranger. The armored monster, annoyed at this, shook his head, trying to throw himself off the obsession. His eyes widened at the fact that he couldn't take it, and moreover, it only made him angrier. A huge clawed paw flew up, and the only thing left to do was to run away so as not to say goodbye to life. Thank God the guy had enough speed to get out of the line of attack. But after such a blow, even the earth under his feet began to tremble. The last method was to arc the bear with a powerful volley, depriving it of the ability to move. Shocked, Ida wondered how this was possible, like Chester had given him magic items or something. But the guy denied it was just nonsense. This spell seems to have worked. The bear was emitting smoke. Even its thick armor could not withstand such power. The elder, along with her entourage, only stared in amazement at what was happening in her long century. It was the first time she'd seen something like this. A slight smile appeared on Elena's face inside. She was glad that her new acquaintances were able to endure after all. The bear was already looking shabby, but the powerful volley of spells still managed to do significant damage. The resentful demon began to grumble. He had already spent almost all of his arsenal, just a little bit more, and there would be no energy left at all. Luckily, this monster is affected by lightning. If so, the guy can take him down. He rushed forward to attack. The bear became enraged, and with a roar started waving his paws, trying to catch the annoying boy who came closer and closer. His attacks were much slower now, and Stitch was already dodging them with ease. Once behind him, the guy jumped up, aiming for the weak spot. In his hands, a fireball glistened, ready to unleash its full power on the bear any minute now. A moment later, a firejet flew into the monster's head, and it was hard to believe that it could survive after such a thing. By some miracle, the surviving bear opened his mouth and roared with rage. Seizing the moment, Stitch grasped his long tongue and pulled on it. He was sitting on the monster's head. It seemed the advantage was now on his side. It was time to see how strong it was. From the inside out, the boy's arm was covered in electric shocks. One powerful volley was enough to bring the bear down. Now all that was left was to gather the cursed energy. Sitting in the stands, Ida and Chester opened their eyes in amazement. For the first time in their lives, they had seen something like this. Someone was able to defeat an armored bear. Elder Paris was horrified. In his long life, he had never seen anything like this. Man violated all the laws of the natural world. The elfess interrupted his tantrum by ordering him to stop talking nonsense. Do they have any choice if they let him go? Their only chance of salvation will evaporate. Covering her face with her hand in shame, the elfess apologized to Elena for her mistrust. Elena didn't seem to be particularly upset. But what are they going to do now? Still, with some doubt, the kin replied that the only thing left to do was to trust this strange stranger. Asked what his name was, Stitch introduced himself and looked up at the elders. The clan leader's face still looked serious. Yes, he had proved his strength, but there was one question: why he had taken the relic from Elena after all. Without the slightest hesitation, the guy replied that he didn't even know it was a relic, and he had no intention of appropriating it for himself. It seems that this answer satisfied the girl. If the main goal of the stranger is to destroy the red tree, then they have no right to interfere. But they can't help either. The pesky demon again appeared nearby, saying that the guy didn't seem to like them at all. As soon as Elena said she would go with him, the elf objected, to which the girl only looked at her, surprised. Such a dungeon. It is his level after all. No matter how strong he was, it was sacrilege to send him there. But the elder was adamant she would have to pay for her transgression. It was useless to argue with that. But Skull was still surprised that this race was even more closed than the dwarves. In answer to all objections, Stitch said he would no longer stand by and watch everything. She seems to have forgotten what Stitch told her a while ago. She still didn't understand anything. But the stranger made it clear he seemed to be saying that each time he cleared the dungeon his power increased. With some displeasure, the elder still ordered Chester to give the stranger his belongings, adding if he might need anything else, let him speak. Looking at her in response, Stitch said a couple zelas and he could use one in that case. Let her go right now. At this time, in the thick of the forest, a group of elves continued to fight the spreading monster from the dungeon. The squad leader ordered to block this monster to prevent it from spreading any further. A flurry of arrows whistled, cutting through the vile tentacles. The reinforcements were still not there, to everyone's horror. Several hideous growths were already flying at the general. General Nazir was unable to react in time and was immediately grabbed by the tentacles, rendering him motionless. Without wasting time, the monster shoved several of its outgrowths under his skin, beginning to siphon off his life energy. A fireball appeared out of nowhere and immediately incinerated the hellspawn. Smiles blossomed on the faces of the elves. At last the reinforcements came they had not hoped for. But when they saw who helped them, the joy immediately left them. It was a man, the same stranger, with a disgruntled Chester walking beside him. General Nazir, finally freed from captivity, wondered what a man was doing here in such a thicket. In addition, Ida warned that anyone who touched this stranger would instantly lose his arms and legs, which caused considerable surprise among the elves. The general, who was helped by Chester, could not understand now the striders were guarding the people. And besides, what kind of magic was this? There was no answer to these questions. Still, with a great deal of distrust in his voice, Chester said that according to the elder, this fellow was their last hope. Finished with the monsters, Stitch waved his hand and went into the depths of the dungeon. Being in the house of the elder, Elena still could not understand why she stopped her. By the way, this elf woman was Elena's grandmother. Lowering her eyes, the elfess clarified that she wasn't crazy to send her granddaughter to such a dangerous place. She has lost many family members in this cursed place, so that her only granddaughter will not suffer such a fate. If there is no one left to guard the entrance to the dungeon, then the Elven clan will be finished if we use an outsider. It would be better to send reinforcements. With much doubt in the voice, Grandma asked Elena if she was perfect for the role. Smacking herself on the forehead, the wise elf sighed. No need to kid herself. Elena's father was gone. Even if she went right now, he wouldn't come back. Elena's lips quivered as her grandmother said it was an obsession. But the elder's voice stopped the argument. With a quick gait, the elder entered the room, saying that they would be prepared for the worst, especially in this position. No matter how strong this outsider is, if he is defeated, then hope is gone. They must have a second plan. After saying that, everyone in the room tensed up, and the elder said that this time she would go there personally. Even if she doesn't have the same skills that Elena's father, Cain, has, at least she will bring peace and tranquility to the elves for a while. Bones crunched underfoot, making a nasty sound. The inside of the cave was even worse than Stitch had supposed it to be, and the odor was unbearable. Stitch looked back and noticed strange plants on the walls, but the demon had no such plants in his memory. Preventing his ward's curiosity, the demon ordered him to keep his hands off of those little flowers. Better find a way to get through the dungeon. If things get weird here, the boy will just collapse unconscious, and then they'll never get out of here. It was hard to argue with this. By the way, Stitch was not particularly eager to linger here either, so as soon as possible applied the wayfinding. After a while they stopped. The demon wondered if they had already come. He had thought he would have to go through all 9 circles of hell. But still there was no desire to move forward. There was something even stranger ahead. If the roots had gone this far, there must be water under the ground. Stitch immediately thrust his sword into the tangle of nasty roots. A rumbling sound was heard, and the ground beneath my feet began to shake, gradually failing. Soon there was a funnel through which the adventurer fell through to the next floor. Turns out they haven't gotten there yet. There's a lot more down here. There was really a lot to see here, with strange plants growing everywhere that looked like flower boxes and a small stream of green water. The guess as to what this place was came by itself, but it didn't make it any easier. One of these boxes contained a body almost completely dried up, seemingly drained of all energy. Stitch, who was trying to study the contents, didn't even notice that several outgrowths were already moving toward him from the back. It was only at the last moment that he sensed something and instinctively turned around to chop a few tentacles. The next moment, several more of the same hideous outgrowths were moving at him. It wasn't hard to take them down. Worst of all these people seemed to be lifeless. At last, one of the unfortunates did come to his senses, and the traveler hurried to find out what this place was. The elf who had just come to his senses was frightened, tears streaming down his cheeks, and it turned out that this was a mahogany dungeon with no way out. The poor man received a powerful slap that brought him to his senses. Because of this behavior, Stitch was extremely annoyed and ordered to get a grip on himself. All is well now. He handed the rescued man a scroll of return, advising him to use it when the others woke up. The elf still couldn't understand anything. The boy was about to go on, as the elf he had saved yanked his cloak, stopping him. There was more rescuing to be done. The uncomprehending Stitch said he'd already saved everyone. But it turns out there was one more. It was clear from the elf's face that he wasn't lying. It was because of that last one that everyone else was still alive. He was talking about Cain. At this time, the man was in a pitiful state, with several outgrowths sucking the life out of his body into his face. They drew too much energy out of him, but luckily the man was still alive by some miracle. Being in his confinement with the remnants of his hearing, he managed to hear that someone had broken through the wall and was nearby. It wasn't hard to guess that it was Stitch. Now he was holding the rescued elf on his back, because he couldn't walk properly yet. As soon as they saw the horrible picture, the elf cried out and goosebumps ran down his back. In one big jump covering the distance, Stitch warned that it would hurt a bit, so it was better to clench your teeth harder. The kid he saved was horrified. You could have been a little more polite. It was their supervisor after all. The elf didn't even have time to realize that the commander was barely alive on his back and needed to be healed. The elf thanked the boy for the scroll and for keeping him alive. He and the demon turned over Stitch seemed to get it right. It was the same drainer Elena was talking about. It was doubtful to let this wretch go alone. But if no one attacked him, he might get out of here alive. That's not what matters now. Behind this wall, Stitch sensed the master of this dungeon. All the while, the monster was drilling him with his gaze. With a blast of air, a hole appeared in the wall through which he entered the next room. In front of them was a sight so disgusting that it was hard to hold back the vomit. It was the dungeon master, and everywhere there was a vile smell of blood. Such a plant can hardly be described with words. The top of it had human eyes covered with leaves, and the rest of the body was tentacles. There was very little information about this creature, much less any knowledge of its weaknesses. Just entering the room, the traveler encountered fierce resistance. The monster was so repulsive that it was disgusting to even look at him. Memento told that the creature had changed so much under the influence of magic that it was hard to tell what it was still like. So the name of this monster is Abomination, concluded Stitch. The blast of air didn't have much effect, but it still managed to throw the tentacles back a bit. The monster looked at the intruder of his peace with astonishment at the place where his eyes should be. The monster had intelligence, but there was no time to think about it, and a sprout was already approaching the boy's face. Fortunately, the reaction was enough to dodge to the side, but it was still incredibly dangerous. It was starting to get annoying, and Stitch launched a fireball right into the center of the tree, but the path was blocked by a wall of blood. At this rate, they'll never get to this abomination. Its defenses are strong. Stitch was indignant. Isn't it too much that none of the attacks don't work? Demon asked. He hadn't noticed nothing strange. The boy is somehow trying to confront the creature that has dominated this place for years. He just can't handle it. Besides, even this way, Cain was victimized by the monster. Now there was nothing to hope for, just throwing a lot of punches, hoping it would work. Swinging his sword to strike, Stitch marveled. So this man was a mage. It's because the monster has absorbed almost all of its power. Its tentacles are so strong. It was extremely difficult to block such a blow. It was a big problem to even resist. Even with passive skills, you can't do any tangible damage. You can only dodge. To his horror, Stitch hesitated and lost his vigilance. A sharp spur was already flying toward his face. The inevitable pain pierced every cell in his body, and it seemed like it was the end. By his arm he was held by several tentacles. So far, Stitch had only fought plants, but had yet to absorb normal magical power. Opening the bottle of potion, the guy started to drink greedily. Will have to save his strength for recovery. The empty vial immediately flew straight into the face of the monster, who was expecting nothing. His health was immediately restored. and his wounds healed as if by magic, and the boy was again full of strength. This seemed to anger or amuse the monster. A wide smile appeared on his face. So the dungeon keeper was saving his prey for the future to devour. Does this creature have intelligence and can feel feelings? But it's still a nasty creature. The crosswind shredded the tentacles in a split second. The boy's body was overwhelmed with anger. Some vile monster dared to mock a human being. A furious Stitch jumped to the ground. The monster can hit him all he wants, he still can't win. Such insolence made the monster even angrier. And now there was a grin on the vile face instead of a smile. With conditioned reflexes and crosswinds, the Stitch easily dealt with each attack, deftly avoiding the tentacles. The monster didn't seem to be able to control his emotions. If you blow up all those tentacles, there would be a good chance to take a favorable position. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Now he spoke, addressing the tree, trying to get it to emote. He was doing a great job of it. The tree, feeling helpless for the first time in a long time, was getting angrier and angrier. Eager to try something out, the traveler launched a fire jet directly into the center of the tree, mixing a fireball and a blast of air. Even with all his will, the monster couldn't defend himself against such an attack. His entire body felt as if it had gone through him. Yeah, what can I say? Even Stitch felt that unbearable heat. I think he overdid it. The demon, on the contrary, encouraged him, while here was a chance to blow everything to hell, and the guy ran straight to the monster. Next was the electric arc. Although it couldn't be used to completely destroy the monster, it was worth a try. Stitch soared upward and grouped himself for one last jump. The monster's entire body was covered in stalks except for one non-obvious spot where the guy was actually aiming. His hand slipped easily into the monster's vile maw, and now he was in the role of hunter. Even though he was disgusted, he continued to thrust his hand into the monster's mouth. His hand began to vibrate from the cursed aura. The aura of the curse filled the entire room, destroying any living organism. With some concern, the demon noted that this skill would be, "Little Stitch is sure to last." The boy, through his teeth, replied that he would try. Now he had an image in his mind of the haughty Prince Harold, who had once dared to mock him, and that was what gave him strength. There's no way in hell he's going to let himself be mocked now. Debauer's curse traveled all over the monster's huge body, penetrating every cell and filling it with dark power. The end was a foregone conclusion. While on the surface, the elder, surrounded by his entourage, worried whether the strange stranger who had so suddenly traveled underground was alive or dead. There were quite a few elves gathered here, but no one could tell if those in the dungeon were alive. With bitterness in her voice, the head said that this is the limit for the Redwood. So need to go down and suppress the dungeon. The general tried to stop her. He wanted to say something else, but he felt a strange energy near him. From somewhere appeared the elves, still being prisoners of the creepy dungeon this time. They were alive and well. Raising his hand, Nazir ordered to hold back fire. It was his own. A shocked Chester couldn't believe that all the missing people had suddenly returned completely intact. The elder and the elf woman close to her opened their eyes in surprise, and it was hard to believe. Even seasoned generals were at a loss for words at the miracle they saw. The most amazing thing was that Mr. Drainer was alive and unconscious. Seeing her long-missing father, Elena immediately rushed to him, screaming. Nazir, who still didn't believe in such a miracle, was surprised even more than before. In a weakened voice, Drainer called his daughter and mother closer. Elena wrapped her arms around his pale face. Looking at the weeping faces of his living relatives, Drainer finally breathed a sigh of relief. The elf, who brought the others with him, apologizing for going over the top, asked to send the troops to the dungeon. The general raised an eyebrow in utter bewilderment at this insolence. But the elf told me that some man had single-handedly saved the Lord, and moreover given him the scroll of return, so help was needed. But it seemed unnecessary now, as a rumbling sound came from the depths of the dungeon, shaking everything around him. A jet of dust erupted from the dark passage there. Something beyond comprehension was happening. Even the hitherto hesitant elder cried out that this man needed help, and they just had to send troops. Without giving it much thought, General Nazir immediately ordered Chester to go to the dungeon with Ida. To the surprise of everyone else, the Stitch emerged from the dungeon, talking to his familiar and resenting the fact that his leg had not recovered yet. It wasn't until a few moments later that they noticed the genuine surprise and delight on the elves' faces. All the elves standing around erupted into shouts of joy as they greeted their savior who had destroyed the tree. At this time, many kilometers away from here, the castle was restless. The northern borders had been unattended for too long. Prince Harold stopped Balstock's indignation by ordering him to stay here. After all, they had talked about something earlier. The warlord stiffened and began to recall their recent conversation. The prince handed him a small piece of paper, ordering him to scrutinize this letter. At the same time, the prince said that his scout had recently discovered a new dungeon in the Kingdom of Potions. Balstock immediately realized what he was talking about. The prince ordered to choose the best warriors, and rather go for the artifacts must be careful or there may be an international scandal. The stunned warrior nodded his head, fully aware of the responsibility placed upon him. The prince jumped on his horse and rode towards the northern borders, ordering his aide to move out as soon as he was done. Balstock nodded his head. Together with Helena, Stitch advanced along the forest path. He decided to be the first to strike up a dialogue by addressing the girl. May she not misunderstand, but still they were going to the human village. You can't walk around like that after all. Helena opened her eyes and assured him that it was okay, others would see her as a normal person. It sounded weird, at least. Maybe it's some kind of elf magic. No wonder, though, not even dungeon sensing. Draenor recently narrated that among the elves are found such as their kind who are sensitive to magic. They can visualize magical flows. However, when the atmosphere accumulates in one place, such events occur that make one's head spin. It is at times like this that the dungeon is born. Looking up, Stitch summarized in short, now, somewhere not far away, a new dungeon is being created. The demon rejoiced. No one will finally be out of the way. Looking at the map, Stitch noticed it won't take long to capture it before others rush in. With concern on her face, Elena asked, so when he was going therefore she wanted to go together? It was a little surprising. However, the boy did not refuse, and now they were already walking together towards the dungeon. And the demon was muttering to himself as always. The elf's dexterity will come in very handy on the next journey, so you can't ignore that. Plus, the dungeon exploration ability is a very valid argument. With a little excitement in her voice, Elena asked what was ahead. In a cheerful voice, Stitch replied, soon they would be approaching a village of people there to rest, and then another week on the road. Soon they approached the appointed place, and the guy asked his girlfriend not to interfere with anything for the time being. In his manner, the demon remarked that the guy had better be worried about himself. He is still wanted, for which Stitch asked if he himself would recognize him. Recalling the poster, Memento sighed heavily. The human ability to replicate appearances was impressive after all. At the entrance they were met as usual by a guard who asked for names. Stitch called himself Brian Gosling. Elena did not immediately realize who he was talking about. Then it was her turn. She almost said her name but changed it to Serena Grace. The guard looked at the two with disbelief, but still let them pass, ordering them not to lose the plaque. Stitch admired that the girl had done well, but she still had one question. And why, after all, they should hide their name? To this question the boy did not find anything to answer. The sarcastic demon as always showed up at just the right time to finally get to that dumbass. He never said he was wanted, did he? Soon they approached the tavern there. Stitch promised to explain everything. By the way, it was noisy inside and it was uncomfortable to have a dialogue in such an environment. The elven girl still couldn't get used to this pace of life. But the guy hurried to reassure her. This would continue day after day, and so a large mug with a drink was politely slid toward them. Elena, who had lived in the forest until then, had seen something like this for the first time and stared at the dishes in amazement. Still, the girl decided to try the unusual drink and tasted the glass. Not a minute later, she spit all the contents back at what Stitch was very surprised. After all, this drink was considered very tasty. Demon confirmed that people's tastes are hard to understand. The guy realized he couldn't avoid the conversation, so he decided he needed to clear things up with Elena. At the end of the story, all the drinks were drunk and all the food was eaten, but he still managed to explain everything. Elena was a little surprised that Stitch was wanted for revenge. As strange as it sounded, it was. The guy nodded his head. If she wanted to go back to the forest, she could do so at any time. Recalling all the words Stitch had said in their first meeting, Elena finally understood their meaning. But still, because he had saved an entire nation on behalf of himself and his clan, she decided to repay the favor. Besides, father and grandmother approved this decision at this moment. Stitch realized that he could not just say no to her. It's probably a case involving some king, but the girl assumed that someone like Stitch could easily handle it, and he has a rather unusual ring. Without letting her finish, the guy put his finger to his lips to show her to shut up. The visitors were already talking noisily at the back, saying that troops had already been deployed along all the roads. Stitch listened intently to the conversation, and what he heard he liked less and less. Too many people have been hurt. How elusive you have to be to not be caught for so long. Without too much explanation, Elena herself realized that things had gotten complicated, and there were troops on all the roads and unknown persons in the forest. When asked what he was going to do, Stitch sipped irritably from his glass of beer. He didn't know himself. The guardian told me that she's what's called a feeding trough. There's a disturbance that needs to be addressed. Stitch and Helena were already crowded together, with guards blocking the way. After learning that they needed to organize themselves into groups, the guy started to choose who would be best for them. His choice immediately fell on an inconspicuous man loading goods into a wagon, who said he was going to follow the road and turn off into the kingdom of Zeldia. That suited them just fine. and Stitch immediately suggested they walk together. The man scratched the back of his head and tried to hide his embarrassment and said he'd already found company. So you'd better find someone else. He pointed to a big fat man with a bushy beard whose name was Farquaad, to be honest. He didn't inspire much trust. Stitch noticed this immediately and grimaced in disgust at the sight of the man being a terrible cheapskate. And so it turned out Farquaad resented in a nasty voice as a traveling companion he would only take one. There were too many unnecessary eyes here, so it would be better not to attract too much attention. But still the merchant agreed, and the first man gave Stitch a thumbs up and invited him into his wagon surprisingly easily. The man was curious to know what the adventurer was doing, and the guy replied that he was just hunting in the dungeons. Scratching the back of his head, Carrier said that he used to want to be an adventurer himself, but then the goblins shot him in the knee. Elena is the first to detect danger, and Stitch reminded her that on the first day, of course, nothing bad will happen, but let her be on the lookout. Smiling, the girl replied that she would take care of it, so there was nothing to worry about. Soon they stopped for a small rest and built a fire to cook a meal. This time the future vigilant reported that so far all was quiet, to which Stitch said hopefully it would be good if it were so all the way. And then one of their traveling companions fell to the ground like a stone. The boy was frightened to see such a nightmarish sight. Someone was definitely attacking them. Soon he himself fell to the ground. Elena immediately realized that it was particles of magic that had managed to spread. That way they would all fall under their influence. The elfess bounced in the other direction. As its strange silhouettes loomed somewhere far away in the bushes, she spotted them immediately. It was a group of several men, apparently bandits looking to make a profit. A bald man with a bandage on his face asked the chief they should search everyone. The commander shook his head. Their target was none other than the wealthy Carrier Farquaad, a man with black hair and a ponytail, apparently the leader, took a piece of meat and began to eat it with gusto. The bandits had already relaxed. But they seemed to have a problem. Someone was following them. Stitch turns out to be conscious, and in this guy was already a problem. The bandits immediately rushed at him with the whole crowd need to deal with him right away, so I'll be in trouble. That they didn't attack them so unceremoniously was infuriating. Stitch was furious. The first attack was easily repulsed by his hand, but they didn't use enough gas, and now they're attacking in droves. The boy's powerful fist soon met the face of one of the brigands, and a crunch was immediately heard. The bald mugger lunged at the survivor to finally deal with the problem, but there was not enough reaction and the next blow came straight to his face. Seeing the boy's husband, the bandits immediately stopped fighting and took a step back. They still didn't understand what was wrong. The magic was still active. So why hasn't this kid passed out yet? Stitch at this time wondered after the red tree in his head began to appear information about new skills. Is it really a new feature? Memento hurriedly explained that it was not a function, but rather their bond had become much stronger from those words. The mood of both of them soured. Despite all attempts to shout, the bandit boss stood in a stupor of surprise as the enemy still held on. The sorcerer who actually caused the global dream assured that there were no glitches in his magic. This guy was something special. Anger was starting to boil over. They were just planning to rob them a little, and this annoying little brat is ruining it. Stitch's anger gradually increased in front of him, standing in front of the robbers. How could this be ignored? It's doubtful anyone would just stand there and watch. In response, the bandit only mouthed a snide smile. Then we should slowly finish. The gang leader vanished into thin air. Stitch, not expecting such a turn, suddenly felt someone's foot approaching his jaw. The blow was so strong that the guy didn't have time to stay on his feet and flew to the ground. It was a good punch, but how he did it was a mystery. Without wasting any time, the robber began to disappear into thin air like smoke again. Stitch wanted to object, but a boot flying straight into his face interrupted his outrage. And then it rang in his head again, and the poor guy found himself back on Earth. The robber had to admit that there was something about this boy. He could not only withstand magic but also bear the blows. Shale was not happy. Better, instead of bullying his boss, would handle it. Not expecting his opponent to be so tough, the bandit laughed. But he wanted to take something else. Stitch was lying on the earth and did not suspect anything. But the bandits had already decided to take him with them. Elena, who had miraculously survived, watched the bandits leave in an organized group, taking Stitch with them. Watching the bandit leader, the elven woman marveled at how quickly they disappeared. It was hard to believe they were common bandits and why they took Stitch with them. And the only thing left to do was to keep an eye out, which Elena did. Memento in here began to ramble on about whether his ward was not too often. In such situations, after all, the opponent was only a human. Trying to justify himself, Stitch didn't understand what he should do if this bandit just disappeared, especially if there was magic there. The demon said he was watching everything that was going on, and the boy didn't seem to know what it meant to fight together. They continued to argue for a long time. Meanwhile, Stitch was already in the camp of bandits. and was extremely angry that he got into such a stupid situation. The ringleader apologized with feigned politeness and extended his hand to introduce himself. His name was Gareth, saying he was a true patriot. He invited the boy to join them. Gareth was a noble outlaw. All this pathos talk seems to just get on Stitch's nerves. Stitch snorted and called out his fake name. It's not like he's crazy enough to join the bandits who kidnapped him. It was obvious that Gareth was extremely offended by such a nickname. It seems they didn't understand each other. Especially they don't rob every merchant. Despite all this, somehow their speech did not inspire them to join. And why Stitch would they need it at all? But my gut did not deceive Gareth. Turning to Bald called Bernard, the leader reminded him that he had once been too, and Bernard took offense. Pointing to his mage, Gareth continued by saying that Shaylee had not quite mastered magic alone either. The sorcerer only remained silent. Having hit the table with his hand, the bandit asked, "And thanks to whom it all happened?" The wards immediately confirmed everything with glee. With a smile on his face, the man said he had a real flair for talented people. An arrow whizzed past his ear, hitting him slightly. The same arrows began to fall like hail, slicing through everything around them. Immediately there was a commotion around them. They were under attack and had to seek shelter immediately. The only thing I wondered was what the guards were doing. Why no one warned there was a total commotion? Stitch smiled. It was a great moment. Elena had organized everything perfectly. There was a commotion, so no one paid any attention to her captive, and they could leave quickly. Gareth was furious to find out the kidnapper had other partners. That changes everything. Taking advantage of the moment, Stitch quickly ran away, and in the thick of the forest he was already met by his friend. They were now running together and there were many bandits around, so it was getting dangerous. Did she really bring them all? But Elena said only a few. All the guards were out, poor guys, but it was only a matter of time before a couple ran past them, hiding in the woods. Gareth had managed to catch up with them after all, and now stood blocking their path. They were surprisingly fast. He was far behind them, and they'd taken the shortest route to get here. Breathing hard, said that he never allowed to leave even if he failed to persuade the fugitive. This annoying guy was starting to piss him off. Stitch grimaced. Without wasting a second, Gareth jumped at them, prepared to destroy them both in one fell swoop. Hit him with his fist failed. He vanished into thin air again and his hand went through. The demon warned that the enemy was aiming for the stomach and to be very careful. Stitch had no time to activate his conditioned reflex, but he was already hit by a powerful leg kick. By the way, he managed to dodge, which shocked his attacker. And how he had managed to see anything, Gareth was confused. Memento hurriedly explained that the man had an artifact in his cloak that allowed him to become invisible. But what the spiritual and material worlds were was decidedly unclear. Without having to explain anything, the demonic artifact simply ordered him to act, and he would decide everything himself. In his efforts to catch the fugitives, Gareth has moved back and forth between worlds. The demon immediately ordered his charge to move to the right. Stitch followed his order. And not for nothing, a powerful fist flew a few centimeters from his face, blasting him cold. Now, an opportunity to attack opened up, and a powerful fist flew straight into the attacker's ribs. Unexpectedly, Gareth gritted his teeth at the sudden flash of pain. Without delay, the elfess launched several throwing knives directly at her opponent. The transition would take too long. Gareth didn't have time to get away from the attack. The brigands, standing in bewilderment, could not understand how this guy could notice all the attacks of their boss. It was hard to believe that he had the ability to see ghosts because he could attack with such ease. What's more, it seems like this guy is keeping up with his boss's skills. No matter how strong the boss was, he needed help, and the sorcerer stretched his arm forward to cast a spell. But he didn't have time to do that because a small pebble flew into his face, apparently breaking his nose. Elena's attentiveness came in handy. She was already preparing the next stone, but she can't stay away. The other attackers noticed her and immediately rushed to grab the elf. The girl applied an airflow that pushed the others back in an instant. The fact that she also had magical abilities was a big surprise. People were trying to take cover from the huge wind. Gareth could see that their boys were having a hard time too, but he couldn't help it. The suddenly regained consciousness merchant shouted in a thunderous voice for the first time in his life. At least someone was waiting for his appearance. Noticing the reinforcements, Stitch rejoiced. It was just in time, because to cope with such a pile was difficult. The merchant ordered a breakdown of the place and his minions rushed at the criminals in a flash. The bad news is it's not their allies. Stitch realized it too late. Another bunch of people rushed at the guy who was expecting nothing. He tried to explain that he was just a traveling companion, but no one listened. These guys acted after full orders, and didn't even know who they were hitting. It was pitch black here and the man didn't understand anything and gave the order to destroy all of them. But if Stitch runs away now, he'll be wanted. There was no other option left to counterattack if such a thing is a forced measure. The newly awakened sorcerer was holding his head and didn't understand what was going on. Gareth immediately asked if he was all right. Nothing was clear. But they were found by the guys they robbed this afternoon, and now it's a real mess. Looking at the huge knight scattering bodies like toys, one could realize that he was not susceptible to physical damage. Despite this, the boss asked if the mage could suppress it even a little. It was worth a try. The sorcerer stretched his arms forward and strained all his inner energy. Invisible hands began to braid around the huge knight, trying to hold him back somehow. But unfortunately, he was immune to that as well. Things were getting worse if they came with such high-end equipment. That probably thinks it's just a gang of brigands. And despite Shale's objection, the leader became transparent again and moved forward. The huge knight was surprised to feel someone sitting on his shoulder. It was Gareth, holding a knife and preparing to deliver the final blow. Much to the knight's dismay, the hard helmet on his face got in the way, and the knife merely slid in tangentially. The answer came immediately. Two huge weighty fists approached the man, and he felt as if he had been hit by a train. From such power he could not keep up and fell to the ground, now in great danger. The knight was already preparing his fist to finally finish off the pesky fly. But he couldn't do it because he immediately felt the unbearable heat from the fiery projectile. Gareth didn't understand what kind of magic this was, or who these people were. Not even a knight's hard armor can withstand such heat, and the man roared in pain. What nonsense to think that some helmet will save from skills. Memento seemed to be satisfied, and laughed with joy. Stitch did not understand what he so amused. The knight struggled to rise, leaning on his huge sword that was twice as big as the entire Stitch. If the thug ever hits with this giant, there'll be nothing left alive. It looks a little heavy for a normal person. Stitch bounced back just in time to be safe, but still the recoil from the blow shook the ground. It wasn't the first time the guy had encountered such thugs, and it was starting to get annoying. One punch to the joint and this whole cabinet falls to the ground, which the guy did. Elena arrived just in time. She moved incredibly fast and had time to be in several places at once. The girl immediately grasped the knight's powerful neck with her hand and tried to restrain him. Then came a powerful jolt that toppled the huge man to the ground. From such a thing, the knight definitely couldn't resist and fell to the ground almost unconsciously. Gareth ran up to Stitch, and I asked him in surprise if he'd just been riding around. So what changed? The guy said he'd been mistaken for one of the bandits. He's had enough of these royals, so he can at least teach them a lesson with the help of bandits. The electric arc triggered as needed, and immediately several guards fell to the ground from the voltage. Everyone stopped for a second and didn't understand where such powerful magic came from. A moment later, everyone was tied up, and a disgruntled Farquaad was hurling curses at everyone. Stitch ran up and with his hand on the trunk tried to make it clear that the man himself seemed to realize who started it all. Gareth also wondered how it was that the guards knew where they were. All traces had been destroyed. The merchant didn't seem to want to say anything, so the mage offered some option. Digging a little behind his collar, the man pulled out a small medallion, surprised that some people still used such tags. Shale confirmed that you should have left them alone. They would have taken what they needed and left. But who thought the merchant was so hysterical? Then they turned to Stitch. The guy was about to get a drink of water but stopped. The phrase that he was fed up with everything made Gareth very wary. It seems that this stranger is also from the royal family. That's right. Sighing heavily, Stitch couldn't say that the man was completely wrong. But what was their goal? Could it be to overthrow the king? Strangely enough, the reason was similar to the usual revolution. Meanwhile, the robbers were just searching the guards. The bandit leader smiled and asked if it was okay to watch the country go downhill. In addition, this merchant is a representative of Venice, of which there are only a handful. One of those merchants who support the Northern Front. It made Stitch think, of course their goals overlap, but it's going to take a lot more time than that. Turning to him, Stitch asked if he could go, or if they were going to keep everyone here. At last, the brigand inquired if Stitch could tell anyone about them, but that the fellow only snorted. In that case, letting him go was still possible. Then the man turned to his charges, ordering them to pack up, for it was time to leave. The brigands were a little upset. Gareth said a final goodbye with a hand outstretched. The man seemed to suspect that Brian was not the traveler's real name. Stitch smiled back out of politeness, but he didn't want to cross paths with this guy again. Still, they shook hands, and that was the end of their adventure. Soon, Stitch together with Elena still found another dungeon. With the help of the search skill, it turned out to be much easier. The cave looked completely untouched, which was odd. The passage was completely clear, then it was best to go inside. Inside the dungeon it was damp and smelled of something foul. Stitch walked ahead, pointing the way. The elven girl twitched slightly as if she had noticed something. She thought there was a monster wandering around somewhere nearby. The guy noticed too, but it was only a goblin that immediately disappeared around the corner. When asked if Elena had ever fought with goblins, she nodded her head. There are a lot of them in the forest, sometimes a whole pack of them. Stitch nodded her head. She couldn't judge the ones she'd seen in the forest, but she'd have to be careful with the underground ones. Suddenly he stopped with his arms stretched forward, blocking the path. The elfess was a little surprised. Ahead was an obscure structure, apparently a goblin trap that could be very dangerous. Running the weapon down, the guy cut the small, almost invisible fishing line. As soon as he did so, immediately several goblins pounced from somewhere from the darkness of the dungeon. Of course, he saw everything and immediately prepared a fireball. These things could not be ignored. The goblins were immediately covered in fire, and in a second there was nothing left of them. Let this be a lesson to Elena. Underground goblins are very dangerous creatures. The girl shivered with fear, but her companion was right. These monsters are extremely repulsive. The artifact began to vibrate, pointing the way, and glowing with a bluish light along with it. Mila held it in her hands and tried to find the right path. As expected, there are few monsters here, and the keeper is quite low level. Raymond and Emmerich bickered amongst themselves. The timing is certainly good, but no one in their squad knows how to use wayfinding. But still everyone agreed that the artifact was also quite useful. But still there was something wrong here. Mila stretched out her hand and noticed that the stretch was broken, so someone had been here, maybe a monster or maybe another visitor. But the thread was neatly cut, so it wasn't a monster. Raymond also thought it was suspicious. So far no monsters had gotten in their way. Emmerich called out to them saying that there was something here and it looked very strange. In front of them was a whole bunch of them from the goblins that had taken their lives. Maybe it was a troll, but the bodies were completely burned. In a new dungeon, there could hardly be a monster capable of doing such a thing. So there must be someone else here besides them. They need to hurry, and in the meantime, Stitch and Elena were moving deeper into the dungeon. Well, here they are. The guy touched his hand to the cold door leading somewhere else in the room. It seems that there should be a dungeon keeper there. It could be understood by the characteristic sounds of this monster called Sea Devil. The demon's clue was just right. By the way, if you don't hit all 9 eyes, you can't defeat him so easily. The monster looked pretty nasty. Without thinking long, Stitch lunged straight at the monster and grabbed hold of one of its limbs. The electric arc immediately pierced through the monster's body, and the monster roared. Mila heard something happening somewhere in the depths of the dungeon, and tensed up. Everyone else stopped as well. The dungeon keeper showed up to the light. He had already been awakened by someone. It seems to be the same people. Elena was already preparing to launch a few arrows at the monster. The bowstring was stretched to the limit. Watching how they easily deal with the monster, it is clear that goblins are not a problem at all, but the artifact must get to the squad. The girl ordered Raymond to get ready to shoot, at which he raised an eyebrow in surprise. And seriously, what about the target? Pointing at Stitch, she said it would only take one shot in the back of the guy's head, and they'd take it from there. There was nothing to do, and Raymond drew the bowstring and took good aim. Not really interested in attacking an unarmed man on the way out. Raymond wished him a happy holidays. Much to Raymond's surprise, he noticed that his target was moving with such speed that it dodged his arrow. Only it was unclear how he was moving at such a speed. My eyes went to my forehead. Stitch had seen all of this perfectly well, and now his maddened gaze was already looking in the direction of the gunman. Emmerich grabbed his comrade and pulled him aside, trying to save him from the fire jet. The boys were alive but very frightened. Raymond asked his comrade if he was all right. Stitch asked with nervousness in his voice, "And who are they? Only let them not say they didn't know people were here." Scared to death, Raymond didn't understand how this guy had just used magic. So a bunch of burned-out goblins is his doing. The situation stopped getting more and more dangerous. Stitch was losing patience and was ready to use electric arc. Emmerich came to his aid in time to shield his comrade and take the full damage. The demon explained that it was a form of storage shield that could be used to absorb magic. The unfortunate soldier tried his best to hold on, but it was clear that this guy was no ordinary mage. In the end, the arrow-studded dungeon keeper roared with rage and opened his wide maw. Elena jumped up to her comrade and asked what he was doing and who all these people were, but Stitch himself didn't know anything and was angry. "Then we need to deal with them first." The girl said she'd help him. If so, with his hands well away, Stitch prepared for another throw. His next blow went straight into the shield. This time he kicked as magic was ineffective. Elena had already drawn her bow and took good aim, but the arrows did not reach their target, and Mila easily deflected them with her daggers. The girl swung her weapon and prepared to fight back no matter what it cost her. To his surprise, Stitch felt that his body felt as if he was bound by some rope. Emmerich, who had come to his senses, was already running at the bound guy with his shield out in front of him. Raymond fired another arrow perfectly. Now came their end. It was impossible to miss. The crosswind worked instantly, breaking the shackles and pushing everyone away from Stitch. The few arrows Raymond had fired had all flown upwards and were now ready to fall like rain. Luckily, the guy was able to bounce aside in time, and the arrows just stuck into the concrete floor a few centimeters away from him. Whatever they're doing, it's a strange pixie who's stopping it. Meanwhile, Stitch has asked who they are and why they're after them. The demon's voice wryly remarked how they could not even give their enemy even a small clue. Does nothing at all come to mind at the sight of such well-trained guys? Stitch shook his head. Even if their target is he unknown who it could be. There was one suggestion, but it was nonsense. The Herald couldn't have sent them here. It was nonsense. Mila said the plans have changed, let her allies take over this guy and she'll take care of the elf girl. Albeit with a slight tremor in his voice, Emmerich agreed, and they moved forward together. Meanwhile, the dungeon keeper had recovered, and the newcomers had another problem. Mila immediately approached the elfess and began to strike with ferocity. Elena, who had not expected this, defended herself with her bow. But it was getting worse. In addition, the dungeon keeper has also become active and is now targeting his prey. With its jaws wide open, it was preparing to unleash a blast of energy designed to destroy all life. Stitch saw that his friend was in danger, but unfortunately there was nothing he could do. As soon as Emmerich noticed his opponent's hiccup, he immediately struck with his powerful shield. He still didn't have enough speed, and Stitch quickly bounced back. The guy had better take care of himself. The guy had already released a jet of air into him that the man could barely contain. Raymond took good aim and prepared to fire a hail of arrows. Luckily, Stitch was able to dodge the arrow, but one slid across his cheek, leaving a small scratch. Even though he activated crosswind, opponents are slowly getting used to its effects. You need to deal with these two first, or they will continue to cause problems. Elena looked at her rival with an exasperated look that was starting to get out of hand. Meanwhile, the monster was preparing to unleash its full power on its victims. It was necessary to act as soon as possible. Mila struggled to close herself against the wind but still managed to stay on her feet because of this wind-created fire. It seems the elfess wants to increase the distance. The girl didn't have time to do anything before Elena was already behind her. This was followed by a powerful leg kick. The girl couldn't react in time and staggered. The elfess said that just because she has a bow in her hand doesn't mean she's not to be feared in close combat. It made sense. Mila was fully prepared for it, so don't underestimate her. She swung around, aiming her opponent right in the face. Their fists simultaneously reached their target, and the girls felt a burning sensation on their cheeks. From such a powerful blow, they were thrown in different directions, unpleasantly. Sure. They clung to each other again. Neither girl was going to back down. Both were excellent fighters in close combat, and fought almost equally. Swinging her bow, Elena still managed to throw her opponent a short distance away. Bouncing off the wall, Mil noticed that the monster was looking at her with all eyes, even though it was dangerous. But the girl landed right on the monster's head, revealing her sword. She was just in time to notice that Stitch was using the electric charge again. But this time the power was much greater. The girl immediately shouted to Emmerich that their opponent was up to something, so one should be careful. The man realized it himself, but still he couldn't do anything. His body was paralyzed. We had to stop Stitch any way we could, but the guy had already seen it. Mila used her weapon to ride the monster. In the wide mouth of the Guardian, a powerful charge of energy began to appear again. Stitch had had enough of this, so he decided to end it all once and for all by releasing a powerful charge of electricity in different directions. The opponents closed their arms in an attempt to somehow evade the attack. The guy immediately shouted to Elena to start acting now. There might not be a better time. To his horror, Raymond was startled to see one of his arrows fly right into his face. Luckily, he managed to dodge, but there was a deep scratch on his face. The man was still asking his comrade to save the girl. Scared to death, Emmerich tried to wake up his girlfriend, who seemed to be unconscious due to the shockwave. A bad guess visited Emmerich's head and he gritted his teeth. Stitch stood and over his shoulder watched what was happening. His opponents were seemingly disarmed. The guy then looked at the monster with anticipation now. Now he would get his experience by all means. Pushing off the ground, he jumped right into its jaws without a doubt. With a powerful airflow, he split the monster's head in 1 second. All that's left to do is eat the curse and they've got the win in their pocket. Stitch landed on the ground and the amazed Elena watched his every move. Looking at the team, which in a second lost all their fervor, Stitch said to go to the room with the artifact, and he will deal with the others. Notice that it seems to be unnecessary after mining the artifact. They will bury them with the dungeon anyway. This bickering annoyed the guy, and he wondered if she had heard the story of how he survived. The Herald was too negligent, and that's why the guy stayed alive and doesn't want to make the same mistake. Swinging, the boy prepared to unleash his full power on his enemies. Emmerich, unwilling to part with his life, clutched 2 pebbles in his hands, and smoke began to emanate from them. A second later, the entire dungeon area was covered in fog, hiding absolutely everything. Stitch was furious. The house veil was too bad timing. Raymond ordered his comrade to run away from here. It is impossible for the enemy to come first. The bastard tore through the fog and moved forward with all the strength he had left. Realizing that these guys wanted the artifact, Stitch ordered Elena to guard the treasure at all costs. While the guy hesitated, Raymond decided to take a chance and put an end to it all after all. Of course he was in better condition, but at this distance he could still manage. But no sooner had he released the bowstring than he felt a flash of pain pierce his head. His gaze crossed with Elena's. The elfess had been wary the whole time. Stitch, not expecting anything like that, kept yelling for her to run away. Or is she saying that her partner's life isn't worth it anymore? The girl rushed after the fleeing thug without a moment's hesitation. She definitely couldn't afford their own prey, so she applied the Strider skill, speeding herself up several times. In a split second she had easily caught up to Emmerich, and was ahead of the man in a way the man had not expected. The girl threw a few daggers after him to stop the big man. The man closed his hand. Stitch was already on his way and kept shouting that you can't miss the artifact. The treasure was either a ring or a bracelet. Either way you couldn't leave without it. Not willing to give up so easily, the soldier stretched his arm forward with only a few meters left. That annoying Stitch has already started to get really angry. It's time to stop these games. Quickly turning around, he directed a huge burst of energy towards his pursuer. The full power of his spell descended upon the knight, knocking him to the ground. The man was all engulfed in flames, his whole body pierced with incredible pain. The last thing the man saw was the scoundrels taking the artifact away. He only had time to apologize to his commander. Unfortunately, he was unable to complete the assignment, and that was the end of his story. Soon the couple made their way out of the dungeon with one last pile of it to me. Stitch still couldn't figure out who these guys were, or why they were attacking them so immediately. Elena tried to explain that based on everything, these people were after the artifact, so they immediately came close. Looking at the artifact, Stitch asked why it was needed. Memento muttered how good an artifact dungeon could be better to just gobble it up. But no, the guy did something different. Instead, he quickly put the bracelets on himself, causing the demon to be surprised. The boy replied that all the artifacts until then he did not even have time to examine properly, as he was immediately absorbed. To his surprise, he noticed that the bracelet immediately began to act, sending an unexplainable shiver through his body. Once I put it on, information started popping up, and it turns out this artifact is called Barak. The demon continued to rage. What a fool. He lost all fear in the presence of Memento. The boy dares to wear other artifacts. If he subdues the magic, the demon won't be able to absorb the thing. Stitch laughed. He just wants to try all the options, but it looks a bit weird. The demon seemed jealous of Elena. Ask Stitch really decided not to absorb this time, to which the guy nodded his head. The enchantment worked interestingly. The hand began to glow, and the guy took a closer look. The pebble in her hand began to glow green, and Elena seemed to know a little about artifacts. The girl said she knows this ability can briefly endow various items with magical energy, quite an unusual skill. The boy turned to his demonic companions, saying that it was better if he became stronger, he could get more artifacts. Despite all the guy's entreaties, the demon remained resentful. He didn't like the fact that he had a rival, but there was nothing he could do about it. At the exit, they were greeted with a happy smile by a man with lush sideburns. He was surprised that there were only 2 travelers. With the same friendly smile, Stitch asked him for help, which Elena wondered if the guy knew him before it turned out to be a guide. After getting a map from him, they moved on. If you go north from here, there will be a mountain called Raksha near the mining town. Glenna clarified that the mining town was actually in the other direction, and the guy began to twist his head in different directions. Sentingma is very strictly controlled, so you can't get in that easily. You have to find another way. In a small box, he put a few stones of coins and a pouch that it was a toll. The carrier cheerfully reported that they were incredibly lucky to have fewer commuters lately. They were standing in front of a wagon full of goods, and it was too crowded. But the man assured them it was all right. The Stitch realized at that moment that they'd have to make a new outfit. Their carriage moved forward, but at the entrance they were immediately stopped. But recognizing that they were carrying explosives, they were only required to fill out documents and were allowed to pass. Soon they arrived. The road was not very comfortable, and Stitch wanted to get out of the wagon as soon as possible. And so soon they arrived at their destination. The city was a real labyrinth. The carrier advised them to start by stopping at an inn. It wasn't hard to find the right place, and the bartender was surprised to find out who was there, since he'd already heard from Dalton. The bartender was a stunted gnome with a large scar on his head and a rather wild expression on his face. His name was Balthazar. After accepting the treat from him, the travelers looked at him in surprise. Did they arrive at a bad time? Balthazar hastened to explain that the situation had recently become more heated with monster attacks. On the other hand, if the guy has a head on his shoulders, he's bound to survive, the bartender said, looking at a poster of him. Stitch took a few sips and asked when the black market blacksmiths, or at least alchemists, would appear. Taking a drag from his pipe, the bartender smiled crookedly, as if the visitor hadn't fully grasped the situation. Due to the appearance of monsters, all those who are engaged in this kind of work have a hard time because of orders for repairing equipment, and also the troops are hanging around. Stitch, who had not expected this, shrieked, "So what is there to buy that all those who hang around here sell?" With a heavy sigh, the bartender said that the blacksmiths also wanted to do the business of making ordinary equipment, but these were the times. Stitch shouted that he understood the situation perfectly well, but he had his own circumstances and was even willing to pay double the price. Balthazar has agreed to find someone after all. But don't let the boy expect to be asked for money. After a few days, the guy completely lost hope. He had money and no people. Everything was not going according to plan, and threatened to fail. Elena walked over to him now, wearing her usual human clothes, which turned out to be extremely uncomfortable. The barman's booming voice broke the silence. He had good news. Stitch even cheered up. Despite his busy schedule, several people agreed to help him with his request, including the blacksmith and the alchemist. At this unexpected good fortune, the boy opened his eyes even wider. In front of him stood two dwarves and a huge-looking woman with a lush bust. The dwarf was an alchemist named Casper, and the woman was named Latira. He immediately jumped up from his seat and shook hands with the dwarves and introduced himself. Stick knew it wasn't an easy situation, but it was good that they responded. Balthazar showed with all his appearance that the dwarves had the best in the world of communications. He was incredibly pleased with himself. Casper said, "Let the boy explain what he needs first, and then they'll figure it out." Stitch immediately drew his sword and showed the others, saying that his friend had made the item. The masters looked at the object with undisguised surprise. They had seen something like this for the first time. Such a weapon just can't be picked up. Obviously, this item was of incredible strength. Stitch sat with a thoughtful look, and it was true, his subject was much rarer than one would normally find in this world. Latira couldn't help but marvel at the fact that despite the finish, the sword was in such condition, and the guy wants to add explosive gas to it. To all the other gas formula that the boy offers is too hard to get. The woman asked to be given the opportunity to advise something. What about swapping the gas he named for gunpowder? Basically, the result would be the same. Casper said that the powder is much more powerful than the originally available gas, will be easier to reload and safer to move, but the costs will increase. Stitch was obviously ready for this and pulled out a weighty bag of gold, and there was something else he wanted to order, some armor as well. Casper wasn't faintly surprised, as leather armor was quite a rare thing in the current environment. He turned to his partner. To something she replied that it would be even easier, but there was one condition. The customer must personally pick out the leather material. If they try hard enough to get the leather, they will even be willing to stay awake for the job. This condition put the guy in a stalemate, and where he can get the skin if around mine. If you can find a monster, they are all composed solely of stones. One thought did cross my mind. But what about that monster that had recently attacked the locals? It too was made of stones. The bartender remembered the stories of the survivors, but he couldn't say for sure. He immediately asked, "The boy isn't going to catch him. It's dangerous." Stitch by then had made up his mind. Seeing the bartender's concern, the guy assured him that everything would be fine. He wasn't going to do anything stupid. Balthazar realized that the guy was lying, so there was nothing to hope for in such a case. Let him turn to someone else and pointed his finger in the direction. Somewhere on the sidelines sat a dwarf who had been asleep for a long time. He was a guard, and knew everything that was going on in the city, so he could have valuable information. Heeding the advice, the lad approached and immediately offered the gnome a taste of the drink on him. The dwarf grumbled grudgingly about what he wanted, pushing a glass of beer. The guy asked about the monster that had recently attacked the locals. The gnome snorted evilly and said that it wasn't an easy topic of conversation, and all the who's who around here were endlessly asking only about him. Stitch assured him that he was not asking out of mere curiosity. He had personally seen how the workers were attacked. Apparently all of this finally pissed the poor gnome off, and he exploded with anger and started screaming. Just in time, Balthazar appeared and gave his comrade a powerful slap. He is their precious informant, so don't let him resent it. From all accounts, it was a manticore, a horrible creature to be seen in the desert. While they were dealing with the soldiers, one of the walls collapsed, and suddenly a monster with a torn wing appeared from there. As the conversation went on, the smile on the guy's face widened. This is exactly what you need, manticore monster with bat wings and a poisonous scorpion tail. Thanking his interlocutor for the information, the guy threw him a heavy bag of coins. The dwarf asked if he was going to catch this monster. Scratching the back of his head, the boy replied that he just needed the skin of a monster. The dwarf sighed heavily and advised him to give it up. Some simple adventurer is no match for such a monster. This seemed to upset the man very much, and he even gave the money back, but Stitch waved his hands. With pride, Stitch said, actually stronger than he looks, so no need to jump to conclusions. A small flash of green-colored energy immediately appeared on the boy's finger. There was a small click, and the air was filled with electricity. At that moment, the candle behind them lit up with a green light. All those present were amazed for the first time they had seen something like this. Stitch shook his head and blew on his finger, but he can still stand up for himself. So there's no objection. The gnome drunkenly shook his head, and if the lad would fulfill one request, he would arrange everything himself. Soon they were already moving along the gutter, and the smell here was unpleasant to say the least, but on the other hand, they managed to avoid attention. Soon they approached their destination. There was utter chaos and someone's bones lying around. With instinct, the guy easily deduced what was going on here. This vile odor was literally eating my lungs so that I had to cover my nose to keep from passing out. It was probably relatively safe here. Elena saw something and turned to the boy. Someone seemed to have lost an arm, and now there was a small, faintly visible ring on that limb. A hunch popped into my head that it seemed to be a comrade of that dwarf drunkard. The boy remembered that the gnome had asked him to bring the belongings of his deceased companions as well. Good thing they caught at least one thing. Elena immediately hid the ring in her bag. They moved on. If they could find one more thing, they could go up. At this time, our couple was already being followed by a pair of someone's predatory eyes. Stitch immediately began asking his demonic companion about this manticore, but the demon didn't quite understand the question. Stitch did not stop. He wanted to learn as much information about this animal that the monster is a monster he did not know. After briefly thinking, the skull replied that the hide is tough and resilient, so ordinary weapons would be just useless. Also, there is resistance to magic. Even with all that, this monster has a weak spot in its wings, has webbing that is pretty weak. After a few meters, a real mess began to appear. It must have been the monster's doing. The demon wryly remarked that there were no other monsters nearby capable of such a thing at the time the boy found a shovel. Suddenly their tranquility was interrupted by someone's powerful roar that made even the air begin to vibrate. Memento reported that monster guessed he was merely waiting for the intruder to enter his territory. Elena tried to calm herself down somehow. Even when her grandmother was forcing her to relive 8 hours of horror, it wasn't that scary. Now that was interesting. Even the demon was a little scared to ask what this old elf made her do. But now is not the time to speculate. We must concentrate on the battle. The boy's plans were definitely not to stay here forever, so he prepared for battle. Elena wondered what was in his plans to destroy the monster in such a simple way. But it was a steel wire that could be used to bind his legs. He'll get close, and Elena will cover for him. The girl told him to be careful. All that was left was to figure out what this monster was. The guy enchanted his dagger in hopes that it would help deal with the monster after all. Not for nothing did he get this skill. Soon an obscure structure made of stone, more like a nest, came into view. At the top, you could see a large egg, so the manticore must be around somewhere. It must be at least 50 years old. Stitch, who had not noticed anything, marveled that if he could get this egg, he could make good money. It's some kind of occupational disease. By the way, the guy never noticed he was already being followed by a horrible face. He probably would have continued to marvel if the huge maw hadn't come close to his head. Luckily, he managed to bounce to the side and the monster landed nearby. The sword was still able to deflect the blow with its tail, but the recoil was quite strong, and the tail was covered in acid. The manticore was smart enough to lure them in with an egg, which by the way was very durable. Ordinary weapons couldn't even scratch it. The monster was approaching them, and now the horrible shape could be clearly seen. There were huge wings and a long tail. In that case, the best option was to just run away, which the guy immediately did. The monster, who was not going to accept this outcome, roared and rushed after his prey. He reached out his paw to finally catch the intruder's eyes. The monster's eyes burned red with rage. Stitch shot fire and lightning at the monster, hoping to get away. But even this might couldn't stop the beast, and the long tail shot out a venomous spike. The situation was heating up, and magic should be more useful than normal attacks. So Skull ordered him to continue. Eventually the accumulated damage should make itself known. Now it is important to wait for the moment. Raising its tail, the manticore again shot out several venomous spikes. But if the spike touches his skin, Stitch is in danger of melting. He immediately shouted, calling out to Elena, who was somewhere nearby and waiting. The girl immediately understood everything and instantly shot at the monster with good aim. The arrow whistled through the air as it approached the monster, but the manticore didn't move. Her skin was so tough that the arrow just bounced off her like a metal surface. It wasn't hard to guess that she had armored skin, but Elena kept firing again and again. The arrows didn't seem to do any damage, but they should have at least delayed the monster. Elena jumped aside after Stitch's shout, and the unsuspecting monster went tumbling to the ground. The fireball was already ready, and flew straight at the intended target. Then an explosion sounded. The elfess continued to release arrows one after another without stopping for a second. Through the rumble, Stitch shouted for her to keep firing, and keep firing. The manticore didn't seem to take damage. It just flapped its wings and the spell and arrows couldn't reach it. Following that, the monster flapped its huge wings and all the spells along with the arrows simply dissipated. Fear appeared on Elena's face. She thought that the monster could not be defeated at this rate. Stitch seems to have thought it through. He's decided to take the melee and let the girl stay a little behind. Without further ado, he rushed straight for the monster, leaving a frightened Elena behind him. It was a chance to target a weak spot. He jumped on the monster's body and took aim. As soon as Stitch managed to use his sword, the monster roared in pain. Immediately spotting her opponent, the manticore jabbed at him with her powerful forehead, pressing him against the wall. The pain was incredibly intense, Stitch thought. At this rate, he wouldn't have a whole bone left. Seeing that her comrades were in danger, Elena shrieked in surprise. But there was nothing to worry about. The guy had a recovery, he was still alive and just slid down the wall. Memento hastened to warn Stitch not to put high hopes on recovery. This skill just restores strength, not heals. Stitch sighed heavily and pointed his finger at the monster. Under the manticore's wing was a sword. So basically, it worked. Now all that's left to do is aim for the skull. Said it's great to get the sword in. But what's the guy planning to fight with now? On the other hand, it wouldn't be the first time for him to use a critical moment as a chance for victory. He stretched his arm forward and shot electricity. The full power of his spell rained down on the manticore's body, and a loud roar shook the cave. Even the demon was surprised at their luck. The blast goes through the center of the body through the sword. Gritting his teeth, Stitch continued to do damage, even though his strength was diminishing. Finally, the manticore flapped its wings and let out a roar so loud I had to clamp my ears to keep from going deaf. The poisonous tail was already ready to release its spikes and the danger was increasing. With a crosswind, the guy easily repelled the attack, but just a little more, and there would be tragedy. The monster didn't give Stitch a break and was already swinging his paw to deliver the final blow. Elena loaded 2 arrows into her bow at once and drew the bowstring to the limit. At that moment, the monster lowered his huge paw, but luckily Stitch managed to jump back. Following that, Manticore shifted her gaze to the elfess sitting on a nearby rock. Elena tried to hide, her arrows were running out. But the girl didn't even notice that the poisonous tail was already flying towards her. Stitch, who had seen it all, rushed to his friend's aid and grabbed her in time to carry her back. Ordered to move towards cover, the guy ran forward, needed to finish soon. He looked closer and saw that the monster had stopped for some reason. It must be storing up damage. I wondered why he was still alive. The manticores absorbed so much damage. The demon reappeared and assured that the damage to the monster guy has done, just not yet had the final blow. Stitch regretted that he did not take with him Penetrator. It's better to let him look around instead of thinking, because the monster has already prepared his paw for the next blow. It was possible to stand, and this time reaching out, the guy applied an electric arc. A powerful charge went through the monster's entire body and stopped it slightly. It was obvious that the manticore was already tired, and its movements had become more imprecise. Stitch saw it too and shuddered a little. Something strange was going on. Eventually, the exhausted monster fell to the ground. It seems victory was evident. Stitch jumped closer to examine the monster. He couldn't believe it was over. The dangerous tail was already behind the unsuspecting Stitch's back, but Elena's arrow averted disaster in time. The girl watched everything carefully from afar, though she couldn't hear. But Memento decided to praise her. Since he doesn't have any other weapons, Stitch took a shovel. He'll have to use the tools at hand. With one apt blow, he separated the monster's wing from its body with a loud crunch. The monster roared in pain, revealing a wide mouth full of sharp teeth. I even had to cover my ears. Stitch's head was threatening to fall apart from the volume. Demon, along with Elena, marveled at the tenacity of this guy. Even in this situation, he continues to destroy the monster. Putting his hands on the monster's body, Stitch intended to burn it. A fireball flew out instantly. Everything seemed to have succeeded. There was a smell of burnt wool in the air. Everything was over. As soon as Elena saw that everything was okay, she immediately rushed to her partner with questions. She held out a life-giving potion for him to regain some of his strength. Although sarcastic, the demon still praised the work, especially the last part he was even impressed with. The girl lowered her eyes. She still couldn't believe that they were able to defeat such a terrible monster. Stitch drank all the potion in one go and, breathing heavily, asked, "They won, didn't they?" Quickly taking care of the problem, he began to rummage through the body of the defeated. But there was nothing there. Memento was also puzzled. If you could imagine how many people were missing, there must be something left here. Stitch began to think the remains, they had seen the egg, and everything else suggested a bad idea. His fears were not in vain. Another monster came out of nowhere. A powerful tail wrapped around Elena and dragged her along before she could even think of anything. Stitch immediately ran to the rescue, releasing a powerful stream of air to rescue his friend. The tail loosened, and the girl found herself in relative safety. But still the setting was horrible. Anger overwhelmed the guy. He should have known there were two of them if there was an egg. Another individual was approaching them. This time it was a female. She was much larger than the male. Bouncing high, the monster crashed straight up with its thick head into the unsuspecting Stitch. From such a strong blow, the guy flew off to the side where the poisonous tail was already waiting for him. Turning around didn't work, and a wave of incredible pain went through his body. Unfortunately, Elena could not help him but watch the horrible spectacle. The boy hissed through gritted teeth that she shouldn't come near this place. It was dangerous. With the help of a fireball, he was barely able to get out, his body taking serious damage. The monster had managed to wound him with its tail, and now the acid had gotten inside. Elena rushed forward to pull herself together. She's fine. Before she could get any closer, the elfess collided with the tail that slammed into her immediately. The manticore was much faster and much stronger than the previous one. Stitch's mind was all jumbled up as the acid was starting to take effect. The demon was screaming for the guy to use the purification potion immediately. Having drunk all he needed, the traveler wondered what was wrong with Elena. The girl was lying on the side of the blow, was incredibly strong in principle. She was alive. But if not coping with the monster will be bad. That's right. If I don't destroy it, they're all dead. The guy took up the dagger with all his might. The female looked at him with a fierce look. She must protect her child at all costs. With a powerful gust of air, Stitch managed to deflect the poisonous spike flying at him. Small attacks the demon will block, and Stitch let him focus on destroying the monster. The enchanted sword began to glow green with new magical properties. Stitch rushed into the attack. No matter how huge this manticore is, it's still a living creature. With one blast of air, he blocked the blow with his tail and jumped high up. Because of the dust that had risen, the monster waved its paw in an attempt to clear its eyes. He grabbed his sword and rushed to the attack, gathering all his strength. He swung the blade at the monster's wing, and there was a crunch and a crackle, but it seemed to work. Following that, the guy pushed himself away from the unsuspecting monster's muzzle. The dagger was immediately in the monster's eye, and Stitch caught hold of its wide mouth. The recovery was working. As it should only remain to strike the final blow, a smile spread across the traveler's face. The monster tried to push the guy away. The manticore didn't expect such fierce resistance. After flying a few meters, Stitch stopped somewhere on Earth, breathing heavily. A grimace of surprise and fear contorted the monster's face, and a distinct fear appeared in its eyes. Stitch, on the contrary, felt a surge of strength. Now he's in the role of hunter. Just now this monster was lunging at him. Now he's looking at him like this. Thankfully, Elena came to her senses, and rubbing her aching head seemed to render her unconscious for a short while. Waking up, the girl didn't understand what had happened to this monster. Stitch had somehow changed. Now his eyes were burning green and he looked intimidating. The demon admired his fighting spirit, but the strength is only enough for one skill, but it was enough. Handing the girl an enchanted dagger, Stitch said that it was necessary to finish. Monster will not last long. In a calm voice, he asked the girl to cover him, to which the elfess nodded. An electric arc flew into the manticore's muzzle, causing incredible pain. The guy tried his best. While there was a sword in the monster's eye, there was a chance of hitting the brain. The manticore had already lost most of its strength, and began to fall to the ground. Now everything was definitely working out tightly. Holding on to his shovel, the guy approached the defeated monster. Another blow went straight into the monster's eye, and a loud roar was heard. Stitch yelled for Elena to destroy the monster's tail immediately, or else all was for nothing. Jumping a little closer, the girl separated the poisonous tail in one deft stroke. It was heavy, but the guy grabbed hold of it and pointed it straight at the monster, and soon it was over. At last they had succeeded. Memento was happy for his ward. It seemed he was even proud. Balthazar couldn't believe his eyes. It couldn't be. The two standing nearby also opened their mouths in surprise. The travelers dragged the remains of the monster to the tavern, which turned out to be quite a lot. It was a fascinating sight. Stitch confirmed there were 2 females and a male. They also appeared to be incubating an egg. Hearing about it, Balthazar was even more surprised. Holding the very egg, Stitch was smiling. Besides, the guy wanted to pay for the information, but the bartender waved his hands. Let him keep it. The dwarf's face brightened with joy as he smiled and said Stitch had paid him back for providing such a sight. Some of those present wanted to touch the prey, but Balthazar shouted for them to remove their hands immediately. Stitch then walked over to the gnome drunkard and placed the bag of items in front of him. As soon as he saw what was inside the pouch, his jaw dropped. Scratching the back of his head, Stitch apologized guiltily for not being able to find something more. Despite all this, the dwarf had tears streaming down his cheeks, but there was nothing to apologize for. On the contrary, the guy deserved the highest praise. Smiling, Stitch was satisfied with the work he had done. He managed to do 2 things at the same time. As soon as Casper saw the egg, his eyes widened with surprise. It was the first time he had ever seen something like this in reality. Latira marveled at the monster's skin. It was so tough, it was a whole other level. Balthazar. Seeing all this, he shouted, "They may spin their prey in their hands, but if they try to talk, he'll get them out from under the ground." Stitch, who was sitting next to him, chuckled softly at how important this dwarf was. The woman blacksmith said that for 2 monsters the skin is a little small. Of course it is unknown how they destroyed them, but the skin is badly damaged. Stitch looked at her resentfully and grinned. Sure, he fought for his hide, but he could have stayed there. He heard Casper's voice that reminded him of the pouch with a few parts in it after upgrading his weapon. With a smile on her face, Latira said that she gave the weapons to her buddy, and tomorrow they would be ready. As for the armor, it would take about 3 days. Surprised, Stitch asked why so quickly. He thought it would take much longer, to which the girl winked at him. They were not some beginners. But then Elena appeared. She was holding a broken bow with a frustrated look, but unfortunately the blacksmith couldn't fix it. This weapon was made with Elven technology, and the woman couldn't promise she could replicate it. Feeling guilty about it, Stitch apologized to his friend because it was all his fault. In a quiet voice, Elena reassured him this bow is already shabby, and was inherited from her grandfather. Sooner or later, it was bound to break. As soon as Stitch heard this, his back ran. Goosebumps awkwardly came out, but the demon on the contrary began to chuckle. The guy hurriedly reassured her. Tomorrow they would look for the forge, and he would surely find Elna an even better bow. The girl thanked her comrade. Turning around, she ran to the common room. The demon seemed to have something he wanted to say to his ward. He didn't really believe he could find anything resembling Elven technology, so Stitch just told him to shut up. In the north of Venice it was still turbulent, because it was one of the most tense parts of the front. The soldiers were doing their best to build the fence at an accelerated pace, and they were exhausted. The herald sitting in his office pondered the monsters coming, and he didn't really feel like listening to nonsense right now. But the guard rushed inside with the prediction ball this time. It was different. On the man's face there was clear consternation. Not expecting such insolence, the prince looked at his ward with a furious look. The orb on the table began to speak in Balstock's voice. A man inquired of his highness if he was alive. The aide shared the bad news, reminding the prince that he had once sent a squad to retrieve artifacts. Despite all of the prince's worst assumptions, things were even worse. They sent another team to investigate, but the dungeon was already destroyed, and all the soldiers encountered was the ruins. So the artifacts were taken by someone else. The prince was furious. He could not allow such an omission. It was impossible. Balstock said he had chosen members of the orphan squad who had nowhere else to go but to make a magical blood contract with them. Pounding his fist on the table, the prince said that his authority was now at stake, not some artifacts. If his brother Alfred finds out about it, we can only guess what he will do to find those who stole the artifacts as soon as possible. At this point, Stitch was looking at the huge burger on his plate with gusto, and asking how many people approximately ran gun shops. Balthazar was surprised the guy wanted to buy something for his girlfriend. He didn't even know what to recommend. Replacing her weapon with the same one would not be easy. And besides, he'd heard this bow had a long history of elves hating anything that came out of the dungeons. First you have to go and check all the shops, but the gnome said that Stitch's girlfriend seems to have already left. She got up early and was asking how she could go outside. I doubt anything happened to her, but there are a lot of strange personalities here. Stitch was furious. So why didn't you stop her by throwing a handkerchief in the barman's face? He noticed that the elf wasn't his girlfriend. He threw on his cloak, and without another word he ran for the exit. In the huge market it was quite difficult to find anyone, especially an elf who knew how to hide. Stitch tried to hide in the crowd. He hadn't even had time to explain to her how to use the money. Suddenly strange words came to his hearing. Someone was trying to persuade him to come with him. Turning his head to the side, the guy was horrified to see that Elena was in the company of some murky individuals. Hiding not far around the corner, he began to watch the situation, as it seemed to be heating up. Turns out there was nothing to worry about. Even the 3 of them couldn't hurt her. Now Stitch himself decided to show himself to the light. One of the men immediately inquired who the hell he was. The man immediately lunged at the stranger with a knife. But this was no danger to Stitch. He immediately dodged the blow and prepared his fist. One blow was enough to have a man lying on the ground moaning. After such a powerful blow, he seems to have lost a few teeth and lost his nose. Another thug watched with horror in his eyes at what was happening and couldn't do anything about it. Elena, who saw everything, immediately swung her foot and aimed straight at the stranger's head. Despite the fact that the girl was fragile in appearance, she had a good blow, and the man flew into the wall with a loud sound. Stitch smiled and asked if Elena was all right, to which the elf was surprised at her excitement. Looking at the defeated opponents, Stitch was a little worried. Although these guys were trained, but he and Elena easily handled them. All the way Stitch wondered why his friend had come here alone, what she was doing here. The girl guiltily answered the elves believe that in old objects there is the soul of ancestors she decided to see off the old bow to the last journey. Now Stitch seems to be starting to realize something. All the puzzles in his head are starting to come together. Bow last journey, and Grandpa, is it really what he thinks it is? Hearing these words, Stitch even clutched at his heart. He felt terribly embarrassed that he was so dismissive of the subject. Although Elena said we should just burn it and that's all, and it was hard to find a deserted place, she just really didn't want to reveal her identity if she suddenly said something unnecessary in a conversation. So I was just looking around outside, but I didn't find anything and I wanted to go back when I met those guys. Stitch finally realized what was going on and smiled and let him wait. Elena would surely find something she liked. It didn't take long for the demon to resent him for making empty promises when he would do something about it. The chatter was getting tiresome, so Stitch tried to shut his companion up, but he had to go somewhere else. It was just another armorer's shop in a mining town. You could find some pretty rare items. Elena's attention was immediately drawn to the onions lying nearby on the counter. They looked strong, but the girl said that they didn't seem to have been well cared for, and she knew more about it than Stitch. Memento muttered to himself under his breath that such help was of no use at all. But Elena reassured Stitch that it could be found in other cities. They were interrupted by a man jumping out of the door, who immediately apologized because he hadn't heard anything. They were about to leave, but the demon stopped Stitch. Although there are a lot of second-rate goods here, but you can find something interesting. With an irritated look at his companion, the boy demanded that he advise at least something. Their choice fell on a small handle, but what was so special about it was unclear what it even was. Soon they were already sitting in a small bar, needing to rest. Too much had happened. Inside himself, Stick was still glad that he had managed to find something that would appeal to the elf. Elena seemed to be happy with the purchase. Stitch winked and praised the demon that the skull laughed. Nothing else from himself favorite, and did not expect anything else from himself. Looking at the new thing, Elena smiled and said she would give him the name Reconnecting. Stitch was surprised that she came up with it so quickly. The guy wondered after he started using the cursed items, then somehow felt strange. But the demon was not the least bit discouraged by the strong fighting spirit. He even likes it now. At least it is clear that they are partners. Looking at her partner, Elena asked where they would go now, to which Stitch said he had just asked the blacksmith to take care of the outfit. Soon they were in the field and the guy was fighting the goblins that inhabited the area. It turns out that the local ruler does not deal with the security of his settlement at all, because there are a lot of monsters. Turning to Elena, Stitch said he'd take the biggest one and let her handle the rest. Without further ado, the girl took out her bow, which turned out to be a magical item, and drew an arrow. A hail of arrows rained down on the unsuspecting monsters, and began destroying them one by one. The goblin leader, fiercely holding onto his spear, ran straight at the enemy. There was the sound of a blow, and the spear seemed to have reached its target. However, Stitch stood unharmed. The guy held onto the spearhead and deftly blocked the blow, probably because the manticore's skin armor was impenetrable. If that's the case, it's time to stretch your bones. A predatory smile appeared on his face, and the goblin looked fearfully at his opponent. In the end, it was all over, but to take the souls by the way goblin turned out to be very easy. Hiding her bow, Elena asked, leaving that their goal was to punish the village head for being too greedy. The guy nodded his head. At the same time, they can help the villagers stop theft in the village, and Dalton has something interesting to share. A recent conversation in which Dalton had told him that the local ruler of the village of Gelen was too fond of wealth. Stitch wasn't surprised by this, but the bartender went on to say that with his means, he furiously began to collect artifacts. Soon the couple approached the intended place. It was a rather large village in which there was a lot of excitement. To begin with, it was necessary to find an inn. As soon as the travelers entered the village, the first thing they saw was a guard taking the last pig from a peasant. Despite all entreaties, the man in the purple cloak was unrelenting. All the residents' property belonged to the ruler, so stop being stubborn. Of course, Elena couldn't bear such an injustice and immediately grabbed her weapon, but Stitch stopped her. The surprised girl asked if they shouldn't stop this robbery, but the guy offered to wait. A little boy ran out of the nearest cabin and ran up to his kneeling father. With a slight movement of his hand, the guy took out a gold coin glistening in the sun from his bag. As he got closer to the unfortunate man, he held out the fee and said they needed a night's lodging if they had a spare room. Soon the guys were inside, and having plates of soup in front of their faces was even kind of embarrassing. The owner of the place complained that these people come every time and take everything from them. First they raised the fee and then they started picking on everything. Now they have no way to move anywhere. The man sighed heavily, leaving them to either run away or stay. With great pity, the guy looked at this unfortunate man. The situation was even worse than his own. Frowning her eyebrows, Elena wondered why these soldiers were doing this to them. Why take away the farming? With a heavy sigh, the man replied that everything was fine before these taxes were levied. But now the soldiers are not being paid their salaries. Listening to all this talk, Stitch kept thinking about his plan of capture. Most likely all the treasure should be in a hard-to-reach place. When asked how the man knew the wage situation, he said you can hear a lot of different information at the local inn. A smile appeared on his face as a place to find out the most important information at night. There were already enough soldiers in the inn to make conversation with them. During the arm wrestling competition they got to talking. Stitch said that sometimes he works as a mercenary for a living. The soldier laughed and offered the guy a drink on him, which Stitch immediately accepted. When he heard that this boy had been mauled by a monster guardian today, he was surprised that there were no monsters in their area. The traveler smiled and replied that there were quite a few goblins on the outskirts of the village and that the headmaster was there. The guard nodded understandingly, asking did the traveler destroy it. Stitch scratched the back of his head and lied that he only had time to run away, and then asked how he could beat him. The bearded man laughed and couldn't believe that a tough guy like this mercenary couldn't take down such a pathetic goblin. Their conversation heated up, each of them telling their own adventures, and the guard seemed to be getting a little tipsy and tongue-tied. The alcohol hit him in the head and the guard told him all the secrets and that all the funds went to mining artifacts. It was just what was needed. Stitch rubbed into his confidence and questioned, did the ruler have so much money? He just had one artifact. Hearing this, the guards looked at the bracelet with surprise and interest. The traveler immediately noticed that the guards were not as simple as they seemed, honest or foolish. By the reaction it was easy to guess. The military man laughed. Their ruler is such a spender that it's only worth showing the artifact and he'll buy anything. The man then advised the boy to go to the fortress, where a commander named Chelsea was in charge. Thanking for the information, the boy left the inn where Elena was already waiting for him. Already tired of waiting, the elven woman asked if he had managed to get the information. The guy was extremely embarrassed. He thought it would be different, but in fact he was just drunk. Then they just walked down the night street. All the while Elena wondered how people could drink such bitter water. She was worried that someone might be watching them. Stitch said he'd noticed it earlier. And the spy is also extremely inept. Taking the stone in his hands and energizing it, the guy prepared to throw. It was already starting to annoy him. And why are these spies so noisy? The stone immediately flew straight into the target. A stranger in a dark hood was hiding around a corner and didn't expect a rock to hit him. Stitch ordered to get out of there immediately, but the man seemed in no hurry to show himself. Soon, several of the same cloaked men came forward, and one of them told Stitch to put down the artifact and get out of here. He didn't have time to say anything as his face collided with Elena's powerful knee. After such a blow, he naturally couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the ground. The others were terrified. Even Stitch was a little surprised at such power, wondering how he had once been able to defeat Elena, to which the demon replied that it was all thanks to him. Elena continued the beating, it seems. At this rate she will leave nothing for her partner. Soon all the bandits were disarmed and sat bound with a strong rope. When asked what their purpose was, one of them replied that it was all about the artifact. After that, he was immediately hit in the face with a kick that knocked out several teeth. Already starting to get angry, Stitch said that wasn't what he was asking about at all. As soon as he entered the inn, the gang immediately gathered. The costumes were obviously pre-prepared, so they were planning. Besides, such a plan couldn't have originated in such dumb heads. The guy was starting to lose patience. Taking the robber by the finger, Stitch said that he was a kind man, so he would give them a chance to tell everything nicely. The robber seemed to realize he couldn't get away with it, and replied that Lord Chelsea was his plan. As soon as Stitch heard that name, he stopped for a second and it seemed to clear up. The robber went on and said that since the Count was spending all the money, it was necessary to take away some of the artifacts by force when they were brought into the country. Surprised that they hadn't thought of appropriating all these artifacts, Stitch asked where they got them. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard from the back. It was the same guard he was saying that they weren't aware of either. Helena seemed to have painted his face well. The man said pitifully that the Lord was too good at keeping information private. After a little thought, Stitch said that in that case, there was no point in them leaving the robbers alive. Apparently frightened by this turn of events, one of them said there was something suspicious after all. The bandit told the story that not far from the residence, there is a well that is not used for its intended purpose. Once he saw that pieces of meat were dumped there, but the guard assured me that it was not waste. Not only rotten meat was sent there, he personally caught wild animals for this purpose. And this was already strange. Stitch began to think hard. It was some kind of fodder. Most likely it is with the help of monsters' ruler guards' artifacts. Sitting in his residence, Borden heard someone knocking on the door and immediately ordered entry. It was Chelsea. Putting his hand to his chest, he saluted his lord courteously. The man immediately inquired if the answer came from the first prince. The answer on his face read clearly and anxiously. The lord immediately reassured him, saying not to worry. The prince said it was worthy of entering his own collection of artifacts. Plus, he expressed a particular interest in the last artifact, even mentioned it in a letter. All that remains is to ship the goods to the capital. And in the meantime, the Lord ordered his aide to be on guard. Chelsea bowed and left the office. Stitch, having tied the robbers up hand and foot, said if this Chelsea is really what they say he is. He already suspected something wrong after the men went missing. He stood by the bowl that contained the elixir with 1 day left to get into the vault. Elena still didn't understand how he was going to do it. The guy grimaced and said that the psycho had probably put a bunch of guards there, so it would be hard to get in. Of course, it was unclear what was at the bottom of the well, but for now it was the only safe way to get inside the castle. The girl noticed that there must be a lot of traps there. By the way, he said he didn't know what was in there. Looking at his elixir, Stitch replied, "Judging by the fact that there is food thrown, there is definitely a living monster that feeds on meat, so it is aggressive. All that remains is to solve the problem of getting out of the well." The guy looked at the elixir bubbling in the flask. Plus he would need Elena's help in this as well. The elfess even tensed up a little. Stitch said he'd need an hour after he broke into the castle, so Elena has to distract the guards. The girl rightly pointed out that going in there alone was dangerous. And if there was a giant monster inside. The smile on Stitch's face spoke for itself as he told the girl not to worry, because her help would be very much needed. Looking at her new weapon, Elena said with a smile, there was no problem with that. The next night, they were already sitting in the bush, preparing to carry out their plan. A wild animal's soul dropped nearby will serve as bait. Great job, the well-fed beast will have to attract the monster if it's there. The smell of it will definitely mask the sleeping pills. So you don't have to worry, it'll come out. Stitch separated the boar's body, asked what about the boundaries. The elfess looked through the bushes. The borders are heavily guarded, so it'll be difficult to get in. But the wall is the least crowded. Great news, Stitch hefted a huge piece of meat on his back and dragged it behind him. Soon he was already climbing the steep wall, and found himself at the top of the wall, which was quite difficult to climb, especially with the weight on his back. There were plenty of sentries, but on the wall itself there were a minimum of people. Soon this very well came into view. It was relatively close. If you wait for the moment, it will not be so difficult to get there. With these thoughts, the guy jumped to the ground. The smell inside the well was disgusting. There was rottenness and some other vile stench. It was the smell of excrement. Even the demon, still odorless, closed his nose. Stitch hesitated. It seemed he would regret his decision. Memento ordered him to stop whining before he was noticed, and the boy immediately threw the meat sack inside. The voice Stitch heard made him wince. It was the same Chelsea. He checked the sentries and took a report from them. 2 soldiers stood in front of him and gave a little shake. The commander's face was extremely displeased, eyes glittering, and how only these guards didn't lose their jobs with such an attitude. Turning around, he left with orders to increase the number of sentries from tomorrow, while Stitch hid in the well and prayed not to be seen. Breathing became increasingly difficult. Excellent time for abilities. Automatic reflex increased. But the demon said this skill is not for such cases. By the way, it's normal night mode now, but things are still very turbulent. I'm surprised there hasn't been a riot. Hiding behind the nearest wall, Stitch couldn't figure out what the reason was for collecting artifacts like that. At the top of the well with his hands on the walls, the guy trying not to fall let go of the bag of food and waited for it to work. Soon, it was time to descend, and in one quick leap, Stitch was already at the bottom of the well. By the way, it didn't stink so badly that you could keep your nose open, but there was still something weird about it. A huge, terrifying monster called Bunyip appeared in front of his eyes. Even the demon was unaware of how they managed to drag it out of the swamp. The sleeping pills should last for a few minutes, so we'll have to hurry. But how do regular people get in here if there's a guard like that? Applying animal instinct, the guy started searching for the right passage that must be somewhere nearby. There was a door here with a single lock, too weak for the last defense device. But it's also almost impossible for a normal person to get in here. Stitch took out a lockpick and slipped it inside to try to open the lock. There were indeed many treasures behind the doors, and Memento drew the boy's attention forward. There was something strange, like some kind of stump covered with a red blanket. This seemed to be what was needed. The boy's eyes immediately widened with surprise at seeming to find it. Soon there was a dagger in his hands and a helmet next to it. They were of a completely different quality and incredibly high level. The magical powers increased after absorption, and the active skill arc turned into a flux. It's amazing how much and fast the abilities have increased, but now magical powers will be enough. The update will have to be postponed for later, but the demon said there's more to come. In front of them stood another artifact that was a flask with an incomprehensible elixir. There's no doubt about it. Not every artifact has to take the form of a weapon, and there are some. But first, We have to get out of here, and then Stitch will figure out what to do with this artifact. The guy hid it in a bag. On the way out, they were met with disappointment, and it seemed everything risked tragedy. The sleeping pills had stopped working, and now the huge monster stood furious and glared at the named guests. There was no time to think. Stitch immediately enchanted his sword and prepared for a fight. With one leap, he jumped on the monster's body and plunged his sword straight into its gelatinous body. The monster reacted instantly and tossed the guy far aside. The blast of air should have done something to help the guy put his fist forward, but there was no effect. The only thing left to do was to get out of the line of attack to avoid being crushed by this monster. The skill didn't work, so what's the matter? Stitch turned to the demon. He's in charge of magic. Memento seemed to be troubled by something just now. He realized that the walls consisted of several layers, plus it contained dispellium. It was the same material used to assemble handcuffs for mages. He's so damn expensive. Stitch gritted his teeth, but he had other things to think about. Upstairs, Elena sighed heavily as she prepared to distract the guards, for her partner would be arriving soon. The onion began to appear out of nothing, and that was its specialty. Drawing an arrow charged with magical energy, the girl took good aim. It was an active skill maintaining speed. She remembered that such a huge bow was Ida's specialty. How interesting. With a whistle, the arrow flew out and moved forward, cutting the air. Felt the bow in a different way. A second later, an explosion was heard on the wall, and the guards jumped back in horror, not realizing what was happening. The girl had a great way of causing a stir among the guards, who still knew nothing. Admiring her new weapon, Elena prepared a second arrow to shoot. Chelsea was horrified, ordering the soldiers not to stand still, but to quickly locate the enemy. It was too dark, and it was impossible to determine where the arrows were coming from. But now the guards were completely defenseless. They tried to defend themselves from the endless stream of arrows, but it was unclear where the next attack would come from. Chelsea ordered the minimum number of forces to remain in the fortress, and the rest to go out in search of the enemy. Borden, who suddenly appeared, was terrified and didn't know what was going on. Chelsea saw him and shouted that it was too dangerous. The bridge began to rise as soon as the soldiers left the vicinity of the castle, and the rusted mechanisms creaked. Elena let go of the arrow. The active skill-piercing shot worked perfectly. With great ease, the arrow passed through the thick chains, snapping it in half. The bridge collapsed back, the mechanism was broken, and the doors to the castle were left unprotected. Elena was palpably tired of using skills, and maintaining the magical power of the weapon was a bit difficult. At this point in the dungeon, Stitch was struggling not to fall victim to the monster and was running away with all his might. Despite all the requests, the demon didn't know what to do. The walls were soaked with anti-magic metal. Even he couldn't resort to his powers. Despite the optimism of his companions, Stitch was furious. It seems the demon just didn't want to help him. But hadn't the demon prepared a stockpile of equipment for such occasions, to try to put him in the right frame of mind? Well, that's exactly what Stitch wanted to think about. The guy drew his weapon and rushed at the monster. And out came the blade. Stitch took good aim at the monster. A single blow was enough for the blade to easily penetrate the monster's pliable skin. In a second, it was over. The explosion completely destroyed the monster. Great job. The dwarves did a good job of improving the gun. One awkward move, and you could lose an arm. At this moment, another monster was approaching him. Lucky that monster's dumb, or one snap of his teeth, and there'd be nothing left of the boy. Stitch reloaded his weapon and moved forward right at the monster. It was time to finish. The uncomprehending beast simply stared dumbfoundedly at the approaching enemy. His wide mouth opened and a loud roar could be heard from there, which made even the stones from the ceiling start to fall. Sliding under the monster's body, the boy readied his sword to finish it off in one blow. The blade easily entered the target and a crunch was heard from the monster's body. It was a little tricky, but it worked out just right. The monster was badly injured. After all, Stitch smelled like he'd just crawled out of the swamp. But at the end, the guy was a little screwed up. Demon had to cover his nose with his hand to avoid hearing that foul odor, but there was no other way. Eventually, everything was able to be packed into several large bags, and it was time to leave. Unfortunately, curse eating didn't work here either because of the magical blockage, so we'll have to carry it all on our backs. But there was no need to worry. All the traps had been disarmed, and there was also the thought of what to call this buddy. First, however, they had to get out of the place, which they did. Still, the boy was very adept at dungeons. The demon did not hide his admiration. It was innate experience, plus here everything was not so difficult. What was most surprising was how much money they had put in here. Obviously all of it was taken from the peasants. Soon they left the dungeon and immediately found themselves inside the castle. There was already a commotion. Everywhere founded frightened guards did not understand who managed to get into the center of the fortress. Stitch at this time hid behind the wall. His animal instincts kicked into overdrive, and it was time to get out of this castle. This skill allowed him to use echolocation and use it to find the right path with ease. The horses heard the rumbling and started to worry. The situation was getting more and more heated. The bridge was destroyed, so it was safe to go out, but there would be guards immediately. Seeing all this, Stitch admired. It seems that Elena wasted no time and made everything as it should be. Guards dispersed. Jumping to the ground, he headed towards the stables. Now picking from here was no problem, really. It had been a long time since he had ridden a horse. At the last moment, the guards noticed someone on horseback rushing between them with great speed. Too late, the guards noticed the rider with a large sack on his back leaving the fortress, and there was nothing they could have done. Having met Elena in the nearest forest, the guy did not miss the opportunity to praise the girl for a good job. But it was not all there was left. His friend warned him that whatever he was up to, the guards would still be after them, and he was going to fight. With a smile on his face, Stitch replied that they would ride all the way to the village, so that was fine. Soon they were on the spot. The guy jumped off his horse and handed over the sack to Elena. A ball of fire immediately appeared in his hands, and he seemed to be up to something very bad. His thunderous shout echoed throughout the village as the boy called all the villagers to come out of their houses. The bartender they had so recently stopped at opened the window in surprise and began to listen to the... Stitch shouted that this was their one chance to get rid of their ruler's despotism. People were shocked. If they want to get rid of these shackles, then let them flee the village and start a new life. The guy cooked up a blast of air. The elfess tensed up and tossed the bag of gold high up, which cost her a great deal of effort. The airflow easily tore the cloth and a lot of jewels and a pile of gold spilled out. The inhabitants wondered what it was. For the first time in their lives, they had seen something like this. But it remained a mystery who had organized it all. Chelsea appeared from somewhere and shouted, trying to stop this madness. This is the same treasure that was stored in the fortress. The commander of the army arrived here with a whole bunch of knights. It seems they were furious and would not let go of those who robbed their treasury. Despite all this, with a quiet conscience, Stitch replied that he was merely returning the money to the rightful owners. Not expecting such insolence, the military commander ordered his underlings to destroy this thief so that nothing would be left of him. A smile spread across the boy's face, as if there was going to be another fight. But they would be able to handle them in no time at all. With an ice wave, he easily immobilized several military men running towards him. Until the villagers leave here, the guards won't move. Stitch has frozen them in place. Besides, if he wanted to, he could easily destroy them right here. But that would be too much. So just let them stand where they are. Besides, when the ice melts, let them go to the palace and report to their ruler that if he continues, he can say goodbye to his life. Soon the boys were many kilometers away from there. And all the while, Stitch was trying to wash away that foul smell from himself. But nothing worked. They set up a small camp in a secluded place. Although okay, he had already cleared almost the entire dungeon in the vicinity. Digging through his purse, he said there was one more interesting thing. Elena wondered if they hadn't given all the valuables to the residents. The flask with the pink potion seemed to be an artifact. Elena was very surprised. The elfess easily opened the vial, saying there was a small lever. At this point, Stitch felt dumb. We'll just have to see what kind of artifact it is. The guy tilted the flask a little. The boy said he would give the artifact to Elena, to which the pixie was even a little scared. I could see in my eyes that I didn't particularly like the prospect of drinking something I didn't understand. But it seems Stitch was pleased. This artifact boosts physical performance. He wanted to give her something suitable. Elena's face grew more and more somber with each passing moment, and she didn't seem to like it much. At that moment, even the demon realized what the matter was. Stitch did not remember anything. Even their first meeting, the girl hated artifacts. Clamming up, the guy seems to have realized everything after their first meeting. Elena can't stand artifacts. With a heavy sigh, Memento added that it was a common reaction of elves to such things. Besides, her relatives almost lost their lives in that dungeon. It finally got to him, and Stitch waved his hands in an attempt to justify himself. He didn't mean to offend her in any way, but it seemed Elena cared a bit. Not this, her skills were still lacking compared to her companion, and she realized it. Even despite her magical abilities, she can't act as well as a partner. Besides, she wasn't even particularly superior in strength to the people in the dungeon. She was getting worse by the minute. She had gone with the boy to help and ended up being a burden. Without a moment's thought, the girl grasped the flask and snatched what well she would drink out of her hands. From such persistence, Stitch was even a little frightened. He didn't want to make her drink by force other elves might dislike. Elena ordered silence if she promised to help. Then she would help even if she was kicked out of there. The girl looked at the potion. If she's kicked out, Stitch will take responsibility. Even Demon's jaw dropped, and this girl's no slouch. Soon the flask with the potion was empty. Elena drank the unknown artifact with courage. In a stammering voice, Stitch asked how she was feeling as the elven woman drank the unknown artifact almost in a volley. Despite all the fears, the effect was positive. All the girl's senses sharpened, and also the toxins from her body began to evaporate. Well then good, soon the artifact reaction will begin. Other changes seemed to be no other changes, but suddenly the girl began to cough. Her body was covered with incomprehensible designs like tattoos that seemed to give her pain. Remembering what happened to him when he first touched the artifact, Stitch tried to reassure her it was only necessary to breathe deeply, no need to be frightened. Elena squeezed her eyes shut, trying to cope with the pain, and it was working. The girl suddenly started moving incredibly fast, which caused everyone to stir. Her body began to change and she could hear sounds that were miles away from her, even the breathing of a lizard. Her nose smelled of the forest, and her senses were heightened to the point of impossibility. She could feel the smallest particle of the earth with her fingers. The pixie covered her mouth with her hand and Stitch sat back, unable to say anything. Until she gets used to the artifact. She'll feel very tired if she needs anything. Covering his nose with her hand, the girl glanced at him and said that he should wash himself. The smell of this monster was repulsive. This made Stitch blush. Right. Because she had a heightened sense of smell, he immediately rushed to wipe himself with grass. Raptori's was in his castle and demanded that next time before writing a letter, the one who wrote it should at least learn to think. Crumpling the paper, the prince gritted his teeth and said that he would personally come and cut off his head. The guard saluted with a trembling hand and looked fearfully after him. Seeing the concern on his prince's face, the man with the shield on his back asked what was wrong. The warrior's name was Mark, and he was one of the first prince's cronies. Raptori's held out a piece of paper to him with annoyance. Borden had promised to deliver the artifacts, but things didn't go according to plan. Who would want to mess with this old man for no reason? On second thought, Mark assumed that someone had stolen all the artifacts he had collected from him. Raptori's of course expected something special. But what pissed me off the most was that someone stole artifacts from the new collection. It was offensive. As they moved deeper into the castle, Mark said that if His Highness wished he could track down the bastard himself. With a shove of his finger, the prince trusted his aide to find and capture this scoundrel alive. If he resisted, he could be destroyed. Just let him handle the case. Mark bowed and said that if he could, he would bring him back alive for sure. Moving along the mountain road, Stitch tried to calm the horse, which did not want to obey. The horse looked at the boy with a very eloquent look. It was already like discrimination. Stitch even took offense a little. To make the feeling even more acute, Elena was blindfolded. She saw nothing but felt everything well, so it was even more comfortable. He unfolded the map and began to study it, and he had to think about surveillance. They stood in front of the flimsy horse bridge. We'll have to leave it on this side. The bridge won't hold that much weight. Staring at the map even harder, Stitch asked to wait a little longer to find a normal path. Removing the blindfold from her face, Elena said she heard some sounds that seemed to be the sound of wings as someone approached them through the air. Stitch looked at her in surprise. Could she really hear such a thing? Even his animal instincts could not recognize such a thing. Elena heard something else. The sound of the monster and the screams of the people. Maybe it was attacking them. The girl asked if he planned to rescue. If the warriors were from another village, it could only get in the way. Stitch replied good warriors didn't do that. The problem was how to fight the monster in such a fog. If the bridge collapsed, they would be in danger too. The monster smelled their presence after all. Her senses were at an extreme level. The pixie's eye became red in color and her vision intensified several times. Such a sight looked quite eerie. The arrow whistled off into the mist. Stitch asked if it had hit, to which the elf nodded her head. The girl exhaled and said that the people had also guessed that there was someone here, and they didn't seem to be hostile. Looking closely somewhere, Stitch concluded that it was not warriors. Elena did not answer anything but just coughed. She replied to the concern that she was just a little unused to it. As soon as the magical influence calmed down right away, so they would be on their way. The two silhouettes moved carefully across the bridge so as not to collapse it. God forbid. On the other side, several people were in a difficult situation. One of them was helping his comrade heal his wounds. Needed more bandages, needed a restorative potion. These people's situation was extremely dire. Together with Elena, Stitch saw the victims and immediately rushed to ask if they needed help. One of the people seemed familiar to him. Gareth's voice came out like thunder, and what was he doing here? But the man was greeting an old acquaintance with a smile on his face. You could see from Stitch's face that he wasn't exactly happy to see an old acquaintance. And what he was up to this time. Gareth jumped up to him and put his arm around the boy's shoulder, smiling. He liked the man's stubbornness. It's been a long time. They certainly have not seen the bandit. Offered Stitch to go to their lair, and there they will discuss the future plan again. He is at it. Gareth said hello to Elena, asking if she was okay, but the girl didn't seem too happy to see him either. And what's the matter? She said she couldn't use the artifact. And already uses the ability? Memento hurriedly teased Stitch again. Soon they had already come to the den of brigands. It was quite a large camp crowded with people. Their guys are rebuilding a suspension bridge. Here is a good place to stop, but first, we need to get the roads sorted out. Stitch was even a little surprised it looked good at all. And those monsters they destroyed for the safety of the roads or not. Gareth confirmed this hunch, and Elena continued to cough, seemingly still not fully recovered. The bandit looked at her in surprise and asked what had brought them to these parts the last time they had been heading in the other direction. And why he's so interested, Stitch grinned. Stitch knew they weren't exactly happy to meet, but at least let him listen. Still not understanding why they need to cooperate, Stitch began to squirm again. An old acquaintance explained that they had seen for themselves that the bridge was broken and had been abandoned for a long time, so it would be difficult to cross. The tunnels were also closed because of monsters, so it turns out that in order to cross there were no special options left. The thought occurred to me that in order to move on, you have to rebuild it all. Gareth raised a finger in the air in anticipation of worry. It's not that complicated if the shape of the bridges isn't broken. But that's not the point of cooperation. Continuing to frown, Stitch said that he understood everything in principle, so we can get to work. Putting his hand forward, he charged it with electricity. The arc began to work. The humangos were rather ugly creatures with wings, but still not devoid of human form. As soon as the electricity came into contact with them, the monsters immediately vaporized. All that was left of the flock of monsters were feathers that fell to the ground like rain. The brigand couldn't help but notice it, and was even a little scared. This guy had gotten a lot stronger since their last meeting. Stitch felt sick. This new skill requires a lot more mana. If you don't watch the consumption, it will fall first. Elena noticed it too and offered the guy a break, to which Stitch replied that it was a great way to test his skills. He'll destroy all the monsters. Just have Elena help him find them. The girl took the hint and, activating her eye, began to track down the first monster. Was right in front of him, about 400 meters away. A powerful discharge flew. Right where she pointed, her eye was incredibly useful, and the monsters immediately fell to the ground. But the girl noticed someone else. There was a monster that was rapidly approaching them. There was a loud roar that was heard by everyone, and the danger was not over yet. Besides, because of her keen hearing, the girl cringed when she heard the loud sound. The monsters turned out to be harpies. There were several of them. And these animals were much more dangerous than simple birds. Gareth, along with his own, also rushed to the rescue. He can't just stand by while others fight. The electric shock was already ready. The guy ordered the outlaw to take Elena and his boys and move back. He's going to hit it big. Gareth himself realized something was about to happen and ordered everyone to move away quickly. The shockwave worked perfectly. Thunder rang out and green lightning bolts completely engulfed the monsters. The bandits standing on the side opened their mouths in astonishment at seeing such a thing for the first time. Gareth, who had never seen anything like this before, opened his eyes in amazement. Following that, he ordered his guys to scour the neighborhood for the rest of the monsters. Stitch was trying to get his breathing in order at this time. I think he overdid it, but even so, he tried to keep his cool. He just needs to come to his senses. Turning back, the bandit said that his sorcerer might be able to help Elena since she is apparently stressed out over the sounds. If the inspection was over, we should hurry rather than approach the bridge and start rebuilding it. After 2 days of hard work, everything was ready and the monsters didn't interfere with them, and they were able to rebuild the bridge quickly enough. Garrett couldn't be happy. They usually had to run away as soon as they heard a monster roar, and once they had to run for 2 days. But it didn't give them hope that they could hold out for a month or two, and then that the monsters could return at any moment. Hurriedly reassuring Gareth said that humangos take 10 years to grow up, and only at the ripe old age of hunting is there nothing to worry about. Plus they have asylum, so the rest is a matter of time and patience. A smile appeared on his face. It was worth working just a few months to finish the trade route they would be charging. But it couldn't have been that good. The sorcerer showed up and yelled that they were in trouble. But despite the warden's jokes, it was serious. The pursuers were back again, and as soon as Gareth heard about it, his expression changed immediately. Jumping up from his seat, he ordered everyone to gather weapons. We'll have to fight. Continuing to munch on the bun, Stitch concluded that it seemed that something was coming up now. Elena asked if it would be better to go after them. But you shouldn't have gotten together when it comes to stalkers. He goes alone, and the girl keeps an eye on the situation. Hidden behind the mountains, the two watched a small camp that seemed to be the pursuers. With obvious concern in his voice, Gareth said that since they had separated, there had been many times they had tried to fight off these people. However, it looks like they brought in quite a lot of strong guys this time around. Things will be much worse. Soon the boys returned and began to study the map. The problems drew themselves. The leader of the bandits was concerned. They had certainly discovered these people, but it seems this time it's very bad. In addition, they decided to turn to the not-so-simple mercenaries from the famous Drake Squad, and that's trouble. Stitch hadn't heard of such a unit, though it was common enough. But it seemed the mercenaries were overconfident. They're incredibly famous, especially their leader Harold, who's called the Dragon Hunter and has many different nicknames. Elena was even a little surprised that such a famous man was working as a mercenary, but most likely he called himself that. Probably no one in their right mind would call themselves that nickname without ever slaying a dragon. Hearing that he possessed a rather dangerous artifact made Elena a little wary. The artifact was called a spiratus. It absorbed everything around it, creating projectiles of immense power. It was not that powerful, even too powerful, but can the power of the shells fired one after another surpass the power of an ordinary cannon? The advantage was that the owner of this artifact didn't have to worry about running out of shells. Also, depending on skill, this thing allows you to shoot on the run. The demon did not really believe in these tales such a no one can control, but Stitch was curious how a simple tramp knows such things. With a heavy sigh, Gareth said that they tend to notice everything that catches their eye, and he said that he gets information by eavesdropping on others. There was only one question why they didn't attack, and it was because the location of the squad was still unknown. If this herald stays here long enough, it's unlikely the bridge will be completed. After deliberation, Stitch said he didn't mind participating. Garrett confirmed that he was the main force, so naturally would participate. On the other hand, if you take out Harold, it'll be easier on the others. So why not just attack from the sidelines? The mercenary laughed. If it were that simple, they would have done it long ago, but apparently it was more complicated than that. The skull tried to explain, but it was too complicated. So it's better to keep it simple. In short, the longer a person is in the astral state, the heavier it is for his body. Elena asked if there were any long-range weapons. Of course they had plenty of arrows. But if it all fails, they'll just reveal themselves. The only question is whether it would be difficult to shoot from such an enormous distance. In answer to the question, Elena said that there are a lot of obstacles. If everything fails, it could end up being a regular battle in which they don't stand a chance. Or maybe it's better to just put Harold to sleep like last time. It's easier that way. The mercenary shook his head. No way, this soldier's equipment has resistance to magic. Then the answer was obvious. Seeing Stitch's readiness, the brigand asked him what the plan was, to which the lad replied that there was a good weapon and an excellent shield. You also need a good cage. Gareth didn't realize it was all nonsense. The smile itself made it clear that the traveler had some idea. You just have to try harder. At this time in the pursuit camp, the warlord was trying to cheer up all the soldiers. Now they must succeed. Tomorrow they'll take care of the brigands. After that they'll go about their business. In the meantime, let them all drink as much as they like. There was a cheerful atmosphere in the camp, but some of the soldiers doubted whether he was just a mercenary or not. The choice was not much. In any case, will not be worse. In any case, the enemies should not notice this side, so it will be necessary to act carefully. At this time, Harold was stroking his gun like a child. It was a large dragon embedded right into his arm. When it was time for dinner, he opened the dragon's mouth and the artifact immediately began sucking in air. As soon as the mechanical dragon touched the ground, it immediately began to consume it. The two soldiers of the scouts were even a little frightened. The might was truly impressive. What to say? The artifact was like its master, huge and formidable, and also very dangerous. In the camp, the feast continued. The commander called some Jamie because alcohol always tastes better when a good friend is around. But no sooner had Harold knocked back another mug of beer than an arrow flew into him. The guards were startled and immediately began to turn their heads in different directions, but the man reassured them it was only an arrow from the other side. Now they know where the spies are hiding. Suddenly, a block of ice appeared from somewhere and froze everyone else. It was an incredibly brazen attack. Harold was furious. His eyes were bloodshot. Sitting in the bushes, Stitch even a little upset. He was aiming for the head, but this mercenary has a great reaction, so it's time to come out. Clenching his fists, the boy made a decision. If the first attack failed, then what was the point of hiding further? It was time to work. Without waiting for an answer, he jumped up and flew straight at them. Gareth was surprised at such boldness and asked Elena to cover him. Drake turned his head in different directions trying to find his attackers, but so far he couldn't see anything. Eventually, the brigands themselves appeared before him, much to the mercenary's delight. With just one great leap, the huge man broke free from the icy shackles. So these are the robbers. Why are there only two of them? Gareth smiled nervously and corrected, saying they were more like noble brigands, but who cares? A still disgruntled Stitch said they were only cooperating, but was immediately surprised at his own words. This chatter is starting to piss the mercenary off, so it's time to squash these brigands like bugs. Stitch had already grabbed his sword and charged it with magic since there was a fight to be avoided, so he had to go all out. He decided to attack first in a few big jumps, covering the distance. Swinging his sword, the guy prepared to strike the first blow. Harold closed with his artifact, and the crackle of weapons rang out, but his defense was much stronger. Barely dodging the powerful fist, Stitch bounced sideways a second more, and he would have said goodbye to his teeth. Surprisingly fast, Gareth was already ready and already holding his dagger for the strike. But the armor was incredibly strong, and breaking through it was not the easiest task. He swung his huge arm and hit the ground with such force that if there had been anyone alive, there would have been nothing left of him. Luckily, Gareth was able to bounce back in time and move into the astral world, saving his life. The mercenary realized that these guys aren't as easy as they look, so they're going to be a challenge. It seems that these people had prepared for an attack, and the situation became more complicated. Stitch was already running forward, ready to give him a devastating blow. The mercenary, distracted by the arrows, didn't even notice. The explosion was too sudden for the man to move aside, and his body was pierced by a flash of fire. Not even his powerful armor could withstand such a blow. The man felt all his insides clench. His charges watched in horror as the captain squirmed in pain. Gareth opened his eyes in surprise. The huge mercenary was bent in half by such a powerful wave and could not get up. Too bad Stitch couldn't stab him through. It seems the man bounced back to soften the force of the blow. A smile appeared on the mercenary's face again. This guy has an interesting weapon, but all the better. It was time to show something interesting. The man put the cannon forward and began to energize. Thinking quickly, Stitch closed in on one of the frozen soldiers. The man, terrified, begged his captain, "Don't shoot." Anger overwhelmed Harold. It seemed they had underestimated him. This is not just a mercenary who can shoot well. He shouted to his ward to duck down and get ready to shoot. The blow was really strong. Stitch barely managed to block it, but the recoil was still incredible. From such power, he could hardly stand on his feet and flew off somewhere. Back his whole body ached. The mercenary didn't let his opponent out of his sight for a second now. He would definitely destroy him. Despite his size, Harold was incredibly fast. He shortened the distance in a few leaps and approached Stitch. Elena, who was sitting in the bushes, couldn't get a shot off. They were too close to each other, and she was afraid of hitting her partner. Perhaps now would be the best time to intervene. Gareth readied his dagger. Skull was surprised, but this mercenary is not so simple. He still has excellent hand-to-hand combat skills, yes, and also strong as a tank. Stitch tried to shut him up. Demon would still have a chance to marvel when they finished the fight. There was a scraping sound from the impact of a powerful recoil that threw the opponents in different directions. Okay, if guns don't work, what about magic? The guy's already got his lightning bolt ready. An electric arc cut through the air and came straight at the mercenary with great speed. At the last moment, having closed himself with his armor, the man still felt a powerful energy flow. He was stronger than expected. Stitch was even a little scared now. How to defeat him remained a mystery. Seemingly not paying any attention to this blow, the mercenary was approaching the boy with great speed. It cost a lot of effort to bounce aside. The weapon began to sink into the ground, absorbing everything around it. The rest of the soldiers cheered as they watched their captain fight like a beast. Putting his hand forward, Stitch was already preparing a second lightning bolt. Naturally, that is where his power lies. Could it be magic again? The man was even a little surprised. This kid seemed to want to test the strength of his armor again. He was impressed that such a bandit scum had willpower, but Stitch didn't listen to him and just smiled and prepared. Pointing his cannon at the enemy, Harold said in tribute that he was dutifully ready to send him on his last journey. The man's body was literally overflowing with power. Everything around him began to crack. The earth began to fail. The ice evaporated literally before his eyes. Soon the guards who had been chained in ice were freed. A chill ran down their backs from such power. The commander bellowed that now they could move and it was time to fight. It was their star hour. The rest of the soldiers immediately came to their senses. Now they will be a shield for their commander and will bring him victory by all means. Well, no, the man ordered them to get out of here immediately if they wanted to stay alive. The show is over now, it's serious. The soldiers were not attracted for a long time, but turned around and ran away. Now it's time to get back to where they started. The commander was preparing a salvo. Without waiting for the denouement, Stitch bounced off the ground and in a few jumps, overcoming the distance, struck directly at the weapon. Why does he do this? The longer the battle lasts, the farther away the helpers who wanted to be a shield run away. Even in this situation, he takes care of his subordinates. Stitch's eyes glittered with madness, for soon they'll all be trapped, so stop talking. The commander understood nothing and only looked at the enemy with a surprised look. However, he soon noticed with horror that one of his subordinates had fallen down, struck by magic. If so, they've got more than one male magician, gritting his teeth in anger. The mercenary tried to block the boy's blows as he cleverly pulled off such a strong army of common brigands. If they take a single step outside the camp, they will immediately burn. It was the result of Tesla's active skill. These orbs flew in the air and surrounded the entire perimeter of the camp, preventing them from going outside. The commander did not expect such insolence. His face was burning with rage. Ordinary brats are not capable of such a thing. The rest of the aides were already running to their commander. So we need to destroy the one who cast this spell. They decided to help their mentor handle this kid and immediately jumped closer. Stitch saw it all perfectly well and felt with his back that danger was approaching him. Just in time, Gareth came out of nowhere and blocked the incoming damage. His hand flashed to the face of one of the guards, and the man didn't even have time to do anything. The cover worked perfectly. The guy quickly disarmed 2 guards and put them on the ground. It was even a little frustrating that such an illustrious commander of brigands had to deal with all sorts of minnows. It was too early to rejoice. One of the squad members was already flying at Gareth, releasing his spear forward. But he didn't have time to attack as several arrows slammed into his back, confusing him. The man fell beside Gareth, and the bandit marveled at how it was even possible to damage his joints from such a distance. Elena was sitting in the bushes and aiming for the next soldier with this girl. It's definitely best not to mess around with her strength growing incredibly fast. Holding one of the squad by the neck, Gareth said that he would never miss an opportunity to participate in a battle, to which Stitch only smiled. Such insolence pissed off the commander, and clenching his teeth he roared with rage that some vile bandits dared to attack like that. This time he finally lost all desire to fight them fairly, and the man decided to strike for sure. Is it a fair fight to fight for your life, and at the same time thinking about observing manners is a mistake? Or Harold thinks otherwise. Stitch was already preparing his skill for another shot. The mercenary was trying to regain his strength after using his skill. There's a slight weakness, so you have to be careful. The air bullet instantly shortened the distance and crashed straight into the armored body of the enemy. Not expecting anything like this, Harold could barely stand on his feet. What kind of ability is that? So this kid had deliberately controlled his strength from the beginning, and it pissed the man off. Stitch shouted in his loudest voice that it's time to begin. There couldn't be a better time. Gareth jumped up and tried to knock the mercenary to the ground in one powerful leap. Another air bullet shot cut through the air and flew straight ahead. Thrown aside, Harold was perplexed as to how this kid had so much power. These skills even destroy armor. Struggling to get out of the wall, the man roared that now he would show the true power of his skill. He didn't have time to say a word, as an electric orb came into view, rapidly approaching him. Before he could do anything, he felt the full force of the electrical discharge of several Tesla spheres. Stitch, along with Gareth, just stood back and watched from that shot. No one would have been able to stay on their feet in time. Harold's body was steaming, and his armor was completely broken. Even such hard armor could not withstand such an onslaught. Opening his eyes, the man saw the tip of the sword in front of his face. Would he really end his battle like this, knocking this one out? The demon suspected something and shouted at the boy to be careful, because there was more to it than that. At the last moment, Stitch turned his head away and a shell exploded somewhere behind him. Turning his head, the boy looked back dazedly, goosebumps running down his back. Explosions rumbled everywhere. Is a hand cannon capable of such a thing? This is some kind of incredible power. It was simply impossible. The mercenary was triumphant. He had put all his strength into this strike, and now if it was impossible to come out victorious, he would destroy everything here. It was getting hotter and hotter here, and Gareth couldn't understand how this man could do something like this. Madness gripped the soldier's mind. He fired in all directions, destroying everything alive in his path. During another shot, an arrow hit the barrel directly, blocking the energy output. Unfortunately, Harold realized it too late and only looked at his weapon with a maddened look. Indeed, there was an arrow inside. The energy had stopped coming out and was now building up inside. Not even a second later, a tremendous explosion shook the ground. Elena showed up just in time, it seems to be to her credit. Long-range warriors often lose their temper. So you could say he gave his own life. All that remained of the commander was his gun lying a few meters away, thrown away by the explosion. And now all that was left to do was finish what they had started. They approached the rest of the mercenaries, looking in their direction in horror. Soon it was over. All that was left was to repair the bridge, which the team had been doing for the past few days. Elena walked beside her companion, asking if it was too much to go to the caravan right after the battle, but the guys spend a lot more energy on repairs. Holding a large box in his hands, Bernard reported that the boss had asked to stop by as soon as Stitch was done. The guy nodded, and the man added that he should go in with the girl, which surprised the couple. Soon they were standing outside Gareth's tent, and Stitch was questioning why they had been summoned. The smiling bandit said he had important business to attend to, so let them wait a few minutes. Clearly unhappy with this situation, Stitch asked what he was up to again, and what happened to those guys they tied up yesterday. Grinning, Gareth replied that they just took the weapons and sent them into a forest full of monsters, so that was the answer, as to why the monsters weren't heard. Dumping a couple of books and weapons on the table, the brigand said that this now belonged to Stitch. Stitch didn't understand. He gave up the weapon, to which Gareth replied that he would feel guilty if he owed anyone. Besides, if it wasn't for these two, The bandits would never have been able to finish what they started, so this is ingratitude. Surprised at the words worthy use of a gun, Stitch grimaced and Gareth hurried to explain. Putting the dragon head on his arm, the man explained that this artifact changes the projectile depending on the wearer's preference. That mercenary preferred the size of a cannonball since he could handle the recoil. Smiling, Stitch said that was understandable, but don't they have the same problem? As always, the skull appeared on time and offered to give the weapon to the elven woman. The idea was interesting. On the other hand, Stitch is strong in his own right. It would be nice to raise the elf girl to that level. You could consider it a contribution to the future. It was a sensible idea if the demon thought so. Then that's what they'd do. But let her get her hands on a weapon first. Looking at Elena, Stitch asked her to give him her bow for a while to start with, and let her put on the glove. The girl did everything, and it turned out that this artifact was much easier than one might think at first. If you use it like this, it can be a shield in addition to a weapon. Also, you don't have to carry arrows with you. Gareth, who continued to smile, said that he would be sure that in this lady's hands the artifact would be a fine weapon. In that case, they'll take it with them. By the way, Stick wondered what those papers were. Is it really for him too? On one of the sheets was scribbled a lot of symbols, and some kind of map. Aren't these the assignments that the guilds give out? By the way, that's how it was. He looked a little closer and wondered if it was what he thought it was. It seems to have been an assignment commissioned by the royal family from Venice, with the second Prince Alfred as the client. Required escort to transport supplies to the northern front, so it said. This got the boy thinking. On the northern front now is the herald, and he is there in charge. It remains to be seen which route to take. Looking a little closer, Gareth said the transports had already been dispatched. It was a great chance for a convoy of 34 wagons. If we could intercept them, we could make an impact. Answering Stitch's questions, Gareth said they must have taken the safe route to the mission in about 25 days. They probably planned to reach the Regia Valley and join the others in the capital. After the intercept message, Gareth was a little stunned. It sounded unsafe to say the least. Ignoring this, Stitch smiled. Smilingly replied, "You can't live on debt alone this time. You'll need help, and how they're going to catch up." It was first decided to cross the valley diagonally, then reach the transportation route north of the capital and ambush them. In principle, the plan sounded great. There was a good chance of success. Gareth noticed the confidence on his comrade's face and cheered up a bit himself. Despite the fact that the map shows the road is quite short, you will have to cross a valley crowded with monsters, but if you take a detour they will lose time. All only because the valley is home to one of the oldest dungeons in the world. The creatures that dwell there are far more dangerous than anything they've seen. A smile spread across Stitch's face. For in dungeons he is a real expert, the guy asked to borrow a man in the back room. The brigand's face made it clear that he was beginning to worry whether Stitch was going to go into the dungeon. And so it was. When they got to the right place, there was already a thunderstorm brewing outside and lightning was splitting the sky. He and Bernard sat in the shelter of the bald man looking down the chimney. Nothing was strange, but the closer they got, the louder the screams were heard. Stitch squinted his eyes and looked more closely. Despite the clouds, not a single drop of rain had fallen from the sky, and near the dungeon the sky was completely covered. He patted his partner on the shoulder, complimenting him on a good job. If any problem comes up, let him report it right away. Without waiting for an answer, the guy jumped a few jumps and approached the entrance to the dungeon. Skull assumed that in that case, the monster must be at least at the level of a great worm. Most likely it was a rock-eater, a huge worm that lives deep underground and feeds on rocks. The outer armor of these monsters is incredibly durable and immune to the sight of metals, so they'll have plenty to do. Suddenly a strange sound came to his hearing, making him twitch. Something was wrong. The girl wasted no time and in one powerful shot destroyed a large pile of rocks, and where only she learned to act like that. With a smile on its toothy maw, the devilish artifact said it was all credit to the worthy weapon. It looked like the girl was ready to shoot once more. Drawing her bow, she released an arrow straight ahead. The flying demon nearby said to watch carefully to see how it even works, but Stitch himself noticed the arrows the girl doesn't use. She was holding some sort of energy blob that acted as a projectile. Like arrows, come from the fusion of small particles. Looking at all this from the outside, one could not help but marvel at the power of these shells. Was comparable to a spear. Can you shoot such heavy things? The answer came all by itself as a huge spear pierced the sky with incredible speed, dispersing the clouds. When he came out of the bushes, the guy suggested that it must be hard to shoot like that. Elena answered that if you do 3 things at the same time, it will always be hard. Besides, it takes her a while to get used to a tool like that. If he came here, he's already finished his work. Smiling, Stitch nodded his head. But now there was one more thing to finish offering to keep him company. He said he'd go get the materials. Soon they were already at the entrance to the cave. In addition, there were a lot of people gathered there. It wasn't hard to see that Stitch was extremely exhausted. He simply replied that yesterday was a busy day and now everything is fine. It turns out that this is the dungeon on his face. He had a gleaming smile on his face. This promised to be interesting. Shuddering, Gareth said if they passed through here, it would be easy to identify the wagons heading for the northern front. Now he was beginning to regret the decision. In an irritated voice, Stitch repeated that if he was afraid he could stay outside. Gareth assured him that in case of danger he would be the first to escape. After a short conversation, they moved into the depths of the dungeon. Stitch led the way. It was so dark inside that it was hard to see anything further than my nose. Walking behind, Gareth admired the professionalism of his companions. They looked like very experienced explorers. The energy here was completely different, although why should I be surprised? This is a ranked dungeon. The boys stopped when Stitch called out the strange number 65% of what he was talking about. The guy explained that normally the survival rate of dungeon explorers from Class A to Class D was 65%, but here it was different. After such speeches, even the experienced Gareth shivered a little in fear. Then what was the survival rate here? The answer was predictable, about 15%. Elena calmly accepted this fact. But Gareth was scared out of his wits. Stitch added that if they meet the Keeper, the chance tends to minimize. The guy ordered his demonic friend to be on guard too, to which the skeleton resented him for always being attentive, unlike Stitch. They progressed deeper and deeper into the dungeon as they passed. The place grew darker and darker. The walking company noticed nothing, but the skeleton, seeing the strange writings above them, immediately shouted to his master. Automatic reflexes kicked in instantly. We had to leave if they wanted to stay alive. Grabbing Gareth by the scruff of the neck, Stitch bounced away from the blast. At the same time, the guy pinned Elena to the ground, trying to keep her from exploding. He thought there would be no surprises here. It was a magical trap. Some of the stones were marked with magical seals. Looking around, Elena concluded that everything here was under the Amoret's influence, but she didn't even have a chance to dodge. A normal person would have already gone to the other world, explained Stitch. Such magic cannot be felt by ordinary physical senses. Skeleton hastened to remind them that they had only spotted the trap thanks to his abilities. Scared to death, Gareth doubted that they would be able to get through the blocked passageway. That's fine, but if there were traps further down? Stitch, on the other hand, had no doubt that they would pass, and was already directing the airstream forward. Shortly after the explosion, a big hole formed. The brigand even fell to the ground on the other side. This is a great plan. Of course he chose a good strategy, but the demon hastened to remind that if the guy uses magic power, he risks using up his entire supply. Annoyed, Stitch asked, and that he suggests going around, but because then they'd waste a lot more time. Again, I had to explain. The demon said that traps act on the principle of detecting living things, so if you hide the energy, you can pass. Cursed objects were a good idea. Besides, they're always around, so the guy covered himself in a cursed aura. Gareth was frightened again at the sight of such a horrible sight. He thought nothing could surprise him. It was necessary to shut off the life energy with a cursed aura to balance the consumption of magical energy. He moved forward, ordering the others to stay slightly behind as it could be dangerous. There was just a huge magic trap set up ahead, a great chance to check it out. Stitch's whole look made it clear that it's not that easy, especially when you're a living person. But still shrinking back and closing his eyes, he followed the demon's advice, and now he was standing on the trap and it seemed to work. An uncomprehending Gareth asked again, so Stitch wanted to check. Laughing, the guy replied that they could see it all by themselves perfectly well. He had found a solution to the whole problem. Soon the other two were also covered in a cursed aura that reverberated in their physical state, but there was no other way out. After a few minutes they came out through the passage, but there was already a real abyss there, a trail left by a giant worm. It was just beginning, and Stitch was the first to jump onto solid ground. Soon they would meet the giant worm. The beast's sense immediately pointed out the right path to the center of the dungeon. So the road was clear. Coating his dagger with Mahogany flower extract. Gareth was a little doubtful whether it was possible to coat a metal surface with such a strong acid. In order to grow here, the flower has a special soil-dissolving component in its roots, which is the most valuable. Rubbing the sword with the extract, Stitch explained that he had used the same thing in the valley, so this elixir should be effective against the huge worm. Following that, he held out a bottle of the extract to Elena and said if she poured this stuff into her weapon, arrows would have a similar effect. That should be enough. But the more often they use the elixir, the weaker the effect will be. So don't let them scatter too much. Following that, the guy applied a pathfinder, and a bluish light spread across the floor. After walking a few more meters, the others felt a powerful tremor under their feet. So even to resist was difficult. Despite everyone's panic, Stitch was pleased. Now at least they wouldn't have trouble locating this monster. A second later, something unimaginably terrifying was in front of them. A monster the size of an entire mountain. Stitch, already preparing to attack, reminded them to leave and he would stop the monster. The first was an ice wave. The cold enveloped the entire neighborhood. But monster proved immune and immediately broke the ice. The worm was much stronger than expected and had to retreat immediately. The guy bounced back. A huge and ugly maw headed straight for Stitch, who didn't expect his spell to fail. Elena was already prepared for this and loaded her bow with arrows. All that was left was to get out of the line of attack. The arrow whistled a few centimeters from his face at the last moment. The guy managed to step back and the worm shattered into small pieces. Goosebumps even ran down my back from such a powerful shot, and Elena was already preparing for the next one. The worm tried to hide underground, starting to dig a passage to hide from the name of the guests. This monster could not be allowed to escape, and Stitch enchanted his weapon and prepared to attack. The monster appeared a few centimeters away from the guy, and it was good that Stitch managed to block the blow at the last moment. By inertia, the worm continued to move and the blade itself split it into two. But suddenly a few more heads appeared. Gareth had already begun to shift into an astral shell to attack the monster stealthily. Smiling, he looked at his buddy and said, "It's not good if all the glory goes to him alone." But it was time to get away, and Stitch grasped his companion's shoulder and pulled him along. Elena covered the worm with a whole hail of arrows. She had already drawn the bowstring and was preparing to shoot. Soon the doors of the only passageway further into their field of vision. They had to hurry. The guys started to open the door as hard as they could, but it was too heavy. Once inside, the two of them began pressing the gate to keep the worm from getting in. It was still too early to relax, but something was starting to happen behind them. A cold fog was spreading. In the midst of this fog appeared an incomprehensible creature that had neither eyes nor nose, but only a slit of a mouth. It was the Guardian. The guys had already prepared to attack, but for some reason the Guardian didn't move and just stayed where he was. To get its attention, Stitch launched a small pebble directly at the creature. After flying a few meters, the pebble hit the keeper's head, thus angering him. A smile flashed across the monster's face, as if the Guardian had been waiting for it. Too late, Stitch noticed the danger flying straight at him, and it was impossible to dodge. A huge block of ice crashed straight into his body, throwing him high up. Even with his sword, he wasn't able to completely block incoming damage. The fireball succeeded in shattering the ice spike, but the danger was still incredible. Still, it was interesting to see what an S-level Guardian could do. The guy wiped away a drop of blood and smiled. The Guardian's strength was much higher. He was able to repel the boy's attack without much effort. Besides, the creature didn't even get to its feet. It just played with them. Turning to Elena, the guy ordered her to climb higher and cover from above if anything happened. Without questioning, the girl jumped up and settled on the highest point, and the two guys decided to attack head-on to find a gap in the defense. To tell the truth, Gareth was even a little afraid because it was the first time he had ever faced a dungeon boss. Elena was already sitting up and preparing to shoot. At any moment the arrow was aimed straight at the monster. The Guardian had risen and was now sitting on all fours, waiting for the next move. Deciding that the best defense is offense, Stitch ran forward, preparing his fireball. The jet of fire was already close to the keeper's face, and the monster felt that unbearable heat. But it wasn't that simple with its ability. The monster easily blocked the blow by freezing everything around it. It was and needed Stitch through the fog, was already preparing to strike a surprise blow. The charged sword was already flying straight at the Guardian, who still stood motionless, thinking he had won. A sudden cracking sound from behind made the guy turn around. Could it be the ice attack again? Seeing all of this, Elena fired a powerful arrow directly at the monster to throw off its attack. This gave the opportunity to get a couple more meters closer, and the sword was already near the keeper's neck. Without much effort, the ice monster blocked the attack with his bare hands, grasping the blade. It cost him nothing to fight off the lunge and twist the boy's arm the other way. In addition, Stitch felt that his hand along with the weapon began to freeze instantly. The partner was already approaching, and it was possible to see Gareth using his phantom body to sneak up from behind. Somehow, surprisingly, the Guardian saw all of this and was already preparing a defense. On his back, spikes began to appear. The spears pierced the ghostly body of the attacker, and if Gareth wasn't in the astral state, he couldn't stay alive. The Guardian pushed Stitch away with such force that the boy couldn't even stay on his feet. The suddenly emerged Gareth was already preparing his blade for the final blow. At the last moment, the Guardian still managed to grab hold of the blade and block the incoming damage. It was too much for this monster to handle two attackers with ease. The brigand was even a little scared. The monster was covered in ice, and now it was impossible to get near it at all. What was surprising was that even when the attack was aimed directly at his head, the Guardian didn't even think of dodging it. But in the case of a penetrator attack, the monster still dodged, which means it is susceptible to sword damage. If anything, we need to see how the monster handles electricity. Tesla was ready to go. Ordering Gareth to move back, the guy created several energy spheres and immediately directed them at the monster. At this moment, the elfess continued to shower the monster with her loaded arrows. The monster didn't seem to take any damage and just blocked all attacks with its face. But still, the electric trap was able to pierce through his armor, and only an indistinct silhouette remained of the monster. Should have taken the chance, and Stitch ran straight forward, now a good chance to strike the final blow. To his horror, he noticed that there were many ice shards flying forward. It was a counterattack. Unable to believe that the monster was still able to withstand such a blow, the traveler felt something pierce his leg. It only takes one chance to strike, and the guy decided to take it, right in the forehead. Hoping that the explosion would do some damage, he threw all his strength into destroying the monster in one blow. The whole team hoped that they had succeeded because the monster could not physically withstand such an onslaught. They hoped they had won, for the head of the Guardian had been split in two, but he was still on his feet. It was only a moment before the Ice Guardian's body disintegrated, and from there, the Fire Guardian appeared to great surprise. The pixie had never seen such a thing before and covered her eyes with her hand to keep from going blind. She was worried about what had happened to her partners and quickly jumped to the ground. The first person she saw was Gareth. And the man was fine except that he seemed to have hurt his arm. Answering the question, "Where's Stitch?" Guy said that in that fire vortex he applied the air skill to push him out. Seeing another silhouette near the keeper, they realized that they didn't seem to need to worry. Especially knowing this man's skills, he must have had a way to get out of there. However, what they saw made their hearts grow cold. Stitch was very seriously injured. From such a shock, Elena lost her composure and felt herself falling into darkness. She had to save her comrade, but didn't know what to do. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she wondered if she would remain so weak and unfit for anything. Gareth tried his best to bring her to her senses, seeing that the girl seemed to have lost her composure. The situation was getting more and more complicated. One of the members of their squad had lost the will to fight, and now it seemed there were only two of them left. The Guardian was incredibly strong, and two of their fighters seemed to be seriously injured. Gareth noticed that Stitch was beginning to be covered in green flames. Something unusual was happening. Elena finally came to her senses, as if something had hit her on the head, bringing her to her senses. Both Gareth and the Keeper seemed to notice something strange, and stopped to step away from each other. The wounds on Stitch's body were gradually healing. He certainly hoped he wouldn't have to go through this again, as it was very painful. When he saw that his opponents were still alive, the Guardian became even more flame-covered and prepared to attack. The headwind had to stop the fiery attack, so Stitch gathered all the will in his fist. A powerful stream of wind threw the fire back. Now even the Keeper's attacks seemed to be useless, even though he survived this time. But the desire to destroy the monster grew even stronger. From such a headwind, even the Guardian couldn't resist, and soon flew off somewhere to the side. Luckily everyone survived, but Stitch was lamenting the fact that all his clothes were ruined, but Gareth was shocked that the guy had survived at all. With his whole look he made it clear that he didn't understand anything. Stitch is even a human being what he is. Elena didn't seem to be in the best of moods either. Her gaze was stern and even resentful. But Stitch himself did not understand anything. Did not his comrades were not glad of his return. In a stern voice, Elena said that the guy would still have a chance to explain everything. But right now the question is different. The Guardian was on the right, and Gareth was the first to see him, except the question of which monster they were interested in. To their horror, the whole team noticed that there were now two Guardians, fire and ice, which didn't seem quite normal. Even the very experienced Stitch was experiencing something like this for the first time in his life. But you could tell right away that they were in a bad situation. He ordered Elena, along with Gareth, to take on the ice one, and he'll take on the fire one first to separate them. Ignoring all objections, the guy headed straight for the Keeper, who was already waiting for him. The first thing Stitch did was launch his opponent with a powerful ice wave. Without any difficulty, the fire coming from the monster melted the ice, and a cloud of steam appeared. Like a locomotive, the boy ran forward without seeing the road. They were perfect for each other, so he hoped the Keeper would not disappoint him. The Curse Eater began to work, absorbing all remaining curse artifacts. The Guardian was already prepared for the fact that his opponent could not be defeated so easily, and all grouped together. Having separated the Guardians, the guy was left with his opponent one-on-one. It's already easier. Grabbing the head of the fire monster with great effort, the guy slammed it against the stone floor so that the whole room shook. The elfess was already preparing a powerful volley of arrows. She could not let her comrades down. The spiked ice monster came closer and closer. Now they were fighting in earnest. Throwing themselves at Gareth first, the monsters didn't expect the guy to go into the astral world and fight like that. So easy this monster is not to break through. At the last moment the guy managed to go to the world of ghosts and staying alive. The keeper roared in rage and wanted to end the battle quickly because these uninvited guests were starting to get on his nerves. The monster didn't have time to do anything because an arrow was immediately stabbed into his body. Elena acted perfectly. She had distracted the monster, and now was the best moment to attack. Gareth swung his foot and hit the arrow in the monster's head with his knee. The monster from such a force flew far backwards, barely able to stand on his feet. Even he did not expect such a powerful resistance. Rage gripped his mind more and more from the fact that the fiery elemental couldn't win. In just a fraction of a second, the Guardian approached the brigand and hit him with incredible force. Gareth didn't even have time to think of anything. While trying to fight off the monster, the man warned Elena that there was something going on right below her. The girl noticed at the last moment that the floor was starting to crack under her feet. Luckily, she managed to get away in time, and the powerful ice spike didn't hit her. But a second more, and the irreparable happened. It was getting harder and harder to fight, but it was too late to retreat. Gareth didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a wall of ice appeared right in front of him, blocking the way forward. The monster decided to cut him off so that he could deal with the elf first, and the keeper had a strong intellect. Making something like a mace out of his ice, the Guardian jumped up, aiming at the elf. Getting her gun ready, Elena grouped herself together and didn't even think of retreating back. Covering herself with her weapon like a shield, the girl managed to absorb the blow and not even fall down. In the next second, swinging around, she kicked her foot right into the monster's body. Then, catching the right moment, she wrapped her legs around him and aimed her gun right at his forehead. Unfortunately for her, the girl noticed too late that her hand had frozen and she was now unable to move. Just in time, Gareth caught her by the scruff of the neck and covered her with his body. There was a powerful rumbling sound. The fireball was much stronger than previously felt. A ghastly worm emerged from the rift, opening its round maw full of sharp teeth. The Guardian saw the monster and became even more enraged, but had no time to do anything as he was devoured. Elena was in an astral state with Garrett. The guy was trying to calm her down. She might feel a little sick now, but it's okay. The fire elemental saw its frosty counterpart being eaten by a worm and looked away from the battle for a second. Stitch couldn't stand such disrespect and immediately lunged at him. The monster noticed everything too late. The demon encouraged him with his current enhancement. The boy could stomp him in a second. But Stitch knew all of this without him, and knocked the monster out with a powerful uppercut. After he fell to the ground, he began beating the monster with powerful blows. Realizing that he was unlikely to win, the monster began to increase the temperature, and even the manticore's skin began to melt. Suddenly, the traveler felt an unbearable heat, but the demon hurriedly brought him to his senses. We must not let our guard down. Suddenly, a wall of ice appeared between them, throwing the monster and the guy in different directions. Holding onto her frozen hand, the monster tried to steady herself. At the demon's remark that there was something wrong, the guy just joked like he didn't know. This Guardian was wrong. Instead of getting weaker and weaker with each attack, he was doing the exact opposite. Maybe they're doing something wrong, Stitch suggested, attacking again, only now to the max. In the next second, a powerful fire charge flew straight forward, sizzling everything around it. At the last second, the monster managed to bounce to the side, apparently sensing its danger. It shocked both the boy and the demon. Did the monster for the first time dodge instead of taking all the incoming damage with his face? Surely the reason the fire elemental came out of the ice elemental had something to do with temperature and distance from each other. Just at that time, the ice monster destroyed the worm with a single spell of its own. Stitch had to test his theory and had already prepared a fireball. There was no point in a big one, so a small and fast one would suffice. The projectile reached its target, and you could tell by the look on the monster's face that it was in pain. It worked, and the guy opened his eyes in surprise. If he overheated the monster, then maybe the elemental would self-destruct. Well, it was time to act, and the guy fed his demon a few more cursed artifacts. The monster couldn't withstand such pressure and started to melt after a second. The Curse Eater was working at full power and sucked the life force out of the monster. A powerful explosion followed, and the boy had to cover his eyes with his hands to keep the dust out of his eyes. Following this, Stitch felt an unbearable heat. The fire jet went straight into his body. With tremendous speed, the fire monster ran towards its icy counterpart, ignoring absolutely everything. Realizing the irreversibility of the situation, Stitch shouted to Gareth to keep them from contacting each other, because ice is a shell. With horror, the bandit noticed that he wouldn't get there in time. It was all over. But he got an idea in his head and immediately borrowed a bow from Elena. By the way, the elf girl still hasn't recovered. He immediately put the artifact on his hand, and the dragon head changed. Following that came a powerful shot. Without even aiming, Gareth shot straight at the Ice Guardian. Luckily, he hit it the first time, and there was an icy crackle. The fire monster hadn't realized anything yet, then turned to the man and launched several waves of fire at him. Unfortunately for him, Gareth realized that he would not be able to dodge such a powerful lunge. Just in time to regain consciousness, Elena put her hands out in front of her and hoped she would be able to withstand such a blow. The tattoos on her arms lit up yellow, and a small vortex began to appear around her, gradually growing into a tornado. But suddenly, unexpectedly, she felt them enveloped by the force of the wind was much stronger. Could this be one of the weapon's abilities? The Guardian couldn't keep his feet and flew backwards into the wall at a tremendous speed. Stitch appeared just in time to pin the monster to the ground and prepare to destroy it. The cursed energy overwhelmed the Guardian's entire body, and even his powerful armor could not withstand such an onslaught. Even Stitch didn't expect so much energy to be released, and he himself could hardly contain the flow. Soon it was over. The Guardian failed, and only ashes remained in his place. The frosty spike began to melt a few centimeters from the boy's back. It seemed Stitch had won. This time both keepers were definitely destroyed. Stitch was still brimming with energy and stood over one of them. Elena was frightened by her comrade's formidable appearance, and more than 100 goosebumps ran down her back. There was a hysterical smile on Gareth's face. He really didn't want to jinx it, but he still asked the question. Now did they definitely win or not? Now, all that was left was to find the artifact. Since there was no other way, Stitch seemed to have already guessed where it was. The variant was only one orb located in the Keeper, and was the very artifact of the dungeon. Gareth didn't seem entirely happy that they were taking such a risk for some balloon. It was time to get out of here. It was hard to disagree with this thought. Stitch picked up the artifact, but suddenly felt something strange. As soon as he touched that ball, he felt his whole body overflow with something strange. He couldn't even move. His friends watched in horror as something very bad was happening. Stitch was definitely in danger. He was surprised and didn't understand anything. The artifact was absorbed and an incomprehensible power flowed through his body. And why in the first place did the demon suddenly start eating the curse? The body couldn't move. Everything went fuzzy in his head, and the guy fell to the ground, horrifying his allies. Soon they had returned to their camp and were in relative safety, but still the problem remained. Tilting his head up, Gareth sat in his office surrounded by allies there. Tsarevna silence. Eventually he got tired of just sitting there and took a bottle of water with him and went out somewhere on the street. No one stopped him. He found Helena in the next tent, still sitting next to Stitch, with a look of obvious fear and worry on her face. Opening the tent, Gareth immediately asked how she was feeling, but Elena only shook her head. He gave her a small thermos with tea. Of course, taking care of Stitch is a noble thing. But you mustn't forget about yourself. The unfortunate Stitch had been passed out on the bed for 5 days, and Elena hadn't left his side for a second. The girl looking at him said that it was certainly getting better every day. But still the boy didn't wake up. No, he's much better, but the red mana continues to circulate throughout his body. The problem itself probably stemmed from an inability to properly digest the cursed mana. With a heavy sigh, Gareth said that the girl had probably guessed that they couldn't wait any longer, so it was time to move out. Not paying attention, Elena said in truth there was one way that might speed up the recovery, but she wasn't sure if it would work. In that case, what are they waiting for? But the girl said she's never tried it before. And if you do it hastily, it could get worse. Sure wish Stitch would recover on his own, but they really can't wait any longer. Better see what happens. Gareth said that in that case he would go and get everything ready to leave, and the girl, let her try. He came out of the tent and wished Elena good luck and got ready. Because it was a pretty hard thing to do. We need to gift black mana as soon as possible, but it will need a lot of pure mana to do so. Just like the time she tried to block the monster's attack, but it doesn't compare. The girl touched the body of the lying Stitch, beginning to fill his body with her pure mana. The task was very difficult. She had to work very hard to get anything to work. She was trying to keep things under control. Hopefully at least something should come out of this. Being at this time in his consciousness, Stitch could not understand where he was and what he was doing before. Snippets of recently lived moments of defeating monsters, meeting new people surfaced in his mind. Through it all, there suddenly appeared the silhouette of an unfamiliar man with a long white beard. Never before had Stitch seen such a thing. The stranger sat in his office behind a small desk with his head folded. The man woke up and rubbed his head, wondering when he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, he saw something and immediately shifted his gaze towards the strange silhouettes. There were 3 people standing there. From the outline you could tell it was an elven human and a gnome. As soon as the man saw this, a joyful smile appeared on his face, and laughter began to come from his mouth. The man looked alive, but still his empty eyes gave him away as a fake. The dwarf stood unmoving and just stared forward at his creator. Following that, the man looked at the elf, who also looked like a real one. Finally, he had it. Yet he was able to create life. The researcher stood in front of them and laughed loudly with joy. However, why did they not react? But soon the realization came. Must be the fact that he didn't give them names. Also, they have no self-awareness. His index finger glowed and the man held out his hand forward to his creatures. The elf with blue hair he decided to call Estra idly. She is kind and compassionate. As soon as she heard her name, her eyes gained life and a heavy sigh escaped her throat. Following that was a dwarf. The creator decided to name him Axton, for all he is a stubborn but fair dwarf. After that, a sigh escaped from the dwarf's chest, and his eyes also gained a meaningful look. And the next, there was a man called Cain, for all he was determined and unyielding. Following this, Cain, just like everyone else, sighed heavily and opened his living eyes. Welcome to the real world. Looking at his creations, the man said he was now their master and creator. The three knelt down. With childlike interest, Cain asked if their master would tell them his name. With a smile on his lips, the man whispered a name that shocked the others. A good 500 years had passed, but Cain was still as young as the first day he was created. Axton, standing next to him, began to grumble again in his own peculiar manner. How much water had passed since then? In response to the name-calling, Cain rebuked his friend that his master did not command him to talk like that, and a quarrel was about to break out between them. Axton had a temper, and he only needed a small flame for the flames of his hot temper to flare up again. Prepared to draw his sword before going home, they are sure to work out their relationship. And so the guys were already flying towards each other and ready to stomp the opponent into the mud. Estra's calm yet stern elven voice interrupted their fight, and the girl looked reproachfully at her brothers. Feeling guilty, the guys looked at their friend and, scratching the back of their heads, began to justify themselves. Soon they were at their master's house and were already standing on the threshold knocking on the door. An older man with a long beard heard the knock and jerked. Now he was a real old man, but he had not lost his vigor, and he greeted his charges cheerfully. The household came over and apologized for not visiting their father before, but the man smiled and motioned for them to sit down somewhere. Noticing the mess, Estra asked with her usual reproachfulness, did their master really live that kind of life once they moved out? In a guilty voice, the man explained that he didn't really need to clean up, but the elf had already started to arrange the books. With the help of magic, the girl cleaned up the disgruntled gnome, muttered, "They haven't seen each other in so many years," and the first thing the girlfriend decided to do was clean up. Estra looked at her comrade with a serious look. He didn't like something, so can get out of here. Nearly 500 years ago, the Almighty Man created beings in 3 races, endowing them with the same gift of creation as he had. These 3 were no different from their creator, and also created new life forms in their own image. Soon their creatures became disproportionately numerous, and the creatures filled the entire visible world. It didn't take long before their creation began to worship their gods. The creator smiled and questioned his children, since it had been so long since they had last met. Cain, Estra, and Axton sat around their father and told the news of what had happened recently. Hearing about the monsters, the creator was very surprised, but the gnome hurriedly explained the monsters appeared about 50 years ago. Now the creator finally understood where his children's equipment came from. However, he did not recall such creatures existing 100 years ago. Cain smiled. In truth, they didn't really need the gear. They just kept a brand among their followers. By the way, their master hasn't changed at all since the last meeting. I wonder if he's working on something again. Axton discreetly picked up one scroll and wondered what their master was doing. If it was not a secret, of course. However, the man hurriedly snatched the bundle out of his child's hands with a cry the dwarf could not understand. The man smiled and waved his finger at them, and they would find out as soon as he was done, but for now it was better to change the subject. Estra, of course, wanted to stay a little longer and talk on her. People were waiting for her, so we should leave. Putting on his heavy armor, the dwarf asked why their master wouldn't start visiting them himself. Smiling, the man said he would think about it. Cain had to leave too. Things were not waiting for the man to put on his outfit after all. Soon the trinity departed, leaving their master on the doorstep watching them. As soon as his creations were gone, the man immediately slammed the door behind him and rested his back against it. He slid down the wall and rested his head in his knees, seeming to be very much concerned about something that was about to happen. The events were transported to our time. Gareth was sitting on the cart and driving the horses. Elena was somewhere inside. The man turned a worried look at her but still said nothing. The whole time they were driving, Elena was trying with great diligence to cleanse Manu Stitch, who still hadn't woken up. The girl made every possible effort. She even gave up sleep to help her comrade. The artifact also absorbed the cursed mana with great persistence, but these efforts didn't seem to be enough. Suddenly something changed, a light flashed, and mana became visible, rushing out. The girl, despite everything, continued to heal, even refusing food and water. This mana looked extremely strange. Usually it had the appearance of a water stream, but this one seemed to have self-awareness. Gareth, sitting in front, asked how soon their companion would come to his senses, to which Elena replied that it was a delicate job, so there was no rush. The man scratched his chin and stopped talking resentfully, realizing that the situation was not easy. Soon their caravan approached the woodlands, and it was deep night. Deciding to take a break, Gareth handed Sheila the reins and climbed deeper into the wagon to see how Elena was doing. The girl was very tired and decided to take a nap. After all, her strength was not infinite. As soon as she woke up, she started treating her mate again. Gareth said it had been 8 days she was overstretching herself. Sighing heavily, he cursed his comrade for acting so recklessly. It was time for him to wake up. Unnoticed to himself, he began to worry about this man. Shayla's shout interrupted his musing, and he reported that strange sounds were coming from the forest. Listening to the experienced bandit immediately determined that an attack was being prepared on them. Another carriage rumbled past them, carrying a horse with a mane and tail that glowed. Immediately realizing things were bad, Gareth ordered everyone to be ready to fight. The carriage continued to accelerate towards the carriage in which Stitch was in. The situation was getting hotter by the second. The attackers were 2 huge muscular women, and a man with black hair and a stern expression. The bandit immediately realized that these 2 had come for his soul, so he would have to fight. Smiling, the woman replied that their task was to find the missing mercenaries, and they seemed to have succeeded. The only thing that was unclear was how they'd managed to locate the caravan. Gareth was trying to think. The woman had a kind of wild smile on her face. She said that even if the brigands lost 2 legs or 2 arms, they wouldn't just walk away. As soon as the huntress gave the signal, several silhouettes dressed in black cloaks immediately appeared in the sky. One of them immediately headed toward the wagon, thrusting his long sword forward. But no sooner had he reached his target than a dagger slammed into him, knocking him out of the way. Bernard got here just in time. They'll cover the others, so there's nothing to worry about. A few more brigands drew all their weapons and moved in front of the attackers. A strange bird, as if created from flames, immediately appeared on the mysterious stranger's hand. In a split second, the monster covered the distance, and with just a single flap of his wing, he neutralized the enemy. Dazed with fear, Gareth ordered his focus on the wagon no matter what happened to him. The bounty hunter even began to smile a little at such concern, a wild grin appearing on her face. Gareth's gaze caught something, and the man tensed his entire body as the danger approached. The same familiar was already flying towards him, waving ghostly wings. The male attacker started to get mad that the raven couldn't defeat this ghost. His skill was incredibly nasty. The woman smiled broadly and said she'd figure it out herself. But first, she needed to observe. Unfortunately for Gareth, several of the attackers were already on his wagon and needed to be neutralized as soon as possible. Taking his ghostly form, the man jumped up and prepared to fight. In the hands of each attacker was a weapon 1 against 2, an unfair duel, but there was no choice. As soon as the bounty hunter swung his sword, Gareth vanished into thin air, thus saving his life. One of his hands easily passed through the body of his attacker, who had expected nothing of the sort. The next one suffered the same fate, and the fear on the men's faces was clearly readable. Soon, Ghost had no trouble splitting them into several pieces with a powerful attack. The 2 remaining decided that the best plan was Plan B. We should all attack at once, but only who would go first. The brigand had already gotten the hang of it and was smiling with his mouth. If they wanted to take him alive, then let them try. The woman gave them a little hint to aim not at this man, but at what was under their feet. Elena was still trying to revive her companion, and it wasn't getting any easier. Gareth had goosebumps down his spine. Those idiots had figured out what to do after all. The cloaked men realized this in a flash and aimed their weapons at the cloth top of the wagon. One of them bounced aside and slipped under the awning where Helena and Stitch had been. Now the elf was at a disadvantage. She could do nothing against the 2 attackers, besides her barely alive comrade. Thank goodness Gareth was in time and disarmed one of the attackers with a powerful punch to the jaw. The man flew off and lost several teeth in a second, ending up on the road. Fury overwhelmed the man's body. Not caring how many of these attackers, he would still destroy them all. At which time the thug upstairs began to pierce the strip with his long spear. With unprecedented speed, Gareth reacted, and Ming dissolved into thin air. Despite the fact that it was quite hard for him. Apologizing for the noise, the man didn't notice that he already had another attacker behind him. He wouldn't have had time to react anyway, and only watched in horror as the blade approached his face. But still, after a second, the man in the cloak just flew out of the wagon, thrown back by the long sword. Elena saw everything perfectly. Seeing such a sight, Gareth was even a little frightened by the power of this girl. Was terrifying. The elfess didn't answer anything, just looked at him with serious eyes, and that look spoke better than any words. Now the bounty hunter has decided to get in on the action too. It's fun to watch, but it's time to call it a day. The frightened sorcerer screamed in a trembling voice that it was the fearsome woman preparing an attack. There was no time to do anything about it anyway. The top of the wagon was simply blown off with one mighty blow from the huge axe. Elena and Gareth tried to cover themselves with their arms, but it would hardly help them. Now they were left defenseless. The situation was escalating by the second. Gareth said he'd take care of the woman, and Elena let her continue her treatment. The elfess continued to heal her comrade without wasting a second, and why everything was happening now. The bounty hunter pulled out her huge axe, and her booming voice was heard. She was in anticipation. The woman swung a huge axe over the head of the unfortunate Gareth, her eyes burning with rage. At that moment, the guy realized that he had nowhere to run if he blocked the attack. He was definitely finished. But if he walks away, Elena and Stitch are in danger. The huge blade was already descending on him. The man had already accepted his fate. To the great surprise of all the others, there was an air explosion. The guys opened their eyes in horror. It was Stitch who woke up just in time. At the very last moment, his body changed and gained unprecedented power. Dealing with the attackers was not difficult, and soon everyone was safe. All the while, Gareth wondered to himself if it was even possible that they would reach their destination so quickly. Stitch scattered all the pursuers with a single blow. I think the guy was a little shocked himself. Well, if only that, he blew everyone up. Stitch still. He decided to wonder who these people were, and what they wanted. Gareth, who had already come to his senses, explained that it looked like they were tracking him, because among them there was one who was a professional tracker. Looking at Stitch, Gareth added that he'd better take care of Elena, and the guy even flinched a little. The elfess was almost unconscious at that point. She was willing to give her life if her comrade didn't wake up. Smiling, the guy looked back to where the girl lay. It looked like he owed her a favor. With a wave of his hand, Gareth decided to leave, saying that if they succeeded, they could save a lot of people from starvation. Stitch, sitting in his seat, waved at him and mentally thanked him. Following that, the guy decided to finally talk to his artifact and find out everything that had happened. And he's not talking about the dream. He's talking about the black artifact that the demon absorbed without his consent. What they saw was clearly not in the order of things, so why did Memento think it would be a good idea to absorb it? Eventually, Stitch couldn't stand it and screamed. But the demon replied in a calm voice that it wasn't time to know about it yet. Paying attention to the intonation of the guy did not stop. It felt as if the demon knew everything perfectly well, and how can he trust then? Memento said nothing in response, leaving Stitch to sit in utter bewilderment. In his memory there was no house, no characters, nothing that he had seen. Clutching his head, which was starting to hurt, the guy just couldn't believe that it could be true. But the phrases of beings who still believe in the existence of gods were still spinning in my head, because Elena also believes in the goddess, and the dwarves believe in Axton too. The puzzles in his head were slowly starting to come together. The elf goddess Estra, and the dwarf god Axton. And what if they really exist? Then it seems to have been a vision of the past. What if the god of men also exists? Then it all worked out. He saw the past, the moment of creation of all living beings, and the absolute God who created it all appeared in front of his eyes. Eventually Elena woke up and Stitch looked in her direction a little startled. The guy immediately ran up to her and started asking how the girl was feeling, a huge relief that she seemed to be okay. The elfess was even a little startled by such attention, and hurriedly assured that everything was fine and there was no problem. Stitch smiled broadly and thanked her because it was only thanks to Elena's efforts that he was able to wake up from his eternal sleep. Unexpectedly, the elf blushed and looked away, embarrassed. From outside came Gareth's voice waving if this couple had woken up by now it would be time to go. After this phrase, Elena blushed even more, and Stitch was ready to fall through the ground in shame. The traveler came closer and asked if they had succeeded. Gareth replied that there was enough time to make a plan. Holding out a telescope, he invited me to look at something interesting that was happening in the distance. Looking through the pipe, they saw the caravan they were hunting, but it was still far away. Besides, the scouts must have arrived by now, so it's time to talk things over. Looking at Gareth's drawings, Stitch was a little doubtful that the guys would be able to understand this kind of plan, but his buddy assured him that everything would be all right. Just in time, Bernard arrived. The panting man brought the terrible news. A puzzled look appeared on the face of the former brigand. He had certainly assumed such a thing. But what had happened there in the first place? Drawing a circle in the sand around the drawing, Bernard reported, firstly, this caravan cannot be approached within this perimeter distance. They managed to find out that in the center of the column is Akurata's trainer. If they come closer than 300 meters, they will be detected immediately. The strange word puzzled Stitch, who had heard of something like this for the first time, raised an eyebrow at him. Elena explained Akuratas are monsters with high intelligence, and they have almost the same vision as elves. But she didn't know they were trainable. A frowning Gareth replied that it was possible if you trained them from birth, but they obeyed no one but the trainer. It's understandable then, Stitch asked what else is in their way besides this beast. Looking to the side, the guy noticed that Elena was shivering from something. She seemed to be either scared or cold. Besides, these monsters are very expensive. But Stitch couldn't understand why Gareth was talking about price. Bernard clarified if it was a normal barrier, it would be better to hire a lot of mages and use the magical exploration skill. It's also worth considering that their uniforms are made of dispellium. Gareth finally realized what good are mages if they use an anti-magic stone. Suddenly, Elena said she would deal with it. 300 meters was enough for her. But Stitch was against it. With a serious look at his friend, he said that she needed to rest. If she was going to be so tense, it would be bad. Elena interrupted him, saying she wasn't so weak that she couldn't handle one bird. If Stitch was so worried, she'd release one arrow and leave. Her stubbornness was starting to piss Stitch off, but Gareth was surprised at her determination. Seriously, without their abilities, it's going to be very difficult to deal with them. They have good uniforms. There was nothing to do, and the guy agreed, but only for one shot. That's where we decided if the caravan couldn't detect them, it would give us an advantage on offense. Only one question remained. What to do with the anti-magic stone? Stitch just waved his head. It didn't matter, he could handle it. Even if they have that thing, he had a way that these people would definitely fall for it. Time passed and the caravan slowly approached its destination. None of them even suspected that they were in danger. In front were two people, rider on a horse and another man with a mohawk. They were all tired because they had traveled from the southern borders to the northern borders. The man on the horse was named Benedict, and he reassured his friend by saying that it would only take a little more time and they would be there. The man next to him was named Tull, and he looked away and hummed to himself. With a shriek, Akaratus returned and sat on the arm of his trainer. The bird looked menacing. Tull marveled as much as he looked at this animal. It seemed to him incredibly noble. Benedict confirmed this. It is certainly difficult to breed such animals, but in return a person receives incredible loyalty, and besides, Akaratus looks incredibly elegant. Such a pet would want anyone, but not everyone is given to master such a miracle. Suddenly, something fell near the riders, causing them to turn surprised looks in that direction. Tull was the first to notice and was immediately horrified when their pet fell from the sky unconscious, the arrow hitting him in the neck, ending his life instantly. In that second, a commotion began as several people dressed in cloaks jumped on the others. Benedict did not understand what kind of an idiot one must be to attack the royal cortege first thing in the morning. All are armed and well equipped, but still someone was able to easily deliver strong blows while remaining invisible. Someone's invisible hand armed with a dagger easily dispatched the guards. Sir Benedict didn't understand how it was possible that they were a great team, but someone had taken them down so easily. A horrible guess came to his mind. It was definitely the artifact's wielder. If it's an artifact, it's not activated by magic. It's activated by spirit. Dispellium is powerful stuff, but even it has its limits. One of the soldiers shouted, frightened that they had a huge problem, and someone was coming up the back rows too. Behind stood Stitch, using the power of the wind to repel all the arrows with ease. Memento was glad they were idiots. They could shoot all they wanted and still never hit. The Guardian realized that if this man was a mage, he needed to force him into close combat. He ordered the others not to be afraid. If only they could shorten the distance, then they would immediately neutralize the magic with the stone. Pointing the artifact directly at his opponents, Stitch prepared himself, and 5 minutes would be enough time for them to deal with everything. The guard felt the strongest magical blow, and didn't even have time to react before his head went blank. Consciousness instantly left his head, and he was like a puppet deprived of all senses. The second guard looked at his comrade with horror at what was happening to him. After a few seconds he felt pain spreading up his neck and air becoming scarce. Even Stitch was a little surprised at how the trick worked. It turns out it's a pretty useful thing. Memento immediately took hold of the guard's lifeless body, and the man's eyes began to glow a green, devilish color. The commander could not understand what was going on. He had seen something like this for the first time, and a chill ran down his spine. The guardian enslaved by the demon separated his head from his body in a flash. The commander still couldn't understand what the hell was going on here. He was just stunned with shock. For some reason his soldiers started attacking each other, but the man couldn't figure out what the reason was. Through the unfortunate soldier's face came the demonic outline. Memento could now move between bodies. This was his new ability that appeared after absorbing the black sphere and fulfilling all the conditions. It was a capture. This ability allows the entity to detach itself from the main artifact and transfer itself into another body unhindered. However, the most frightening thing was the ability's action time, namely, an entire hour. It's hard to imagine what could be done in that amount of time. The commander of the soldiers was furious. He couldn't understand how this guy could do such a thing. Stitch approached him in one leap, saying he was returning what they'd stolen. Instantly enchanting the sword, the guy swung as hard as he could and struck a single blow. It was enough for the commander's head to separate from his body instantly and fly off in the other direction. Memento was delighted with the new sensations. He could now feel his body, and it was wonderful. Smiling, he said he never thought having a body of flesh and blood could be so convenient. Stitch didn't really believe that his demonic companion had never thought of that. But still, he had once Memento had talked about it, and even thought of taking control of Stitch's own body. He approached the guy almost closely. With a single sword stroke, the guy defeated the soldier, and Demon grudgingly told him to just watching, wanted to enjoy this feeling more. Sir Benedict was terrified. He couldn't let precious supplies meant for the front just go to waste. However, the situation was more than critical. Ahead was a ghost-looking warrior. Behind the soldiers fighting amongst themselves under the power of some demon, and what to do was decidedly unclear. The frightened Toll begged his master to give at least some order. At this rate they would lose all their wagons. Jumping off his horse, Benedict said he needed to deal with the front lines first. The man rushed forward with the speed of a bullet, ignoring the incomprehension of the others. He ran just towards Gareth, who was expecting nothing of the sort, and just stared ahead. Being in his usual form, he was vulnerable, and at the last moment blocked a powerful blow. With a great effort, he managed to stay on his feet. How fast this knight was! A duel had begun between them, and each was moving at incredible speeds on the edge of human capability. Benedict realized in time that the attacker wanted to break the distance again and activate the artifact. He couldn't let that happen, and in one great leap he began to close in on his opponent. As soon as Gareth wanted to activate the magical device, he felt an incredible blow to his chest just where the artifact was. From such force, he couldn't stand on his feet and flew into the nearest tree, hitting his back painfully. It was hard for him not to lose consciousness when the enemy accelerated, and just as the man had time to think about it, Benedict was next to him, and at the last moment managed to block his blow. The guard was furious. So this simple thief doesn't care that the country is falling apart. All that matters is to steal. After such a statement, Gareth became furious. Does everyone know that the top leadership of the country steals from its people every time? At such insolence, Benedict ordered his aide to destroy the vile brigand immediately. To his surprise and horror at the last moment, the knight noticed that his assistant was attacking him instead of dealing with the robber. He was horrified to see a demonic face slip through the face of his faithful associate. On the face of the unhappy Benedict was clearly reflected fear. He did not understand what was happening to his friend. This second delay was enough for Stitch to take good aim at him with a powerful blow. In the end, it was all over even sooner than it was supposed to be, managed in 10 minutes. Seeing Stitch vomiting, Gareth hurried over to him with a bottle of water, and his comrade didn't seem to be feeling well at all. Caught in a bottle, Stitch replied in a weak voice that everything was fine. Just nonsense, need to recover a bit. Meanwhile, the others are almost all done. Thanks to Stitch, there are virtually no casualties on their part. By the looks of things, they'd finished. Gareth still hadn't given up hope that Stitch would join their team after all. In that case, that's the end of it, because Gareth's decided to head back to the gorge. They've wasted a lot of time, so they need to hurry. Stitch even wondered what he was going to do now that everything was ready. Gareth readily replied that he would send the wagons where they were most needed, for there were many weak men in the kingdom. Plus, the guy asked Bernard to escort his friends. The man would help get them to any place within the kingdom. Also, Elena still doesn't seem to be looking very good, so it would be stupid to refuse help. With evident interest, the brigand asked his companion if he had already decided where to go. Stitch has already planned everything perfectly. This time he's going somewhere completely different. Many kilometers away, there was a tense atmosphere in the Palace of Venice. The first prince sat on his couch with his head back and tried to gather his thoughts. Seeing his younger brother, Raptors smiled and told him to go and rest at least a little. With obvious disbelief on his face, Alfred still agreed and looked at his older brother. Soon there was a bottle of 95-year-old art wine on the table, and it gave off an ineffable odor. However, despite his older brother's entreaties, Alfred didn't come here for that. So how much did the older one manage to collect? Squinting, the first prince thought and replied that this time only 3 harvests were scarce, so we would have to make do. Among these artifacts, 2 looked quite good, so the guy gave them to the bodyguards and decided to keep the sword. Sighing heavily, Alfred once again asked his older brother not to hand out artifacts left and right. In addition, it was worrying that the feud between the royal family members could escalate, as one could take the initiative and break the rules. Smiling, Raptors looked at his relative. Perhaps Alfred wants to take one artifact for himself, so please do. In a calm voice, Alfred replied he didn't need it. He already had one, and that was enough. Leaning back on a comfortable sofa, the first prince asked how Alfred was doing, to which the man replied that everything was basically the same. Besides, their youngest has recovered on the front lines without spreading unnecessary rumors. Putting the glass with the drink on the table, Raptors was surprised his counselor was saying the exact opposite. The man's look changed exactly whether nothing happened, or his brother was starting to lie. At this point, Alfred cursed that sagacious counselor and tried to smooth things over. The first prince didn't seem to trust these words much and frowned even more. It is known that the 3 heirs to the throne were not such bad men. They had a docile character and the relationship wasn't the worst, but that's just at first. Soon, because of disagreements, everything went bad, and there were rumors that it came to bloodshed. But the older brother had an advantageous position. In addition to being first in line to the throne, he also had very capable aides and a huge support from the kingdom. Therefore, the middle and younger brother were more like his subordinates than competitors. But in spite of all this, they had a high enough opinion of their own person not to bow their heads. Harold immediately rejected his older brother, for which Raptorus forever hated him even more. As a consequence, since he was the youngest son and was farthest from the throne, he was forced to go to the northern front. But the middle brother Alfred acted much more sensibly, pretending to help the older one, took over all financial matters of the kingdom, and as first counselor was able to use his talents and status. Raptorus looked at his brother with great distrust, as if Alfred was plotting something behind his back. A chill ran down his spine as the middle brother hurriedly assured him that everything was fine. Although Alfred and Harold were rivals, their main goal was to inherit the throne and overthrow the elder, which is why they became allies. The tense atmosphere between the brothers disappeared, and Alfred hurried away so as not to do anything stupid. The older just watched him with great suspicion. He still thought there was something odd about his brother's behavior. Stitch's wagon was now northwest of Venice. Elena sat inside and smelled the herbs. Bernard, leading the wagon, said they would soon arrive in town, and there they could find funds to rebuild. The city was called Kilden. Stitch thought in this place increased turnover of medicines, so it was not difficult to find something suitable. Elena hastened to assure that she was fine and not to worry. However, the demon whispered in her ear that the flow of her mana was wrong, and Stitch asked to make him a bow. With great effort, Elena tried to create a weapon, but it failed. The answer went away on its own. She hadn't fully recovered yet, so Stitch didn't want to hear anything. The girl was very angry with herself. She wanted to be useful, and now she felt superfluous. Bernard asked how much further they had to go, and the man replied that the town should appear soon. So it happened soon before their gaze opened a small but incredibly cozy city crowded with people. Thanking his escort, Stitch looked at him with more respect. Now he regarded this criminal in a different way. Bernard smiled broadly and replied that it was Stitch who had helped them, so there was nothing to thank him for. The boy wondered if the next time they would meet again it might be worth giving his real name. Soon they entered the city. At the exit, Bernard said that if they needed anything else they could ask. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a rumbling sound. Elena slumped to the floor, completely exhausted. Immediately Stitch jumped up to her. He didn't realize that the girl was so bad that he had to do something. Even Memento came to be horrified at how bad the girl looked going out all this time she had just been enduring. The demon hurriedly raged at his ward how thick-skinned he was that he hadn't noticed his friend feeling ill. Stitch jumped out of the wagon and ordered to wait for him here. He ran for the medicine. You can't beat this disease with a simple remedy. You need a drug that helps with skills. Seeing a small table where a man with a lush beard was sitting, the guy immediately jumped up to him, shouting he needed a recovery potion. When he heard that there was no such thing, he was outraged. This city is famous for its medicines, so how is this possible? The man, whose eyebrows went straight down, waved his hands and assured me that they only sold basic medications. Stitch heavily sighed. Yes, what is it? Really nothing. There was no time to do. An old woman appeared out of nowhere, and made a remark such behavior here could be considered disorderly. She told him in a stern voice that the restoration flower he needed was at the top of a cliff. But not everyone could get there. The guy didn't even become anything if he got that marvelous flower. Would these two be able to help him? On the faces of the older men there was a look of bewilderment. Sure, it's possible, but how is he even going to get it? Without listening to anything, Stitch turned and ordered to wait for him here. He would arrange everything. Soon he found himself in the forest, and was already talking to his demon, and could not understand who could erase people's memories. Suddenly a strange sound came to his ears. The guy immediately shifted his gaze to that direction. After all, the area around this town is full of herbs. It's the perfect place for scientists to study. Besides, there was something else that kept him busy, and Stitch immediately grabbed his weapon. Someone was standing behind the tree and watching him all this time, but Stitch saw everything perfectly. Besides, the stalker was quite noisy, so it was not very difficult to notice him. Soon a huge spike almost fell on his head and he managed to bounce away. The villagers didn't say anything about such an inhabitant, and it was very strange. In front of him stood a huge monster, which was a large spider covered in thick fur. He didn't have time to think. The spider immediately began to attack, snapping its fangs. Despite its imposing size, the monster moved fast enough to be a nuisance. If Stitch hadn't had time to jump back, the huge spider's paw would have crushed him instantly. Pointing his artifact at it, He concentrated all his power to destroy the contagion. One accurate shot was enough for the spider to be destroyed. All that was left was for Curse to devour. The demon wondered why this monster had come from here, since it doesn't live here, and such animals usually walk in groups. Okay? A flower. But if you leave those monsters alone, there's nothing left of this town. Didn't any of the residents ever notice these vile creatures? Of which there are many, by the way. At the last moment, the guy managed to intercept an arrow flying straight at his head. The attacker was wearing a cloak and it was impossible to see his face, but Stitch ordered him out. With a powerful blast of air, the guy easily knocked the stranger off the tree branch. Now he saw perfectly well who it was and pointed his weapon at him. There was a look of surprise on the guy's face as to who dared to attack him in broad daylight. It turned out to be an elf with a baleful gaze, looking at Stitch as if he were an enemy. Still, it had been a long time since the guy had encountered such a thing and sighed heavily. But what did this elf want? That characteristic wary look when the pupils turn white was well known to him. To begin, he ordered the elf to stand up. He forgives him. Let him better tell what is going on in this forest. The still uncomprehending forest dweller simply stared at the man with an evil look. Stitch does not intend to fight now, and said that the only friend of the elf needs a cure. The inhabitants said there is a suitable flower here. But to his dismay, the elf did not listen to him and just jumped up and disappeared somewhere in the thicket of the forest. The demon muttered that they might catch him if Stitch froze his legs in time, but the guy just shook his head. Now this same elf looked guiltily in front of him, and said that he was just keeping watch, as suddenly a man walked into the forest. The elf girl looked at him sternly and was angered by such behavior. However, the scout tried to justify himself somehow. He, after all, could not do anything in the forest, was a stranger. The pixie's mood was still ruined, but she cooled down a bit, so was the scout able to destroy it or not? With an even more dumbfounded look, the elf said he had failed. The man was too fast. The girl boiled immediately, her teeth gritted with anger and disgust. Immediately the little elf felt the heat on his cheek. The girl gave him a powerful slap. She was furious. She'd better have had the underdog destroy the stranger. Now all their hard work had gone to waste. A few more elves were watching this from above, appeared the problem, so it was worth worrying about. The girl continued to rage. And why did she erase people's memories all this time, and now some of them will know where the others live? But suddenly, something completely unexpected happened. Stitch himself came to their lair and looked at the gathering of elves. As soon as they were all quiet, Stitch, picking at his ear, asked to continue, wondering why they were erasing people's memories. The elves turned on him and looked scared to death with eyes the man had somehow managed to sneak up on them. The guy's expression changed. Well, why did they stop talking? I'd like to hear it. The elf's gaze became fierce, and she rushed towards him with great speed. Jumping up, she put her arm forward, ready to attack. She couldn't let the man know about it. Noticing for himself, Stitch thought that elves really are all the same and intercepted the girl's hand. The girl ordered the others to shoot immediately, need to destroy the man at all costs. The others present immediately drew their arrows and began showering them with a hail of projectiles. To their great surprise, the elves noticed that the wind was pushing their arrows back. It was obviously magic. The others just stood and stared in horror. No one understood how such a thing was even possible. Even their head elf looked at the stranger in horror, and couldn't understand how a human could do something like that. In a perfectly calm voice, Stitch said they wouldn't catch him even if they all attacked together, just let them listen. Pointing at the little elf, since he's alive and unharmed means the others must realize Stitch means no harm. The girl still eyed the guy with disbelief, continued. If they answered all the questions, then he would just leave. It turns out that all the others did not understand the human language, so Stitch all this time was just talking to himself. But the elf seemed to believe him, so he wasn't telling the truth, and hadn't come here because he wanted to destroy them. Waving his hands, the guy replied that if he wanted to do that he would have ruined the whole building, but she seemed willing to listen to him now. After a short story, the elf shook her head. She still couldn't believe that a human and an elf could become friends. In a serious voice, Stitch asked, "She thinks it's all a lie. Why do it at all?" Looking at the stranger, the elfess asked, "Can we get the name of the one he befriended?" Quietly, Stitch called the name Elena, and immediately everyone around them fell silent in surprise. No one expected this. "Her name is Elena Drainer. He befriended her quite some time ago, and now they travel together." But the other elves couldn't believe it. The elves seemed to realize what was going on and began to talk among themselves. At once, seeing that behind his back someone was whispering, Stitch inquired. They had known her before. The pixie's face changed. As soon as she heard that Elena was sick, it seems now the girl was ready to tear the stranger apart. Trying to avoid answering, Stitch softened the question by saying that the girl was just overdoing it. Taking up his weapon, he repeated the question. "If they're erasing people's memories, why do they do it? What's the reason? What's the reason?" The girl, visibly frightened, waved her hands and asked to be understood correctly. They would never hurt people who weren't trying to hurt elves. Looking at the elf who dared to attack him, Stitch said he'd deal with him later. The girl hastened to assure him that they had no malicious intent in the mountain cave. Monster had taken up residence there, so they could not allow people to go in. A huge spider immediately came to mind. Turns out it is the same monster. Turns out that the elves were just saving the villagers. There was no desire to stay here. So Stitch decided to believe the girl tried to stop him. It was crazy to go into monster territory. With a smile on his face, Stitch said, "No matter how many of those ants there are, they can't handle him." Without waiting for an answer, the guy quickly jumped from the window to the ground, leaving the elves alone. Everyone in the house just stood in utter bewilderment, not expecting such an exodus. The girl lowered her worried gaze to the ground. Perhaps this was their only chance. One of the elves asked what Myriad was talking to the man about. No one must know about it, because plans could be ruined. In a heavy voice, Myriad said that if they had no way to prevent what was about to happen, then she would go. If they can't deal with a pack of these monsters, the problem will not only reach the village, but also their settlement. The same elf named Sid asked he too must go. The girl just grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and dragged him along. Together they walked briskly out of the room, ordering the others to keep order. Stitch, who was already far away from there, stood and watched the monsters he was already close to. On the other hand, he'd gotten this far, and at least someone had to show up, or that first spider was special. With a loud chittering sound, one of the monsters immediately jumped down from above, attacking its prey. The sharp sword immediately went through his head, taking his life instantly. The next spider didn't take long to arrive, and was already jumping to the ground and running towards the boy. The strange thing was that these two monsters separated from the main pack. Why did this happen? Immediately, the spider released a jet of yellow-colored poisonous liquid from its vile mouth. The guy soon realized it was acid that would instantly eat away at the skin if nothing was done. Quickly jumping up, he dodged the attack, and the acid simply melted the ground. There was something glowing down below, and Stitch immediately took notice of it, lowering his eyes. The monster's huge, sharp paw was right next to his face, incredibly close. And for some reason, an elf appeared nearby. It looked like he was being watched, and it was annoying. It was Myriad along with Sid. The girl put her hands out and showed that she was not hostile. But why are they here? In a serious voice, she said that they had only come to help him. But the guy immediately shook his head negatively. Let them just not flicker in front of his eyes. It would be the best help. The spider immediately shattered into pieces. Seeing this, the elfess was horrified to realize that the man was incredibly strong enough to slay such a monster with a single blow. Stitch said in an annoyed voice that only Elena didn't annoy him. But he didn't know them very well, so just leave them out of it. Hearing her friend's name, Myriad lowered her head. It was rare to find such good helpers immediately able to adapt. No wonder the human has such an opinion of this elfess if they've been fighting together for so long. In any case, the garden where he's headed is a nest of these monsters. The girl recognized his abilities, but even he won't be able to pull it off. In a haughty voice, Stitch inquired and how they were going to help him. With a trembling voice in shock that the guy had absorbed the monster, Myriad said we'll give him the opportunity to fight as he wants, and we'll take care of the twilight color themselves. It certainly sounded good. With the help of the curse devouring effect, their magical powers increased. Myriad said, and this man doesn't feel hostile. That's why Elena helps him so much. There were too many questions, and Stitch was a little wary of why this elf was helping him at all, if it was because of Elena. Lowering her gaze, Myriad clarified that it wasn't just because of her friend. The voice was sad. Even before there was human settlement, they guarded the forest and all the inhabitants within. But soon these spiders called Grozakni appeared, and life slowly began to crumble. They were very strong and outnumbered the elves. The human villagers didn't want to leave the place, so the elves decided to protect them. Now it all makes sense. Those monsters Stitch saw came to Earth because they were hungry. Of course the elves realized that starvation was not an option. But it was all they had at the time, and now Stitch is the only way out of this situation. Soon they were already approaching the nest of vile monsters, and the boy was destroying every living thing with all his might. Myriad was on hand to help and finish off those monsters the guy missed. The web of these monsters was incredibly strong. No matter how many times Stitch cut it, nothing worked. One spider had already prepared to attack when it saw its victim caught in the web. The elf wanted to warn the traveler but knew she couldn't, so she had to do it herself. In a second the spider was destroyed with a powerful spell. It just lost its head. This made Stitch surprised to find out that the elf also possesses magic, and quite powerful. From the girl's face it was clear that she was very tired. Too much mana consumption. She used the spell only in extreme necessity. Stitch looked at her carefully, but there was something about her, and she was hiding magic. The girl didn't notice another spider had already landed behind her back, preparing to attack. She still wouldn't be able to dodge in time. The fear for her life came into her eyes. A powerful electric wave appeared from somewhere, and immediately the spider began to shake from the voltage. Stitch, already running to the rescue, was preparing a weapon to finish off the abomination with a single blow. Within a second of approaching, the traveler used a powerful blast that hit the spider in a flash. After such a powerful blow, nothing was left of the monster but shreds of fluffy skin. Sid, who was standing nearby, was horrified to see that he had interfered with the man. But Stitch cheered him up by saying that the kid was surprisingly good. He has good abilities, but unfortunately his character is too soft. But that's even better. They seem to have a little experience in battle. So Stitch suggested we speed up a bit. Soon there was a powerful explosion that destroyed all the monsters in a single blow, and the explosion was heard by everyone in the area. Thank God at the last moment the guys managed to dive out of there. Myriad said fearfully that they almost got hit themselves. By the way, it seems they've arrived at the right place. Stitch lowered his eyes down to where something was. They were standing in front of a large pillar, more like an anthill made entirely of sand. It seemed like there should be a field of flowers at the top. The guy squinted at the strange structure and wondered how many of them were hidden here. Soon the whole company was literally surrounded by spiders. There were hundreds, and maybe even thousands of them. Goosebumps ran down Sid's back, and he told his sister it wasn't too late to back off. Despite all this, Myriad replied that if the boy said anything stupid again, she'd give him a good thrashing. Stitch, on the other hand, seemed to be in a great mood. Despite the spiders being nasty, it was a good warm-up. He decided to stop the chatter of these two and said to look the other way. Near the largest spider, almost the size of a whole house, was a small flower that appeared to be twilight color. Great. Now it's up to these two to get the flower and Stitch to take care of the rest. A cursed aura immediately appeared around him. The cloak turned into a large blanket several times its size. Memento asked. He hadn't used the cursed clock since that time in the dungeon when he had to share his aura. The demon said he'd change the abilities to fit Stitch's form, which should help. Looking at his companion, the guy asked, "Probably this is the effect of the black artifact." The skull nodded his head. The elf tried to cover herself with her hands, but it was an incredible power that humans are not capable of wielding. The spiders raised their heads up, watching the strange creature dare to attack them. Rising high up, Stitch opened his huge cloak as if transformed into a large bat. The spiders barred with fear but could do nothing. Their strength was too insignificant. The guy jumped down, covering the entire space around him with a dark aura blocking the exit. There was a smile gleaming on his face that was sure to make the spiders sweat a little. A dome of cursed energy appeared around him, blocking mana in and out. Action was needed right now. He yelled for Myriad to get ready to strike. The girl flinched. She pulled her frightened brother, who kept saying that if anything happened, she would be responsible. A huge spider appeared, probably the most important spider of all, and it opened its ugly jaws, and there was a crackling sound everywhere. The girl ran forward. It must have been the uterus, wondering if the spider could withstand such an onslaught. The shock bolt ability smashed right into the head of the vile spider, causing it to stagger. It was Sid's ability to imbue a projectile with an electrical charge, thereby amplifying the power. His sister, meanwhile, wasted no opportunity either, and ran the spider from the other side. In her hands, she already had an electric whip with the ability to bind her opponent. The girl swung, and the whip caught the nearest rock ledge with incredible force. In a few big jumps, the girl was on top like a mountain climber, started to climb up while her brother was dealing with a huge spider. He drew his bow again and took good aim right at the spider, needed to give his sister some time. Arrows flew and hailed. Despite the power of this skill, the spider's skin was too hard to penetrate. Following this, the spider mate released several thousand sharp spikes from her belly like a porcupine. The poor little elf had already prepared himself to accept his fate, and covered himself with his hands, clasping his eyes. Luckily, Stitch arrived in time and covered his comrade with his sturdy cloak using the crosswind. The huge spider was already flying at its victims, spreading its mighty claws and preparing to destroy. Myriad seems to have gotten over it already and jumped right on top of the Spider-Woman to keep her from getting to her friends. The girl drew her bow and began to release dozens of arrows one after another without sparing any effort and energy. The stone spike worked, but the spider put out a few more of its outgrowths and almost hit the girl. Thank goodness the speed was enough, and the elf was near the flowers, and immediately started to pluck them off. She yelled for the others to get into the woods before the monster woke up, but Stitch said they would finish him here. A blast of air cut through space and headed straight for the monster. The power was simply immense. This was followed by a fireball designed to set the monster on fire permanently. A blazing storm engulfed everything around the spiders, crackling but unable to do anything. Their bodies just turned to ash. The elven woman's face showed surprise, along with horror at how a human could use magic of this level. Soon it was over, and two small silhouettes were advancing through the cave with great speed. Even here she could smell the scorched earth, but what had happened to Elena remained a mystery. The mother spider was furious. Someone dared to attack her nest. She will do her best to destroy the invaders. The tired stick marveled at such a skill. He does not even leave traces, quite useful thing. But the demon wondered why the spider was still hanging on. She wasn't even a guardian. But there was something about her. Devouring curses finally destroyed the monster by giving it a few thousand more experience. By the way, I wondered if this skill's destructive power was too great. The demon replied that it was not the main thing. The important thing is that his own magic didn't work. The guy replied that now was not the time to think about it. Memento didn't listen to him, and continued to rage. Now is not the time to think about it. Stitch, when he can't win with magic, uses physical force or machinery. But it's not that simple. The demon noticed such methods work on monsters like Bunyip. But this spider managed to repel even Firestorm. But there was nothing to worry about. Stitch had checked everything out. So onward he ran straight at the spider. A huge jet of poisonous acid burst out from the monster's vile mouth and flew straight at the attacker. With a crosswind, Stitch easily repelled this attack and moved on. Jumping high up, he held onto his sword and prepared to deliver a crushing blow from above. The spider in turn grasped the blade with its vile claws and blocked the blow. Needing to get close to make it work, Stitch pushed himself backwards with the air again. In response to his demonic friend's outrage, Stitch asked him what other options there were. To this, the demon replied with one word: Ice Guy. At first he didn't understand anything, but the demon ordered him to get ready. Now the ice wave mixed with the air bullet was a new ability. Thousands of ice shards flew straight at the spider, cleaving the air. Even Stitch was surprised by such power. The spider was unable to withstand the onslaught. Even its powerful shell cannot protect against that much ice. This was the chance. The spider lifted its paws up, opening its belly, and could strike at a weak spot. Running closer, Stitch used his explosion. A powerful wave flew straight into the monster, knocking it off its feet. After such power, the guy's eyes were crazy, and he immediately remembered the alchemist who had given him such power. Interrupting his admiration, the demon advised him to look inside the spider. There was definitely something interesting there. And indeed, there was something to look at. The guy took a closer look, and what he saw made his heart beat faster. There were several artifacts lying on the ground in a puddle of vile green acid, so that was why this monster seemed too strong. Taking one of the artifacts, the guy suggested, maybe the monster had absorbed a seeker who had a lot of treasure. Soon they moved home. Coming home, Stitch immediately went to Elena, who was still feeling very bad, and ordered to drink medicine. He proudly said he made the potion himself. So let her drink it, it'll help her get better. Without further questions, Elena tipped the mug and drank the medicine in one gulp. The decoction tasted disgusting, and the girl even frowned, but there was nothing to do. Stitch was greatly relieved when he realized that now the girl would definitely be on the mend. He had a little more to do, so the guy decided to let Elena rest for a while. Bernard met him on the way out of the room, and immediately inquired about the elf's health. Apparently something had happened. In a stammering voice, the man said that it seemed Stitch was waiting for his old acquaintances to come here. The guy's facial expression immediately changed and became annoyed. Well, what the hell? Outside the door stood Myriad and Sid. It wasn't hard to guess that they had come to check on Elena. Once inside, Myriad marveled at the ambiance of the human home. But Sid, on the contrary, was not so pleased. Sighing heavily, the boy wondered how they had ever ventured into a human settlement. When she entered the room where Helena was resting, Myriad was immediately convinced of the truthfulness of the man's words and felt good. He was a little offended. Did the elves still doubt the lad's words? Myriad hastened to say, not quite, so doubts will be there until you see for yourself. One thing that was interesting was how they knew Elena from all appearances for quite some time now. Myriad told that they are something like close sisters. To be honest, the elves of Kilden and the elves of the Dark Forest have had a warm relationship since long ago. Besides, Elena is the daughter of the deputy head of the tribe, so she was very popular among the leaders. Everyone respected her and treated her with great warmth, and so their relationship began to grow closer. But at one point, a dungeon appeared in the Dark Forest, and eventually it grew so large that they had already decided that they could not get rid of this problem. Stitch, who remembered it all well, thought that if she was talking about Mr. Kane, he had already saved him, and why hadn't Elena told him? Elena was already awake. Apparently the voices had woken her up, and she opened her eyes easily. As soon as Myriad saw it, she was immediately stunned with surprise and happiness. She rushed over to Elena and began to hug her tightly. Apparently the bond between them was indeed tight. Elena still couldn't understand where her sister had come from here, who had brought her here in the first place. With an acerbic grin and the same squint, Stitch stood back and chuckled quietly to himself. He then put his arm around the uncomprehending Sid, and they left the room together, leaving the girls alone. Helena lowered her head and said that she thought they had left the forest a long time ago, because the connection had broken. But her friend, with a smile on her face, said that moving on the contrary attracts the attention of people. She lived near the village. There grows a lot of medicines. Miri started asking Elena about her life. The girl even got a little embarrassed. After the story, Miri had looked at her friend with surprise. It turns out her comrade saved Kane. Yes, this guy is much better than the elfess imagined. Elena also said she's escorting Stitch to repay a debt. She also owns an artifact. Then the girl blushed. In a way it was like that, but she stammered. A very bad thought immediately popped into Myriad's head, which Elena immediately tried to refute. Sitting with Sid, Stitch heard thunderous laughter erupt from the next room. Wiping away tears of laughter, Miri said it was Elena's right to do whatever she wanted, but if Sidon found out about it, he'd be furious. By the way, he sat nearby and listened intently to the conversation. But Stitch didn't understand a thing. When she looked at the blushing Elena, her friend asked her if she was going to stay here for a long time, and she didn't understand where they were going. Putting on her cloak, her friend said that if they meet next time, let Elena comes to the forest. Still with a slight blush on her cheeks, the girl sighed and nodded her head. When the pixie left the room, Stitch immediately asked how his friend was, and the girl replied that she was in excellent condition. Myriad then said that since Stitch was the only person she could trust, let him promise that nothing would happen to Elena. With a heavy sigh, the guy replied that Elena didn't owe him anything. If she wanted to leave, she could do so at any time. Myriad smiled. What a tightwad he is after all. It seems like they'll have to wait centuries for their relationship to develop. The elven woman asked where they were going to go. Now Stitch himself didn't know. The answer was, there were several other plans besides healing Elena. The surprised girl looked at him. She wished she could stop him since they were moving north now. After all, everyone goes south. Stitch was a little wary after that sentence. How she knows all this sounds a little strange. 2 days later, they were on their way out of town to their next destination, parting ways with Bernard. The girl looked after him and asked where they were going to go to clean up the dungeon again. A promising smile shone on Stitch's face. This time the dungeons were finished. Now they were going to Bordenbear. 2 small silhouettes were gradually moving away over the horizon line. The place where they were heading grandiose. It was a port after all. Even so, the guy made it clear that he needed to get there right away. There's a man I had to meet, so the plan was clear. This man was crucial to Stitch's plan. His name was Sky, and he had lived in this port for a long time. At this point, sitting in his den, Sky was holding a wanted poster with Stitch on it. In one swift motion, he nailed the poster to the wall with a dagger. This dumbass traitor was starting to piss him off. Somewhere on the front line, a battle was breaking out. The soldier ordered to open fire immediately. It was necessary to destroy the enemy before he broke through the front line. A loud cannon shot rang out. A huge monster resembling a stone golem with horns and trees on its back was approaching the post. The monster's eyes were burning and it had 2 huge horns on its head, and it had already raised its huge hand to strike. One of the guards noticed that he was in danger, but there was nothing he could do, and just accepted his fate. There was a rumble in the air and a column of dust rose up. Even the entire earth began to shake with such power. But immediately the monster felt an incredible pressure on his entire body. His muzzle twisted, and he slowly began to fall. It was the junior prince's job to get to the rescue in time. But still, he was not happy. The soldiers were shocked by the power of their commander for the first time. They had seen someone with such skill to deal with a monster. The artifact in the hand of the principal was a powerful sword glowing from the overabundance of energy. It was Goldmer. The monster roared with anger, but the commander fearlessly rushed straight into a frontal attack. He only needed one blow to split the monsters in 2. A cracking sound was heard, and rocks flew in different directions. From the incredible pain, the monster roared, trying to find its opponent, but the prince was too. In one great leap, the man had gotten close to his head and was ready to deliver the decisive blow. It was over in one blow. The prince descended to the ground, scrutinizing the body. Where the monster's head used to be, there was now a core that was a bright blue crystal. With a single sword stroke, the herald deftly shattered the crystal, and it shattered into 2 pieces. His sword began to glow with the same bluish glow, and everyone else began to honor him for his feat. On the faces of the guards there was genuine surprise. The prince had absorbed the monster's core in one blow. The soldiers began to woo their prince, but he refused, saying that he needed to rest and let no one come to him. Night was falling and the northern front outpost had fallen into silence. On a few guards were still on watch. The prince was sitting in his office and seemed to be troubled by something. A strange aura emanating from his body. Clenching his teeth, the prince tried to deal with the pain, but it was too difficult. He held his chest and tried to regain his breath. Something was wrong. The artifact was affecting his body very badly. At this time in the harbor city, Stitch and Helena were advancing through the night streets. The girl asked them there must be a destination. If they stay here long enough, they're bound to get caught, and then it's gonna get complicated. But Stitch hastened to assure that they need not worry. According to experience in large cities, artifacts shine brighter. Someone was standing on the other side of the river, looking where the light was coming from. The man immediately understood this signal, and his mustachioed mouth stretched into a smile. The elf never realized what her partner had done, but the guy said it was okay, he'd be here soon. A bearded man with a scar on his face swam up to them and immediately recognized Stitch. I'm surprised the guy didn't say he couldn't be here anymore. But here's the meeting. The boy looked at the old acquaintance with great disgust. It seems he would have to lead them if he didn't want to. Then they would take the boat away. Soon, they were already crossing the river together. How many years had already passed? Seems to be about 14. Ragface recalled old events. Stitch didn't seem to be in much of a mood to reminisce about the past, and just looked ahead. The man holding the boat asked Elena how on earth she had managed to talk this guy into letting her travel with him. The constantly chattering carrier saw the fireball and felt a strong heat near his face. This chatter was getting to the guy, and he ordered him to shut up immediately and just keep rowing. Stitch didn't think he'd be welcomed here with a hug after he'd escaped, leaving him in his own. The boy closed his eyes and asked where Sky was and if he could meet him. You could tell from the man's face that he wasn't too pleased. Let Stitch have a good. Everyone in this town is just waiting for Stitch's head to come off his shoulders. Maybe then he can meet him. Once on the shore, the guy hurriedly apologized to his girlfriend. Such will often be repeated once, and not here. Elena didn't seem particularly embarrassed. This wasn't a problem for her. The girl was getting used to it. They moved through the streets of the city. With each time the guy started to notice changes. No wonder, after all. It's been about a dozen years. He noticed Elena's voice saying that she seemed to have found something. The girl was holding a wanted poster with someone's portrait on it. From the poster looked at them a rather creepy face, which also seemed painfully familiar to Stitch. That's right, it was Sky. He was also the reason he was offered a very substantial sum. But what's that scar on his eye? What's he done? The girl rightly pointed out that it's time to tell who he is, and why Stitch suddenly decided to look for him. Ignoring the guy's reluctance, Elena ordered the story. She had been in the dark for too long. There wasn't much of a choice, and Stitch began his tale by saying he'd escaped from the orphanage. He met his comrade when he was stealing, and they both had no one to rely on and became fast friends. In order not to be looked down upon, they had to unite into one team and continue trimming ordinary citizens. This life brought them together, and soon they became good friends. Brothers not by blood, but by spirit. To make sure that no one dares to look at them with contempt anymore. Stupid. But still. Stitch wants to succeed, collects money, and joins a squad going into the dungeon. And Sky, who had the power, tried day and night to protect all the wronged and offended by inventing military might. One day suddenly brought Stitch to him, and finally told him he had finished his work. It was several hundred kilograms of gunpowder. While Stitch was sinking money to leave town, his friend was inventing a large action explosive, plotting how we could destroy warehouses everywhere. After all this, they had a big fight and even fought stupidly after such a thing to stay together. After that, Stitch had to leave town, and he had not heard from his comrade for more than 10 years. It pissed him off, but his raggy face still said business. Whether his friend was right or wrong, he wasn't around when he was needed. That's why everyone in the city despises him. Elena listened attentively to a rather interesting story. At this, Stitch finished and sighed heavily. This conversation was making him quite uncomfortable. It was hard to remember the past to begin with. We need to get somewhere here. Not just lose time if delayed. They came to some weird place that looked like a cesspool. The guy warned that it would stink a lot. Elena tried to cover her nose with her hands so she wouldn't hear the foul odor, but it didn't help. So that's where her partner lived. Continuing to move deeper into the creepy place, Stitch tells me his friend was very skillful, and they were always looking for safe places. But there were bodies everywhere, and had to make a shelter. The guy touched the wall and tried to fumble for something. Running his hand along the wall, the guy fumbled for a brick that gave way and went somewhere inside. Then the wall itself began to part, revealing a small door. The elfess was extremely surprised because she had never seen such strange mechanisms before. Once inside, they saw another door much larger than the previous one, and there were some sounds behind it. Behind that door was a room full of people drinking and talking among themselves. But as soon as they saw the strangers in it, everything went quiet. The 3 men sitting closest seemed to recognize Stitch, and turned their eyes directly on him. The guy immediately darkened and raised his hand in greeting, but it didn't help. The reaction was expected. One of the men became furious and rushed straight at the guy, wanting to crush this traitor. Despite the fact that you could have done without it by making weighty fists, Stitch prepared himself, as he realized that a fight could not be avoided after all. Swinging with one blow, the guy repulsed the attack, and the huge man who didn't expect such a thing flew backwards. It took his breath away. But what was more interesting was how this guy could do such a thing. The others also looked on in horror at what was happening, unable to believe their eyes. Stitch has already tasted and charged his fist of magical energy since it's already so hot, so let him attack all at once. Another man immediately ran after his comrade, but Stitch dodged. Immediately, the attacker felt Stitch's powerful fist on his face, and felt his nose slowly begin to crunch. The still-sitting unconscious man watched what was happening, and tried to understand why this kid had become so strong. Sky was sitting in the other office, and what he was hearing was starting to piss him off. When he got up, he was about to bark a reminder that the others should never disturb him when he was working, but he hesitated half-heartedly. But suddenly he heard a familiar name and looked away. Could it be that Okuman thinks? Stitch's angry gaze was already looking right at him. What a long time it had been since they'd seen each other. It was fate to meet. Sky Gulkin. A man with a less than successful past for which a bounty of over 1 million crowns has been put on his head. He was born in a large southern city in a poor neighborhood. His mother Lasia was so beautiful, it was hard to believe her poor background. A rich man one not-so-good day decided to have some fun by driving into a poor neighborhood. There he met this woman, and just like that, Sky's fate began with the very bad entertainment of such a rich man. The boy grew up in dysfunctional conditions but was still surrounded by his mother's love. His tragedy began when he was 10 years old. The day he lost his mother was a lifelong blow that changed his mind. The last word he heard from his mother was to run, so he obeyed her and ran as fast as he could. He kept running and running through the rain and didn't even think to look back. His usual life was shattered. And only then he told that after leaving the poor man's neighborhood, all the people who lived there lost their lives. And so it came to pass that Sky's whole life had only one meaning: to avenge that hell. That's when he met Stitch, and because he was able to gather information, he was able to learn about that man. Turns out Duke Marcus Cosford was the kid's own grandfather. After he discovered that his grandson was living among the poor, he tried to hide the family's shame. It was when he saw all the mayhem the aristocrats were doing that Sky set out to take revenge on them all. After he learned that the same Duke is heading to the city, immediately planned revenge with explosives. It became a breakup with Stitch. But the boy failed to realize his plan, as a result of which the power weakened, and he lost his influence in the gang. And now he stood before his old acquaintance, whom he had parted with more than a dozen years ago. He was on the steps and still couldn't believe that he was seeing the very person in front of him one of his charges was asking him to do something about. The other man was saying that since the traitor himself had come to them, I'd better just smear him right now. Scratching his head, Sky thought about it, but didn't dare to do anything yet. Just stood there. Naturally, Stitch suspected that these guys were up to something, and he didn't like it at all. A second later, his old buddy pulled a huge pistol from behind his back and pointed it directly at his comrade. The crosswind still managed to keep the boy alive, but he felt an incredible recoil and bounced to the side. The leader of the gang of bandits grimaced. He shot like that on purpose, but it seems that his comrade has mastered some obscure skills. It seems Stitch wasn't as excited as his friend. After all, they haven't seen each other in so many years, and here's Sky in their first meeting already shooting him with a gun. Reloading his weapon, the man said that, of course it is good to see an old acquaintance, but somehow memories from the past do not give rest. So he decided to teach the insolent a little bit of a lesson and then to talk, and again pointed the barrel of the gun directly at his friend. The voice in my head said, it's not a simple weapon, so you can't get away with just a hole. It's something more serious. And then the programmer fired and the bullet flew forward on an unusual trajectory. Stitch jumped forward and soared through the air, his friend seeming mad. The rest of the bandits rushed to the aid of their boss, needed to protect their boss to keep this from becoming a thing. But no sooner had the men warmed up properly than one of them was hit in the neck by something very hard and immediately knocked out. It was Helena's special arrows. She said in a firm voice that no one should move, and only then they would be alive. One of the brigands even blushed at the sight of the beautiful elfess, but his comrade hurried to bring his friend to his senses. Stitch was already preparing an ice wave to teach his comrade a lesson once and for all. The barrel was already pointed right at him, and Sky prepared to fire once and for all, finishing off his friend. But the crosswind had been utilized, and now the bullet would not be able to reach the boy. It didn't work, and it pissed the man off. What's wrong with him? He noticed that his legs were getting cold, and he was immobilized as Stitch approached. Before he knew it, the man felt Stitch deliver a powerful blow to his stomach. Still, his friend was much faster, and already Sky was in front of the sword blade. Stitch ordered him to surrender. So far his friend had never been able to defeat Stitch by force, and he wouldn't be able to do it again. 14 years ago, a friend had already half destroyed him, and that wasn't enough for him. If there's time for chatter, better let him finish him off soon and be done with it. But Stitch replied that it was exactly the opposite. He's here to help his old friend accomplish what he set out to do that time. Unbelieving all of this, Sky looked at him wondering if they would want to do the same thing with explosives again. Stitch shook his head no. This time he would destroy the prince himself, it was his plan. There was silence all around, and Stitch just looked at his comrade with a serious look. The expression on Sky's face changed, and he was now looking at him with crazed eyes, as if his comrade had once again gone mad. The gang members standing nearby marveled at how the boy had grown in the time they had not seen each other. Still unable to believe it, Sky asked. Perhaps he was having an auditory hallucination, or was he completely insane? But Stitch just held out his hand to him in a gesture of reconciliation. He seemed to be saying completely seriously. Suddenly I still couldn't believe Stitch was up to something so adventurous. But still they shook hands. Their misunderstanding evaporated in seconds, and now Sky was ready to listen to the story. Stitch's story was that it was the Herald's third principle that started it all. So that was his plan. The prince hired Stitch to lead him into a dungeon where he took advantage of his gullibility and tried to trick him, but it didn't work. After that story, Sky scratched the back of his head. What a tight boom his friend was after all. After 10 years, he had finally matured once he had been in his skin. It was even funny, and the fact that he had set such a goal for himself, so he was now going everywhere alone with this girl. Stitch was still waiting for an answer. Twirling his hair, Sky asked what was actually required of him. In a serious voice, Stitch replied that it took a lot of people and his friend's abilities. Sky noticed that his friend had either lost his fear, or was too confident to ask for such a thing. Let's say he'll even help him with people. But what's next is just lip service. But that kind of chance doesn't just happen. Not the goal was the fortress of Gambini at the western end of the northern front. If they join forces together, they will succeed. Hearing such a crazy plan, Sky didn't even quite believe it was true. A suppressed scream was heard from the room, and everyone sitting in the hall turned that way. Sky coughed and tried to come to his senses. He hadn't been so surprised in a long time. The guy was even a little offended. He's never been as normal as this in his whole life. So what are you talking about? His face turned serious, and Sky began to explain the fortress is on top of a cliff. There is only one passageway leading there, and in the middle of this fortress there is a passage to the dungeon, and it is considered impregnable. He'd be impossibly simple. Stitch said he'd enter from the main entrance on the pretext of supplying provisions. However, Sky didn't believe it all. Stop talking nonsense. The level of defense in this fortress is not a child's plaything. With a smile on his face, his comrade said that he had recently been fed information by an elf on the northern front. Troubled Sky couldn't help but wonder. According to this elf, very soon in the dungeon near the fortress will revolt. Monsters will probably send an army there. That's when they will get into the fortress. It's hard to imagine them refusing a supply of provisions, so getting in won't be a problem. Sky was surprised at that assertiveness. Besides, Stitch said he'd recently cleaned out a wagon that was headed for the northern front, so it's hard to imagine a better option for an attack. Sky finally figured it out, so it's his friend who's out interrupting the movement of the supply wagons. And what he's gonna do after the capture. The people who are closest to the fortress and will be able to defend the dungeon are the prince's army. It couldn't be ruled out that he wouldn't choose the option of just getting out of there. After these phrases, Stitch changed in his face. As soon as the prince sees his face, he will lose all desire to leave. A smile spread across Sky's face. After such a reaction from his comrade, one could expect something very grandiose, so be it, he would believe it. Soon, the man informed all of his own that they were moving out, which caused the others a storm of emotion. Something akin to blind faith in his leader. Stitch was even a little surprised at such trust. One of the wards was already raring to fight, but the chief besought him not to rush into action. Right now would be too much. Idril is the prince's aide. If they start here now, they could be discovered quickly. The man threw on his cloak and was about to leave, but Stitch stopped him. When asked by a friend, he said he was going to the workshop, and they could use an explosive that needed to be customized. Suddenly Stitch noticed that his sword was in the hands of his comrade. Sky was admiring such skill. He looked at the blade and marveled at the fact that there was even gunpowder inside. Who had made it? Stitch replied that it was the work of a dwarf. The man looked at the weapon in disbelief, and squinted his eyes still, and the dwarf was at it. Without another word and letting the ears and indignation of Stitch pass him by, he fled out the door, leaving his comrade behind. Stitch was furious that his weapon had been stolen in the most brazen manner. And what's he gonna do now that his buddy's out of here? The guy walked around the empty room. Suddenly his loneliness was broken by Elena. The guy was surprised. She said she would go for a walk to her, that someone was bothering her. The girl waved her hand. You could tell from one expression that the girl was unhappy about something. Since when did Stitch start planning this? She seemed to have figured it out. Waving his hand, Stitch tried to justify himself. He had no other choice if he did not do so. Then everything went down the drain. In a calm yet angry voice, Elena asked if he would deal with the prince if his plan would be completed or not. The guy replied that most likely yes. Elena looked away with a kind of detached look. He wanted to show me something else, and as soon as he said it, Elena blushed. Smiling, Stitch said it seems the debt is paid, so she can go back for sure. Her father is worried. After these words, the girl's expression changed, and she looked at him with a sizzling gaze. Without a word, she left the room with a quick step and slammed the door behind her, leaving Stitch completely bewildered. Demon appeared as always on time and asked when the case is over, they will be free. The guy only snorted. Demon, too many fairy tales read. Whatever the outcome, when he puts the plan into action, it will turn the kingdom against itself. Memento Said. It seems Elena has been aware of his plans for quite some time, by the way, but you couldn't tell she was going to stop. She seemed determined to go all the way. Soon they were on their way to their destination. Stitch drove the wagon ahead and asked his companion to check again. Opening the curtain, Sky appeared and asked him what's worrying him, that things are going too smoothly, or Stitch thinks he's never done this before. When asked what he did with his penetrator, Sky even laughed. It's sword name or something. It was time to stop grumbling. A smile gleamed on his face, and the man said he had put in his secret weapon of last resort and a backup plan. He immediately disappeared into the depths of the wagon, and Stitch frowned even more at the fool who had not changed at all. The demon hesitated, and said that it seems this man had put magical fire inside the weapon. He had engraved an invisibility spell. But the question remained, why he had installed such a dubious thing. Memento noticed that Stitch himself had said they were friends. The caravan continued to move deep into the sandy desert. Demon reassured his ward. He, after all, has incredible strength, so there is nothing to fear. It was getting hotter and hotter, and the guard was sweating heavily, breathing heavily, lungs overflowing with hot air. The man stood on the tower and led his watch, grumbling something under his breath as his companion reassured him that they would only lose their strength. Suddenly the man noticed something in the country, and was immediately alert. There was something strange going on. It was a white pigeon. The only question is who sent it, because it only came when the food supply was cut off. The man's gaze grew more and more concerned. Something had definitely happened. A huge man named Angela ordered everyone to gather beside him. Stood his associate Nicholas. They were both experienced warriors. Immediately the rest of the guards arose beside them, and he called out to the adjutant. The strength of the monsters in the dungeon gradually weakened. In a loud voice for all to hear, Nicholas said that they were assembling punitive unit number 426. The adjutant looked at the letter even more closely. Absolutely all the wagons with provisions had disappeared. He reread the papers even more carefully. Everything looked extremely strange. Despite his surprise, Angela said that the gathering they would postpone for later. Let them await further instructions. A whisper crept among the soldiers. No one could understand why provisions were still being withheld. It was unusual. Most of them were exhausted and very hungry. Not everyone could take such bad news. Angela doubted they could hold out on the remnants of supplies they had. The boy could not answer this question, and his face showed that he himself was anxious. The obvious problems had to be solved first, and the man decided to assemble a team to go to the dungeon. And his assistant will keep a close eye on order in the fortress. On this they decided. The wagon continued to approach its destination. Soon should be in place. If they behave suspiciously, it will immediately reveal itself. The caravan was getting closer and closer to the fortress gates, and the tension was gradually building. Soon they approached their destination, and the guards met them with shouts ordering them to stop and show their papers. Everyone standing inside the fortress became a little worried. Someone unfamiliar was approaching them. In a loud voice so that he could be heard, Stitch shouted that he was a merchant and had come by order of the guild to bring supplies and things. Nicholas jumped up on the tower and asked what the man was talking about. In a stammering voice, the guard said it was a merchant. The soldier was a little wary of how this man could know about their provisioning situation. Stitch went on to say these were items that had been rush-ordered. For some reason, the adjutant thought he already knew this man. For some reason, the face appeared familiar. Stitch kept shouting he had been paid, he needed to accept the goods. The guy asked, "Where is the proof that this man is a merchant?" Stitch replied that he has a contract. If need be, they can check. Nicholas looked at the stranger with obvious distrust. Something in this situation seemed strange to him, but he could not understand what. After all, they opened the gates and the caravan moved forward. The soldiers had to be fed, and they would find out the rest later. Stitch smiled. Everything was going according to plan, just as he'd hoped. As soon as the soldiers saw the caravan of provisions, they immediately began to shout for joy. At last they would be fed. They are alive. The adjutant approached the merchant and praised him. Thanks to this man's efforts, they would be able to survive. The Stitch also rejoiced. Jumping off the wagon, he patted the roof and said that it had been very hot on the road, so everyone had done a good job to start with, and let them check the goods. The smile was widening on the boy's face. Very soon, and his plan would come to fruition, and he couldn't be happier. The unsuspecting adjutant approached the wagon and decided to look inside. The muzzle of a gun stared at him from inside before the boy could even understand a click, and then a gunshot shook the neighborhood. The soldiers were all frightened. It was an attack so daring that no one could understand how it had happened. The unfortunate adjutant flew far backward from the mighty shot thrown. His life ended there. People fully armed and hiding their faces immediately began to jump out of the wagon. Elena was wary. She was still angry at her partner for lying to her so much, but Stitch seemed to be in a good mood. All soldiers were ordered to immediately take their weapons out of the wagon. People started jumping out and immediately attacking everyone. Stitch prepared the tela. Several energy balls instantly appeared in his hands. A second later, lightning bolts flew into the sky and immediately scattered all over the surface of the fortress. The unfortunate guards didn't know what it was. They just couldn't do anything against such powerful magic. In a second, their bodies began to be pierced by electric shocks. Men were immobilized, and soon life left them. Trying to recover, the soldiers thought about who they were and how they managed to so boldly penetrate their fortress. Another shot rang out and Sky climbed out of the wagon. He always had a kind of weird feeling about him. The archers began to shower the uninvited guests with a hail of arrows to somehow hold back such an onslaught. 2 arrows flew straight at the man, cutting through the air and moving at an incredible speed. At the last moment, he managed to fire and used his bullet to destroy the shells flying at him. Elena came to the rescue in time and advised the man not to let his emotions get the better of him. Sky laughed and thanked the girl. He had a smile on his face. It had certainly been a long time since he had felt such strong emotions. It was just perfect. With his Tesla spell alone, Stitch was able to disarm several dozen guards at once. People could not recover from such a powerful electric shock. Their bodies were still trembling. One of the guards shouted that we should deal with this magical warrior first, and then destroy the others. Many arrows flew straight at Stitch, and several dozen guards ran at him. With a blast of air, he easily pushed the projectiles away from him and ran straight forward at his attacker. Much to the guardsman's surprise, the guy let him take a punch right in the stomach. The guard was horrified at what this man was doing. Never before had he seen anything like this. Stitch smiled and asked the man, did he really think he could handle it if he was already planning to do something like this? At least let him act not alone. The wound on the boy's body began to heal with incredible speed. Soon there was bare skin there. The poor guard didn't expect any of this and trembled with fear. Yes, who is this guy? He hesitated too much and didn't notice his attacker's powerful fist already flying at him. The current of air threw the guy back with such force that he crashed into the wall, then over the shock of the other guards. Stitch was already preparing the next attack with a smile on his face. He said that if someone now surrendered, he would let them live, let them not test their fate. The guards themselves realized how dire their situation was, but they couldn't believe it had happened. Without thinking long, they dropped their weapons and bowed to the conqueror. A smile immediately appeared on Stitch's face as the plan seems to have succeeded. All that's left to realize now is that Sky said it worked out even faster than he thought it would. Next, Stitch planned to go down into the dungeon and deal with the others. Without further ado, his mate understood everything, and said that everything would be at its best. He would scatter the baits here himself. We had to collect all the weapons and armor of the living, tie them up and throw them into the safe place. The conversation with Miri popped up in my mind. The elf said maybe monsters appeared faster in that place than in the dungeons. And this means that the main artifact of the dungeon is stronger than the others, can't be missed. The boys were moving deeper into the cave, and there seemed to be a terrible fight. There was an unbearable smell of rot everywhere and there was blood on the walls. Someone had done a very good job. The elf suddenly felt something and immediately called out to her companion. There was some noise going on outside the door. They stopped in front of a small entrance, seeming to be the guards who had arrived here earlier. Hiding behind the door, Stitch noticed that something was definitely going on in there, with lights and voices everywhere. Also caught in his gaze was a monster quite unusual, consisting entirely of bones. Perhaps it was that kind of skeleton. Before him stood the guards. Enslaved by fear, they retreated back to the safe place. Nicholas shouted that this is not a skeleton unusual. Monster requires special tactics. The dungeon guardian immediately extended his bony hand straight towards the defenseless people. After such a strong blow, everyone else was already lying on the ground unconscious, and someone else was still alive. The horrible monster swung a huge bony arm to finish off the others, but he didn't have time to do so as something very fast and powerful flew into his head, undermining part of his head. After such a powerful blow, the monster fell to the ground, and the guards were terrified. Did they really succeed? It was Angela who launched his projectile at the monster and ordered everyone else to stay away so they wouldn't get caught. His hand began to be coated with magical energy. He was preparing to produce another haul. The man hit right on target and the monster's head shattered into many different bones. The guards rejoice their tentative is so strong, so they have nothing to fear. They make quick work of this monster. Angela ordered them not to relax, they need to take care of the wounded and hide them in a secluded place. Suddenly over his shoulder he noticed something strange going on behind him. There was a light on. At the last moment, the man was able to fend off a huge fire wave flying straight at him. He shouted to the stranger so boldly, daring to attack him who it was in the first place. The soldier stood directly in front of him. The demon noticed that it didn't look like wind magic, perhaps. This man was also using an artifact. The stunned Angela could not understand how the invader was able to get through the protected fortress upstairs full of guards. With a haughty tone, Stitch told them to finish faster. He didn't really want to waste time. So I'll just take one hit. But the man's shot was so strong that the guy had no time to realize that he had already flown into the wall. It was the first time Elena had ever seen her partner defeated like that. They'd have to explain everything that happened upstairs. The girl's face suddenly brightened with a smile, and she was already preparing a backup plan since she knew that everything could not go smoothly. A surprised Nicholas looked forward and noticed that another projectile of magical energy was flying at him. And then he felt such a recoil that even his sturdy body could not cope with such an overload. His mouth gushed blood. Soon the man flew somewhere far away to the other end of the hall. Stitch was able to take him down with one shot. Dealing with this man will not be easy. He is quite strong. Stitch even felt pain for the first time in a long time. It seems Angela used telekinesis to him immediately. The guards ran up to him, but the man ordered them not to touch this guy. He immediately started preparing his next shot. He needed to deal with this as soon as possible, or these two would cause a lot of problems. To his horror, the man noticed that Stitch had jumped high up, and the elfess was already preparing for her shot. The girl fired several shots at the same time, aiming directly at the soldier. At the last moment, he managed to repel the attack. However, it cost him a lot of effort. Landing on the ground, Stitch complimented his partner on a great shot, but that wasn't all. But that's not all. A few guards ran right at her. They'll take the girl and let the commander deal with the brat. In Elena's hands, a magic ball immediately began to form, and one hit would be enough for her to deal with. Soon there was a pop, and the whole room filled with acrid smoke. It was a house grenade. The guards had stopped seeing anything and were trying to make out anything in this impenetrable fog. Elena did a great job. All that's left is to use her animal instincts, and Stitch will notice everything perfectly. The guy closed his eyes and immediately sharpened all his senses to the extreme. The rest of the military were trying to come to their senses. They had to figure out where these two had gone as soon as possible, or they were finished. Suddenly one of the men saw someone approaching them with great speed. He clenched his teeth and opened his eyes in fear. It only took a fraction of a second for Stitch to take out all the others with one deft blow. The commander, who was far away at the time, did not understand why his wards could do nothing. But suddenly he felt his feet being covered in ice and his movements became slower. If these two were going to use magic this time too, the man became wary and looked closer. Through the cold fog, he noticed that Stitch was already approaching him with great speed. At the last moment, the man noticed the sword in his hands and with difficulty blocked the attack. His whole body began to vibrate. He immediately clenched his fist to strike back. Now he was even more furious. Stitch had enough speed to dodge, but a second more and he would have lost his head. Flying back a bit, the guy grouped himself for the next throw. Nicholas ordered everyone else to avoid direct confrontation if they wanted to live, and was already preparing the next attack. Then his gaze shifted to Elena sitting nearby. The girl seemed to be getting ready. Without wasting a second, Angel was already preparing his huge fist to swat Elena in one fell swoop. The unfortunate elf did not have time to react, and the full force of the blow fell directly on her, crushing her into the ground with tremendous force. To his great horror, Stitch could do nothing but watch as his partner took the blow. Jumping up, he immediately ran towards the soldier. An overflowing rage, the guy wanted to smear him on the floor. But with his telekinesis, Nicholas deftly wrapped his body around it and immobilized him in a matter of seconds. Stitch clenched his fist and prepared several spells at once. Let it cost him a great deal of strength. The Eater's curse worked as it should, and the telekinesis immediately disappeared. His body overflowed with power. They looked at each other, and in the eyes of their rivals read fury and desire to finish off their enemy. After a second, they rushed towards each other with their fists out in front of them, and a powerful rumble sounded. Already beyond human limits, his body was already different from normal. Memento even marveled a little at his opponent's strength. They were in no way inferior to each other. Let only Stitch continue to act the same way. The rest of the guards stood aside to watch the battle and could not understand what kind of power this was. Elena came to her senses. Luckily, she was still alive and was now watching her opponents. One of the soldiers rushed towards her and shot her several times with his bow in an attempt to destroy her. The girl reacted instantly and fired her loaded arrow to meet it. Her marksmanship was stunning. The arrow flew straight at Nicholas's head. The man had not noticed anything yet. At the same time, the enemy's arrow flew straight at Stitch. They were busy fighting, so there was no way they could have noticed such a thing. Using his inhuman abilities, the guy dodged at the last moment and the arrow whizzed by him. Angela couldn't do the same and the tip went straight into his shoulder, causing incredible pain. Seizing this opportunity, Stitch shortened the distance and punched him right in the stomach. The man had no time to stand on his feet and flew into the wall with great speed, punching through it. His body was on the verge of bleeding out of his mouth and his insides were all jumbled up. With horror, the guards watched their commander suffer a crushing defeat. The man's face was stained with blood, and his whole body seemed to refuse to move after such a strong blow. Stitch, on the other hand, was perfectly fine and with a smile on his face ordered everyone to surrender or they were finished. The guy didn't have time to finish as he suddenly noticed that a strange liquid began to seep through the wall, immediately consuming one of the guards. With horror on his face, Stitch watched as the guard began to literally melt before his eyes. The demon said it was a guardian, even though it looked like a hunk of muscle, but it was a golem with a core inside. Answering the question, the demon explained that this dungeon had been starved for a long time, so the guardian would be much closer than usual. The monster opened its hideous maw and roared its roar, nearly deafening everyone else. A frightened Elena asked what the plan of action was, since the guardian was about to burst into the fray. The same as always, fighting to the last. Stitch was already preparing his fire charge. Of course he hit the huge monster, but it didn't seem to do any damage. The monster was like jelly, and so it immediately recovered. A concerned Stitch asked if Elena could locate the core in his body. The girl tensed up, applying the power of her artifact, thus increasing her vision. To their great regret, the spirit of this monster was too strong. Besides, even the elf woman's arrows would do nothing to help in such a situation. There was only one thing left to do. Looks like the guy's gonna have to deal with this jelly mass himself. Trying to freeze this slug, Stitch aimed the full power of his ice veil in its direction. The monster's body was slowly starting to freeze. If you think about it that way, it would be easier to fight it. The guy yelled to his girlfriend to shoot immediately. It's their only chance. After aiming well and pulling the arrow to the limit, the girl put all her power into the shot. As soon as she released the bowstring, the arrow whistled forward, slicing through the air like a red-hot knife. It went straight into the monster's leg, which Stitch had frozen. But it seems the arrow was useless. It only went into the slug's jelly-like mass. The enraged monster slammed his liquid fist on the ground, shaking the entire dungeon. After being hit, his body immediately began to recover, seemingly unable to be damaged by anything at all. Stitch noticed something and he didn't like what he saw, and the guy yelled for Elena to get out of there immediately. The surface began to crack from the force of the impact, breaking up into dozens of large rocks. And she noticed it herself. It was too hard to stay on her feet. The whole dungeon seemed to be collapsing. She thrust her weapon forward and clung to the nearest piece of rock, trying to hold on. Stitch hung on the other side, sticking his sword into the rock beneath them. Was the real abyss. Suddenly, the guy felt something very creepy grabbing his leg, and immediately started burning through his armor. Elena didn't understand anything yet, but she knew something terrible was happening and looked at her partner. Even the sturdy armor on his legs began to melt under the strongest acid. I think it was poison. If that stuff gets on your skin, it's gonna be hard to recover. There was nothing to be done about it, and the guy had to let go of the sword and immediately flew into the black abyss, saying goodbye and telling Elena not to come down. She wanted to help him, but again she was useless. At this time, Stitch flew downward. Grabbed by an unknown mass, he even remembered how he flew down the first time he was in the dungeon. How annoying it was. He tried to get away from this strange substance, but had a hard time doing so. Eventually, with the help of the blade, he did manage to separate the tentacles from his leg and free himself at least somewhat. Immediately, he shot down an air bullet. Even if the monster was there, then it was too big and could be left out of aim. The shell flew downward, cutting through the darkness, and stopped somewhere very deep. Even that kind of magic doesn't seem to work on him. But then the question is, how to defeat him at all? Suddenly the boy felt that there was some poisonous gas near him, and also very dense. In his hands immediately burst into flames. The demon in turn applied a crosswind to somehow remove the gas. Standing at the top, Elena felt a tremendous jolt, and then a column of flame erupted from the hole. Stitch was pretty banged up, but at least he was alive and immediately asked if the demon could see anything. There was a blue sphere-shaped artifact visible somewhere far away in the slimy slime. The healing acted and healed early at an astonishing rate. Soon the lad approached the intended artifact. But the monster was still alive. He aimed all his tentacles at him in an attempt to destroy him with his last strength. In a split second, the guy crossed an ice wave and a blast of air using a combination spell. In a second, the monster was frozen. Stitch himself felt the intense cold and his mouth was steaming. Everything was ready, all that was left was to absorb the artifact. He pointed his sword towards it. Upstairs, the rest of the team felt a tremendous jolt from the dungeon as something burst out. The man turned his head back and saw an indistinct silhouette descend a few meters away from them. While in the astral world, Stitch and Elena were alive and had already made it to the surface. To all questioning, the guy simply replied that he destroyed all the monsters and got out of here. The entrance to the dungeon is destroyed. His comrades just looked at him with surprised eyes and couldn't believe that he could handle such a monster alone. Where did you come from, Sky? And handed his comrade a bottle of water. Seems he was wrong about him. Stitch has really become stronger and also got out alive. The guy smiled. He said that if he didn't know he could handle it, he wouldn't have even mentioned destroying the prince. By the way, what they were doing here. Sky said he'd already thrown down some pretty tasty bait for the prince, so he's sure to take the bait. While the herald read the note. Offended at Stitch calling his invention gunpowder, Sky said it was a top-class event, but the guy still didn't understand what the big deal was. They've dealt with the squad and are now handing out gear to the steelmen. Surprised at the thoroughness of such preparation, Stitch even got a little nervous, saying that would be enough. Sky held out his hand, but Stitch still didn't understand what he wanted. However, the man grabbed his arm. Did his friend really think he could keep it quiet? Putting the artifact on his hand, Sky was even surprised it was a whole other level of incredibly light and durable. Then he did pull himself together and waved his hands. He certainly wanted to explore a lot of things, but for now, his friend needed to rest and prepare. Stitch was surprised at the concern, but Sky pointed to his bags under his eyes and said it was stupid to fight like that. Then Sky said that he had built 2 tents, so let them go and rest. Maybe they won't be here for a while, so there's time. Sitting in his hut, Stitch pondered his friend, noticing everything. There's only one problem left. He looked at his leg, which was emitting a strange purple light, and demanded that the demon explain what that thing was. Memento appeared nearby and confirmed that recovery is not a function of detoxification, it simply heals wounds. There was no use for the medicines here. Ordinary potions couldn't cope with the Keeper's poison. It's some sort of combination of a special toxin curse, but whoever caused it is no longer alive, so there's nothing to worry about. This did not calm Stitch. Soon important battle. And he, as a matter of fact, is not in the best condition. He collapsed on the bed and began to curse everything around him. At that time, the caravan was approaching the fortress. It consisted of 3 carriages with a carriage in front and a prince on a horse. The herald and his aide walked ahead. He could hardly believe it. But the letter that came said that the squad was completely destroyed. That's what came to his mind, assuming they were already too late. What the approximate casualties might be. The adjutant hurried to explain. He said that this fortress is an important strategic object with a unique location. If it is captured, it is bad. Obviously unhappy with the answer, the prince sighed heavily and closed his eyes. Things were getting much worse than planned. The aide continued. If this fortress is captured, a lot of monsters will flood into the city and may even take over the capital. The fact of a border breach could be a major scandal for the southern states. Upon seeing the prince's face, the adjutant immediately began to apologize for allowing himself to express himself in his presence. The man calmed down by saying that he had not started this conversation to find fault, but he was informed that a fortress could be seen ahead. Looking through the telescope, he asked how the situation was outside. No problems revealed. However, the prince still felt some uneasiness. Maybe they were just in time. He was still trying to hope that all was well. There were guards upstairs, and as soon as they saw the carriage approaching, they immediately hurried to open the gate. Harold immediately shouted to them that he wanted to know where the commander of the fortress was, because he had come to help after receiving the letter. The fake guard replied that the commander is fighting monsters in the dungeon, but they don't know how long he will last. The gate had already opened, clearing the way for further advancement. The prince was even a little surprised. As soon as they entered the fortress, a man ran out to meet them, waving his arms and shouting that they had barely made it. The prince was a little confused as to where the rest of the soldiers had gone. It was unclear. The fortress seemed to be empty. The man running towards him suddenly launched a powerful spell at the prince, flying straight at his head. At the last moment, the man managed to react and dodge to the side, but obviously he didn't. The shell flew a few dozen more meters and crashed into the barrels suspended above the gates. The whole fortress was shaken by a huge explosion, which immediately destroyed the gates and blocked the escape route. Their caravan was immediately crushed by a single shot. The wagons caught fire, many people were seriously wounded, and some lost their lives. The prince himself is not badly hurt. He didn't expect this. It was probably a trap from the beginning. But what's more important is who set it up. Sky came closer and started smiling, a blast of course good. But here is the look on the prince's face now. He realized that he didn't come here for nothing. The uncomprehending herald looked at his attacker with crazed eyes, and didn't understand who he was or what he was doing here. The man snapped his fingers and pointed behind his back. He would certainly like to introduce himself, but there is one other person who has business with the prince. Stitch appeared. In a second he stood in front of the prince, dressed in his cloak. His burning eyes made it clear that he was ready to destroy him in a second. The man didn't understand anything. He just stared at his attacker with a bewildered look. Too much shock had occurred. Throwing his hood off his face, Stitch smiled madly and said hello to his former employer. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. Fury instantly took over the prince's body. He grabbed for his artifact. It seemed the man was beginning to remember everything. Spewing curses, he lunged straight at the assailant, so boldly sabotaging the very center of the front. The adventurer easily blocked the blow and ironically didn't understand why it was the prince who was so angry. Harold's eyes burned with rage. The ring that was now on the boy's finger belonged only to him, not why he had been looking for it for so long. Like two rams, they collided foreheads and started pushing each other away. Sky's got his eye on Elena. If Stitch takes care of the prince, it's their job to deal with the rest of the warriors. The man looked back to where his comrade was fighting the prince at the edge of his powers. Even Harold, possessing such power, felt a very strong pressure from his opponent. Stitch was furious that weakling dares to speak of his anguish. Yes, the principal was merely shifting responsibility onto others. The prince has another problem. If he uses his artifact a lot, the sword can ricochet into him. Ordering his rival to fight at full strength, Stitch said he was going to show him what he had to go through for this moment. The demonic clock began to run. The prince felt time around him slowing down, and his body becoming heavy. At that moment, his opponent was already preparing the next shot, designed to finish off the insolent prince. The man was horrified to see that he was being hit by a huge blast wave that would incinerate him if he didn't step aside. Stitch seemed to be overdoing it, but Fury was giving him strength. He'd been waiting for this for so long he couldn't just give up. Through the explosion, the prince approached him, and the guy managed to block the blow at the last moment, even though the power was incredible. With horror to himself, he realized that his power was suddenly running out. Harold shouted that the environment of the monsters of the northern front, he had met 100 like Stitch. At the last moment, the guy saw that the prince's knee was already flying into his face, and if he did nothing, he was dead. The opponent was much stronger than expected. Stitch certainly blocked the blow but flew far enough away. The prince was strong after all, and all the power went straight to his face, and blood came out of his eye. In a second, having shortened the distance, the knight had already brought his sword up for the final blow. The only thing left to do was to use the blast to throw him back somehow, or it would all be over. A deafening rumble rippled through the entire fortress, nearly destroying the already flimsy walls. The two opponents were like fire and water. They fought to the last at the limits of human capacity. The prince wondered how this man with a simple steel sword was able to repel his artifact. He rushed back into the attack, and it was starting to get on his nerves. But it was time to call it a day. The airfield easily deflected the blow, and the prince couldn't help but notice after the last encounter Stitch had grown a lot. A few more spells flew straight at the enemy, but it was unclear what kind of sword it was that cut through the wind. Several spheres of electricity found themselves near the Herald man, too late to notice it. By combining the Tesla spell together with the arc, the guy unleashed the full force of electricity on his opponent. A huge wave went through his entire body, making even the prince numb, and the man gritted his teeth. All this time the guy remembered exactly what he'd been through, and now he'd make that principle felt. Gathering all his strength together, the prince shouted his rival's name at the top of his voice. He was a true beast. It seemed his fury knew no bounds. Stitch prepared to strike again. Putting his sword forward, the prince said he would destroy the boy and take the ring for himself as he should. The demon wondered what kind of nonsense the idiot was talking. Stitch shouted back that this ring never belonged to the prince. Within seconds of shortening the distance, the man slammed into the boy and pinned him to the ground with one powerful blow. With his last strength, Stitch aimed the artifact forward, preparing to strike with electricity. The prince, who was at the end of his rope, suggested that the boy think for himself that if it weren't for this ring, he would have been on the other side of the world long ago. Stitch wasn't going to put up with it. He used the Eater's curse. It was his last chance to finish what he'd started. The body became even stronger. There was only a little left to finally deal with this rascal. The prince was terrified of his opponent's remaining strength after such an attack, and Stitch was already running at him with all his legs. Left only to move aside to stay alive, the prince bounced off trying to find a safe place. The last thing to do was launch a pondus. Their weapons clashed, and there was a loud sound of metal. Style felt his bones begin to crack. The tension was incredibly powerful, but the guy didn't stop. Not expecting such strength, the prince's eyes bulged with amazement. Yes, how could this guy be so strong? Next was an air bullet. Using his speed, Stitch did strike his final blow and the air rose. Fainting. The prince did not understand how this was even possible, this matter. There was no way he could lose to a mere traveler. But everything was solved after such a strong blow. The prince did not stand on his feet, flew far back, and there was a rumble. The winner was smiling at the Venetian prince, who turned out to be nothing of the sort, and also said that it was necessary to defend the northern front. At this moment, outside the castle there was a battle of its own going on. Wizards were preparing their spells. There was absolutely everything: bow fire, lightning, water, and ice. The entire arsenal rained down on the fortress. The men standing at the top closed in, hiding behind the walls. But the fortress was strong enough. They still had plenty of gunpowder left. The soldier took out a bomb and prepared a little present for the attackers. But it wasn't necessary for something unimaginable to suddenly descend on the soldiers outside the fortress. With one of her marksmanship shots, Elena hit a few dozen soldiers. The girl decided to show all that she is capable of. Sky, who had appeared from somewhere, called his friends idiots if they kept flapping their eyes like that. There would be a hole in their heads. Suddenly one reported something approaching from afar, and it is something very large. If they looked closely, they could see an army running through the sand dunes, kicking up dust. Inside Sky something flipped. His eyes changed and he felt fear. Something was wrong. His worst fears came true. The enemy had reinforcements. The men began to regroup for new defenses. General Mark McDowell, who has learned that the prince is in trouble, has decided to come to the rescue. And now the situation has become more complicated. It was the same Iron Mark. As soon as the guys realized who was approaching them, a chill ran down their backs. Out of fear, Sky began to bite his nails. He hadn't considered. That's why he thought things were going too smoothly. He immediately ordered everyone to take up battle positions and be ready to confront the enemy. Do nothing without his instructions. One of the soldiers, seeing the Iron Mark, immediately rejoiced. But the commander asked where the prince was. What else was inside? The soldier understood and said he would look around and let the others prepare for the attack. From the fortress it was visible that the convoy was approaching them. There were many soldiers, but the biggest danger was their commander. Sky tried to calm his soldiers and told them not to think about him. Elena noticed the man's agitation and listened, seeming to realize that the situation was not easy. The girl approached him, but Sky didn't even seem to notice her. He ordered her not to touch the general. Elena heard that too, asking if there was any reason not to touch this man. Sky asked. She didn't know what artifact he had. The indestructibility is actually legendary, so the artifact's power is still not fully understood. The general deliberately provokes them by being alone so that all the power is focused on him. Mark looked forward in surprise, and so far not a single arrow had flown past him. So it seemed their leader was not so stupid. Soon another soldier appeared, saying that everything was ready, and they were waiting for the order. The commander nodded his head. Then we should start. Standing on the wall, Sky was very surprised. Are they really going to attack the fortress with artillery? Looks like even though the sights were too low, they had their guns ready to fire. Quickly realizing what was going on, the man ordered everyone to attack those cannons. Elena was even a little scared, but you couldn't let those guns go off. The command to open fire was heard, and a volley of many shots of cannonballs flew straight into the target. The commander then ordered the warrior mages to move faster and prepare their spells. Following this, the sorcerers began to create a force shield to make them impossible to reach. An incredible sphere appeared that no arrow could fly through. The situation was getting more complicated, and Sky understood that in turn, the general was glad his strategy seemed to be working. Ordering open fire. The general closed with his shield. This time, they should destroy them. There was another massive explosion, and several cannons aimed directly at his shield spewed flames. The man was closing with his shield. It was a great strategy. Now it would absorb the energy, and then we could begin. Terrified, Sky didn't know what to do. If the commander got enough artifact energy, the fortress would be destroyed in a second. Everything was happening too fast. The artifact was already sufficiently powered up, and the commander was already preparing his volley. Stitch, who was outside the walls of the fortress, was ready to finish off his opponent with a charged blade. But his attack was interrupted by a shriek from Sky. The man ordered him to move away from the gate immediately. A few seconds later, a tremendous explosion rang out, and the military man ordered the others to push the wagon. Sky, almost freaked out, he shouted to the others to raise their weapons and prepare for defense. Many warriors ran straight to the entrance of the fortress, but there was already a general flying upward on his shield. The man stopped a few meters away from Stitch, already ready to finish off the prince. There was madness on the boy's face, and he wanted to finish the job, but someone interrupted him again. The formidable general, seeing that his prince was in danger, looked at his enemy with a sizzling gaze. The energy-filled shield began to glow blue, and it seemed that the irreversible was about to happen. Stitch hesitated. The guy didn't realize what was going on or who this man was. He just stared ahead and stopped for a second. The artifact accelerated its wielder to the point of impossibility. and the general crashed into the boy at breakneck speed, knocking him to the ground. The speed was so tremendous that they broke through the wall of the fortress and ended up on the other side. The prince did not expect anyone to come to his aid. He raised his weary gaze and looked toward the general. McDowell ran up to his master and handed him a bottle of healing potion. The prince looked quite ill. "Don't ask too many questions." Harold drank the entire potion in one fell swoop and felt much better. The general standing over him said that the prince needed to rest, and he would take care of things in the meantime. Even now, the young prince was not happy. Besides this, the general has a message from Brother Alfred, the payment for this debt. He will collect a little later. Raising a serious face, the general said that it was only one prince's mistake. If he had used the power of the artifact to escape, everything would have been easier. He lost his sober mind in the heat of battle. So it turned out like this. But the prince didn't understand. Hello, teeth gritted with rage, Stitch looked in the direction of the unknown guest. He still couldn't figure out where the reinforcements had come from. Could it be that there had been an information leak? Sky landed behind him and shouted for the guy to not even think of fighting this man, but to speak. It was the invincible general from the east. Stitch was extremely unhappy, and the comrade started muttering something, preventing me from understanding. The general was sick of it too, and with a crunch of his knuckles he prepared to fight. The fully charged shield sped up its master, and the man was already running at an incredible speed. Sky was horrified at the speed he was going. It was impossible to escape even if he tried very hard. Stitch saw that his comrade was in danger and would not be able to avoid the blow, but he could not help. A few seconds later, the general crashed into two guys and knocked them off their feet. Sky flew into the wall and immediately lost consciousness. The first was ready. After such a blow, he would hardly be able to get up. With a calm look, the general asked what was the point of resisting. Maybe it would be better to lay down your arms at once. Stitch was already preparing his magic. If he couldn't physically defeat him, he would use a spell. The general easily covered himself with a shield and absorbed fire magic. It was even apropos. Following that, the man noticed that along with the fire, his shield was hit by lightning coming out. This kid is a mage. The man had 2 smoke grenades in his hands, and was about to withdraw and regroup to attack from the other side. All of this, the demon who had seen it shouted for Stitch not to be allowed to use these things. But the boy didn't have time to do anything, and in a second, the whole room of the fortress was filled with acrid smoke. The kid didn't realize what it was. He was just trying to see something through the fog. Memento explained that it was dispelium, or rather bombs using it. The general noticed that his opponent covered his mouth with his hand. So he's smart. But it's too late. The stone particles have entered his lungs. It will be difficult to cope with it. Even if the demon says that the case is bad for the health of the fighting forces, Stitch will not be able to defeat him. There was only one way left: to use all the cards up his sleeve. The guy looked at his comrade who was out. Demon's voice was filled with anxiety. If his friend didn't win, then not only would he fail to deal with the prince, but he would ruin all his plans for life. The general at this time was already preparing to attack, his powerful fist cutting through the air and coming straight at his opponent. The man was furious. For some reason, Stitch didn't dodge, but took the blow with his face. A crunch was heard and a few teeth came out. Luckily, the boy was on his feet, but the general was already swinging to deliver the final blow. The grip worked instantly, and the man felt some sort of change around him. Suddenly he felt his ear burned by something hot, and a bullet flew past him. The demon realized and took control of Sky's body, so now it's 2 for 1. In response to his ward's objection, the demon replied that there was no time to argue now. It was necessary to deal with this man. Not to be relaxed being in Sky's body. Memento looked even creepier, but there was no other way out. The demon took the opportunity to fire a hail of lead at the enemy, which should have stopped him somehow. The man covered himself with powerful armor, or bounced off his armor without doing any significant damage. He ran straight at his rival. Demon wouldn't have time to do anything, only watch in horror. But it only seemed that way. At the last moment the man bounced away, and the general only caught his cloak. Taking a favorable position, Memento pointed both his barrels at him, and prepared to fire. The general didn't expect this man to suddenly return from the other world, and only watched in amazement. At the last moment he covered himself with his shield, and a crackle was heard as bullets bounced off the powerful armor early on, as he rejoiced with such damage. The demon shouted to his friend to finally rip it up, and without thinking long, the guy ran forward. It was only a distraction now. Stitch was behind and already prepared to strike. Swinging with all his might, he struck the charged sword straight at the target. The general was an experienced warrior, so he immediately blocked the blow as if he had anticipated every action. Following that, Stitch ran straight at him, seeing that the man had hesitated. The guy immediately used a Pondus spell, and the general felt his shield become incredibly heavy. Taking advantage of the moment, the demon approached him from the back, and already had his 2 cannons ready. There was nothing the man could do. The shield was too heavy and he was surrounded, so all he could do was hold on. Jumping on his shoulders, Stitch readied his blade for the decisive blow, and an electric crackle was heard everywhere. Using a shield at the last moment, the general still managed to put his opponent at a sufficient distance. With the honor of a true warrior, the general could not help but admire the skill of his opponent, even though they were enemies. Suddenly, the doors to the fortress swung open and an incredibly bright light seeped in. It was the principal who had already managed to come to his senses and recover a little strength. Now he was approaching them with a double fury. The guy didn't even immediately recognize his main enemy in such a guise. Rabies directly oozed from his every phrase. In a second shortening the distance, the prince approached his opponent and tried to grab him by the scruff of the neck. At the last second, Stitch was able to defend himself with his sword, piercing his opponent's arm through and through, but still no way to pull it back out. So the prince caught him. Though he was badly wounded, the rage still gave him strength. The demon was just in time to tell the boy to aim for the center of the sword tip. And then I remembered Sky saying that he had put something in his weapon that could only be used once. This was Stitch's last chance. Stitch realized it was his only chance to destroy. Only now did he realize how grand a thing his comrade had created just for such occasions. Not a second later, there was an incredibly powerful explosion, much more powerful than all the others. Stitch immediately blacked out. The first thing he saw as soon as his eyes opened even slightly was Sky's face, which had a look of horror on it. The boy was still hard of hearing, so he couldn't make out what he was saying. As soon as the guy could come to his senses, he turned away and immediately started throwing up. When asked by his friend what he had done, Stitch replied that while he was out of his mind, he had used a secret weapon. Sky looked at the ashes. Immediately, Elena's voice rang out, running straight towards him. The girl was very much frightened. Sky chuckled. There were actually two of them here. Girl didn't even look at him. The man was genuinely happy for his comrade. The guy turns to him and says he's okay. He just can't move his lips, so he'll be quiet for now. Elena ran up to him and looked at her comrade with excitement, but immediately blushed with embarrassment. One only wanted to know, Stitch, what happened to the guys. Friend replied that perhaps they are already in the other world, because it was the best explosives. Elena saw something, and it made her shudder with fear. Something was wrong. A general was approaching them, holding his barely alive prince on his shoulders, and the sight of them was terrifying. Both boys looked at him with full readiness to start fighting again, even though they were exhausted. Elena subconsciously prepared to fight, even though she didn't have the strength. But it should be enough for the last blow. But they didn't need to. Explosions were heard. Something strange was going on. They'd taken out all the enemy's weapons. A survivor soldier approached them, shouting and saying that they were in huge trouble. It was the truckers' magic cannons that came with the reinforcements they were shelling outside. The entire area of the fortress was covered with explosions, and there was an incredible rumbling sound. All they had to do was run. They wouldn't survive another fight like this, and Sky covered himself with his hand to keep from going blind. Elena tried to stop them since the main target was just in front of her nose. Sky urged her to sanity. They just wouldn't pull out. This general, even in such a situation, raised his shield again to protect his prince. Both sides are already exhausted. If they keep dragging on like this, they'll just go to the other side. The girl wanted to say something else, but Sky held up a finger and said there was another way to do it. After a while, smoke bombs were engaged and the whole fortress was in a dense fog. Elena coughed and tried to make out anything at all. It was a special trick they would be hard to figure out even with technology. Sky was already harnessing the horse to get away from here. The man ordered her to take care of Stitch. One of the survivors shouted that everything was ready, and all that was left was to give the signal to withdraw. Jumping on his horse, Sky said with hope in his voice that they wouldn't fall into the hands of these guys. A second later, several chariots along with their riders burst out of the smoke screen and headed in different directions. One of the attackers shouted that their prey was leaving. On his face was madness. The man told his boss they were about to split up, so let him wish them luck. Sky shrieked with delight and said that they would see each other in their lair, so let everyone without exception run there. While in his tent, the general finally came to his senses and immediately inquired about the prince, but apparently there was no improvement. The man looked grimly in front of him. The situation was getting more complicated by the second. Left without one arm, Harold lay on his bed and pondered his limb never found on the battlefield. Standing nearby, the general was extremely concerned. The man was breathing heavily. Suddenly there was a shout from someone else. The prince's artifact became furious and started attacking everything around it, turning into a huge monster. The man noticed it in time, but it was too dangerous to go near the thing. At the last second, he managed to grab his shield and tried to close in, but immediately felt the impact. Harold lying unconscious, and had no idea what danger was happening just a centimeter away from him. Having already activated his shield, the general prepared to fight back and protect his master. After a few more blows, The artifact still calmed down and stuck into the ground very close by. The guards were terrified. None of them would have been able to do anything if the general hadn't intervened in time. The man looked at the maddened artifact in fury. The danger was escalating and the prince was defenseless at this point. Many kilometers away, 3 figures dressed in black cloaks were hiding in the streets of the city. Several local brigands armed with spears kept a close eye on the entire perimeter. Sky peeked out from around the corner and frowned. He didn't think it would be so serious and the situation would only get more complicated. Still sneaking to the right entrance, they found themselves inside the room. Stitch immediately started grumbling. Several of the brigands sitting there turned around and shrieked with joy. At last their captain had returned and he was alive and well. The mercenary wondered why only these 2 were here and where the rest of them were. But he'd been told that things had gotten so heated that it was just them and a few others outside. Suddenly Sky realized he hadn't seen a rag face when he got here, and where the hell do they go? One of the mercenaries hesitated and asked if they remembered Python in the underworld. He was quite famous, but he was caught a few days ago. As soon as Sky heard about it, he immediately turned white with fear. He couldn't believe that such an experienced criminal could have been caught at all. The reason was clear. Commander Idril intervened. She came from the Western Front, and immediately problems started. Taken aback, Sky grimaced, meaning the prince's shield and spear had interfered. It would make the task more difficult. Turning to Stitch, he asked, "Well, now he's convinced he can't stay here for long. The Venetian people will pester them like that." Even in the underworld, Stitch only sighed heavily in response. The mercenary showed a flyer with Stitch's face on it with an old award on it. Good thing the guy didn't have time to show up, or there'd be trouble. In utter despair, Stitch thudded his head into the table and began to wail. They had the perfect plan, hadn't they? He could not come to his senses, and was furious. Now what should he do to stay here? There was no point because the southern mainland was under the influence of Venice. In that case, let him go north. Sky seemed to have no doubt in his words and was completely serious. To the north there is the Empire of Chromatos. Even Venice cannot underestimate this place. Besides, the guy needs an army, or at least a quiet place. Stitch sighed. He didn't really like that prospect. They had no way out anyway, so after a few days they found themselves in port. Sky had generously taken the trouble to take care of the ship. Smiling, he replied that it was in retaliation for breaking his comrade's sword. There was still a mask of doubt on Stitch's face, and he couldn't believe they'd come here just to transport him. And besides, there wasn't much of a ship here. But Sky hastened to reassure him that ships under invisibility weren't immediately visible. Fortunately, it was true. Soon, a transparent ship appeared in front of them. Helena, who had never seen such a thing until now, opened her eyes in amazement at the first time she had ever seen a spell of this magnitude. A woman, apparently the ship's commander, stood at the helm, her loud voice heard from afar. Her name was Claudia, and behind her was Charlie's favorite ship. The woman looked formidable. Stitch also introduced himself and jabbed his finger at Elena, saying it was his assistant commander. Frowned slightly. The woman barked that they had arrived just in time. If only for a second more they would have sailed without them. Sky hurriedly thanked her for responding. Waving her hand away, the woman said it was her job. Besides, she didn't ask for money. Just let him buy her a drink sometime. Turning around, she wondered if she had been told that the 2 of them were sailing. Wondering if either of them were seasick. Stitch tensed a little at these words, but shook his head. He was sailing on a ship for the first time in his life. Soon, the ship was already many kilometers away from the city. Stitch turned out to be still suffering from seasickness. All over the sea spread his moans. The poor guy didn't know what to do with himself. He kept throwing up. But a passing sailor said he was in the way. So let him go downstairs and sit there. The suffering guy felt like he was about to lose consciousness. Can anything be done about it? It's so hard. The demon looked at him pityingly. He could basically apply recovery. But it would only help for a little while. Suddenly the guy noticed that he was approached by Elena. Girl asked how he felt. Stitch wondered why she did not vomit. Taking a small bottle from her pocket, the girl replied that the captain had told her the talent of sailors was determined by their physical abilities. Handing the boy the medicine, she said to drink it because there was medicine, and in addition to sail them 2 weeks from such. Stitch was horrified. And only now the boy realized in what an unenviable situation he was in. With such successes, he could simply not swim to the island. Suddenly the captain appeared from somewhere and inquired about the well-being of the boys. Immediately looked at her. Smiling, Stitch said thanks to her medicine he's still holding on a little bit, so he can live for now. The captain laughed. She had no need for this medicine for a long time. But don't let the boy worry. Then, anxiously looking up at the sky, the woman said that they would be caught in a magical storm, so the path would not be easy. After the captain's words about the Strom, Stitch looked up how it could be raining in such clear weather. But as it turned out, in a few hours the ship was already rocking on a choppy sea. In this place, you can never be sure of anything. The guy sat inside and pondered the fact that he needed to get a new license. If it didn't work out, the dungeon sweep would count. Elena seemed to be in a good mood. She said she would then study the culture of the North. Without having time to answer, the girl listened outside. Something was going on. There was a rumble. She immediately got up from her seat and moved toward the exit. Stitch still didn't understand anything. There was another danger outside besides the storm. Some strange monsters crawled right onto the ship. The ship's cook hesitated and said that it seemed they had already appeared, but the boy still didn't understand anything. Without explaining anything, the man took his huge tessac and ordered everyone to disperse to their quarters. Following that, without any explanation, he walked outside, slamming the door loudly. The captain still couldn't understand why the monsters appeared so early. It wasn't time yet, but she had to act. If even one passenger gets hurt, their reputation is completely broken. So it's time to get to work. The passengers inside began to worry if even the cook grabbed his weapon. Then it was really serious. Maybe it was worth helping, but a lot of people were scared if they were told to shut down. Apparently it's something serious. One of the passengers asked Stitch if he had any idea what was going on. The guy just asked him to shut up. Using his animal instincts, he tried to find out what was going on, and what Stitch heard he didn't like. Still, they opened the door and peeked out. Interest overcame fear, and the men cautiously peered out. What Stitch saw made his heart grow cold. Outside was a complete nightmare. One of the monsters, more like a bundle of sea mud, was already devouring the sailor. It was Aquinas. Goosebumps ran down my spine, wondering, was only one thing monsters that often get on their ship, or is it just in their honor? With a smile on her face, the captain replied, "Every time they swim over here, here come these monsters for them. It's already a habit. In principle, there is nothing to fear. But let others be careful. These monsters move in packs." Suddenly, one of the Aquinas seemed to be formerly in the blackout activated and aimed his spike directly at the girl standing next to him. She didn't react in time, and Stitch approached her and grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and pushed her away. He followed that up with a single powerful blow, crushing the vile substance with his foot. Another man came out of the cabin wrapped in a cloak. Apparently he didn't understand anything and seemed to be asleep. Seeing what was happening there, the man's face suddenly changed to a wary look. Stitch glanced at him, and it was obvious that the guy wasn't in a particularly friendly mood. With one quick lunge, the stranger was right next to Stitch, putting his axe right under his throat. But before the stranger could even step a step, the girl approached him in one leap and immediately hit him right in the jaw. She screamed that this man saved her life. She also told her partner not to just threaten everyone. Watching all this closely, Stitch asked the stranger, didn't he have something to say to him? The man only sighed heavily and gritted his teeth in resentment, but he didn't seem to be planning to apologize. Without another word, and turning around quickly, he headed for his quarters with a wave of his cloak. What an asshole. Claudia shook her head, uncomfortable with having to fight the passengers as well. The woman worried about her reputation. Stitch asked if he could use invisibility magic like in the beginning, then these monsters wouldn't be able to see them. The woman grinned if she could do it. It would have been like this a long time ago. But unfortunately, magic of this level doesn't last too long. After sleep, which by the way lasted not so long, they went down to the cabin. Stitch, all his appearance gave to understand that he was not well. Elena had already begun to learn about the culture of the North. She marveled at the fact that that place had a dessert made of ice and a thing you could ride on. Still sleepy and angry, Stitch did not realize she had learned all this from books. With a smile on her face, Elena replied that it was all told to her by her roommate. She was so kind. In response to the mute question, the elf pointed to a girl sitting at a neighboring table, already waving. The boy looked at her in disbelief. So this was the girl from the North they had seen yesterday. You could tell by looking at them that these people have some business in the illegal world of Venice. That's why they're on this ship. Suddenly my thoughts were interrupted by a man who came closer and seemed to want to talk about something. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and said that his mistress had asked him to thank Stitch. That was all he had to say, and he turned and walked back, leaving Stitch even more annoyed. The ship continued to move forward. The captain was already giving out orders, and there was a commotion on deck. They went out to see what was going on there, and there were sailors running everywhere and yelling about something. Judging from the conversations, Elena concluded that the weather conditions were deteriorating faster than expected. The captain appeared suddenly, and her loud voice interrupted the general panic that they had set up here before the magical storm. With a frightened look, the sailor shouted that the wind direction and the current did not match the data in the logbook, and that something was wrong. The woman took a telescope and ordered the vessel to be tilted to starboard as much as possible. The sailor saluted and began to obey the order. Armed with a telescope, the captain looked into the distance, and what she saw made her heart flutter. First there was some kind of pillar, and then there was a splash of water and the air was filled with steam. It was obvious from the woman's face that she was clearly worried they were finally meeting him, but the question was why now and so soon? Soon, a ghostly silhouette of a ship with ragged sails appeared in the distance. Immediately storm rose. It was a gray skull ship. Instantly it started to rain. The woman shouted for everyone to pull themselves together now. If they relaxed, they were dead. Before it gets worse, we need to strike first. She readied her artifact. The crystal glittered through the storm. The sailors, exhausted from strength, rolled up the cannons and loaded them with cannonballs, and the battle was about to begin. Compared to the ghost ship, their vessel looked quite flimsy. The woman shouted, "Don't fire without her signal." As soon as they approached a sufficient distance, she ordered open fire, and the cannons spewed flames. The air was filled with explosions. The two ships fought a dangerous battle from which it was almost impossible to emerge victorious. Something made her startled. The captain saw the ghost ship begin to create a shield. A sailor sitting on the mast shouted that they had been discovered because of the gunshots. So the gray skull began to move. To their horror, everyone noticed that tentacles like an octopus began to emerge from the sides of the ghost ship. Soon there was a terrible shaking. Stitch didn't understand anything. They seemed to have collided with a ghost ship. The very strangers they had already had time to talk to were also frightened. The man was trying to protect his mistress. In an attempt to calm everyone down, the captain yelled that this was an attack, but everyone stay calm. The rest of let listen to her and grab their swords and move into hand-to-hand combat. Soon an armada of ghosts descended on the ship. They were ravenous skeletons, ghosts clad in dark robes. They had no souls, and so they fought without fear. That very passenger immediately took out his axe tied to a large chain and began to fight fiercely in defense of his mistress. One skeleton was already running towards them, but the arrow was faster and destroyed the enemy with one hit. Elena was already ready for battle, and held her magical bow at the ready. The girl never seemed to let her guard down. The man watched in horror and amazement as the elven woman and this stranger fought the skeletons alongside the others. With all his might, Stitch struck his foe and felled him to the ground with a loud thud. He grabbed one skeleton by its bony face and applied devouring power to the bones began to crack and the ghost wheezed. Suddenly, the boy realized that something had happened to his ability. Demon also didn't understand anything's strength as if disappeared. Suddenly, unexpectedly for the boy himself, the demon called him by name, which was strange in itself. He looked at his infernal companion and wondered what was wrong. But the skeleton was concerned. He had been trying to shout to him the whole time. From the demon's story, it seemed that Stitch himself did not notice how he began to hallucinate, temporarily managed to wake up the boy, but soon he will fall asleep again. Stitch didn't understand. What hallucination? He just fought monsters. The demon explained that everything his comrade sees is not real. Until now the hallucinations have not ended only because Stitch does not believe his words. There was still some movement around, but let the guy think hard. Why are they making such a fuss attacking? That's why the ship chose hand-to-hand combat over gunfire. And that's why they're not affected by devouring curses. Finally the guy wakes up. After he opened his eyes, then all the sailors turned out to be, just under the influence of hypnosis, had to hurry. Several men in dark hoods were already tooling around on the deck of the ship admiring their captain. They were just stealing while all the sailors were under the influence of a hallucination and couldn't understand anything. Suddenly, however, one of them suspected something and turned back to where Stitch was standing. His eyes noticed that one of the men was not under the influence of a hallucination, and the man's eyes immediately widened. They saw a flash of bright green light, and the deck beneath their feet began to shake. It seemed trouble was brewing. People couldn't understand what the problem was before the hallucination was over. Stitch, who had already regained consciousness, held one of his attackers by the head, striking him with lightning each time. The boy's face was mad. He looked at his attackers with a blank stare. And what have they forgotten here? One of the bandits already wanted to start a fight, but his comrade stopped him. No time to fight with this man. We need to retreat. Stitch was getting more and more enraged, his teeth gritted with anger. And he came closer and closer to these people. Without any regret, the criminal brought the knife to the girl who was in his hands, and looked threateningly at Stitch. Without realizing it, he was in danger behind the attacker. His comrade, under the control of the demon, was already standing behind him. Only a few seconds passed, and already the criminal's eyes were glowing with bright green flames. He was completely under Memento's power. The criminals were tied up in seconds, but there was something else to deal with. Sure, the illusion around the ship had dissipated, but the demon could still feel the strong dome preventing it from attacking. Even magic in this case will not help. In this case is left only to apply the reinforcement of multiple times. Stitch prepared to have to work hard. On the other hand, it was necessary to wake up people. If the enemy ship is not stupid, they should have already guessed that everything goes wrong. After a few seconds, Elena came to her senses and flapped her eyes in surprise. The girl didn't understand anything. Her companion hurriedly reassured, let her just get her breathing in order, but she was still in a stupor. Before my eyes spread an amazing picture. All the soldiers were as if under the influence of sleeping pills. People slowly began to wake up. On deck, the lights began to come on. The sailors were slowly coming to their senses. The elves finally guessed that these attackers wanted to kidnap Cassia, but they managed to prevent it in time. That was the name of the girl with ashy hair who came from the north. But why they needed her remained a mystery. Stitch himself could not give an answer to this question, and there was no one who could tell the reason. He asked Elena to explain to the captain what had happened. Suddenly, a man appeared with a displeased expression on his face. He asked why everyone was on deck. He had told them to stay in their cabins. Cassia, with a disgruntled expression, started muttering. When she came to her senses, she was already standing there. And what can he say to that? They started bickering, deciding to leave them alone. Stitch tried to prevent the quarrel. Now is the worst possible time. The two men looked at him, and the man asked him to explain what had happened here. He couldn't understand why there was a commotion. Even Skull was surprised at the man's manner of speech had changed what had happened. Stitch tried to briefly explain the situation. As soon as Cassia found out that she was going to be stolen, she was horrified and didn't expect something like this to happen. The boy confirmed her guess by pointing to the bound bandits who were trying to break free, but the ropes held tight. The girl's assistant looked at them in surprise, unable to understand who they were and where they had come from. But it didn't matter now. The captain also came to her senses and breathed angrily. From that moment on, she swore that no one would ever come close to her ship. In a calm voice, Stitch tried to explain everything, and the captain continued to be angry. She would not leave it so easily. The woman was furious how these scum could cover themselves with a skull and bully her sailors. Trying to calm her resentment, the guy said that they couldn't handle this ship right now. So he had one request. Despite the captain's furious look, the boy snapped his fingers and smiled. She would entrust the ship to him and direct the forces herself to take the course ahead. The woman looked at him in surprise and still couldn't understand what he was going to do alone. But it seems he already had a plan to devour the curses should work even on such a huge thing. He clenched his fist and directed all his strength there. The avalanche began its action. It will swallow all these ghosts. Their ship sped up, accelerating the waves, and the water began to freeze with instantaneous speed, blocking the way. The captain watched in horror and couldn't believe her eyes. It was the magic that had put her in shock. The action moved to a bright Venetian palace, the sunlight streaming through the curtains, flooding the room with warmth. The first prince was sitting in his light office, poring over some papers with an unspeakable boredom on his face. Alfred suddenly entered his room, causing great displeasure to Raptors, who immediately began to grumble, but it seemed his brother was determined. When asked what he had done, the first prince only inhaled and looked at him uncomprehendingly. Trying to come to his senses, Alfred gritted his teeth and began to say little that the first prince knew of the events in the fortress. Not only that, but he sent reinforcements with McDowell at the helm, which is way out of line. So how did the first prince know about this information? Alfred looked at him with an angry look. Looking at his brother and smiling, Raptors said with innocence in his voice that it was only his sorcerer's prediction, isn't it? Alfred replied in a calm voice that the sorcerer obeyed only him. But it shows the situation not completely but only in fragments, and if it is misinterpreted, serious problems may arise. But even despite all this, the first prince listened to his predictions and acted extremely rashly himself, realizing how dangerous it could be. With a laugh in his voice, Raptors replied, he thought he had taken away his brother's chance to use his abilities and contribute to the defense of the Northern Kingdom. For a few seconds there was a pause between them. Raptors said that his brother was not to be disturbed. In the end, the decision turned out to be correct. So there is no need to worry. And they've suffered a lot of casualties themselves. You should be glad it ended this way. All Alfred had to do was grit his teeth. His brother was glad for the loss. There's enough trouble already. Of course he didn't know it yet, but it seemed to him more and more that his brother was watching him very closely. Eventually, Raptors got tired of waiting for an answer, so the brother could go if he had nothing else to say. Alfred turned and walked briskly out of the office, followed by the slamming of the door. Walking down the corridor, the man pondered how his brother had managed to find out, but there were no clues now. Until he knows the truth, you can't act rashly. You could get yourself into more trouble. Now being at sea, the ship had finally reached the northern lands. A port city was visible ahead. Stitch and Elena had already pulled on their warm clothes. Finally, they reached their destination, but it was freezing cold. The captain went out on the bridge and called Stitch and Helena to come up to her. She had something she wanted to say to the two before they went down to land. The guys looked at her with perplexed looks. What else do I need? That looked extremely strange. But as soon as Stitch walked up to her, Claudia shook his hand. Her handshake was as firm as a man's. The woman thanked him for everything. Smiling, the guy said, "All right, these people didn't manage to steal the princess. They won't attack a second time, but it's still better to be careful." The woman pulled a piece of paper out of her pocket and said it was a thank you for saving them. A surprised Stitch asked what it was. Claudia said if he needed anything, let him call this number and she would answer right away. Finally, the woman told them not to worry about all the rules and to just go down normally. Just need to provide the ID they got on the ship, and there will be no problem. Covering themselves with thick coats from the cold, the guys moved forward. There were quite a lot of people and there was a lot of noise around. Elena looked at the snow around her and said dreamily, "It would be nice if the South could be like this someday." The boy nodded his head. First, they would need to find lodging for the night, but something caught their attention. Someone seemed to be calling out. Looking a little higher, the travelers saw Cassia along with her assistant. The girl waved at them and beckoned them closer. Soon they were already in the carriage and moving through the snow blizzard straight to Keisha Manor. In response to Stitch's surprise, she said she couldn't just let go of her benefactor who had saved her life. He was embarrassed, but Elena was looking at the snowy forest. Cassia wondered why they'd come north. Memento, as always in his repertoire, began to banter, but Stitch tried to answer evasively so as not to arouse suspicion. The girl smiled and said it wasn't a big deal anyway. She was grateful to them for saving her. Usually those who come here on an illegal boat start a new life up north with nothing, so she thought it was about the two of them. Stitch tried to get away from the question, but it still bothered him that he had given everything to Sky, and now he had nothing on him, not even money. The grateful girl agreed to provide them with everything they needed so they could at least feel cozy for the first time. Stunned by such hospitality, the guy just looked at her in bewilderment. In honor of what such charity? Soon they reached their destination, and Elena regarded the surroundings with eyes huge with wonder. Cassia Haydenbrock was the daughter of one of the largest merchants in the north, so she lived in a prestigious mansion. From such luxury, Stitch, even a little speechless sofa on which he sat was incredibly comfortable. How much it cost was left to guess. Elena also twisted her head in amazement. It was all so exquisite. The girl had seen something like this for the first time. Being in the living room, which was incredibly spacious, Stitch reflected on the fact that being a merchant's daughter is not easy. Suddenly Cassia appeared from somewhere. She was glad that her guests were comfortably seated. The guys even appeared a little surprised. Elena finally realized who she was dealing with and started treating the girl more respectfully, to which Cassia laughed and said it was unnecessary. Stitch had one question. The guy looked at the girl with a kind of distrust and caution. It seems too generous for such a charity, so the girl must have some kind of request or question. The girl reminded him of those bandits who had tried to attack them on the ship when they sailed here. Stitch said they couldn't say anything after the interrogation. These people didn't even know who gave the order or why they were even doing it. Cassia said her escort Malcolm also questioned them, but never had a chance to find out anything. The girl took out a small dagger from her pocket, which was skillfully made, probably by a good craftsman. The owner of the mansion said she found the dagger from bandits who attacked them a few days before they were sent north. Carefully examined the thing, Stitch concluded that it is too valuable thing for ordinary robbers. In addition, it is engraved with the name of the owner. The girl herself called the name Augustine Riverwood. This name she pronounced with a peculiar intonation. It belonged to a close friend and partner of her father's. The dagger had his name neatly written on it in handwriting. The girl wrinkled her nose and said that unfortunately, a few days before she left the Empire, her father had been attacked by bandits and had lost his life. From the story of one of the detained brigands, she managed to learn about the order to destroy her father. And then, as it happens, they try to steal it with the skull ship and they want to get to them at any cost. Stick suggested that it might be a mere coincidence. Cassia said that her clan wanted to establish trade relations between the North and the South, and Stitch was a little wary. The guy himself didn't believe it was possible. He'd heard it was incredibly difficult because of the big hurricane in the middle of the mainland. Cassia replied that of course it was difficult, but perhaps if the smugglers could do it, they could do it too. However, because of the lucrative smuggling trade and the incredible profits, neither the North nor the South had yet decided to tackle the problem. As a result, several clans of the North grouped together and began to act separately from the others, just as her father led this movement. And several merchants, along with this Augustine, had expressed a desire to show support, so the girl went in secret from everyone. But soon strange things began to happen. Someone was trying to put sticks in the wheels. Stitch assumed since they were acting openly, they were aware of the details. In addition, it can be assumed that in the development of the plan in this case there was a traitor, and quite a long time ago. From everything it appears that this traitor had another agenda. He didn't want to establish trade relations. Cassia cordially asked to find out who was behind it. Following this, the girl waved her hands and said that even if they refused her offer of help, would remain in the village. So let them consider it a kind of order. Stitch immediately inquired why exactly they should take up the case. After all, they just floated together between them. There is nothing in common and they know nothing about this place, hardly fit to deal with such matters. Cassia hastened to object and assured that Stitch was as good a fit as anyone, because even here no one knows who did it. If they hire someone local to investigate, it'll be immediately obvious that their family is up to something. He sighed heavily. The guy said that they couldn't get much information, so that's why they'd come all the way out here. Smiling, the girl said that besides Augustine there are 2 other merchants involved in the plan, so it's better to spread the word about them more. If necessary, she assured me she'd provide everything they need, and there's a pretty big reward waiting for them. The demons showed up just in time. It was a good suggestion. They came here to look for artifacts. In addition, they will be provided with everything they need to walk anywhere. Everyone will be left to benefit. After Stitch agreed, Cassia breathed a big sigh of relief and collapsed onto the couch. Things were finally starting to come together. But still, it was interesting to wonder if they were particularly bothered by the fact that a complete stranger was interfering in their business. Malcolm even tensed a little. The man said that these 2 had already proven their ability. If Mistress so chose to trust, then he would simply follow her orders. One could not help but marvel that this man had changed beyond recognition, and what had come over him. The hostess was getting a little annoyed and asked her assistant not to bore the guests. They had come from a long voyage after all. With a smile on her face, she told Malcolm to escort the dear guests to their rooms and let them rest. After resting the next day, the 2 of them went to the city to search for the strange thing was that they were living in luxury all the time and got the equipment. Cassia was surprised that Stitch had only taken the sword. She meant that she could give all the weapons, but the boy shook his head. So there were 2 suspects. She's asking to deal with one of them. Right. I think his name was Ovalia Riverfill. The girl confirmed it was a large merchant who transports goods from the dwarf city of Silas. It's not far from here, so it shouldn't be hard to find. Following that, the guy asked if there was a traveler's guild around here somewhere. He wanted to take the licensing exam. After a little thought, the lady replied that she herself can in principle issue a license. So you don't have to submit anything. On Stitch's face there was a look of surprise on his face. Is this legal? It seems to be a criminal offense. An uncomfortable smile immediately appeared on the girl's face. In the underground world, illegal behavior only applies to those who have no money. After these words, the guy was petrified. He had also been in the underground world for years, but it was strange to hear such a thing from a major merchant. Malcolm had already prepared the carriage and invited them to go inside, where there was a few days' supply of food, money, and other things. He held out a cloudy-colored ball. He said it was a means of communication that could be used to contact the mistress at any time, and also seeker cards. Elena and Stitch were surprised to see the anti-counterfeiting device on the piece of paper. Apparently this is a very serious organization. In a serious voice, the man warned them to be careful, for much depends on them. Before leaving, Stitch reassured them that he had made a good career in the south, so there was nothing to worry about. Once they arrived in town, Stitch warned Elena not to show the artifacts. Usually require a team to mine, not worth shining. A little extra caution never hurt anyone. They entered the Seekers Guild apartment. Before them appeared a huge hall of people. Was not many, but the room was really huge. They weren't in a position to choose anything now, so they had to take orders. With a small fee, guy walked up to the registration window. There sat a man with an unpleasant expression on his face and a cigarette in his teeth. He squinted his eyes and asked what Stitch's rank was. After the registrar found out the level of the traveler, he was surprised at once, so high, although it is obvious that the guy is a beginner. There was another question. Who is going on this mission except them? Stitch looked attentively at the registrar. The man scratched his beard and said that there were only about 5 people who were surprised that anyone would agree to work under such conditions. Anyway, the meeting time is today at lunchtime near the West Gate, so let's get ready and don't be late. Elena was surprised that they could make so much noise just by coming to town, but it's not surprising either. It's envy or neglect. As they shifted their gaze, they saw a cluster of people seeming to be the place they needed to come to. They were immediately seen by a man. It was an old man of unpleasant appearance, rudely asking, "Who are they anyway?" Stitch handed him his sheet and said they had taken an order. It seems these men were headed for the Principality of Rocken. The old man took the piece of paper and scrutinized it carefully. Until now, some strange types had come to visit, and this kid turns out to have a normal rank. The old man turned around and said that if they had nothing more to talk about, then let him, and jumped in the wagon and they set off. During their journey, the old man kept shouting and trying to control the whole column, which he did rather badly. Looking out the window, the guy shivered. People are the same everywhere. whether in the south or in the north, and took offense at some strange compliments. It was a roughly middle-aged man who introduced himself good-naturedly and said his name was Claudet and he had a B rank. The man continued to wonder how this kid managed to earn such a high ranking. Stitch looked out of the window and said that there is nothing special in it, and there is no— the main thing is not to go to the other world before the time. Claudet was even a little surprised a man of such a high rank said obvious things, but perceived it quite differently. With sadness in the voice, the guy answered lately, more and more convinced that with money, any problems are easier to solve. Elena, who had been freezing all this time, asked why the guy had taken this particular order. There were quite a few others, all because among the conditions was an environment at Novalia, which is exactly where they need to be. Some peddler who drives them wants to deliver the goods personally to the big merchant store sounded like utter nonsense. However, the boy's face was still smiling, which means that if they show good behavior now, it will be a chance to contact the trading company. The caravan continued to move through the blizzard, and the man shouted while directing everyone else. All this time, Stitch wondered where the snowstorm suddenly came from here, because you can't see anything further than your nose. The boy took up the knife a great time to use his techniques, so there's no waiting around. When he pulled out a bag of powder, Elena asked what it was. Stitch replied it was a powder from a bleeding herb used for recovery potions. A small drop of blood fell on the powder and was immediately absorbed. But you can apply it differently now, it will smell like blood in here. He tossed the strange bundle and the surroundings immediately smelled of iron. The girl even covered her nose, but she didn't have to walk here. Let her just leave it. With her hearing, the girl caught some movement. Someone was approaching about 150 meters away. Stitch rejoiced as long as no one knows from his action. No good will come of it. For starters, you need to let them get as close as possible. The caravan continued to move forward through the blizzard. At some point, one of the men noticed something strange in the distance. His eyes immediately widened. Several silhouettes appeared out of the snow blizzard. They were huge snowmen, more like monkeys. As soon as the old man who was leading everyone noticed the monsters, he was immediately scared to death. They were snow monkeys. It was no longer possible to stand and just watch, and Elena readied her bow to attack. When Stitch pulled out his sword, the demon wondered, why did he do that? After all, magic can also be handled. Don't show your actions, obviously. One of the monsters immediately raised a huge club and prepared to deliver a crushing blow. A smile appeared on the guy's face. Now he's going to show what he can do, and it was over in seconds. Soon, they reached the staging area, and had already set up camp. There were many people at the table, and the room was filled with the smells of delicious food. Claudet had all the while admired the skill of the traveler. He had done very well. There was not much left to do, and no more to accompany the caravan. The way this traveler dealt with the monsters made it doubtful that he was definitely A rank. Stitch scratched the back of his head. He was a little embarrassed that he had aroused suspicion and tried to justify himself. There was nothing wrong with that and what they would do when they were done. The questions came one after another, as if they were trying to check him out. Claudet kept going. Maybe they want to start their own gang. The guy was suspiciously talkative. Suddenly their customer came down in his own person. Seems he wanted a drink or a snack. But the man immediately turned to Elena, and Stitch could see that he wanted to talk about something and was interested in some question. The guys looked at each other and didn't understand anything. After all, they couldn't avoid suspicion. They were moving down a wide corridor. The old man said there was someone to meet the two of them. Soon they arrived at some small room. The guy immediately started looking around it. A man with long hair and big glasses on his nose was already waiting there. He introduced himself and said his name was Lut. He was the branch manager. Stitch tensed a little. They met faster than the guy had anticipated, needing to act a little careful. Lut said heard a lot about these two from Coleman's mouth, pointing at the old man. He smiled. First of all, on behalf of the company, I would like to express my gratitude. As if on purpose, showing his artifacts, Stitch said it was their order, and they were doing what they had to do. The man couldn't help but notice it, and opened his eyes in surprise, as if the ring interested him. Soon they were already in the local archive, and Elena was going through different documents looking for information, but there was nothing unusual. Suddenly Lut stepped into the room and turned around and looked at him with interest. The man's burning eyes made it clear that the demon had taken possession of his body. Besides, the action ends soon, so we must hurry. The guy wondered, has it really been that long? Let the demon dig into his head. Is there really nothing? The skull resented him. Stop ordering him around. Elena looked at them with a very eloquent look, and said that she had always found it odd that an artifact had a mind. After a bit of searching, Stitch found what he needed and took out a small document. They looked at the paper together. Looks like their client was right. The target is hiding somewhere. Looks like he's cut back on communication with the others. With interest, Elena asked, what are the odds that this particular person is the traitor? There was little data, so it's hard to make any theories, and there are no logs. Hearing that it needed more time, the demon became indignant. Caesar is still a good skill, but not infinite, so it should be hurried. The guy said he understood perfectly well. There seemed no need to go through Lut's memory, but he had to find out where the letter came from. If you find the answer to the questions where the letter came from and who the recipient is, you can find out where their target is now. Demon tensed. So this man knows only where to put the letters and where they are sent. Further, he probably does not know. They decided to go to the suburbs, but seeing the bewilderment on Elena's face, they stopped. Elena said she just got the idea of whether Memento Mortem wasn't too long and tedious a name. Maybe it would be better to come up with some abbreviated version of the demon, even dumbfounded by such a thing. At this time in his castle, Alfred was livid. He had his seer by the throat and wanted to find out who the traitor was. Despite all the objections of his servant, Alfred assured that only 2 people knew about it, him and Alfred himself, so there could be no leak. The soothsayer wanted to save his life. Let the prince think carefully. Does the prince think his loyal servant is capable of such a thing? Alfred realized it himself, but anger seemed to have taken over his mind and he couldn't control himself. Soon he did manage to calm down a bit, and he immediately apologized to the sorcerer. Mark disappeared as soon as he healed, and the situation in the east is getting harder to control every day. The man rubbed his head. It felt like he was about to lose his mind. Alfred left the poor frightened servant alone after all. But soon a guard announced that the 3rd prince had come to his senses. There were already several people in the 3rd prince's room, servants who were tending to the herald. The man lay all wrapped up in bandages and barely breathed, which happened because it had been 35 days. Alfred looked at him with a stern look and sighed heavily. It looked like there was going to be a lot of explaining to do. After what Alfred told him, the prince's mood plummeted, and he couldn't even say a word. The man looked at his brother with hatred. He could have asked for help at any time, but he didn't. And all because of his ego, realizing his guilt. Harold didn't even dare to contradict him. The man just kept silent. There was also something my father asked me to give him when he woke up. He failed to pull the front line, lost his mind, little more. He allowed the enemy to invade the fortress and many more unforgivable things. So this time he's being removed from his position. All the man could do was cover his face with his hands. Now in the far northern lands, Stitch and Elena had been tracking their target for 2 days, but still to no avail. On the other hand, the demon said at this time of day, a normal person wouldn't just walk down the street. Let the boy think for himself and figure out what's around here. All he has to do is look at a map. The demon was furious at his protégé's inattention, and he didn't even know where they were going, so he tried to justify himself, but it was no use. Elena said that they are on the right track. If you compare their location and the map that the customer showed, there is a high probability that they are on the spot. It's a principality that lies between 2 states. Elena heard that it's an independent country that doesn't meddle in other people's affairs. Soon they were indeed on the spot. Stitch rushed to praise his friend, at which the elfess immediately blushed with embarrassment. All right. There's suspects already in the alley. We gotta get him before this goes too far. The pursuers went into a dark corner where other people were already starting to watch them. Stitch. Of course he noticed this, and gritted his teeth in rage. Everything wasn't going according to plan. With her gaze, the pixie made it clear that she'd seen everything for a long time. So there was nothing to worry about. She was ready. A second later, a huge man with a bass voice said he had never seen here before. Their target probably noticed some commotion behind them, and sped off trying to hide somewhere in the alleys. The whole operation risked collapse if they stayed here too long. The guy told Elena to go ahead and he'd take care of it. The man wanted to say something but didn't have time, as he was hit in the face by a powerful blow that knocked out several teeth at once. A few more people ran up to see what had happened, and they were shocked at such a brazen attack. If it's time to fight, you must attack. First, Stitch has already prepared a powerful fist for the laggard. Before the man could think of anything, he was hit in the stomach by a strong blow that bent him in half. Already quite daring, Stitch asked to attack all at once. They do not have time to hear. And now their target was running away, trying to hide, as she had long ago noticed they were being followed. Elena ran after him. The elf was very fast, so catching up with a normal human was not difficult. In just a few seconds, she had already caught up to him and felled him to the ground with one powerful blow of her skill. In a calm and cold voice, the girl asked where Navalia Riverfell was hiding. The man, pinned to the ground, clenched his teeth. Still unwilling to say anything, he held on until the last. He immediately felt a gun pointed at his head. Okay, he'll say anything. Just let the girl let him go. Fear took over his mind. Soon, without too many questions, the girl found out everything, and the 2 of them with Stitch were already standing in the intended place, but the guy still doubted. The informant didn't realize who it was, so I just wanted to stay alive. The girl threw it to the floor. She could already feel the presence of someone inside. When Elena opened the door, she immediately noticed a man sitting at the table with his back to them. She approached the stranger and immediately asked if it was Novalia Riverfell. The man sitting back almost crushed the glass with his hands in surprise. Then he turned his crazy face and started wailing about how they had already gotten in here when everyone would leave him alone. If it's like this, he'll make up his own mind. The girl noticed at the last moment that something was flying at her. It was a glass. Elena deflected to the side with great ease, and the glass whistled past her ears. Then in one deft move she pressed the man's face against the table, knocking out several teeth at once. The man groaned in pain. However, Elena was adamant, but somehow she thought they were wrong. The poor man was trying to find out what they wanted from him, and why he would not be left alone if they came to finish him off. Then let them begin. Elena looked at him with pity and said that that wasn't why she had come here. She needed to talk. She hesitated and didn't notice that a man armed to the teeth was already approaching her from behind. The elfess immediately turned her head and saw everything perfectly, and it was as if time had slowed down for her. Immediately a gusty wind kicked up and a magic circle began to appear out of thin air in his hands. Soon the attacker was thrown back into the wall by a powerful gust of wind, and he didn't even have time to realize it. Novalia too flew off into the wall and hit his back painfully from his mouth. He could not understand anything. And the attacker landed on his feet and stared at the girl with an angry look. It was someone unknown. Elena looked at him with surprised eyes. She thought it was another mercenary. His whole face was covered with some kind of bandages, and only his long, sharp nose peeked out like a beak. In one deft move, Elena broke the table by breaking off a piece of it to charge her cannon. She then pointed the barrel directly at the stranger, preparing to shoot the man who had so treacherously attacked her. Soon several wooden balls flew into the man, which Elena made into bullets. However, with one deft movement of his axe, the man split them open and a wooden cracking sound was heard. The stranger was about to leave but ran into someone's foot, which hit him right in the head. Stitch was just outside the door, and just in time the man flew aside, breaking the furniture. With a look of incomprehension on his face, the guy inquired who the hell it was that their target had hired a guard. The bandage on the man's face ripped from such a strong blow. He was breathing heavily and trying to regain consciousness. Elena said that this man tried to destroy the target, but she thwarted him in her voice with frustration. The partner was determined not to understand what was going on here. We have to deal with this mercenary first. As the opportunity presented itself, the man in the bandage began stuffing some sort of pill of probability poison into his mouth. The elven woman reacted quickly and moved closer to the man, wrapping her arms around his neck and squeezing him so hard that he nearly suffocated. Stitch's powerful punch hit him in the stomach, knocking the pill out of his throat. The guy immediately picked up an incomprehensible thing first. He tried to interfere, and now to settle the score with life smartly after all. Soon the unknown man was tied up and put in a corner. It turned out that the man they were after was not a traitor. Like Mr. Augustine they were after. These two are the victims, not the attackers. Cassia was in shock. She couldn't believe that this could be happening to these two. All that's left is to figure out what's wrong with this mercenary. This man probably knows something. Following this, the guy asked Elena to take Novalia outside, and he would find out something. After these words, the man tensed up and was visibly scared. Stitch moved closer to the mercenary and pointed his burning artifact at him. Now it was his turn to tell. The man's eyes lit up, and the demon took possession of his body. Now it was time to reveal the cards. Memento started rummaging through his head, looking for any information. Apparently he saw something and immediately thought there was something strange there. The mercenary's eyes continued to burn brightly. His face changed. Not even a second later, the man collapsed to the ground. Apparently unconscious, the demon had left his body. Surprisingly to himself, the demon said that while he was digging through his memory, he was somehow thrown off by something as if there was a barrier. For some reason, it felt like this person was being controlled by someone. And from afar, it was like a fog in my head. If there's something that blocked the demon's power, it's definitely someone very powerful. The artifact told us that this man's mind was initially dark, as if it were covered with a veil. But there was something there. He was still able to claw out some bits of memories. A huge tree piercing the heavens so large that even a human's eye is not enough to see it. The world tree. Stitch has heard something about it. It is in the northern kingdom of the elves. But how could it have gotten into this man's memories? The demon asked how far it was from here to the kingdom of the elves, and it turned out that it was quite far. It was strange to go this far just because of one scrap of memory. But I had to check it out. The mercenary was filled with some kind of energy similar to that exuded by the artifact Stitch had found. Soon they contacted their customer again, a rather amusing detail. Stitch said he tried to calculate, but only saw a tree. As soon as Elena heard about it, Cassia confirmed the information about the tree, but she didn't know why it was there all of a sudden. Guy remembers there was a third suspect. So what do we do with him? Maybe he's a lead. The customer tensed up, and that was the problem. Figuring out this man's location was next to impossible. The guy was getting dizzy from all this. But we should try to figure out what Cassia was talking about while they could relax. It was difficult in such conditions, by the way, before it was necessary to clarify something. One would certainly want to ensure Novalia's safety foolishly if they were to lose such a valuable witness. Cassia said she would send her man to him and let the rest of them wait in Gemini's company. She had just the right person. That was the end of the connection. Stitch took the communication artifact with him and hid it in his pocket. Frightened, Nowalia rushed to thank for the help, just he had no way, he was just gathering information after all. The man assured that he had kept in touch with Luth on purpose, so that he could pass on the necessary information in case of an emergency. The surprised guy looked at him and didn't understand anything. What other information? What is she talking about? Nowalia lowered his head and said that as soon as he heard that Augustine was missing, he suspected something was wrong. So he started investigating on his own to find out what the problem was. He contacted information companies in the city, collected on the city's information from simple passers-by. By the way, it turned out to find quite a lot. I finally concluded that the perpetrators were operating in the Silas dungeon. Looking at his interlocutor incredulously, he asked if he could confirm his information in any way. It turned out that all the dirty money and unaccounted-for goods were going mostly to that place. This he could say swearing by his experience. The man's face made it clear that he was definitely not lying. Of course, it still looks a little lame, but it's better than nothing. All the time, the black artifact has a cold smell, as if it has a soul embedded in it, and a rather black aura spreading everywhere it can. Still, the boy didn't think he'd meet such a man in the north. His face grew darker. Even Memento was losing his ability to control it. They were already moving along the corridor of the dungeon together with Elena, and the girl noticed that he was serious today, but Stitch kept silent all the time. With a good-natured look at the elf, he said that thanks to her he felt more confident. The girl was immediately embarrassed and her cheeks instantly flushed. In a stammering voice, she suggested speeding up, this way they could get to Eigen. In a few minutes they were already there. A bright light hit them in the face as if there was a powerful searchlight. Soon I saw a huge city underground, and it was hard to believe that anyone could live here. It was quite hot here, so I had to take off my outer clothes first. I had to get my weapons. If suddenly, because of things like the anti-magic stone, all magic loses power, this is the only thing left. This city was inhabited exclusively by dwarves, and they were very surprised to see a human and an elven woman here for the first time. One of them, a gnome with a lush purple beard, looked at them and asked, "Are they looking for something here or perhaps lost?" Stitch cheerfully greeted him. It seems to be a successful meeting. He just wanted to order a sword, just did not know where to go. Immediately sensing a new customer, the gnome tried to convince him everything here could be considered the best goods for its price. Suddenly the demon interrupted their dialogue and felt some familiar aura. The guy immediately wondered what could be familiar here. Elena, on the contrary, felt everything perfectly even before Demon's amazing sensitivity appeared after using the product. When they got a little closer, they didn't notice anything strange. It looked like a normal building. In front of them was a huge house that looked like an ordinary forge, and what was special about it was unclear. As soon as there was a knock on the door, the gnome sitting inside twitched in surprise at the sight of a man who rarely seemed to come in. The curtains slid open, and the hairy face of a man appeared, and Stitch tried to explain something but failed miserably. In a stammering voice of surprise, he asked if the man was a blacksmith. However, to everyone's surprise, the dwarf hid inside his forge without answering anything. His reaction was strange, but the demon was sure that his senses had not failed him after a long time, and the smell was still there. It's the same ominous spirit that gives off a very acrid odor from this man and this house. It was hard to believe that in this god-forsaken place, someone could possess such an aura. Soon, Stitch and Elena were already sitting at the table, but wants to talk this dwarf, and it turned out to be a task. The demonic artifact reminded us that creatures who live their entire lives underground and pick at metals rarely have friendly conversations with anyone. As soon as people noticed that the couple had entered that very forge, they immediately began to wonder why they had gone there. The very dwarf they had first met inquired. They were strangers, right? They were really there. The dwarf drove absolutely everyone else away, and said that he himself would talk to the strangers and let them stand aside. The man sighed good-naturedly and said his name was Dorian. He immediately extended his hand in greeting. After asking if he'd seen it, Stitch tensed a little. Well, someone was inside after all. The dwarf said that in this place it is better not to talk about this blacksmith. He tried to combine artifacts and tools. His name is Melchior. The gnome tried to explain. Perhaps they are wondering why do such a thing. It is, after all, quite complicated machinations. Simply put, an artifact is like ice. It can be pointy or round shape. The area of use is determined randomly. However, if it is melted, it can be made into a liquid that can be shaped into any shape you want, which is exactly what Melchior wanted to do. Interesting. Of course there was a theory, noticed the demon, but there was a drawback. Because there was one not very pleasant incident. Their conversation partner immediately tipped a large glass of beer into his mouth and began to drink loudly. Behind that, he exhaled noisily and said that blacksmith was trying to melt down an artifact endowed with a sinister aura and was using cursed tools. It would be nice if this method could work. But the first to begin to collapse was the blacksmith himself. As a consequence, the blacksmith stopped controlling the artifact, and the cursed energy escaped, and the remnants fell on the dwarf himself. Everyone thought he should have been banished forever because of such gruesome experiments. But the ruler was wise and simply exiled him to this remote place, because he had too much merit and accomplishment to be deprived of it all. Now, without the strongest anesthetic, he couldn't just move his arms. If the experience had been successful, he would have been famous, but a mistake cost too much. Suddenly the guy had a hypothesis he wanted to test, and the demon felt the same way. Melchior now sat in his den and pondered what kind of stranger this was. Perhaps he was a blacksmith. Stitch knocked again and walked inside uninvited. The guy immediately said hello and waved hello. The blacksmith immediately vanished before he could even say a word about how unsociable this dwarf was. Stitch decided to act more decisively now and went inside. The dwarf immediately started shouting to get out of here. The guy asked to hear him out and he would leave immediately. The dwarf looked at him with a fierce look. As soon as the boy talked about the experiments, Melchior immediately told him to get out and didn't want to hear anything. The gnome was beginning to boil over. How long would he have to be bullied to feel relief, or let him get the hell out of here? The guy smiled and said that he had absolute immunity to cursed energy, so he could use it. The blacksmith at first did not believe these words and just looked at the stranger in horror and surprise. But the guy was determined. Apparently they managed to persuade the dwarf because the two of them were already walking across the flimsy bridge. Soon the couple was already in place. It seems few people are interested in these materials, so the dungeon is so remote. Elena inquired. Her companion seemed to say that the material they needed was called crunium. In response, Stitch nodded his head. Right, after all, there was. This material could be used as a container for the sinister aura. Soon they jumped down even lower, landing on the icy floor, which by the way was quite slippery and felt somewhat gravely cold. On the other hand, everything looked exactly as it should in the north, with ice, snow, and cold everywhere. Nothing to be surprised about. We needed to see what was inside, so the guys went ahead to look for the right stuff. After a few minutes of travel, the monsters had to be destroyed and even the ice cave got hot. Even after all this time, they have not been able to find any deposits of this material, only endless ice. As luck would have it, a strange dark blue-colored material soon came into view. It seemed to be the artifact. Maybe the Guardian will be here soon if they can find what they need to go ahead. A small shard of ice. Soon there was a roar. An unidentifiable creature that looked like a piece of ice stone, with a huge eye in the middle and a toothy maw moving towards them. It was decided to deal with this monster first, and then get to work on mining the material. Otherwise, it would get in the way. The monster was already preparing to attack, but Stitch was also determined. Guy first ran forward. He was just in time to order Elena to hide behind the wall, while he prepared to take the monster's first blow. He launched a few ice shards forward to confuse the monster. Then he took out a cartridge and lit the powder. Nothing like fire to melt ice. So the choice was obvious. The fireball burst out instantly. The guy intended to burn the creature before it could attack. After the impact, the ice on the monster's body began to melt. He froze in surprise and flapped his one eye. Rushing forward, he ordered the elves to distract the monster while doing damage. Elena had already prepared weapons and arrows for the distraction. The girl set one of them on fire. A second later, several powerful shots rang out and the monster roared in pain. Stitch came closer and closer. Drawing his sword, he took good aim. One blow should cover the monster in two. There was a cracking sound as the blade began to cut through the ice, but it was too hard to kill such a creature with a single blow. One of the ice flakes that bounced off hurt the guy's arm, and he clenched his eyes in surprise. The monster was a bit more dangerous after all. The elfess noticed that the sword had broken and looked at her comrade in horror. The monster was already advancing on the boy, opening its wide maw to attack. Without a second thought, Elena fired 2 arrows straight at the monster to throw it off. 2 loud explosions rang out. The monster stopped briefly and flew back. Stitch was in relative safety. The cold was getting to his bones, and considering his deep wound, the situation was getting worse. The ice ball stopped and dug into the ground. He looked with his one huge eye at the 2 strangers who dared to disturb his peace. Elena was already aiming and firing several arrows one after the other. Damage was still not enough, so you have to try harder. The explosions rumbled one after another, but the monster refused to fall. His ice was enough to defend himself. Seeing that the monster was preparing a powerful strike, even the demon was a little frightened. He was speechless from such a surprise. After that, an icy jet of ice flew out of the monster's wide mouth. Thank God the guys managed to take cover in time. The demon reminded that only one defeat from this blow, and it would be impossible to heal. Stitch started looking around for something to distract the monster for even a second. He then ordered Elena to hit the pole from below to confuse the monster. The girl immediately realized nothing. Taking the gem, the guy said they had the Eater's Curse, so there's nothing to worry about yet. He immediately absorbed the material and enchanted one of his armor. Great. Now it will be possible to fight at full. Pondus was already working. He picked up one of the huge blocks of stone to launch it at the monster and knock it down at last. The guy smiled as he realized that his plan would soon work and they would quickly deal with this monster. The only eye of the ice monster looked at its punisher with horror. The monster seemed to have already realized everything. As soon as it opened its toothy mouth, a huge ice shard of Migas immediately hit it, blocking the output of magical energy. Stitch had already prepared his spell to sizzle him. In a second it was over. They had extracted even more than the material they had anticipated along with the artifact lying on the table. Dorian watched it all, scratching his long beard. He too prepared himself for the making of the material. The dwarven blacksmith still looked at them with some distrust. If anyone found out that the outsiders had messed with someone like him, there would be a lot of trouble. With some caution, Dorian said that whatever they did, no one could find out about it. In other words, he would help make sure they didn't get caught. The blacksmith didn't seem to share their enthusiasm, but the stubborn ones wouldn't leave him alone, which was beginning to annoy him. Looking at his hands, the blacksmith said he would like to see such a marvelous invention in person. The man darkened even more. He realized that he would have to take up a task he had not finished several centuries ago. But there was nothing to think about. He tied his hair into a ponytail and ordered the artifact to be retrieved, his eyes burning for the first time in years as he took up the hammer. For the first time in a long time, thick smoke billowed from the large stovepipe, filling the space of the cave. Stitch kept wondering, even though the artifact looked like ice but still retained its shape. Seeing this, the blacksmith told the guy to take hold of it with his hands. Stitch was even a little surprised and scared. Still, after a short bickering, the guy took the artifact glowing with a strange purple glow in his hands. He felt the same as usual, but the pressure was much stronger. The gloves were resisting the artifact. Frowning, the blacksmith said that it was an obstacle that could not be overcome so easily. Let him imagine that his hand was a hammer and pressed on the artifact. The two blacksmiths hid behind the nearest barrels, which puzzled Stitch. He said it would be all right. Why hide? Apparently, it was the first time they had seen something like this in a long time, so fear showed on their faces. He began to squeeze the artifact tightly so that not a single drop of energy would leak out, sometimes leading to a big explosion like the one years ago. The blacksmith could not believe his eyes. For the first time in a long time, he was able to create something like this. At the end of the end, an artifact more akin to a gem lay on the smelter. Now they should succeed. But Dorian was still doubtful whether the blacksmith could handle such hands. Despite all the objections, the blacksmith began to work. After all, the main strength of the dwarfs, it is stubbornness. Now everything depends only on them. Soon, it was over, and the two smiths lay breathless. They were very tired, but Stitch watched them from the sidelines. The weapon was ready. It was a large blade glowing in the darkness of the forge. Looked very different. Even the demon was a bit shocked at the sight of this weapon. But why was the blade called hollow? The blacksmith explained that the task of this artifact is to serve its master, and he does not even know who its master is, in other words, completely empty in the head. After examining his new weapon, Stitch thanked the craftsman and asked how much he owed for it. But the blacksmith said to just take it. He didn't just do it for the money. It's enough that the boy gave him the opportunity to do something like this. Dorian was already asleep, by the way. He was so tired he passed out almost instantly. Let him treat it with care, and the blacksmith said he would go to bed. He was very tired. Stitch could not be happy with such a gift. Soon they left the city. If they go along Mount Rockford, do they come across the next dungeon? But the Vodvadir confirmed. Throwing in his axe on his shoulder, he said somehow uncomfortable they had to get out of the wagon and also walk. The gnome kept smiling because of the rumors of winter monkey attacks. It's impossible to ride sitting quietly. Laughing, Stitch replied that it's okay. They're showing them the way, so they can be patient. What skillful hunters they are after all. The dwarf even cheered up a little. Soon there would be a cave. Suddenly, to his surprise, the guy noticed that his sword began to glow, but Stitch didn't realize what was wrong with it yet. Soon the horses began to stir as if they smelled some danger and all became excited. The demon also sensed someone's approach and immediately warned his partner. Suddenly something flew past them with great speed. The guys didn't even have time to look at what it was. The dwarf was terrified. He didn't understand anything and just held onto his huge axe. Stitch turned to him and told him to be careful, but something was wrong. At the last moment, the kid noticed that their guide was attacking with a huge axe. He managed to get out of the line of attack, but something was wrong. Someone was controlling that dwarf. The friendly gnome now looked frightening. He was holding an axe and was going to attack again. Memento assumed that he was possessed by the ghost. However, the question is how he did it. Ghosts, these beings from another world, possess astounding abilities unthinkable. But somehow this monster appeared in the human world. The dwarf kept attacking and something had to be done, or they would all be here forever. Apparently the ghost couldn't touch the travelers, so he possessed the dwarf to do some damage. It was possible to use a spell somehow, but if several souls took over the body, it could destroy the consciousness. Stitch clenched his teeth. The situation had become more complicated. It was too dangerous to leave things as they were, and what should be done was not clear. Following the demon's advice, he pulled out a sword that suddenly began to glow with a bright yellow light. The gnome attacked again. He did not give up trying to destroy the people so recently his friends. The ghost acted in everything. When their weapons crossed, the guy felt an unbearable light so bright that he had to close his eyes. Suddenly it stopped as quickly as it had started and the dwarf lost consciousness. He was lying on the ground, but his body was steaming as the ghost must have left the body. This sword is not bad after all. Even ghosts can be thrown out. But the demon ordered me not to relax. Elena still didn't understand what had happened. She just looked at the gnome with a frightened look. Pointing to his artifact, the guy said he just chased the ghost away, saying the demon had some kind of aura. In an irritated voice, the skull said, Stitch should just go ahead and destroy the ghosts. They are, after all, on his soul here. With some disbelief, the guy looked at his companion. He is definitely sure of the correctness of his decision. There were no other options after the ghost entered the dwarf's body and started attacking only Stitch. In response to her partner's perplexed look, Elena simply shrugged her shoulders. She literally did not stir. The demon said he can show you where the ghost is, but Stitch has to go in himself so it's safer. Taking up his sword, the guy moved forward. In any case, he has a pretty good weapon. I wanted to check what kind of daredevil had followed them as far north as they could, so they moved forward into the depths of the mysterious cave. Soon a bright purple color was seen inside. It was not just a cave dungeon with all the surrounding sword continued to rampage. They decided to keep walking along the road or there's not much to see. In the back of the cave sat a man dressed in a black balaclava, and he spoke of a plan gone wrong. Someone's disgruntled eye was staring intently at his servant. Apparently the beholder was extremely unhappy with this result. It was a dwarf too. But his skin was pale and there were big black circles under his eyes. Now Stitch and the demon were advancing, and they were determined not to understand who could have hunted them at such a time as this. Along the way, Elena wondered if there were so many otherworldly beings here that they might be in danger. Stitch interrogated her about ghosts. The demon continued to speak. Due to the owner's special bond with the artifact, some resistance is formed. Psychological control is not so easy to stop. You should have applied the Caesar skill to this herald right away. The guy's done getting pissed off. It's just a minimum degree of resistance. Better be ready. Caution can't hurt. When asked where all the living creatures were, the demon said that they stretched all around the perimeter of the dungeon. The travelers didn't even notice that they had already formed pursuers surrounding them on all sides. Even the elfess couldn't sense them with her heightened senses and was perplexed. There was a very unpleasant, creaky voice that greeted the newcomers. The very yard inn reached out and called the boy a god opponent. Sounded at least a little too pathetic. Stitch looked at his demonic companion, but even he didn't seem to understand anything. Pointing his finger forward, Stitch said, "Judging by the look of him, you can expect a different reaction than anyone would like." Caesar's skill went straight to his opponent's head, and seemed meant to transfer the artifact's consciousness into the dwarf's body. However, everything turned out to be quite the opposite, and he was still next to the boy who didn't understand why he was still here. The unknown assailant marveled at such skill. His eyes instantly turned black. Listening to all this nonsense, Stitch could not understand what deity is talking about and why this man calls him a god opponent. However, the dwarf did not answer the question but simply swung his arm in preparation to attack. Immediately afterward, his followers seemed to succumb to hypnosis, as if their eyes began to glow with a ghastly white glow. A demonic aura was gathering around. Filling the entire space of the cave, the dwarf seemed to be preparing to attack. All suddenly vanished like smoke. Stitch stood there, not understanding anything. It seems that they were ghosts. Soon a skeleton with black eye sockets was in place of the dwarf who had been standing a moment ago. He immediately approached the intruder and delivered a mighty blow with his scythe. He looked like death itself. Elena was horrified but couldn't help but stare wide-eyed as her partner fought. The weapon creaked. The onslaught of this ghost was so strong that even Stitch could barely cope with its power. They continued their furious battle. The guy swung his sword, and even Ghost was surprised at such skill. He looked at the alien with his empty eye sockets, and could not understand how a mere mortal could possess such power. Stopping the sword blade with his bony hand, Ghost marveled at such audacity. He had never seen something like this before. The dirty elf was here too. He shifted his blank stare to Elena, who was already preparing to shoot. The guy used an electric arc to knock down the ghastly ghost. But with one swipe of his scythe, he chopped the electric discharge into ashes in a second. Ghost even seemed to be a little upset. Because the enemy god possesses such weak energy, he even thought that the boy was giving in to him. The monster's thunderous laughter was followed by a loud laughter, and he must have immediately suspected something wrong. So Ghost was wrong after all in saying that. He immediately aimed the full power of his weapon directly at the alien. The guy tried to block all the blows, but it was getting worse every time. After flying a dozen meters away, he stopped trying to catch his breath, and the battle promised to be hot. Suddenly already triumphant, Ghost felt that not my head flew something we us a huge speed. Getting even angrier, he aimed all his demonic power towards the Elfica. Let her not ask for it. Elena saw the attack coming, but she couldn't block it. She just had to take the blow. Throwing her far back, the ghost growled for her to sit on the sidelines. Elves don't interest him. Then he walked over and lifted Stitch by the arm in one simple motion. He was incredibly strong. Aura suppressed all magic. At some point, the guy realized with horror that this monster was seeing his artifact. And not like everyone else, he was seeing Memento. But the demon could do nothing. He himself did not understand how a simple ghost could wield such power. Even the artifacts here was powerless. The demon tried to be steadfast, but it seems the ghost's aura was much stronger than expected. And he showed the memories. The scent they smelled seemed so familiar, it sent shivers down their spines. The ghost said that this artifact was just a fragment broken off from a once great being and that it was his target. The ghost's bony fingers began to squeeze the unfortunate boy's arm harder and harder. And then a crunch was heard, and the wrist simply fell off. Behind that, with a crunch, Ghost ripped the ring off his finger, but the adventurer could do nothing. The force was too high. While Ghost cheered, Stitch just lay there unable to come to his senses. Elena was somewhere behind and was also unconscious. Holding onto his hand, the guy could not understand how at all it was possible to allow something like this to happen. But the demon said that their connection was not lost. The unknowing ghost continued to laugh if they still didn't get it. He didn't care. The ring was now in his hands, and they will be sealed until he returns, at which point the demon became wary. He didn't know what he was talking about. Then, smiling with his teeth, the monster said he was sorry his artifact would endlessly repeat the same thing until it did what it was supposed to do. The guy still didn't understand anything. He just sat there holding his hand as if his consciousness was swallowed by a fog. At that moment the recovery began to work, and the ring disappeared from the ghost's hands in a flash, making him very surprised. The hand grew back on its own in a few seconds. After all, the boy's connection to the artifact was much stronger than a simple ring. There goes the unprecedented skill on the guy's face and a smile on his face. Now they'll see who's stronger. Now the demon tiredly made it all clear. They wouldn't be bored together when he sealed them, and immediately raised his scythe upward. Now there were fewer and fewer options. How to use magic, but he could not know what magic would work on him. But the demon told him the light. The ghost was already preparing his next blow, and the guy defended himself with his sword as best he could. He had to wait for the moment. The weapon suddenly began to glow with a bright yellow light, and Stitch opened his eyes with surprise and truth. It was a light incredibly bright. Let him remember the master's words. If he asks for something hard, the sword will fulfill his request. The boy immediately tensed his whole body. Immediately afterward, the room was filled with bright flashes of light, as if lightning had descended from the heavens. The dungeon dweller didn't understand anything. It was the first time he had seen something so powerful that it could reflect his dark aura. Still, no wonder the sword was an artifact in that case. We could try something else. The weapon was so light that Stitch almost didn't feel it at all. The ghost could not withstand such an onslaught and simply flew into the wall, almost losing consciousness. Even his dark aura could not cope. Even Stitch himself felt the incredible pressure. After all, 3 artifacts was too much. The ghost collapsed to the ground and still didn't realize who this guy was that had such power. Still, despite the situation, curiosity won, and Stitch asked who the enemy ghost only managed to cough. In a hoarse voice he said that the boy would find out for himself. What now? The point is that the ghost will answer him. Everything that has happened is fate, and let him try to get out of it now. The ghost's voice sounded as if from the afterlife, and the boy's face showed that he was excited. Eventually it's over, and the guy gets out with a scroll of returning need to find a place to sleep and reevaluate what they have. A short time later, he and Elena were sitting in a local bar, studying the strange was one-line type in the claw collect translate, as if something researched an order in Charlie's workshop due by the end of October. It looked really weird. Charlie's workshop means they have some kind of income. Suddenly, there was some rumbling outside the window. The waiter hurriedly apologized for the noise they often have here. Stitch explained that it was their first time in this town, so everything here seemed a little unusual. It was that sound from the workshop. The elf nodded. They had a special occasion in 2 days. There will be an exhibition of products. All the masters of their city will present the results of their numerous works. The boys listened with interest, and meanwhile ate the appetizing meat, filling their mouths with gusto. The guy immediately asked if anyone knew where this very workshop was located. Sounded pretty interesting. After thinking about it, the waiter replied that in principle he could draw a map. But if they want to make an order, it's a lost cause. Elena asked if it's because of the preparation for the exhibition that no one is taking orders. The waiter explained that the workshop had closed down and the building was still standing. But there had been no visitors for a long time. Perhaps they're even dismantling their workshop now. Hearing these words, Stitch visibly tensed, and that's not good. At the success of their dinner, they went straight to the shop and were soon at the counter. The salesman told Charlie it was his father. A man with a scowl on his face said his name was Chad and it's too bad they're closing. So let him get out of here. Stitch immediately asked what was the reason for such an abrupt closure, because it could not all happen so spontaneously. The man, who clearly did not want to talk about family affairs, hummed to himself and tried to chase away the uninvited intruders. Suddenly the demon began begging the guy to let him dig into the man's head, but Stitch forbade it. The guy nodded his head and said it was his personal business, of course, so apologizes. To be honest, they are looking for something specific. As soon as the seller heard the words about his father, he immediately became wary. His look changed and became frightened. Immediately his mood changed. He rushed with tears to the stranger and began to ask everything he knows. Stitch from such a thing, even a little apexed. Soon they were sitting at the table and talking, discussing everything that had been on their minds for so long. The seller lamented that he didn't even know where his father was and what was happening to him for a month now. He had no idea if he was alive or not. It seemed that some time ago some men in black cloaks had come to his father and brought him a scheme. Very strange, by the way. At first, my father was very enthusiastic about this order. But the more he worked, the more he burned out. The salesman tried very hard not to cry when he told me he'd started looking for his father. But he couldn't even imagine where he was now. And all until these strangers showed up, the man clearly pointing at Stitch and Elena. The guy hesitated a bit. Soon they left this establishment and were heading to their hotel. The elfess asked, "Is this another dead end?" The guy just waved his hand. The demon hurried to reassure him. Of course the traces were faint, but still they were. Stitch asked if he had any ideas. These people must have thought they'd be found in a town like this. So they must have fled at that moment, and someone was already watching the friends. There were 2 small blows, as if something had fallen. And Stitch immediately turned around and there were already 2 silhouettes behind him. They were men in black cloaks, as apparently having followed them earlier, they were heavily armed. Immediately turning to them, Stitch asked them in a gruff manner to get the hell out of here immediately. Following that, the guy drew a shiny sword from its sheath and a bright yellow light spilled out all over the street. The man, apparently not expecting such a thing, immediately covered himself with his cloak and tried not to be blinded. It's over pretty quickly now. At least we know that if these people are wandering around, then Charlie definitely didn't disappear on his own. Elena asked, "Does Stitch think these people are the reason?" Stitch shook his head. "Perhaps not these people. They asked to do something. Most likely they are up to something and keep pushing the seller after that." The guys walked away from this creepy place. The next day they were already near the dungeon and Elena with her whole body. Some kind of aura, it wasn't a monster. The girl's eyes reddened again. Perhaps this someone in danger. Moreover, there was something else there. The demon who suddenly showed up said that he could sense 3 fanatics, and that the aura couldn't be confused. Overwhelmed with determination, Stitch said he had to get this over with quickly, so it was time to move out. The fanatics were pale men and women in black robes, their faces as if they were under hypnosis. The guy was furious, and why do these underdogs like to find trouble for themselves? Is it really that much fun? The man tried to explain that they do not get into unnecessary fights, but Stitch had already prepared his blade. It was beginning to piss him off. A bright light flashed and the sectarian didn't even have time to say anything, but just vanished like smoke. Soon they have already killed all of them. Turned out that it was quite easy. But Stitch was still something dissatisfied. He did not understand them. Soon, they had already approached the center of the cave. But at the bottom there was something that attracted the guy's attention. There, tied up in a hard rope, sat an old man with his mouth closed and his eyes wide open. It looked like Charlie. They immediately jumped up to the old man, and Stitch ordered them to keep an eye on him while he checked the neighborhood. The pixies stayed with the unhappy man while Stitch went to see if anyone was around. As soon as they got here, the guy immediately felt something that couldn't be confused with anything else. Peeking out from around the nearest corner, he squinted and looked closer. There was definitely something there. Everything is just as he thought. The aura of the artifact big stone tied with a powerful chain was lying right there. Somehow it was strange. Obviously, something had been done to this thing, perhaps trying to manufacture material. Stitch looked closer. Soon he returned. Elena was still tending to the poor wounded man, and he seemed to be in a bad way. Though of course she gave him the elixir. The man fainted and is still lying there. But luckily he's alive. Soon the adventurers helped Charlie get to safety, and the old man was thankful. He didn't know what to do. Smiling good-naturedly, Stitch apologized for asking such a question right now, but still, what happened then? Charlie frowned visibly and lowered his eyes, clearly having a hard time talking about it. In a settled voice, he began to tell me that these two seemed to know that he had received an order from these scoundrels, and that there was nothing heavy about it. These people just wanted the craftsman to make a syringe. They hardly said what it was for, but with Charlie's experience, he's the hardest to fool. Worse, they wanted to kidnap his son, so the man just couldn't say no. So when he did his job, these men filled a syringe with a strange dark elixir, and began injecting this liquid into the breathless child. From such details, even Stitch was a little frightened. The man continued. So these people immediately destroyed the child, but he definitely came back to life. It sounded really creepy that it was done with an elixir. Even a demon who had seen a lot of things in his endless life was a little shocked. Stitch immediately wondered where the syringe was. There was obvious concern on the boy's face. The master answered that he had heard that he was immediately sent to the kingdom of elves, and nothing more was known about him, but the feeling was still bad. Now there was total chaos going on in the royal castle. A man was trying to get through the door to the prince and wanted to talk. He claimed His Highness needed rest, but the herald sat in his room with the door locked and didn't say a word. As the assistant was trying hard, but he could not do anything, when suddenly someone's voice asked what the noise was. Prince Alfred was heading toward them with his unhurried smooth gait. They immediately fell to their knees, and the aide began to babble that he was just concerned about Harold's condition. Alfred nodded understandingly. Turning his head toward his brother's room, he said it wasn't worth it to keep trying after all. Following this, they and Balstock went inside, and the third prince could not tell by the look on his face that he was glad to see them. The assistant's face immediately changed, and he trembled at the sight of his master, whom he had not seen for so long. Alfred, on the other hand, was extremely indignant, and said that the rest was not good for his brother. So, let him get dressed and go to the throne room. Harold looked at his brother with a hard look, and asked what his father wanted to talk about. Soon the man was heading down a long hallway straight into the throne room. Everyone bowed their heads before him. Then, following the etiquette, he introduced himself, his lips trembling. Apparently the principal realized what awaited him. Following that, he abruptly fell to his knees and bowed before his father to greet his majesty. The gray-haired man with the long beard looked at his son with some reproach, but immediately asked how he was feeling. Without opening his eyes, the prince thanked him for his concern and said he was feeling better thanks to his care. The king's lips quivered, and he said in a loud voice that he wanted to ask his son something. Does he want his hand back for a second? After that question, there was silence between them. After this question, the prince was even a little taken aback and opened his eyes in surprise. He had not expected such a thing. At this time in the North Country, Stitch and his friend were advancing through a blizzard. The guy still didn't understand why the kingdom was here. Elena, of course, realized that she shouldn't be happy about this situation, but was very mesmerized by the fact that she was a South Elf and the only world tree. Stitch said he'd heard about it all too well. The tree is like a home, a source of life for the elves. If you think about it, the guardian tree was his creation. They looked at each other, and Elena said that before the continents were divided, their ancestors had taken the seed of the world tree and planted it in the dark forest. Showed him his ring. He said this kid told him, so we should look around. If we're lucky, we can get the seed of the world tree. The girl thanked him for his understanding. By the way, Stitch thought that next to the world tree will be warm, but the feeling is as if in a freezer. Demon immediately appeared and reminded that Stitch cannot go to the other world, and to bring him back to life will not be necessary. Soon they realized what was wrong. The blizzard ended so quickly that they had no time to blink, and the place was suddenly warm. At first you might think it's a spell of illusion, because it's warm and doesn't even smell like winter is behind us. The skull called for calm. If this was an illusion, Stitch wouldn't even realize it. This place is protected by the world tree from the cold. This place is protected by the world tree, so that's why the elves love it so much. Elena opened her eyes in surprise and couldn't tear her gaze away from such a marvelous sight. But Stitch did not share her enthusiasm. Only it is not clear why fanatics go to such a distance for the sake of one world tree. When he spoke to his client who said he had learned that a band of conspirators had traveled to the elf kingdom in the north, Cassia was a little shocked even better, and that he should go north. She had, after all, recognized the location of the merchant last seen just there. Lowering his eyes, Stitch said it would be to the world's advantage to catch him if he was behind everything. And what was his name? The girl said his name was Sylvestine Grace. The demon had already noticed something and ordered his ward to get ready. Someone had been watching them ever since they entered the territory. Stitch turned to Helena at the girl already realized it was a coldness that Amrita did not feel. Suddenly, out of nowhere, appeared several persons rather like ghosts dressed in strange hoods. Stitch has already prepared the gunpowder to fight back so easily. Apparently these two won't miss them. Why everyone likes to talk so much. The demon noticed that the same aura was emanating from these two. That from the ghost, from the cave, they are not as simple as they seem. Saying that it wouldn't be a problem, the guy immediately rushed forward into the fight. It would be even more fun. The first stranger he hit with a swing, but the ghost deflected his blow with incredible speed. What is even going on? The stranger smiled and said that this sword was quite fun to play with. His comrade was already behind the guy's back and was bringing his huge mallets in for a mighty blow. Two small arrows with a whistle cutting through the air were already approaching them. Elena was always wary. Realizing the strangers couldn't be dealt with so easily, the ghosts stopped in the distance. And what to do with them? Deciding to destroy them both, they began to form a sphere of dark energy so black that their eyes began to hurt. Stitch asked Elena to cover him, and the girl immediately readied her weapon for an instant shot. The arrow whistled a few dozen meters and reflected off the stranger's powerful hammer. The guy was already ready and was approaching with unprecedented speed, preparing a strike. His glove was loaded with gunpowder. One blow should have been enough to destroy this monster. Despite all the guy's speed, the ghost managed to block the blow, and a huge deafening shot rang out. Elena was already preparing a second arrow to shoot, well aiming straight at one of them. It was difficult to hit as they were moving at incredible speeds and the forces were almost equal. The arrows bounced off like toys. Stitch had already realized he couldn't handle them that easily. So he started preparing the Tesla. Several balls of electricity flashed out of his hands and flew straight towards the strangers. One of the demons prepared a weapon to instantly repel the blow. In his hands was a huge weighty sword. In just one time, he deflected two balls flying at him as easily as if they were toys. From such speed, even Stitch was horrified to use his sword to repel such powerful spells. It was simply impossible. He still couldn't understand what this technique was. However, they didn't have time to think. The monsters were attacking at an unprecedented speed. While one demon was attacking head-on, the other was already behind him and preparing a sledgehammer. It was getting harder and harder to fight against them. At the last moment, Stitch still managed to jump back, but the blast wave made it clear that they were not to be trifled with. Whence it came that General Mark the man stood in full uniform and looked at Stitch. Elena couldn't believe her eyes. For the first time in a long time she saw this man on principle and on her side. Stitch was furious. He was ready to have to fight him as well, and the problems presented themselves. The fighter was already heading towards the general at full speed, with the goal of destroying the enemy. Elena took aim and began to shoot a hail of arrows from her bow, anticipating that they would have to fight three opponents now. Stitch immediately attacked the general, and the man couldn't understand why Stitch was attacking him. The guy faced the shield and still could not penetrate it. For the first time in a long time he felt the recoil, but the general seemed to be calm. He asked the boy to fight properly or else he too would then stop trying. It's a shame after all. He was also attacked from above, and at the last moment, Stitch still managed to notice his opponent and block the blow, which cost him a lot of strength. He saw the general heading towards him with his shield in front of him. Things got worse and worse. The guy was getting ready to use all his strength. They bumped together with the general and there was a crackling sound that must have made your ears pop. The general stood firmly on his feet, after which the rivals pushed each other apart. Stitch flew away. Two ghouls were standing somewhere in the distance, and preparing to attack. The situation became critical. Demon asked his companion what they should do with him now, and got the answer that they basically have no choice. Again, we'd have to destroy both of them. Already appeared in the air, and it didn't bode well. A skeleton began to appear from the black cloud, first a bony arm and then the entire body. The traveler watched in horror as the situation spiraled out of control, but he still couldn't do anything. Soon a horrible monster knight of darkness appeared from there. He was shrouded in dark energy and looked terrifying. Now against this opponent, it would be hard to resist. The boys looked at him with dumbfounded eyes. Elena was already running to her companion with screams. The girl realized how bad it was and wanted to help. Stitch had already prepared a weapon. In a worried voice, the girl said that it seemed that now it was not worth splitting up for the sake of a battle with 3 opponents. It was better to join forces to survive. The general looked at them with incredible distrust. There was no desire to cooperate with this man. Stitch immediately protested. He would never team up with this man, even on pain of death. The demon appeared just in time to tell the guy not to fool around and to listen to his friend. That man had obviously come to talk. If he wants to deal with this general, let him first finish off the opponents, which, by the way, are the majority. Realizing that he had no choice, the guy shouted that he himself would attack first, and the general would follow him. And only then they would talk. A smile appeared on the man's face. Finally, this guy guessed his fighting style. The knight was already flying at them as hard as he could. The guy shouted to Elena to cover him. He had already put the ball out to deal with the monster once and for all. The battle promised to be very hard. The guy swung his weapon to repel the first attack, but immediately felt an incredible pressure from the enemy. The monster was so fast that even the incredible speed that Stitch had wasn't enough to dodge. The monster left a scratch on his cheek. Following that, the monster immediately attacked head-on, striking with its powerful spear so hard that the entire earth shook. Then the general attacked. He thrust forward his shield to take down the hated knight in one fell swoop. The shield was in front, fully charged and ready to attack. The air around began to vibrate, filling with energy. The monster tried to block it, but his strength wasn't enough to fend off such an attack. Stitch had already arrived just in time, and took advantage of the moment to strike with his sword as hard as he could. Then there was a charged fist strike. One had to destroy the monster as quickly as possible, otherwise they would simply have no strength left. The knight was incredibly strong, and even after such an onslaught was able to stay on his feet and survive. It was an incredible barrage of attacks. Elena was firing as hard as she could, but the knight was somehow miraculously able to dodge. Taking advantage of the confusion, Mark immediately prepared his attack by charging his shield to full strength, followed by an incredibly deafening explosion. A cloud of dust rose around him, which Stitch tried to look around. Did they really succeed? Hope never left him. Unfortunately, the general's attack didn't work, and it was repelled with incredible ease. It seems the knight understood how to fight. His ghostly face was clearly annoyed, and he wanted to end it all, but those pesky people wouldn't back down. Stitch, on the contrary, only gained rage. His eyes were already burning with anger. He wanted to destroy the knight to avoid it. Suddenly, from what the general saw, even a chill ran down his back. The monster began to transform, taking on an infernal form. In just one leap, the monster shortened the distance and grasped with its ghostly hand the neck of a man not expecting such a thing. The unfortunate general felt that his breathing was about to be cut off. The monster was squeezing his neck with incredible strength. From such a sight, Stitch was frightened. The monster managed to freeze in one motion. The demon explained that the infernal knight was drawing energy. Unable to stand still, Stitch rushed to the attack, swinging a huge blade. Somehow the monster saw everything, and soon the guy felt the incredible force of a punch right in his chest. Suddenly a hand appeared on the monster's back, and immediately fell the boy to the ground, pinning him down with great force. The monster continued to suck the energy out of the general, who was growing weaker by the second. Preparing her arrow, Elena drew her bow and fired another volley straight at the target. The monster stretched out his ghostly hand toward her and frowned his glittering eyes. His droning voice sounded from beyond. Stitch came to his aid just in time to block the attack, but Ghost caught him by the shoulder and pulled him towards him. He shouted that if the monster had already gotten into a fight, then let him not be distracted by the fury in the boy's eyes. Bouncing backwards in one deft move, Stitch froze his opponent's legs, immobilizing him for a while. Following that, he enchanted his weapon and also combined the two skills to get incredible spell powers, and it was over. After a hard fight, everyone tried to rest and recover and were already sitting around the fire. There was some tension between them. Looking at his sudden ally, Stitch asked what he was up to recently. They had been enemies, and now defected to their side, to how he had found them. The general frowned and replied that he had a hunch they were at enmity with Venice and were not particularly respected in the Southern Union lands. Based on that, it was hard for me to guess where they were right now. The guy clicked his teeth in anger. But not to worry, the general said that he himself made the decision to leave the house and follow them. Looking at him with a look of utter disbelief, Stitch asked, did he really think anyone would believe him now? With a smile on his face, the man replied that they didn't seem to quite understand. He himself, after all, came from this place in the southern lands. He would certainly not be bored. By the way, there's a bad rumor about travelers, and Stitch sighed heavily after that, as he was well aware. Demon hurried to join the conversation. If the general was born in the north and lived here, why would he go to the south? In a voice heavy with fatigue, the general continued, the prince is certainly a noble man, but it was not worth it to stay for his sake. The artifact reasonably remarked that the man was some kind of inadequate Stitch, wondered if he was the cause of such harassment. As if expecting such a question, the general smiled. He just wanted to fight the boy last time they were prevented. This man is a sick man. Stitch made a face like he'd had enough limon off. He still couldn't believe that this was really the main reason the general had followed them this far. The demon was still sure that this man was not their enemy. If he wanted to leave them, he would have done it long ago. Stitch wanted to say something else, but the demon interrupted him. What's his problem? He's grown persuasive skills, so let him talk human. If the general himself came from these places, he must be familiar with the World Tree. The man, though tense, came to his senses and said that the World Tree was the main source of balance in this region. However, he had heard a lot about elves assiduously protecting this place. Elena immediately tensed up after such a thing. At the roots of the World Tree is located the city that are the capital of the local elves, and all skilled natives from there. They become Shallow's guardians of the World Tree and bind themselves to it forever. In response to the boy's surprise about the sectarians, the man assured that these elves were far stronger than any humans. All because the World Tree gives immense power to its guardians for their own defense. Perhaps this is the rationale. No sectarian in his right mind will go to that place, because there is only a ticket to the next world waiting for him. Stitch, though still wondering, had a little faith in these words. If this man knows so much, he is really from the north. Soon they were on their way to the capital to begin with to tell everything they know about. As soon as the travelers entered the city, they were immediately followed. The elves never let their guard down. The elf girl gave them a stern look and ordered them to stand back. Strangers can't be here. Late apologizing Stitch said they had important information to report right now. Following that, he channeled his artifact and activated Caesar's soul transference ability. The unexpected elfess received a powerful blow with a spell and immediately lost her mind in a second. At the mere sight of such a monster, General, even through the experience of battle, a little cold with fear. Soon the artifact-guided elfess led them straight to the elders, who immediately asked who they were and what they were doing here. One of the elves looked at them with obvious displeasure and asked them to explain such an act, how they even dared to come here. The girl in command of the artifact tried to explain by saying that they had something important to report. Following that, the artifact warned the guy to immediately draw his sword and get ready, but still obeyed. The sword immediately began to glow with the same bright flame in his hands. He apparently reacted to something, and on the walls began to appear blotches of strange dirt. Elves immediately became concerned about such barbarism. However, the girl who had brought them here shouted that there was no time to explain, they would talk later when they got out of here. Soon they were already on the street. Stitch did not understand what the hell is going on here, but it turned out that the sectarians deceived the elves. Even the artifact wouldn't have been able to notice it until they got close. Instead of distracting the elves one by one, they just encased everything in an illusion. The elf still couldn't understand what they were talking about. Could it be that the World Tree had changed so much because of magic? There was something wrong with the people too. They were squirming in pain and lying on the floor almost unconscious. Some were already completely enslaved by magic. Their eyes expressed nothing, alive or like zombies. The artifact ordered his friend to keep his sword at the ready. Little did he have to do. Something was clearly wrong with the humans. It wasn't clear who was responsible for all of this, but it was necessary to put that question to rest. The elf touched his throat, apparently doing something to his vocal cords to enhance the effect. His voice changed. Elena was horrified. She didn't understand how such a sacred place could be so desecrated. Black particles descend from the tree and only worsen the situation. The World Tree helps the circulation of life in this place. It cleanses the magical energy and saturates the air, and these sectarians have desecrated it. Stitch assumed that all they would have to do was go upstairs and destroy the cause of the curse. With a serious look on her face, Elena confirmed that there's nothing to think about. We have to act fast. The general was a little shocked to climb the World Tree. It's not an easy task, but he'll go after all. The Trinity stood near the roots of the tree and prepared to climb. The path was not easy. Several elves had already rushed without a report to their chairman, but the man waved it away. Before reporting, let them report what's happening to the residents and whether everyone is alive. The wards replied that they are trying to keep as many people as possible safe, and also absolutely all the guards are out of commission. The chairman bellowed for everyone to be ready. They should get this over with and head off to help their comrades. Inside the World Tree there are vessels. If you catch on the lifting mechanisms, you can quickly climb up. With this information, Elena, along with Stitch and the general, were quickly lifted upward by the air currents. As they flew forward, Elena decided to stick with the guy until they got there. Stitch instantly blushed. The man flying behind them smiled, and this little fellow quite well immediately showed his methods of persuasion. Soon they had arrived and landed on a solid surface, but there were still some doubts. The stranger first began to speak. his voice sounding as if with a mocking tone. Stitch didn't want to figure out who it was and immediately drew his sword. If this man had arrived early, then he was definitely an enemy. The man was surprised at such a straightforwardness. The lad immediately appealed to him by his insolence. Not a second later, 2 powerful blasts flew past Stitch and slammed into the wall. The boy didn't even have time to realize anything. He just turned his frightened gaze back to where his comrades were already lying. The general was still trying to regain consciousness. His eyes were almost rolled back and blood was oozing from his mouth. Elena seems to have been knocked out too. Even she with her reactions couldn't foresee such a sudden impact. There were too many enemies and fewer options for action, and they faced an unbelievable opponent. Finally, the guy noticed something artifact, glad there was someone else using magic here. It was an illusion, but one could not fall for such a trick again. All his comrades were fine. This was the person who caused the incident on the hallucination ship and the illusion in the courtyard of the World Tree. Seeing that his opponent had guessed everything, the man went cold with fear. He had not expected such agility. Elena was standing nearby and breathing heavily. Apparently the girl had succumbed to the effects of the illusion as well. Cold sweat trickled down the general's face. He was facing something like this for the first time and didn't know how to act. The stranger who was the culprit of this whole nightmare was furious as they dared to shatter his illusion. Things didn't go according to plan after his skull fell. He took charge and went here even though he's not even getting paid for it. Well, if they don't surrender, I'll have to destroy them on the spot. The man drew his weapon and prepared to attack. He applied a protective wall exactly like the one the ghost ship had used when they sailed here. One of the magical flaps crashed into the general's shield. The man barely stood on his feet from such pressure. He realized this man could only be destroyed by the general himself with his skill, so the rest of us had better stand aside. There was a rumbling sound, but the enemy managed to defend himself with magic spells. He finally realized that the enemy had the same defense. The general felt something happening behind his back. Several magic circles appeared and prepared to attack. Elena had already managed to release an arrow, and it was cutting through the air and heading straight for the enemy's head. But the man saw it all and shielded himself in time. The arrow just bounced aside, breaking in 2. It put Elena in shock how he was able to react so quickly to her since she was firing at an incredible speed. The man was surprisingly quick to navigate the situation. His left eye glowed purple. Out their next comrade is a magician. Stitch was already preparing Tesla's spell and there was a deafening explosion. Luckily the man managed to protect himself with magic shields, but the damage was still immense. For the first time in his life he felt something so strong. This boy's aura is very strong, so dealing with him will be a problem. After he applied several attacks at once, the guy was a little scared. Even his artifact was shocked. Skull said that we should try to break through his defense with constant attacks, and Stitch immediately ordered the others to attack without stopping. Preparing her modified cannon, Elena aimed directly at the enemy, put out promise to be powerful. The man didn't expect to be attacked from different directions. His eye lit up even more. Now he was alone against the 3. A shot was heard from the last of his strength. He tried to close with his shields, but the pressure was very strong. Following that, Stitch fired an air bullet directly into the general's shield, energizing it. The man collapsed right on top of the enemy, and even the magical shields began to strain. Eventually they cracked. Stitch stood in utter shock before this man could repel such an attack. But something happened. Apparently even his spell could not withstand. The enemy at this time was almost exhausted. The man had not expected to face such powerful spells. In the end, he had to use the secret ingredient potion his comrade had given him for emergencies. With only a little time left to hold out, and the men tipped the vial of potion into his mouth. It was a disgusting brown color. Skull immediately realized that this was the black elixir that the blacksmith was talking about earlier. That's not good. After the stranger drank everything without a trace, his body began to deform. The power overwhelmed, and his eye glowed even more. But suddenly he felt something strange in his body. His hand began to melt like plasticine. The rest of Trinity just watched this from afar, and also didn't understand anything. It looked extremely strange and creepy. In the end, all that was left of him was a stinking puddle, and he literally dissolved before our eyes. Looks like it was some kind of dope with side effects, Stitch concluded. But it seems the skull was of a different opinion. Soon something very ugly and disgusting began to emerge from this puddle. Several tentacles covered with growths, and it looked disgusting. Even the artifact is frightened. He knows little about these monsters. Besides, they look completely unfamiliar, like a transparent worm. But it was still necessary to test how this monster would hold back weapon attacks. Elena immediately took the hint and drew her arrow and fired a volley directly at the monster. To everyone's horror, the monster used an artifact that the man had previously had even while in this guise. Stitch was frightened at such a repulsive yet horrifying sight. The monster opened its wide mouth full of sharp teeth and began to release its tentacles at its opponents. The general was the first to face the impact. It felt like several trains had crashed into his body. The man could hardly keep up. The monster was definitely very strong, and Stitch and Elena were barely able to stand on their feet. It was so much damage that I even had to activate recovery in order to regain consciousness. Elena felt almost nothing. Mark was also badly wounded. Artifact hastened to tell Stitch to go to the vanguard because the lives of his friends are at stake. If there was no other way out, he would do it. The guy used several abilities and combined them to create a wave of powerful energy through his body. As he snapped out of his seat, he flew at a tremendous speed straight at the abominable monster, waving his fist. His speed was enough to shorten the distance, and he struck the first blow, literally splitting the monster in two. He was in incredible pain, but there was no choice through the bodies, as if an electric shock was passing through one after another. With a characteristic hiss and whistle, the monster shattered into many ghastly pieces, and a core appeared in the middle. Already preparing his sword, Stitch approached him only to destroy the core, and it would be over. But it wasn't that simple. As soon as the boy approached and was about to strike, the monster seemed to run away from him, disintegrating into many pieces. In the end, he still succeeded. But it cost him just a huge effort, and the guy felt almost nothing. The general, who was nearby, picked up his exhausted body. The guy was trembling from overstrain. Looking at him with a surprised look, the general said, "Stitch keeps a lot of surprises. Why didn't he use the ability when fighting the knight?" Weakened Stitch tried to say something else, but immediately fainted from lack of strength. Soon, they were already trying to get some rest sitting on the floor. Draining felt a little better already. He moved his arm and said that at least he could move without any problems. That's good. Elena noticed that Stitch seems to have picked up something after defeating the monster guy too, remembered. But there wasn't much of a card, a couple of notes from the Order of the Skull, but the general seemed to tense up. The boy noticed it and demanded an explanation, but the general said he knew very well he was right. The World Tree is a sacred force guarding the balance of this world, a great shrine, and to destroy it could come to mind not just an ordinary person. Like the guy said earlier, the enemies were just trying to get information. Apparently it was just someone's errand. But the further they get, the clearer it becomes that everyone else is interested in Stitch and only him. And that's interesting. And the guy sighed heavily. He had no idea. All these people pretended to know him well, except he had no idea who they were. Winter really has nothing to say on this matter. It all looks very strange too. General frowned, but still they went to bed with a sorrow. The next day the boys were already getting out of this place, by the same path they had come here. Breathing was getting harder, and Stitch tried to immobilize all his strength. The demon suggested that they were now in a place where the air was rarefied. If he had been at that height outside the World Tree, he would have fainted. The Elfis noticed that the higher they climbed, the blacker the vessels around them became. Soon they would probably be in place. The general was also aware of this and ordered everyone to be on guard. Who knows what will happen next? With great speed they were approaching the big exit. Soon they would be at the top, and it would be much more dangerous there. Once at the top of the World Tree, they felt a heaviness in their whole body. Apparently, it was not supposed to be like this. Immediately, two strange black figures standing nearby caught their eyes, most likely their handiwork. Stitch instantly tensed up for another fight, but the strangers had already seen them. One of them said that they knew to expect other warriors to come. Having already energized his weapon, Stitch prepared himself perfectly, so there's no time to waste. They'll finish up here. Combining several abilities, the guy ran straight at the strangers, cutting through the air with a plume of lightning behind him. Swinging around, he hit one of the strangers right in the arm, but the man just blocked the blow with one of his hands. At that moment, the guy felt such a kickback that the ball almost flew out of his hands. His body was incredibly hard. From beneath a dark hood, a man looked at him with a dark gaze and a wrenching voice. And he said all the time he wanted to know if what they were saying about the boy was true. Stitch was coming in furious. Why do all these people like to coddle so much just to get by? He immediately recoiled upward, and the man continued to follow him with his heavy gaze, followed by a sigh of relief that these traveling guys are turning out to be. They decided to proceed with the same scheme. Stitch goes ahead of the general behind him, and the elven girl covers from afar. One of the strangers grinned at them as if they were worried for nothing, but they should not relax. The Lord ordered his servant to stand back and not to disturb. The man wanted to object, but no one listened to him. When Stitch heard his name, he twitched. So it was Sylvestian Grace. The man immediately wondered how he knew him. Although who cares, Stitch said he was just asking to find out if it was an enemy or an ally. Their chief smiled. It looked like the battle was going to be interesting. Let the others attack something he didn't feel the power he'd heard about before. It was obvious that the man was trying to provoke Stitch. The guy held on with all his might, but in his heart it was still unpleasant. Tapping his fist on the huge flask behind his back, the man said that they must be aiming at this injector, stalling for time and all that. Then, in one deft movement, he tore off the blanket, which immediately vanished into thin air. Elena had already aimed her bow forward and fired several arrows straight into the flask. Stitch was ready for anything. He wasn't even surprised that the arrows just bounced off the tempered glass. Demon warned that if Stitch attacked the enemy just like that, he would lose a lot of mana, so don't let it take too long to use both the ability and the weapon at the same time. It seems that there was no other option anyway. The guy exhaled and gathered all his strength together. Following that, his entire body was covered in electricity power, literally for power over the edge. The man didn't even realize what was going on here. He wasn't prepared for the boy to be so strong. With terrific speed, the guy snapped out of his seat and like lightning approached his opponent. It was only a fraction of a second before the man was cut in half by a single sword strike. His servant watched in horror as his master was defeated with just a single attack. It seems these people are much stronger than they appear. Stitch began to yowl, though he himself was not in the best position. Breathing was practically knocked out. However, the defeated man began to transform his body into a blob of vile slime. Soon from this substance appeared a monster so hideous that it was hard to look at it. It was a liquid with many mouths. It was a true spawn of hell. With one of its mouths, the monster smiled, showing white teeth. But Stack didn't expect anything and just delivered a powerful energy strike right at the target. The monster began to disintegrate into many pieces, but its body immediately reassembled. Stitch was shocked by this ability, the first time he had ever seen any living thing move like this. Then a huge limb struck him in the chest with such force that his bones rattled. The tentacle went right through him. The unfortunate man was lying on the ground and breathing heavily. He seemed unconscious, and his eyes twitched with a white shroud. Not even half a second later, the artifact was able to revive the boy with the help of soul capture, literally bringing him back from the other side of the world. The demon calmed him down and the boy threw off his torn clothes, finding himself naked from the waist down. The general standing behind couldn't believe what was happening just now, that this guy was in the other world but suddenly resurrected. Elena sighed heavily, glad that she hadn't been seriously injured, or it would have been too bad. Getting ready, Stitch warned the others not to get too close. One scratch and they'd be out of a life. Behind that, he saw that the monster was already closing in on him, and was close enough to make another attack. As soon as Stitch was distracted, he was immediately crushed by this vile substance, depriving him of the ability to move. Being under this mass, Stitch felt that someone struck a powerful blow. It was the general, but the guy did not see it. After the explosion, the monster immediately began to regenerate into an even more horrific living mass. The general prepared himself and tensed his entire body. He realized how strong this monster was, and even the three of us would have a hard time defeating it. At the last moment, he pushed Elena out of the line of impact, because he saw the monsters heading their way. Following that, he felt an incredibly forceful blow. The man didn't even manage to stay on his feet, just flew off to the other side. The monster immediately pounced on him, crushing him with all its weight. The man could not move and just suffered. Stitch's hands instantly lit up with fire, and he decided to use the most powerful blow to destroy the monster in one fell swoop. In 1 second, the blazing storm consumed the mutant's body and the beast roared in pain. Stitch was pretty badly injured himself, but he was still on his feet. Let this monster remember something life has taught him. He already had a loaded sword in his hands. The guy said that goodness should be reciprocated with great goodness. And with even more evil. Having said this, he swung his flaming blade for the final blow. Soon there was only ashes from the monster. Only burning substance remained from the monster. It seems it was destroyed. The boy still didn't believe that he had won and looked around frightened, searching for danger. His friends were lucky to be alive. Stitch immediately asked how the leg of the general turns out. Elena has healing magic, so it all turned out. Then they looked at their opponent. The man was unconscious, however, just in case you need to bring him along. Reinforcements arrived too late. It was already over. But the elf army was here. The chairman didn't understand anything. If anyone could explain to him what had happened here. The man just whirled his head around. There was only ashes around. The boy felt nothing is over yet. There is still danger. While this pump is running, it poisons the tree. Although the flask was already empty, but it must be destroyed. After that, gathering all the strength in his fist, the guy used a blast of air, heard the crackle of shattering glass. This time the flask shattered with ease. The general and Elena looked at their comrade with surprise. The rumble made them stir, but the rotting process only accelerated. Now it was not clear what to do. Everything became worse after the destruction of the artifact offered to apply absorption. Of course there was some doubt that it would work. But Stitch put his hand to it and began to absorb. He sensed how much dark energy was in this tree. Everything was so complex that his body might not be able to withstand such a load. The elf and the general looked at him with amazement. The chairman didn't understand anything about what this guy was doing. Soon the chairman saw that the dark energy was gradually leaving the world tree so one could breathe a sigh of relief. And Stitch continued to absorb the cursed energy. Even though he felt a strong heaviness, he felt the dark artifact. The last thing he saw before he lost consciousness was Elena's frightened face running straight toward him. I had a hallucination in my head and I could see something had happened here. The old man, already familiar to the boy, was sitting and holding his hand. Something bad seemed to have happened here. Axton stood in front of his father and held his weapon at the ready. You could see from his face that he was filled with hatred and bitterness. The dwarf looked at him with a sizzling gaze, anger raging inside him. The old man tried to justify himself. He wanted to say it didn't look right, they understood. What was left for him to think about then, he just didn't know how to feel about it. After a second, the old man just jumped to his feet and tried to escape. The dwarf didn't bother to catch up with him. The man ran through the forest and tried to escape from pursuit, but he was already being followed by someone running away. Suddenly, in front of his face, something stabbed into the ground with tremendous force. At the last moment, the old man managed to stop. It was his daughter's elf girl looking at him with an angry look. He knows he's doing wrong. From such insolence of his child, the man even lost the power of speech for a second. He did not expect that his own children would start hunting him. He pointed his finger at the girl and said they were the only ones doing wrong here. Let them not stand in his way. Saying this, the man stretched his arm forward and prepared one of his spells. But Estra, with a single hand motion, was able to stop him simply by pulling him aside. The man used his ruse and tried to escape running in the other direction. The elf did not pursue him. There was real fear for his life on his face. Now for the first time in his life he was afraid of his own children getting in his way. A few meters later, he crashed into some walls. Someone blocked his path. The man flew off to the side. This time it was Cain, the human son. Now he pursued his father, and said he would not ask twice. In the lightning flashes, he looked even more terrifying. In a stern voice, he demanded his father give him to them. The man shrank back and gritted his teeth, but said he couldn't do it even if he wanted to. Cain raised up his blade, blazing with bloody light. Then his father leaves him no choice, he must do it. The man had already closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, and realized that he could not escape now. Soon, there was a mighty rumble of thunder. The elf and dwarf just stood back and watched the horrible sight. Only the old man's glasses and an even bigger crack in the ground remained at the impact site. Cain had done his best. Now the human son was breathing heavily, and still unable to come to his senses. He apologized for being a little short-tempered. The man managed to escape. However, he still won't be able to hide from his children. The human son went ahead. Estra, for some reason, became sad. The girl just stared in front of her with an expressionless look. Axton was troubled too. He wanted to calm down, but he couldn't forget what they were about to do. But their father was already hiding in the wilds of the forest, trying to evade persecution. In his soul, he had a real primal fear. Something made him stop. He saw something creepy in front of him, but didn't have time to react. The man had no time to move aside and felt a powerful blow to his chest that knocked him to the ground. Before him stood his own children, who now wanted more than anything to destroy their creator. They demanded that he surrender. But the man was adamant he could not give up his ideals. It was just for the three of them. If they wanted to understand him, they wouldn't be in this situation now. After these words, Cain was furious that his father had overstepped the bounds of reason and was now demanding something from them. Many innocent people have fallen victim to his insane experiments, and now he's still asking for something to understand. What kind of reaction did he even expect when his children learn of their father's atrocities? Sympathetic acceptance of never and nothing to justify such an action. Never able to stand idly by and watch from the sidelines, the dwarf looked rather judgmental at his creator. Realizing that he would not get understanding from his children, the man took out an artifact that was a cube. As soon as Cain saw it, goosebumps ran down his back. It was exactly what his father had been working on. A second later, a red sphere appeared and gradually began to enlarge as the man tried to defend himself with his weapon. In a single swing of his sword, he shattered the cursed sphere, but his father stood nearby and was horrified. He created a red shield around himself to protect himself from the rest of his children's attacks, followed by an explosion. The man felt his defenses weakening. He didn't expect his children to prove so strong that even he couldn't resist. Axton jumped at his father in a rage. He didn't believe the sibling relationship would end this way. The man snapped his fingers and fended off the attack. Estra created a multitude of ice shards and aimed it directly at her father. They were intent on destroying his recreators. Drawing his sword, Cain was already ready to attack. Even a shield wouldn't be able to withstand such force. After the blow, the man felt his defense cracked. Even the body of the creator of all things couldn't withstand it. The human son bounced just in time to dodge the next attack. He swung his sword and shattered the darkness. Following that, he called out in an inhuman voice for his allies to attack at once. The elven woman pelted the shield with magical shards, and the dwarf was already preparing to go for the battering ram. There was a huge explosion and my father flew aside. He couldn't withstand the onslaught of the three gods. With a mighty leap, Cain slew his father with one deft move and he collapsed. He felt an incredible pain. His own son had dared to raise a hand against him. And now it was over. The man's breathless body lay on the earth. Sighing heavily, Cain said that it looked like this was the end. They had done what they had to do, but there was still a longing and incredible pain on his heart. Much to the man's surprise, the man rose to his feet, healing. He said the kids did a good job, but it wasn't enough. But as soon as he got to his feet, he immediately collapsed back down with black liquid pouring out of his mouth. The elven woman saw it immediately and cried out in horror. This was the very thing that was the cause of all these nightmares. Cain saw it all himself. He knew what was going on, and it was a bad sign. Along with that liquid, most of the mana was gone. The man himself realized that it was all over. I guess he just had to run away to save his life. The man grabbed his cubic artifact, which began glowing red and covering his entire body with lightning. A second later, a pillar of red energy rained down on the creator, vaporizing him instantly. The gnome was annoyed. It seems they miscalculated. They had to hit full force to destroy him. Esther didn't understand how this was even possible. They had invested only strength and still couldn't finish off their creator. Cain turned his back on them and said he'd take care of him. Let these two try to minimize the damage. The creator flew at great speed. He tried to escape from his children, but in time he noticed that someone was chasing him. It was Cain. He was flying after his father, trying to catch up with the two, accelerated to incredible speeds. The man was completely distraught. He grasped his artifact, starting to squeeze it. Cain realized that his father could go to the other world. He tried to stop him by shouting for him to finally stop and come to his senses. But there wasn't enough time and the man lost his breath. Stitch opened his eyes. It was a very strange vision, and very creepy. He was breathing heavily and trying to understand what had happened. Looking at his ghostly companion, he wondered why the man had a dark artifact, and what he wanted to do in the first place. It was already day outside. The tree had been completely cleared and the capital of the elf kingdom was safe. Even though it was relatively safe, Stitch still worried about whether everything was in order, and whether the tree had been completely cleared. He shifted his worried gaze to his artifact, which was still silent for a suspiciously long time. Skull just stared at him and said nothing still hadn't recovered. Apparently. Suddenly Elena came into the room and brought him a bottle of medicine. The guy shuddered a little. She looked at him with a concerned look, but immediately blushed in embarrassment, and asked if he was awake. In a weakened voice, the guy said it was okay this time, it was easier, and immediately asked how many days it had been. Smiling, the elfess replied that it had been almost a week, and still almost didn't have to do anything. A lot of people were looking after him. The elf went inside and immediately saw Stitch, who seemed to have come to his senses. He was glad to hear that the lad was doing fine. He should go and regale the elder with the news. The guy nodded his head, and was surprised that this elf knew Elena's name and immediately said he would be ready soon. Soon the two of them and Elena were already moving into the throne room, where they were greeted by a cheerful elder and invited to come closer. The elf introduced himself, and said his name was Seamus. He held the position of elder of the House of Elves. On his face he had a happy smile on his face. When asked how he was feeling, Stitch replied that he was basically fine. He had already had time to recover and learn about a lot of things. Seamus was surprised at such impatience, and said that Stitch's comrade had already managed to interrogate one of those captured on the summit, and they had called the lad in at once. The traveler wondered what the man had been doing here all this time. The elder said he'd been secretly installing a device to communicate and move fanatics of a similar nature. For a long time he'd been cooperating with them. Eventually, with his help, they learned a lot of things that were hidden, including information about a man named Kazuya, who had been rescued. Elena. Judging by the results of the question, with the help of Sylvestin, the fanatics planned the destruction of the head of the Haydenbrock family as well as Kazuya's daughter. It left the guy wondering if it was destruction, not just kidnapping her. The fanatic said he planned to kidnap the girl to blackmail a competitor and seize a trading advantage. Everything was falling into place if this man had not departed from Kazuya's plan, and the world tree was no more. And what was the benefit to them in suspending trade? The elder replied that in fact their entire council has long been aware of who the fanatics are, and has been for a very long time. After these words, the guy was wary, so it turns out they already knew only from where and how long ago. The elf said that all these fanatics call themselves the Archibald sect of witnesses, and they have been promoting their faith in the north since ancient times. With concern in his voice, Stitch asked, "They have already sent word to other countries. If you ask for help, they will surely help." Lowering his head, the elf said that one of the aristocratic families of the empire comprised these witnesses. So far, it is not clear who can be trusted. As for the benefits, the reason is that they want to cut off all trade routes for the organization they are feuding with. As soon as Stitch heard about the Kingdom of Venice, something in his heart fell down for a while. Their conversation still went on. After that, the guy looked at his demonic companion. He was still silent, no wonder. After absorbing so much energy, suddenly Stitch saw that the general had been standing in front of him for a long time and staring intently at him. The man asked, "They're not going to fight today?" The answer was negative, and the general sighed heavily. But in principle it was understandable to recover. Waving his hand, the man went about his business, saying that he would be busy restoring the city for the time being, and let Stitch find him later. The elder approached him next, and so stealthily that the boy was even a little afraid. The elf said he was still a little worried from that conversation at the meeting. The boy's expression changed dramatically. Stitch sighed heavily. It was old grudges, but he had no choice, so he had to do it this way. He wanted to talk about these witnesses. Whether they had already been exterminated or not, the elder replied that they had suffered serious damage, but that it was not the end. The man thanked the savior again and asked what his plans were. Filling his mouth with food, Stitch replied that he didn't have any special plans. He had to think about it. As for Kalum's question, there are still questions heads of neighboring states want to talk to him. In both kingdoms there are events that can no longer be simply hidden. So, we have to go to a dialogue. Soon Stitch was in his room and collapsed on his bed. The clouds seemed to be gathering. That's not good. Suddenly a notice appeared in front of him. The amount of absorbed energy reached a critical point. Need to go to the next level. Soon, the demon did wake up after a long absence and didn't realize where they were, but immediately asked how things were going with the world tree. Looked at him with a concerned look and said there was a lot to tell. At the end of the conversation, the demon concluded that in principle nothing new had happened on this. The guy took great offense. The skull sighed and said he needed to focus on his ultimate goal, or Stitch would get too caught up in the artifact search. The boy asked how much energy he had absorbed when he had become so active, but he had never flinched. He wanted to say something, but he stopped, so they would come back to the conversation later. Soon he met with the general and reported that he had fully recovered, so that he could now fight again. Hearing such good news, the general immediately transformed and readied his sword. Then, let's get started. Stitch, too, was ready to fight at full strength only for the joy of the artifact glowing with green flame once more. Great Attitude General was the first to rush into the attack, displaying his huge shield. Stitch drew his cursed weapon and got ready too. The guy himself wanted to test his strength. Soon, the man crashed into the boy at full speed. However, Stitch steadied himself with his feet on the floor. But for a second, there was doubt in his soul whether his own artifact could withstand such power. He had seen perfectly well how strong the general was. Following that, the shield released a powerful wave of energy so strong that the boy could barely stay on his feet. But still, the general was surprised that the guy was able to block such an attack. It was almost impossible. Stitch himself was a little surprised it was some new ability. Even he himself was unaccustomed to realize such power. But these words only encouraged the general to test the new weapon may be dangerous. But it is only for the best. The guy was just waiting to rush back into the fray. He prepared his fists for the next blow. Following that, he jumped up so fast that the general didn't have time to keep up with him. Impressive after all, the speed of an artifact makes its presence felt. Suddenly the man felt that he couldn't use his weapon if he applied Dispel, then using Manu seems impossible. At the last moment, he noticed that his opponent was already flying towards him at full speed with his fist out. The man then felt a powerful blow to his jaw so strong that he thought he was going to lose consciousness. His body was getting heavy, he could hardly breathe, and it was getting harder and harder to control his strength. It seems to be the ability to suppress its dispersal power, so that it became increasingly difficult to move. Stitch involuntarily admired his opponent. He sure knows a thing or two about fighting this fight. Payback for the man bugging him. The general wondered if this was payback if he remembered his rage that day. If the boy would destroy him, and there would be nothing to object to. Sighing heavily, Stitch replied that even the general had gotten some serious help, so he didn't owe anyone anything right now. Following this, to the man's great surprise, the guy turned around and said that the general had won, so let him wash up and come to the Great Hall. Soon they were in front of the elder, and he thanked them for taking the time to have a good talk. Handing them some kind of bundle, the man said he had a small request. The guy immediately guessed that it was an employment contract. He knew this paper well, as he had worked in this field for a long time. The elder waved his hands, saying that it was just a small deal, nothing bad. At the boy's question of how he knew this, the elder nodded at the elfess, and Elena immediately smiled. The elf said it's almost impossible to find dungeons in their lands, so that's a problem. The world tree reduces the concentration of dark energy in its territories. But there is a loophole. He set before them a box filled with scrolls, let them look at the letters that magically flew here until deep into the night. All as one asking for help from the suddenly appearing dungeon. The guards in those places are getting more and more tense. That's why Elder Yi is asking for help. The dungeon must be destroyed at all costs. Stitch has a happy smile on his face. It seems a new job. Yes, and besides, dungeons are great news. Originally, of course, he just wanted to collect artifacts for himself. However, if we're talking about cooperation here, Elena looked at him and seemed to be smiling. One could assume they now had connections in the government. Then the boy shifted his gaze to the general and said he would like to ask him something. With his new powers, would he be able to finish off the herald? The lad looked at his hand hopefully. The general looked at him with an incomprehensible look. This question stumped him. At the time, circumstances got in the way. But now things have changed. Stitch is not only the enemy of the prince. Where you have to get at least a little more serious, the guy as soon as he heard it immediately cringed. Sure, the general looked a little indifferent, but still. Where was their next target? Stitch replied that they needed to plot a route. Much to the traveler's surprise, the general also expressed a desire to go with them on the sweep. Smiling, the general said since the guy defeated him, then today, his main goal is to follow his mentor. The artifacts reminded his ward not to forget that even though the general is helping them, he's still a battle-crazed man. The man seemed to be in good spirits, at least now he had no such thoughts of rivalry. In response to the perplexed general replied that he would not betray the boy until he wanted to redo tonight's duel. In his head a lot of thoughts were mixed up. Stitch did not understand anything. This man seemed to him more and more strange. Elena drew her weapon in case of emergency. She would always be there to cover him in the back. She displayed her huge sword that came out of nowhere and said she would repay the betrayal with what she deserved. The man was even a little frightened. He had thought until then that the girl's main weapon was a bow. By the way, Stitch was a bit shocked too, but Elena said she looked around a bit while he slept. It turned out that her weapons can take different forms, sword, shield, and bow. To this, of course, difficult to get used to, but possible. Looking at the general with some disbelief, the elfess asked, "So is he going with them or not?" Still in a hesitant voice, Stitch said yes, though there was nothing wrong with that. It was obvious that Elena didn't trust the man. But if Stitch said so, it made sense. They shook hands and the general promised that he would never let them down, so there was no reason to worry. A guard standing on the watchtower heard his comrade ask if he was busy. The man replied that he was free. A man standing at the foot of the tower then told him to come down and get the parcel, while he was holding a small package. The second guard was glad he had just run out of potions, so this transfer was just in time. Two goblins were already watching them from afar and seemed to be preparing an attack. These creatures often besieged the local fortress. They were staring with their blank eyes straight at the high fence and were already preparing to advance, but they were not destined to do so, as the archer's shot struck them dead, seeming to hit two of them at once. The guards began to lament that the dungeon that had recently appeared was causing a lot of problems with more monsters and barricades notwithstanding. His companion was about to say something, but he was distracted by a sound from somewhere far away in the forest thicket. The man watching with the telescope shouted for everyone else to assume fighting stances. This is an attack. A small pack of Organoxes was already closing in on them, and the ground began to shake beneath their heavy footfalls. The men were frightened how these monsters could be here, as their habitat is quite different. But it doesn't look like the monsters were going to attack. It's like they were running away from something. But what could scare such formidable monsters? Suddenly, very close to the barriers, there was a tremendous explosion of energy, and blue smoke rose into the air. It wasn't hard to guess who it was. Stitch was already standing in a puff of thick smoke and asking if everything was all right. The guards couldn't believe their eyes who he was and what he was doing here. Before their eyes appeared a strange picture. In front of them stood Stitch himself and the general together with the elfess. Somehow they had appeared here. With a smile on his face, the guy reported that they had dealt with the monsters here and luckily there were no casualties. Acquaintances. It went rather rumpled. The guards still couldn't figure out who they were. But the guy quickly explained that they had come to help. When they found out that there was a big problem with the dungeons, they came here to fix it, because all over the kingdom such events began to happen. Following this, Stitch turned to his friends and asked them to help the humans while he went and cleaned up the dungeon. Still, the guards could not come to their senses. One of the men asked, "Where are the other elves?" To which the guy replied that they are here, only the three of them. The man came to terror. This man that is going to single-handedly mop up a dungeon like this is truly insane. Still, Stitch tried to calm them down by saying he'd deal with it quickly, and slung his sword on his shoulder. Soon he was already in the depths of the dungeon, and without much difficulty dealing with hordes of monsters scattering them in different directions. Soon a rather massive door appeared in front of his face. Apparently it led to a room with a keeper. Without thinking for a second, he opened the door with his foot and squinted his eyes. But the guy wasn't wrong, and there was the main monster. There was a lizard that looked something like the crystalline lizard he'd seen when he'd been clearing out one of the dungeons. The monster was quite strong, so it was a bit of a struggle, but Stitch moved fast and anticipated every move. It was starting to get a little annoying that the monster was trying to keep his distance and not let him get any closer. But still, it was not a problem using lightning speed and cursed weapon. He slammed into the monster with great speed and delivered a crushing blow. The monster roared and swung its tail to fend off the attacker. Despite the powerful blow, Stitch was almost unhurt, much to the surprise of his artifact. All the same, armor works great, and even with the cursed buff, it's indispensable. In response to his companion's indignation, the guy said he needed to make sure it was solid. And now it was his turn and fired. The monster opened its wide maw in horror, looking at the approaching jet of fire. The only thing left to do was to finish the monster. He was already exhausted enough with fire, and Stitch rushed forward. He slammed into the monster's body and plunged his sharp sword into it. Soon it was over. Surprised that these new arrivals were so strong, they had never seen anything like this before. The general's huge shield crashed into the muzzle of one of the goblins and immediately knocked out several teeth. The man easily dispatched his enemies, scattering them as if they were toys. For him it was just a normal warm-up. Helena turned her weapon into a whip and easily threw the goblins away from the distance. After all, she is great with her weapon. Suddenly the girl felt a strange vibration but immediately realized what was going on. Apparently Stitch had already done a good job. The man shifted his gaze to that direction and couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be that the dungeon was collapsing? Indeed. Not even a few seconds later, a column of smoke formed at the place where the dungeon had just been. Elena heard all the admiration in her direction, and she was incredibly pleased to realize that she had finally reached such a level. At this time in the town of Baden Bay at night, the streets of Baden Bay were dominated by the excitement. There were many people who searched every corner. Sky tried to hide somewhere around the corner of the house, but he was quickly discovered and had to find another place. He and his buddy sat in a secluded spot and watched the guards catch people like stray dogs. The military managed to reach one poor man, and they immediately threw him to the ground and started beating the man trying to close himself up. Sky was unable to tolerate such atrocities and drew his revolver, but his aide stopped him in time. He hissed that they had to go, couldn't lose such a chance for the sake of saving one person. Though of course it looks terrible. Gritting his teeth, Sky agreed that his assistant was right not to give himself away now, but he felt incredibly sorry for the poor guy. We had to get away, and the two men began to make quick jumps to get away along the rooftops. They ran down the street in an attempt not to attract attention, of course. They knew Stitch was strong, but had no idea these soldiers were so fast. After they went up against the third prince, everything went according to plan. So now the main task was to figure out how to get out of here. Sky running down the street, the cold rain beat down to the bone here. It was impossible to calm down with so many casualties. Suddenly they were stopped by someone's female voice. The men immediately turned back and were stunned. The general of the Northern Front, Idril, was standing in front of them, and it was clear from her face that nothing good was to be expected. A wry smile appeared on Sky's face. Something he hadn't thought the lady herself would honor him with her presence. Taking out her rapier, the woman also smiled, saying that she had wanted to meet them for a long time, but there was no time. Breathing heavily, Sky ordered his assistant to run away from here. He would take her on. But no sooner had the man said something else than he saw that the woman had simply vanished, turning into a shadow. This was followed by a powerful blow that killed his assistant immediately before he could even do anything. The unfortunate Nancy was wheezing and lying on the floor, hit by a powerful blow in the butt. Now it was clear that this lady would not be easy to handle. They had no other choice, so Sky clenched his teeth and glared at his opponent. His mate must leave. Besides, this and the woman only needs Sky. General himself was already looking at him with a fierce glare. The man began to encourage Nancy that he could handle it, and nothing would happen. He would instead buy time. The assistant ran on, but his comrade was left alone with this creepy lady who was already preparing for fun. She really did attack with a shadow in person, and this technique looks much more dangerous in the hands of a woman with a gleaming sword. In any case, he must cope with the right to make a mistake. He just doesn't have the man already loaded his gun. And here he was the first to rush straight towards her. But the general stood motionless as if she felt her power over the situation. Looking at her opponent with great disdain, she said that she expected nothing more from a street rat. Sky was running, but he didn't notice the shadows behind him, reaching for him with their paws. And now in the man's hands, the light lit up in vain. In vicinity of the gloomy street, the woman even closed to avoid being blinded. Covering her face with her hands, she tried to group herself and activate her artifact to protect herself. But not before the barrel of a gun was looming in front of her face, and goosebumps ran down her spine. Already celebrating victory, Sky grinned. Now she would get a good lesson she would remember for life. A gunshot rang out and the woman's breathless body fell to the ground with a thud. The man was about to gloat, but suddenly something began to happen behind his back, and he immediately turned his gaze there. At the last moment, he managed to dodge, and a sharp shadow flew just a few centimeters away from him. The woman began to crawl out of the nearest shadows. Her appearance was gruesome, but the question is how she survived the direct hit. From the looks of things, she just created a shadow doppelganger to create a distraction while she was in hiding. Reload into your gun again. Sky clenched his teeth from the exertion. Okay, now it's serious. Idril looked at Beetle. What insolence! She herself will deal with him, and it is a great pleasure. The woman could not tolerate such insolence. Followed by a flurry of gunfire all over the neighborhood. But despite all of this, the general easily dived into the next shadow and was out of reach. The man still couldn't understand how she walked through all those shadows with such ease as if it were her home. At the last moment, Idril popped up behind her opponent's back and aimed a sharp blade at him. Sky was ready for it. He turned around and immediately shot at point-blank range, but the woman dodged at the last moment, turning into a shadow. He clenched his teeth with impotence and realized that this lady was acting just plain dishonestly. How could one even fight against a shadow? At this time, the general flew at him like a hawk with his weapon forward. Let this parasite leave the world with dignity. Trying to put up some resistance, Sky pulled some kind of medallion out of his sleeve. Apparently it was a ruse, but the general saw the whole thing. With a powerful kick of her foot, she knocked the trap out of his hands, instantly disarming the man. The second time such a trick would not work, the woman was ready to wipe him in powder, and there were fewer and fewer options left. The man already thought it was time to say goodbye to life. In his eyes reflected fear. He had run out of options. What can be done? The sharp blade was already closing in on his face and threatening to cut his life short. This very second, Sky had already resigned himself to it, but suddenly felt someone's ghostly touch, as if from another world. At that moment, he simply vanished into thin air, and the general's sharp sword simply pierced through the void. The woman was left standing in the empty street, wondering where her opponent had gone and what he was doing. The woman was overcome with fury. Did that cowardly rat just run off into an alley somewhere? At this time, fortunately, Sky was safe. He was in some nook where Nancy was already waiting for him. The man was throwing up. He looked at his savior with a furious look, before needing to explain that things were so bad in this dimension. In front of him stood Gareth himself, so suddenly appeared, and the man who had saved his life introduced himself with excessive pathos. However, the two just stared at him bewildered. Gareth said heard their call and couldn't ignore it. When he realized that there would be no thanks, he waved his hand and said it was time to leave. He tried to move quickly so he couldn't get far. Sky still couldn't understand anything. He certainly didn't know what Nancy had promised this man. But it was hardly worth the trouble of looking for them. Gareth looked at them over his shoulder and said he wasn't satisfied with the two of them just trotting around Venice. It was a waste of ability. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Have they heard such sayings? Between them there was silence. Suddenly something strange began to happen. The men looked to the side. There appeared a shadow that gradually began to grow larger. To everyone's surprise and horror, a general appeared from the floor. It remained to be seen how she had tracked them down. Garrett immediately received a powerful blow to his neck. The man felt incredible pain and was ready to faint. Fortunately, he had time to adapt and dissolve his body into the netherworld. Looking at him with a sort of fear, Sky wondered if he even had such an artifact. However, Gareth was of a slightly different opinion. The woman looked at Gareth and guessed that it was his work. He certainly uses a good technique, but he can't escape her artifact. The brigands displayed his blade out proudly, prepared to take the fight. A smile shone on his face. The woman quickly assessed the situation that they have a 2-on-1 fight, so you need to assess the situation sensibly. The men began to bicker among themselves and could not decide who would perform what duties. The pause between them seemed to drag on. They stood just looking at each other, unable to decide what they should do next. Still, it was their common goal, so Sky decided to start first and fired his gun. The room filled with noise. The woman perfectly saw every movement. Her speed was enough for her to easily see the bullet. With incredible speed, she swung her weapon and cleaved the steel ball in a single strike. Following that, the room filled with smoke. The woman became furious. These rats don't even think of fighting fairly, constantly using tricks. She vowed that if she could find them, yes, she would immediately destroy forever, even the memory of them. She was still in the room, but her target seems to have vaporized, and very well. Even with the help of her detection, she didn't see anyone in the whole neighborhood. Where did they go? This time, they decided to drop everything and run away. The general would be furious. Her eyes glistened with anger. An explosion was heard near the small house and a column of dust rose into the air. Naturally, it was Stitch's work. He seems to have overdone it again, and the general watched this work with admiration and some fear. He assumed the guy was still pissed off. Really, the last village was creepy. The dungeon sprang up right in the center. They arrived here as soon as possible, dealing with the others. The man said he understood his anger. That too, of course. But what Stitch was most angry about was that this dungeon had the energy of the sectarians, which meant they were somewhere nearby. The next goal was to find survivors as soon as possible, if there were any. Elena bitterly reported that there were no survivors, but they had found traces of locals. Perhaps people had managed to get away from here. Leaning over, Stitch began to study the footprints. They looked as if the inhabitants were running away from monsters. He applied animal instinct to find out in what direction the men were moving and where to at least look for them. While investigating, the artifact suddenly activated and said that it could see Archibald's witnesses of their energy somewhere nearby. As soon as the guy heard that these people had dragged away the locals, a primal rage appeared on his face. The action moved to the royal palace of Venice, namely to the room of Conrad. The sorcerer sat at his desk and looked at the artifact. The orb in front of his face suddenly glowed with a violet light, and the wizard came to a real delight. At last he was able to see the foregone future. He even began to stammer with excitement and could not gather his thoughts in order. Following this, he jumped up from his seat and ran to tell the prince that he had finally succeeded in seeing the future. In the Northlands, the travelers had already left the world trees and straight into the blizzard. You could feel how big a difference it was. Stitch wrapped himself in his cloak, but still shivering from the cold. A bird of some kind flew overhead, almost transparent and carrying a note. Following that, after reaching the place where the guy was, it vaporized and the bundle flew down. The boy caught the letter and immediately concluded that it had the elder's signature on it, so it was from him. The general immediately asked what it said. Stitch read out that the elders had discussed everything that was happening and made a further plan of action. The letter said that they took into consideration serious situations. If the residents were really kidnapped, then how did the fanatics know where to go? As the fellow read the letter, his face grew more and more haltingly grim. The general said that despite this sectarian managed to make contact with the world tree, chasing them blindly is not a good idea. Elf asked, "What's up with the cases of the injured villagers?" Stitch replied that a search party had been sent there for the time being, and they were in charge of the pursuit. He also writes that he sent a message to 2 other countries. The situation is escalating, so there's no time to dig in. As soon as they reached the place, Stitch was amazed at how possible it was that the desert was behind the snowy mountains. And the energy was thick. The sand was cutting his eyes, and the guy used crosswinds to dispel it somehow. Now at least they'll be able to breathe easier. Elena noticed that there was some kind of mountain over there. Should have gone there. The silhouette of several people could be seen. Stitch squinted his eyes. Without any foreplay, the guy shouted to the stranger who he was. Perhaps he was a follower of Archibald, but the man had no idea who it was. As soon as the general heard the stranger's voice, he turned cold with fear that he could not confuse with anything. The stranger looked at them, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. He threw back his hood, and it appeared to be the first prince. He poked a finger at them and with irony in his voice greeted. Trying to keep his composure, the general greeted his former master and asked what his purpose was here. Though you could tell it was because of his sorcerer's predictions. Even Trailer and Arrow were here, so it's serious. The attendants wondered why it was the general with these strangers. He was coming out a traitor. The first prince didn't seem to have any plans to fight right now, so he wondered what these followers they were talking about were. At the mere sound of his voice, Stitch was furious, and had already prepared his blade for battle. The guy moved so fast that the prince's bodyguards couldn't even realize what had happened. They simply turned their surprised looks in the direction of the attacker. Where did he run off to? As if a bullet flew between them, Stitch came straight towards the prince, putting his sword forward. The target was so close. However, as soon as he approached, he noticed that the prince was not here. At the last moment, the man was able to leave. Looking up, he saw that Raptores was floating in the sky as if mocking everyone else. Elena looked up and marveled that the prince had mastered the skill of levitation. It must have been very difficult. Even Memento was surprised to see that fighting this man would be very hard since he could fly. However, there was a feeling that there was something else out there, and the guy decided to check it out with a fireball. Well, immediately he was horrified because the prince was able to repel this attack without much effort just by releasing energy forward. Not only that, but he redirected the blast into Stitch himself with such speed that the guy didn't even have time to react. At the last moment he dodged the blast, but the recoil still threw him far back. Back defense, of course he has a powerful, but what was it now? The bodyguards had already activated. They could not allow that someone would raise a hand against their prince, a danger to be immediately destroyed. Combining their attack, they created something incredible. Several rings shot straight into the portal, directing the attack straight at the boy. It was quite unexpected. Stitch saw a beam of powerful energy heading towards him and had to stop it. He easily repelled the attack with his artifacts and sent them back, but immediately shouted for them to stop immediately. Elena showed up just in time to protect her partner and let him leave the two of them with the general and deal with the prince. The girl looked at him quite eloquently with a look that made him realize that there was nothing to worry about. One of the bodyguards could not understand how the most loyal general could betray his prince. Mark apologized, but he is no longer a citizen of Venice, and therefore, as a consequence, no longer a general. The man gritted his teeth with rage and resentment. He couldn't believe such a warrior could betray them. The next moment he released a jet of energy, but the general used his shield to absorb the entire attack. A portal began to appear behind him from which another shot was about to fly out, but the man wouldn't have time to react. The elfess appeared just in time and had her back to him, but it was good to have a partner around. She yelled for him to keep his mind on old acquaintances if he wanted to share his thoughts. Let him tell her, and she'd answer. The man lowered his head. It was obvious he was having a hard time, but still refused his choice. He would not betray. If he's distracted, he'll be ruined. But the bodyguards were on full alert to protect their master. The first principal was high in the sky. He was levitating, so it was too difficult to reach him. However, Stitch still reached his opponent with a high jump and already had his sword ready. Raptor saw these inhuman movements of his opponent, and was even a little frightened. For the first time in his life, he saw something like this. Stitch was already moving towards him, putting his blade forward. The whole guy was covered in lightning. However, the prince was incredibly strong. With only 2 fingers he used to touch the flying blade and deflected the blow with incredible ease. The stunned Stitch could not understand why he could not move his body as if shackled. Raptor even took a little offense. Why is this person attacking him? Let him not dare to put him on the same level as royalty. Then with a movement of his foot, the prince stepped on his opponent's head, pushing him down. The impact was so strong that Stitch flew downward, splitting the air, and soon crashed into the ground. Breathing heavily, the guy tried to come to his senses, but now he seemed to realize everything, and he didn't like it. Not only is this man flying, but he's also slowing down time. The artifact suggested that time probably slows down at a certain distance. Right now, the third prince seemed like a completely unattainable target. He would single-handedly be able to take down all 3. So why just watch? Suddenly a general landed next to the boy, as apparently the case was bad. He didn't want to be near the battle, but the guy calmed down and said that Mark had gotten there in time. He wouldn't be able to deal with the prince at once. Looking at him with a serious look, the general replied that it seemed the prince would not be able to get out of here. But he didn't have time to finish his thought, as he saw a huge jet of energy flying at them, and closed himself with a shield. Stitch felt as the situation gradually began to heat up, but still the artifact said that it was likely. The first principle was still at high altitude, and getting to it was quite difficult. In such a case, you have to act radically. The guy channeled all his power and created an airflow. Following that, fire erupted in his hands along with lightning. If you can't get it, then it will burn the prince. While at a high altitude, Raptor noticed that a huge fire vortex was flying at him, which would be extremely difficult to dodge. Still, the guy didn't manage to hit, but you could see that the prince only avoided a direct hit and stopped a little far away. It was certainly strange that he wasn't leaving. Stitch looked at him with a surprised look. The first prince was confused. Such a sudden large-scale attack could not have gone off without planning something he and the general were up to. The artifact that the prince had has the ability to slow down time, but only in a certain space and radius. When used, the artifact limits its mobility in a way that doesn't make sense after all. But still, according to his soothsayer, something is going to happen here. So we have to hold on. Stitch was already flying towards him, and the boy was filled with rage, not only because it was the first prince, but because his opponent was constantly distracted. The adventurer's eyes were brimming with rage, and he was already preparing his fist for a powerful punch. The prince flew off to the side and said that he certainly enjoyed the battle. But there is nothing to learn here, unfortunately. He looked at his opponent with interest, so she filed uselessly. Did he have to say it all out loud? Noticing the smile on his opponent's face, the prince thought he was sick, although before that he had no doubt. However, the guy didn't notice that Stitch's glove already had a charge of gunpowder on it that was about to explode. A huge explosion went off, and the bodyguards looked in horror at the prince. They saw the powerful flame table in the sky and how the prince's body fell to the ground with great speed. Elena had already prepared to shoot and pulled the bowstring. It was the perfect chance to end it all. The woman who owns the portals immediately noticed the arrow coming from the back and had already prepared a retreat. She opened 2 portals into one. Arrow flew in and out of the other, heading straight for Elena. The girl did not expect such a sudden attack and would not be able to move away, so she stood still for a few more seconds. Luckily, the general appeared just in time and covered his partner with his shield. He released a powerful jet and the mercenaries were terrified, so they could hardly block it. The woman didn't know where to open the portal to keep herself safe. It was all too big. Still, she had no choice but to open the next portal and let in a powerful wave of energy. The artifact wanted to say something to Stitch. He noticed a huge wave of energy heading straight towards them. Stitch saw it too and roared for everyone to get off dunes. Something was coming, something very big and massive. The general, along with Elena, fell silent and watched in horror as a large shadow covered them. The mercenaries stopped as well and turned their heads in the direction of the incomprehensible movement. Arrow gritted her teeth. The woman saw something horrible, something that made her heart skip a beat. The general along with Elena were under the sand and trying to figure out what was going on here needed to leave. Stitch landed on the ground and found them. They were dug in pretty good after all. The general climbed out of his sandy shelter, followed by the elven woman, and something was going on, but it was unclear. They looked closer to see something strange. What was happening in the middle of the desert? The general looked closely at his eyes clearly showing fear and surprise, a deception that could be seen with the naked eye. They got an even better look. The ground started to shake. It looked like it was some kind of earthquake or something. Soon a figure so huge that it obscured the sun with it appeared in front of them. It was an elderly humanoid monster with a huge beard. It looked at them with its black hollow eyes and stopped. Not only that, this monster had a black artifact in its chest. Stitch's sword immediately glowed, sensing the dark energy. But the guy still didn't understand why he was beginning to glow. Is this monster also a follower of Archibald the Giant Elder? Meanwhile followed them with his dark gaze. Trying to calm his companions, Istik said that just because this monster is big doesn't mean it's strong. He wanted to say something else to calm down, but something incomprehensible flew between them at great speed. Elena turned around and was horrified to see that Stitch had flown somewhere very far away from such a powerful blow. The general didn't understand how such a huge monster could move so fast with such a weight. The guy tried to come to his senses. The blow was really strong, looking only forward. He combined the two spells again and energized his sword battle. He decided to destroy the monster with the glowing sword. The elfess heard the guy yell for her to shoot immediately to at least distract the monster somehow. Without thinking about anything, the girl drew the bowstring and fired several arrows directly at the monster. The monster looked at them with a fierce stare. Instead of eyes, it seemed to have black holes in its head. The arrow and Stitch flew straight at him, but the old man just put his arm forward and stood still. The guy just punched through his arm and kept moving forward towards the monster's head. The monster opened his eyes in astonishment. He didn't expect someone to hurt him, but he was still standing there. Moving at great speed, Stitch has already swung his weapon to end the monster once and for all with one blow. He hit him right in the shoulder and there was a loud thud. The monster began to fall to the ground, unable to stand. It turned out that the monster's skin was so strong and tough that even a sword charged with energy couldn't pierce it. Following this, the old man knocked the boy down with one blow and fell to the ground with incredible force. Probably for the first time in his life, Stick felt something like this monster, despite its size and clumsiness, was incredibly fast. This was followed by a mighty blow to the guy's back. He felt every bone cell in his body crack. He was still conscious and felt that the strength was leaving. His artifact tried to wake up his partner, but he lay there without strength. He felt an incredible pain in every joint. One more second and the monster wouldn't even leave him a wet spot. Memento saw something in the sand. There was the energy of the artifact. He immediately informed the boy. Stitch opened his eyes wide. What other artifact could be in this sand? It's just desert. Most likely one of the prince's entourage drowned here. The boy gritted his teeth and gathered all his strength into a fist. He tried to apply devouring curses to seize the artifact. Its chance to wake up. Following that, he unlocked the avatar ability. The old man pressed his fist down harder and harder, trying to crush it, but the monster seemed to have won. At some point, a bright green light began to develop under his hand, and Beast felt the pressure. Stitch opened his eyes in astonishment. He didn't realize what was going on. It seemed that someone else had appeared. He was on his knees and was intact, but the monster's hand had gone somewhere. It was up. But how is that possible? To his surprise, he saw a girl standing in front of him and holding the monster with one hand. The girl smiled. She had bright green eyes and hair the color of Stitch's, and a smile appeared on the stranger's face. Then with one deft movement of her hand, she flicked the monster's powerful paw upward. The old man yanked his hand up in surprise. Stitch was alive, but didn't understand what was going on and who the girl was. Following this, the stranger turned to the boy and ordered him to get up for how long he was going to lie here, but Stitch was completely shocked. The guy just pulled in his eyes, looking at the obscure woman. Who is this even? Where did she come from? The girl turned to him and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, but realized in time what was wrong. After that, it showed its true face, and it was the same artifact, only now in human form. Stitch still couldn't understand anything. He tried to gather his thoughts in a fist, but the girl's loud voice brought him to his senses. He'll still have a chance to ask about everything later. And now we need to focus on the monster. The guy started looking for his sword. He noticed that the shape of the blade had also changed. Already preparing to attack, his entire body was covered in energy, and the artifact seemed to be taking effect. It was some kind of madhouse monster constantly attacking some obscure girl. Showed up. What's even going on here? In response to the guy's questions, the girl said that in principle he could use the artifact, but some abilities were blocked. Besides, all the questions later, now need to attack the girl without waiting for an answer, jumped up. The general, together with Elena, ran up. The man was interested in who it is in general, enemy or ally. The guy answered that he himself does not know yet. Elena just looked at what was happening. With a surprised look, the elfess couldn't understand anything either. Meanwhile, the artifact that had taken on human form was trying its best to fight the monster alone. The girl was incredibly strong. Even when outnumbered, she fought the huge monster almost as an equal. But Stitch still could not understand anything where such a power came from. Who is she in general? Is it really his artifact? With amazed eyes, he watched the woman single-handedly fight the giant with almost no effort at all. This was followed by a huge explosion, which caused a column of dust. The girl rubbed her head, but it wouldn't be enough. Stitch asked what would be enough if he couldn't even pierce the skin. No matter how hard you try, this monster can't be defeated. It's huge and strong like a tank. The girl turned around and asked when the sword had time to change so much. Apparently, she had noticed too. Stitch looked at his sword and replied that it was when he was pinned to the earth. She looked at the monster and said that if the guy had seen it earlier, he wouldn't have to suffer so much. Now it's possible to kill with this weapon. The demon looked at the changes the sword changed. Because it is connected to his essence, if the artifact becomes stronger, the power of the weapon also increases. This dwarf said that the power of this weapon was to do its master's bidding by absorbing the useful energy he borrowed from the artifact's essence. The demon said he had encountered it personally, and then became convinced with this ability to react strongly to sectarians. To destroy this monster, Stitch, as the wielder of the sword, must intervene personally. In addition, there is not much mana left in the ring, so you need to use wisely. The artifact will create a breach, and then Stitch will hit the weak point. Memento, without waiting for an answer, immediately rushed into battle. Stitch is ready too. It's still the same as before. The artifact's in charge. He had already created several spells, and the girl was standing right in front of the monster, who swung his paw. As soon as he lowered his hand low enough, the girl ran her hand closer to his face and hit Jaws right in the face. Then she shouted that she had to act now. Her face glistened with madness. The guy was already ready. He brought the blazing blade for the final blow. The power of it was literally overflowing. It only took one blow to finish off a monster of even this size, yet the strength had increased tremendously. Then there was a rumbling sound, and the giant fell to the ground in a pile of sand, still steaming. The monster had fallen to the ground, but they could see that the monster was still alive, so they should finish it off before it woke up. The devouring worked perfectly. The guy reached out and immediately devoured everything. Something was different. He looked at his hand. Somehow it all looked strange, but he had stopped wondering. The girl pulled out the cube and handed it to Stitch, but wasn't she going to absorb it? But that was too reckless. What if the kid falls unconscious again? He accepted the artifacts and began to examine it. Looked the cube quite normal, except it was dark in color. Anyway, they'll deal with it later. Now, we should try to explain everything. Elena and the general were already approaching. They stacked the bodies of those who couldn't, and covered them with blankets. To stay here in a pile of sand is a shame. The man was silent for a while, and the decision was made to put the bodies on fire, not to leave them right here. Stitch snapped his fingers and immediately a spark appeared, instantly creating a flame. They stood for a while and watched the fire devouring the bodies. The boy asked the general if he regretted fighting him, and shook his head negatively. The man looked a little confused. Sooner or later, they would suffer the same fate. Many grind their teeth against the Venetian family. Stitch just nodded his head. On second thought, it was like that very fight with the third prince. The general said that the kingdom has an item that can predict the future, which is probably how they were able to calculate it. It was because of this thing that he was able to bring reinforcements to the fortress. Then must have been something the prince noticed here. Stitch thought that even if the prince attacked the kingdom with a half-thought-out plan, it still wouldn't work out. Suddenly, the general turned to the guy, saying his real name. Everyone was silent for a second. Elena remembered that in the heat of battle, she hadn't realized she'd called her partner by her real name and closed her mouth. The man asked why it was the guy targeting the third prince. Basically, they have some sort of personal grudge. Stitch sighed. He didn't want to start a conversation like this, but he had to clarify something. Okay, let me understand that he doesn't want to talk about it now. The guy waved his hands. Besides, there were still many strange elf from the dark forest that accompanies humans. Elena even tensed up a little. Pointing his finger at the girl, he said that there goes the memento artifact that used to be in his ring. Now all became clear. The girl shouted that it was the first time she herself had felt such a form, and I don't know how long they will talk there. Let's get him up here. There's a hole where the giant came from. Besides, there's nothing to see here. So it's time to get to the bottom of this. Soon they went downstairs. There was some strange room with many windows that glowed red. People began to look around. By the way, it smelled terrible in here. Stitch even covered his mouth with his hands to keep from throwing up. Artifacts ordered the boy to open one that put his hand with some distrust. There was something strange inside the box, but I couldn't figure out what it was. As soon as he got a better look at the contents, he immediately recoiled at the sight of the mummy staring back at him with black, vacant eyes. The artifact suggested that most likely the bodies of the deceased missing residents who disappeared years ago are sarcophagi. The guy thought about it, and a horrible guess visited his head from it, even became a little bad. Suddenly, the eye of one of the deceased glowed as the energy of the artifact hit it. No one but Elena noticed some sort of movement from behind. One of the dead men rose from his sarcophagus. Stitch suddenly felt some movement. The dead man was approaching him from behind and had already extended his dry limb. With one blow, the guy pushed the rising dead man back. The sword also reacted to his appearance. They are called followers. The foul odor began to dissolve into the air, filling the entire space, and it became increasingly difficult to breathe. So far they had been lying quietly, left only to guess what had affected them. The artifact took a closer look and beckoned the boy to him. The boy immediately saw a familiar indentation that perfectly matched the artifact he was holding. The girl walked around the place and tried to study the symbols drawn on the walls. The elf girl would be smarter than this boy after all. If he's worried about the danger level, the two of them going to the top floors, the deeper they go, the more dangerous it's gonna be. In that case, the guy suggested that we get out of here, because there is nothing here. Although the guy even doubted it himself. The girl continued to study the inscriptions. Perhaps the human eye can't see them, but if you combine everything here, you can get a diagram. Does it take more than that to cause a reaction? As researchers, Stitch decided to teach her a lesson. The most important thing is not to lose patience. The girl took a closer look. She wouldn't be able to tell exactly what was missing. Moreover, this black artifact could interact. Stitch suggested that maybe it was because it didn't have the right amount of power or something. When they first saw this artifact, it exuded incredible power. Now it seems to have gone silent. They have enough power to check it out right now that it's not worth the agony. He applied the cursed armor and filled the artifact with dark energy to give it time to activate. Now it was possible to read the inscriptions. Elena immediately felt the dark energy and was frightened. Stitch reassured them they just wanted to check something. The general even covered his nose with his hand to avoid hearing the stench that was getting worse here. So it's time to see what's hidden here. Stitch moved forward, inspecting the surrounding symbols on the walls began to glow. So have them close the basement door and wait outside until they come out. The guy came even closer. If something happens, let them take good care of their safety. General sensed something wrong and tensed up. He didn't expect this. Elena too was slightly startled. The girl watched every movement, as suddenly the artifact turned to her. The woman looked at her and reminded her that Elena had once talked about a name, so maybe she should give her a name just in case. Without thinking long, the woman called herself Freya now. From now on, she would be called that. From now on, the skull appeared again and smiled broadly. Stitch sat on his knees and tried to concentrate, accumulating internal energy. He felt something. The guy closed his eyes and activated all his senses to the max. Something was wrong. Someone was nearby. It was some kind of illusion. An unknown person was moving very quietly around the room, walking beside him. Stitch saw something unusual. A man in a black robe standing in front of his followers, who were quite a lot of people everywhere. He wore a black robe that hid his face almost completely, and his voice sounded like thunder echoing off the walls. The boy looked at his artifact and tried to listen to the words. Something still seemed strange to him. One of the people dressed in the same black clothes was frightened. The enemy mark disappeared. It appeared in the south. The leader of the other people said that they assumed something like this marker should appear there. So it's no wonder people were getting worried. From all appearances that it was the followers who turned out to be hostile to the kingdom. The guy was even a little scared from such news. The man urged everyone else to calm down. If the marker was not under their control, then they only had one option. They must confront the enemy, increase their strength to be able to fight. The enemy will appear too soon. Stitch listened to all this and was afraid. They will need to recruit new followers to increase their numbers. Stealing the world tree using the circulation of magic and the power of the world tree should work out well for them. He pulled some sort of slime clot from his pocket. With the power, they would be able to inject this sacred artifact into the tree. All they have to do is destroy anyone who gets in their way, who dares to stand in their way. They have only one ultimate goal. The man began to shout, and his voice grew louder and louder. For the glory of the day when God would come down from heaven. Stitch listened to all this, and his heart clenched harder and harder. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, because these people were followers. At some point it got so hard that he couldn't take it anymore and returned to the real world. And what they just saw, but the artifact hinted at recording it, obviously talked about magical symbols. Probably what's written on the walls was written while this conversation was going on underground, so there's nothing to be surprised about. If these people are talking about the history of the world tree, it means it all happened a long time ago. Stitch was breathing hard. It turns out the artifact he's been wielding all this time was the enemy marker, and the person who used it disappeared. He hoped that didn't mean these people were going to fight him, because that was too much. Freya slapped herself in the face. How infuriating it still was when she couldn't remember anything. Fragments of memory were lost, and thinking was completely impossible. Soon, they all got together. Of course, they had to get out of here. But there was still one problem. The general said that while he was exploring the dungeon, such that he had noticed since they entered here, the desert magic was stronger. After such words, Freya thought that even earlier he seemed strange. This artifact has the power to pollute the world tree. In other words, the energy that he has inside is already being used somewhere. It seems to be the same energy that is in the desert. Let him remember the magical power that began to press upon them as soon as they entered the desert territory. Stitch just looked at the cube and pondered. He liked it all less and less. If the artifact is absorbed, the flow of magical energy will disappear. If absorbing artifacts is the best time to do it, Elena was obviously very scared. Stitch took her by the shoulder and said that there was nothing to worry about, because she was with him. The girl immediately blushed with shame. Then he took the artifact from the hands of a disgruntled Freya and said that we must hurry. Time is of the essence. As soon as he picked it up, he felt an incredible power emanating from this thing. Even his body began to tremble. Somewhere very far away on the plains of Kadelt stood an elven woman. She was apparently talking to someone. Estra looked at her interlocutor with a formidable gaze and asked who was patronizing him. In front of her stood a man who was smiling a goofy smile with a magic spell around his neck. He didn't say anything, and the girl just had to lift him higher and higher. Suddenly a dwarf appeared from somewhere and ran towards her, calling the elfess by name. Axton. Something very much agitated, he shouted for the girl to let him go, immediately put him on the ground. However, the goddess did not listen to him, and a crunch was heard as the man left this world instantly. The gnome landed next to her and asked if she was all right. The girl just looked at him with a soulless look. Axton told her to leave it alone for now. They're in enough trouble as it is. Besides, where's Kane? The dwarf frowned and replied that he had traveled south to mediate a battle between the humans and elves Axton had stumbled upon by accident. He offered to sort out and think about the situation first. It was all very strange, but still the elf agreed. The sword-wielding man flew off somewhere to the side. Probably he was fighting someone and the battle was fierce. In the other direction flew the elf. Both were seriously wounded. War is a terrible thing to do. Kane was ruthless. Like a judge, he took the life of absolutely everyone in his path. After the powerful blow the man exhaled, he was very tired. This war was wearing him down. There were wounded elves and humans everywhere. He shouted for the elves to get out of where they crawled out of. There was darkness everywhere, and the distinct smell of smoke from explosions. And in the midst of it all, Kane's voice could be heard. The man shouted for them to tell the others to attack him, and a crack appeared on the ground. His eyes were frenzied and glowing with rage. Better not to go near this man at all. Both the human and the elf were very much frightened for the first time in their lives. They had seen a deity in such a state. Suddenly there was a shout, and Kane stopped. He saw in the lobe a familiar silhouette approaching him. It was the elven queen. She was walking towards him, and her look was extremely harsh. Lowering his head in a settled voice, he asked where he had made the mistake after all. With a firm intention, he destroyed his father with his own hands, and took this grave sin upon himself. But the situation is not improving, on the contrary. Everything is getting worse, everywhere, only ruins, war, and endless suffering. Is it possible that he is unfairly father? The man looked at his hands and still could not believe that he could allow something like this to happen. The elf goddess said it wasn't his fault the discord between their races was being sown by someone else, but we just need to figure out who. The man clutched his head. He knew everyone else already understood everything perfectly well from the start. There was no cover-up. His absolute ability to have control over all creatures created by himself over humans does not work. He has lost control. Estra looked at him with a surprised and frightened look. She couldn't believe what the man was saying. Only after fear awakened in human consciousness, they were able to awaken reason. Only then did they begin to think. The girl still didn't understand how such a thing was even possible. Cain replied that of course it was usually impossible. They're gods and humans and elves are self-made creatures who can do almost anything. But it's impossible to control the situation and find out what happened here. What they called cover is blocking the way right now. So who's the only one they know who can hold them back? The answer is only one. The creature that stands outside this cover is their father whom they destroyed, and now there is no barrier. The elfess asked fearfully. He did remember that he had destroyed his father with his own hands that day. Cain asked if she remembered the very day it all happened. His voice sounded muffled. The father they all knew was not an impulsive man, but despite this, he fought back hard. The man sank his gaze. Too many strange circumstances to believe it ended this way. Suddenly a dwarf appeared from somewhere. He came down like thunderbolt and was breathing heavily. Breathing heavily, he said that he had managed to sort out the situation in the northeast after all, but the elves and dwarves were still fighting. In a frightened voice, Estra asked where they were now. The girl was terrified. The gnome jumped up and invited everyone to follow him. The girl flew after her comrade. Cain stayed downstairs and kept thinking maybe his father was right, but he didn't want to believe it. Later, when the conflict across the continent could be resolved, the elfess captured several people who were apparently the instigators. It was these people who called themselves Archibald's followers. Stitch had been thinking about it all along. If there were followers back in the day, they were already asleep, but Stitch couldn't sleep, immersed in his own thoughts. He looked at Elena. She was still by his side despite everything, constantly supporting him and watching his back. Let her sleep a little longer. The guy looked at the door. He assumed the thug was still in there, so it was pretty dangerous. Once outside, the guy couldn't believe what he was seeing. It looked like the artifact's hypothesis was correct. The magical power of this place had regained stability. Stitch saw the general coming toward him and said he owed him a debt. The man only waved it away. Since the only barrier to enter the desert is gone, this means that from now on you can enter it from the south and the north. For there is no more coveted prey than a land without a master. So Venice may now face other nations. So, the general nodded. At worst, a great battle between the powers would begin, and what were they going to do now? Stitch began to smile. The third principal retired general also turned his back on the country. I wonder how the aristocrats feel now. Soon Elena woke up. So we'll need to move out. They glanced amongst themselves and moved on. Before they stabbed the Venetians in the back, they would need to take a look at the situation to the south. A battle against an army requires a similar level of training. Stitch realized this during the Battle of Gambini. Elena was already awake and walked over to them asking Stitch what was hurting him. But the guy said it was nothing. It was just nothing. He hadn't gotten up that long ago. When asked how long he had been out, the girl smiled and said about 2 days. Compared to the rest of it was nothing. Turning to his friend, he said he had some more news, so let her get ready. After the guy said they were heading to the Forest of Darkness, Elena blushed in surprise. She had wanted to go there for a long time. Meanwhile, in the Palace of Venice, the third prince was practicing with a new machine, instead of a prosthetic arm. His opponent, a seasoned warrior, also brought his fist out to strike. However, the forces were obviously not equal. The prince's blow was so strong that even the soldier's hard armor could not withstand such an onslaught and cracked. Looking at his gauntlet, Harold was of course pleased, but it took a month just to attach the hand. The man tensed up. He had a tyrant artifact, a rather powerful thing that helped him regain his fighting ability. He was still thinking about his rival Stitch. The one who had done this to him would have to answer for it. The man gritted his teeth in anger. Then he hit the wall with tremendous force, and several large stones broke off and rumbled to the ground. The stone column appeared to be completely shattered. The guards were horrified at how he was still able to contain such a huge force. He is approached by Alfred and some other people who greeted him, but the prince didn't seem particularly pleased with his arrival. Still, nothing could compare to the artifact he had used before. Alfred thought about it. His little brother was constantly dissatisfied with something, and it was starting to get annoying. It was hard to imagine the pain he experienced when the nerve endings joined the artifact. It was just a hell of a pain. It is quite possible that the purpose of his patience is revenge. The prince bowed. He was just grateful for the concern. Alfred frowned. He was not the one to thank, for the artifact had been given to his son by his father. If they finished, let them follow. Alfred. Harold bowed obediently and followed his brother. The king looked at him sternly after his reinstatement. In a few months, he would put him back in the position of General of the Army of the North. Let him finish his training soon and return to commanding the army. The prince bowed and bowed his head obediently. Their conversation was interrupted by a guard who burst out and shouted in a frightened voice that something had happened in the desert. and they were informed that the magic storm had completely dissipated. Alfred was shocked by such a question. Could not have disappeared the magical storm that was blocking the path from north to south. The third prince also looked at the guard in surprise. This was unbelievable news. A smile suddenly appeared on the king's face. If this was really true, then the time had finally come for that boy to appear. Stitch had already received a reply from the Elf King. In his hands he held a bundle. They need to go directly across the front and head south. The rest hid behind a rock ledge. The general looked around at what was going on there. Now the vigilance of the soldiers was at an all-time high compared to what he remembered. However, this didn't impress the boy. Stitch channeled the artifact and prepared to attack. There was a guard standing there who was the target for the soul transmigration. Suddenly to himself the guard felt consciousness leave him. He was under hypnosis. His comrade standing next to him looked at his colleague with surprise. What is it happening to him? Body as if shaking. But before he could say anything, he suddenly felt a powerful spear thrust straight into his neck. The artifact had taken over this man's body. It was time to clean up this place. His eyes glowed with a bright infernal light. Following that, Caesar's spell destroyed all the guards at the checkpoint, and I was just amazed at those abilities. Even in Cambini Fortress, that would have been enough to wipe everyone out. Soon it was over. The fortress was cleared and it was safe to go inside. Elena was wary. For some reason she must have sensed something was still wrong. Stitch wondered. Is she nervous about the forest? The girl nodded her head. That was also one of the reasons. The girl sighed heavily. She was sure that when she returned, everyone would be asking about what had happened. She didn't know what to say to her father. An elf named Kryl sat at his post and chewed a large sandwich. His coworker reminded him that eating on post was forbidden. Turning back to his comrade, the elf noticed there was no one here anyway, so it didn't matter. But the comrade didn't stop patrolling, saying strange things. The guard tensed up. He had heard that things had been very turbulent around here lately. Perhaps something was wrong again. Suddenly he heard something and immediately prepared to shoot. Someone was approaching. The man had already prepared his bow. But what the boys saw made them stop, and it seemed that their eyes were deceiving them. It just couldn't be. Elena looked at them with a bright gaze and greeted her old friends. She was glad that the two looked healthy. The two guards immediately jumped to the ground and ran to their old friends. Joy had no bounds. The patrolmen were overjoyed and thanked the traveler for bringing Helena back safely. Following this, looking at the general, they asked who it was with him. The men glanced among themselves. Gritting his face through his teeth, he tried to say that this man was his friend when they worked as mercenaries and became close. Earlier he reminded the general not to say anything when they were in the dark forest, especially about Venice. The guards were overjoyed and immediately invited the others to the village. Elder will be Dvolin. Elena waved her hand and said they would just make a quick stop. Let her not think anything extra. It was just a vacation. Soon, they already came to the native village. Everything here was so familiar and cozy. Elena immediately felt better. Mr. Drainer greeted his daughter with a smile on his face. After all, it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He held his daughter tightly in his arms. But Helena seemed embarrassed, which was too much, because her friends were watching. The man let her go and apologized anyway. Let them sit down and make themselves at home. They are always welcome here. The girl threw off her heavy cloak and asked how Grandma was doing. They hadn't spoken for a long time. Father replied that she had resigned as an elder and was now resting comfortably in retirement, so all was well. When her father noticed their outfit, the girl gave a little aghast. She was embarrassed. Smiling, the man said he never thought his little daughter would be safe in the outside world, but that was even better. Still, let her be careful. Elena faded her gaze and sighed. She was embarrassed after all. It didn't look like they'd be staying here for long, but they probably just wanted to rest in a secluded place. Stitch smiled and said that Helena wanted to go home for a while and asked for permission to stay for a while. As soon as the elf heard this, he immediately smiled and wondered, what's the matter? Let him stay as long as he wanted. It was night, and Stitch was already lying in his bed trying to sleep. But someone still did not give him peace. Elena's father came into the room asking for a moment of his time. Stitch rose from his seat. The guy looked surprised at what was wrong. Did something happen? Why all of a sudden he wanted to talk. Soon they were sitting at a large table across from each other. The boy seemed to have already guessed what kind of conversation awaited them. Smiling, Drainer squinted his eyes at the guy. It looked like his daughter liked him a lot, and she didn't even hide it. After such statements, Stitch was a bit even cold as to how it was even to understand they had a normal relationship. The man smiled. Only let Stitch not guffaw, don't. A nice smile directed toward the traveler says nothing to him. Stitch even felt a little ashamed of his inattention. He never knew about this girl's feelings, that is most likely just pretending. He said his life is quite extraordinary, perhaps even more so than they all think. The guy looked at the artifact. His life is too dangerous to drag Elena into it. Drainer wondered if the guy hadn't said that in Elena's presence. Before, he'd only thought of the possibility. But now it looks like it's serious. He remembered the conversation he'd had with Elena back then, when they'd first made their deal. How he was then anxious to get Elena back safe and sound. But the girl was adamantly opposed. The man sighed and said that leaving then the boy was wrong. He addressed him quite seriously. The reason the two of them aren't talking about what happened out of the woods is probably because there was something really serious going on. The boy wondered if it was true, then why did the father let his daughter go with him? Kane said that from the moment Stitch disappeared, it was like his daughter's freedom was taken away. Obsession with the safety of her village, obsession with revenge all consumed her. All of this ruined Elena's childhood. So she had a hard time changing right before her eyes. All this time Stitch just listened attentively, not daring to put in a word. No one has the power to change the past. Mr. Kane grew sad and said that even if he managed to return, his daughter would not be able to make up for the missed years. Now he had a guy's question. A tense pause hung between them. The man looked at the boy with a serious look, and asked what he thought of Elena. After a moment's thought, Stitch gathered his thoughts, and immediately replied that he liked her. He seemed to say it without a shadow of a doubt. But Elena heard everything perfectly. She was sitting on the roof and even shuddered from such a surprise. Her cheeks immediately flushed, and she covered her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming in surprise and giving herself away. The girl listened so hard that she noticed at the last moment that Freya was already approaching her from behind. There was a wry smile on the woman's face as the elven woman spying on them. What kind of hobby is this? Elena tried to justify herself, but it didn't go well. She asked if Stitch knew she was here. The artifact shook his head. Smiling, Freya looked at her. She is after all not human, so can sense everything perfectly, and so, since when she sits and listens. Elena was clearly embarrassed, and replied that she had heard everything from the beginning and now wanted the woman's opinion. If you think about what will happen in the future. The girl hesitated half a word as if choosing words. She was trying her best not to cry, but tears were already glistening in her eyes. Smiling good-naturedly, Freya was surprised. She still thought the elfess was more sensible, but it seems she was getting too excited. The woman took a seat next to Elena and asked, since Fortress Gambini had the guy raise the question of returning. Elena shook her head negatively. At this time a tired Stitch was sleeping in his room. Freya said that the guy is not stupid, but sometimes he lacks strength and determination. She fell silent, and smiled mysteriously with her meaningful smile. The girl then placed her hand on the elf's head, and gifted her with a strange energy. Let her go to bed. It was getting late. Elena was still sitting there stunned. She didn't know what to say, and she was worried. Stitch was also trying to sleep, or still pretending to sleep just by covering his eyes with his hand. The artifact appeared on the next bed, and Riley asked, what is he going to do about it? But the guy didn't understand anything. Freya noticed that it was pretty cruel, can tell her everything. Stitch tensed up. Okay, he made up his mind and immediately fell asleep. Elena almost didn't sleep. Her thoughts didn't give her any rest, and she just groaned in bed until the morning. Suddenly she jerked at the sudden knock on the door. Elena was very startled. Who could come this early? She immediately asked who was there, and heard Stitch's voice. He immediately apologized for waking her up. Stitch tried very hard to look confident, but it was not working well. He offered to keep her company on the walk. His voice trembled with uncertainty. Stitch scratched his face and couldn't get his thoughts together. At this time Elena flushed to the limit. The girl was very shy. It was unexpected that he invited her for a walk. Hastily dressed, they were soon walking through the woods and talking sweetly. But there was still some tension. Stitch kept marveling at how amazing it was that this wasn't even his home, and he still felt at home. Looking in front of her, Elena said that most people call this place a dark forest, but she didn't think so and thought it was quite cozy. He listened to Elena and couldn't figure out when the hell this weird feeling started. First, Elena was just a helper. Now it's unclear. Stitch looked at the girl and addressed her in a timid voice. Elena flinched a little in surprise. Her cheeks immediately blushed red from embarrassment. Stitch wanted to say something, but the necessary words did not come to mind. When he finally got his thoughts together, he said that seeing the girl with her father even made him feel a little sorry for him. Stitch lowered his eyes and said that apparently the girl wanted to come back but had put her plans aside because of him. For a second there was a pause between them. Neither knew how to continue the conversation. Suddenly Elena turned away and walked away. The girl seemed offended. Stitch tried to explain his position, but no one seemed to want to listen to him. Suddenly he caught the girl's arm and stopped her. As soon as Elena felt it, she immediately blushed even more and almost fainted from embarrassment. Stitch blushed too. Really, it's just one word in his head all jumbled up. But the guy tried to gather his thoughts. With each passing second the elfess blushed more and more. Her heart was racing and her lips were trembling. In a trembling voice, Vengeance said that he somehow has trouble controlling himself when he sees her. The girl turned and looked at him with a surprised and frightened look. She was no longer trying to hide her embarrassment. Suddenly Stitch took one step closer to her, and the girl flinched in surprise. Her eyes opened wide in surprise and her heart began to pound even harder, as if she were about to jump out of her chest. The girl didn't know what to do anymore. Shouldn't she have done it later? Her heart was beating harder and harder. She didn't know what to do in such a situation, so frightened that her fist began to clench on its own. Stitch noticed all this, and was even a little surprised he could see something was going wrong. Before he knew it, he was hit in the stomach by a powerful blow. Even his breathing stopped for a second. The guy could hardly say anything. Elena looked horrified at the result of his excitement. Elena immediately began to apologize. Her friend just caught her off guard. She didn't know what to do. Stitch was lying on the ground holding his stomach. But still, he thanked her for liking a guy like him, because that's pretty weird. As soon as Elena heard that he liked her too, her face turned completely red and her eyes widened even more. But the artifact squinted happily at last. These two had finally opened up to each other. How long they had to wait. Meanwhile, in the Venetian royal palace it was tense. No one could yet determine who was responsible for the destruction. The king listened to the report. From every second his face grew darker and darker. He was extremely dissatisfied with the results. The third principal looked at Alfred and couldn't realize that he wasn't upset that the older man was missing. The king sighed heavily and ordered the rest of me to panic. As a great country they must remain steadfast. They have no right to show weakness. Alfred nodded his head in agreement. Besides, the general will also not be able to leave the capital for a while. The girl obediently nodded her head. He had already let the others go, but suddenly he called Alfred. He had something else he wanted to say. The king announced that the search for the first prince was to be suspended, and then abandoned. There was no desire to bully the soldiers. In response to Alfred's surprise, the king said that, "Let this be a lesson to the prince. There is no desire to make a successor to one who is mad with exploits." Alfred, though surprised, remained silent, and nodded his head understandingly. In the kingdom of elves, the team was already making a further plan of action. They heard that in Bardenbeer there is a crime syndicate. Stitch was very surprised, and immediately began to worry about his friend Sky, but luckily his location was revealed. Handing him the bundle, Elena said, "It contains all the other news." On a piece of paper was a picture of him with an $8 million bounty. It seems he's become famous, but he doesn't need that kind of celebrity. He took a closer look. Plus, the cops had changed the photo so Stitch was more recognizable. Mark heard all this and advised the boy to be a little more careful if such flyers spreading would become a big problem. The boy sighed heavily. In that case he would have to find Garrett. He seemed to be the only one who could help with this matter. Elena wondered why he would be looking for this bandit. And besides, how would he even find him? He's like a real rat. But Stitch calmed down and said that this man had connections all over the country. First, we would have to find an informant in the south, quite possibly Dalton. One more thing, the general should stay here on this. The man really wondered why that was. Guy explained that with this man's height he would attract a lot of attention. So let him guard the village, and after the job was done, they would fight. A smile appeared on the general's face at the cunning of course he came up with, but still the plan is a good one. The elder met them at the exit, and told them that everything was already known, that they would be leaving soon. The woman wished them a happy journey, and blessed them on their way. And her father had something he wanted to say to Elena. He held out to her a strange amulet that looked like a vessel hanging from a small string. The girl gratefully accepted the gift. It was the symbol of an elder. It is said that this artifact is filled with divine power. Her father smiled and said he hoped the item would help her on her journey ahead, and let her not worry. The girl looked gratefully at her parent and smiled warmly. Then she rushed over to them and hugged them tightly. The rest of the guys just watched it from afar. The general advised Stitch to take good care of himself, because after that, they would spar in the arena. Soon they left, waving goodbye. Elena's parents were still standing and watching them. A few minutes into the journey, Elena was already beginning to feel the presence of people. Stitch explained that this village was Claude's. When they looked at the settlement from afar, they realized that something was wrong. The village looked too lively for its location. When a traveler came here before, this place looked more miserable. Perhaps it's because of the mine. After all, Dalton had made it. The black market wasn't going anywhere. The guy wondered, in a crowd like that it was probably impossible to get in, let alone meet. The artifact coughed. It wasn't quite that soon. Stitch said he needed to go outside. Soon, the artifact already took the form of a girl and passed through the wall with great ease. The guys stayed outside but still worried inside. Of course there shouldn't be any paperwork issues, but does he know what to do? With irritation in her voice, Freya replied that she knew all too well to find Dalton and tell him that Stitch was looking for him. The woman smiled. It would be a simple matter of finally she was already in her much-loved guise. But still, her methods were much harsher than I would have liked. And she began to frighten people with her presence. One innocent resident she grabbed by the scruff of the neck and began interrogating with the fury of a guard. "Where is Dalton?" When she saw that the man didn't understand, she made such a frightened face that his hair turned white. But still such questions took their toll, and the man cracked up. Besides, he blushed with embarrassment. Following Y received a powerful punch from the stranger and immediately began apologizing. He said that if she wanted Dalton, she should go to a Medicorp sales firm. Freya wondered if this man must be out there somewhere, well, if he didn't want to hang around here long enough. Soon she was at the intended location. The firm's building was packed with people. She cast an examining glance around everyone and finally settled on the right person. To Dalton's surprise, he still wore the same clothes and stood near the counter. The man paid no attention to the strange visitor and was busy minding his own business. The girl at once without ceremony sat down next to the bartender. Dalton looked at the sudden visitor with surprise. She was immediately noticed by everyone sitting there. But Freya said she had a question for Dalton. Did he know the name Brian Gosling? The man thought about it, but couldn't remember who he was talking about. Behind that, Freya showed him a poster of Stitch's very familiar face. As soon as Dalton saw his old acquaintance, he immediately turned cold and wondered where that fool had gotten himself into. The bartender tried to come to his senses and said this was not the place to find people. If they wanted to place an order, then let them talk. The girl wondered if this man looked like a bear and acted like a sly fox. There are good friends after all. Soon they were in Dalton's room and the man immediately hugged the boy so tightly that his ribs almost broke again. The girls just stood back and watched this bullying, and Stitch tried to break free. The man felt how much stronger the boy had become and wondered when he had had time to train like that. He immediately started flooding the comers with questions. What the hell were they doing outside the gate, and why was the reward so big? Trying to catch his breath, Stitch said he'd explain later, but immediately asked Dalton still hadn't gotten there. The man laughed. If it hadn't been for the vein Stitch had told him about, he would have been caught long ago. Of course, many know they are good friends, but since the man owns a mining company, there is no problem. That means he's become an important part of the black market, so there's nothing to worry about. Stitch chuckled a little. Dalton gave a thumbs up and remarked that Stitch had done well to send another man to look for him. Now it wasn't safe in the city. People can significantly change their outlook on life. When 8 million is at stake, Stitch understood all of this perfectly well. He then asked his old acquaintance how Clyde was doing. After all, it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Smiling, Dalton replied that the man was doing well. Lately, now he was the exclusive blacksmith in their company. His friend's new weapon, and asked, since they were talking about it, where he'd put the old sword. Looking guiltily toward his weapon, Stitch said it had just broken. To the bartender's surprised questions, he replied that the sword had broken in the battle with the third prince. As soon as the man heard this, there was a look of pure horror on his face as to how this could be. This guy's life has been so tumultuous. In addition to taking over the fortress, he also managed to destroy the prince. Stitch, on the other hand, wasn't worried at all and urged the others to calm down. Now Dalton realized it was hard to be surprised by a reward of such a sum after such adventures. It turns out that the woman who came to him earlier is an artifact. Freya raised her hand in agreement. Stitch became serious. In any case, his friend's life was in danger because of the Venetians, and it was all the fault of the traveler. Dalton laughed hard when he heard that the kid wasn't going to stop, and he didn't intend to scold anyone either. There is discrimination here, and a bunch of other problems that won't go away as long as the royal family rules. Elena lowered her head after saying that. If Venice, the de facto leader of the powers, continues to behave like this, the same thing will happen to any southern kingdom. Dalton lamented. And why don't people rise up against tyranny? Doesn't it matter? Stitch said he heard about an artifact that can predict the future. As soon as Dalton heard about it, he was immediately alarmed. It was the first time he'd ever heard of something like this. Stitch explained that it was a pretty powerful thing. The man pondered. At first he assumed it was all lies and fabrications, but this country never changes, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Continuing to chew, Stitch said he never made grand plans, but to put it simply, he would take care of it. And there's someone to find after the guy asked about Sky. The merchant perked up noticeably. Of course he knows their interests crossed, once upon a time. Stitch wondered if Dalton would be able to take care of them while they settled in here for a bit. The man clutched the roll of paper and asked the boy to remember something. Perhaps the revenge started because of a personal grudge, but there was a very great hope that she would turn this stuffy land into something else. Stitch tensed. Then, snapping his fingers, Dalton assured that he would always be at his comrade's side and would support at any moment. Sighing in relief, Stitch thanked his comrade for his support. But before they left, Dalton wanted to ask them something. Everyone looked at the man in surprise. After asking if they would stay in this room together, Stitch tensed up a little, and why it was even said. Elena blushed again with embarrassment and opened her eyes even wider. Freya smiled an ironic smile, it seems. Now something is about to start. Stitch immediately got angry. What an idiotic question. And in the meantime, the workshop was already bustling with work. People were working hard to make weapons. It was Clyde's workshop. As soon as Stitch saw it, he was immediately very surprised. He didn't think it was really true. The blacksmith heard such hurtful words and was immediately angry. Who dared to say such things about his business? But as soon as he saw the old acquaintance, his look immediately changed, his eyes rounded. Could it really be him? Looking at his friend, Stitch just smiled and waved his hand. Soon they were already sitting around a small fire. The blacksmith was wondering why this guy was walking around so easily when there were flyers hanging everywhere. Stitch ignored this question and gloomed a little. He wanted to talk about the sword but didn't know where to start. After the master learned that his creation was broken, he simply inquired whether the ball was useful. A smile spread across Stitch's face. He was not only useful, he saved his whole life. Still, with a little sadness in his voice, Clyde said that it's perfectly fine, that's how armor should serve. Then the boy pulled out his weapon. The blacksmith could not quite believe his eyes. Did there exist a man capable of creating such a thing? The blacksmith looked at the new item with interest. Who in their right mind would think of turning a weapon into an artifact? In addition, it exactly replicates the design of the penetrator. It is simply a work of art. The wizard perked up. If the boy planned to be here for a while longer, then let him keep this thing. It could be upgraded. Soon in front of Stitch was already a plate with fragrant scrambled eggs and a couple of pieces of bacon. This is a signature recipe of their company. The smell wafted throughout the cafe. Even though Dalton didn't own it, he still continued to cook, and the man waved his hand. Stitch still looks shabby. The man is concerned. Doesn't he like it here? It's the best room in the hotel. The boy blushed, and said that thanks to Dalton he had never gotten a good night's sleep, which was clear on his face. The owner laughed until he was in tears. Is this how you express gratitude for caring? For the last word he emphasized. Stitch was about to turn around and leave, but the man stopped him, saying he had something else. Dalton listened to his friend. He reached out to some of the guys and they were able to do some digging. In the end, it turned out that besides Stitch, someone else had ordered information on Sky. Moreover, even a medical report that came just 2 weeks before the mass sweep seemed suspicious. It all suggested that the royal family was interested in him, because they all know who broke in here. They stared at the piece of paper. Stitch said he needed to find out what this man was up to. He wanted to leave, but the bartender stopped him because the guy is not the only one who wants to eat. Stitch was surprised. Following that, Dalton pulled out a small plate filled with flavorful meat and told him to take it to the lady. Stitch picked up the plate and carried it upstairs. He never thought he'd have to do this. Soon they were already sitting in the room together with Elena and discussing the further plan of action. Stitch sighed and replied that there was nothing to worry about, because Dalton had said he would take care of everything himself. Elena continued to eat with gusto and purred something to herself. The more he looked at Elena, the more he blushed. Even the artifact didn't understand anything. It looks like they're in trouble. In the king's castle, talking with a guard, their conversation echoed throughout the wide hall. The prince opened the nearest door and stepped inside with a serious expression on his face. There were many artifacts, shields, and a wide variety of weapons. So many artifacts here for a reason. Walking between the racks, the man thought that most of these artifacts were useful only at first glance. Following that, he picked up a small item from the table. It was an artifact for intercepting Dujit's soul. It was a small box. The prince gritted his teeth. He never thought his brother would have something like this. Meanwhile, the content of the prophecies came true one by one. It was amazing. He clutched the artifact in his hands since this was how he would have to act decisively. With tracking, he did find what he was looking for. The blood fox was set up in his room after all. The man quickly walked out of the artifact vault. Still, with such an artifact here is a fool. He walked to his office where one of the guards was already standing. Seeing the look on his master's face, he was frightened. The prince shoved him out of the way and headed to his room, still holding the artifact. The interception device had been installed in Conrad's office. Now it was well known. Besides, there was something else. The man approached the doors and opened them in one fell swoop. Before his eyes, he looked earnestly before him as if searching for something. Besides, the device was installed even in the throne room. His elder brother disappointed him with his pettiness. Looking at the acquisition, a look of madness appeared on the prince's face. Now it belonged to him. On the training ground, the third prince was still practicing his skills. Now he was acting as a coach. The man in a loud voice ordered everyone to move even better, increase the pace, and never let their heads out. Suddenly he was called by a guard. The prince turned his head back with a displeased look on his face. It turned out that the king had summoned him. Soon Harold was on his way to the throne room and what his father needed at such a moment, but the guard knew nothing. Soon the boy went inside where the king was already waiting for him with his back turned to him. A look of fear appeared on his face, and why the king had summoned him like this to make an appointment in his private office was no mere trifle. Soon Alfred Harold also entered the office wondering and why he was here. With a slippery glance, he looked toward his brother. If the two of them were summoned, then it was serious business. The boys stood in front of their father and waited for orders, but the king remained silent as if gathering his thoughts. The king frowned. He called them here to explain the position they were in now. Alfred even twitched. He had never seen his father so angry. First, the king turned to the third principal. Harold tensed as he realized the matter was serious. Continuing to drill him with a serious look, the king asked how much he knew about his enemy. The guy clarified by enemy they meant Stitch Atheler or someone else. The king said he was referring to the artifact that is on his finger. As soon as the prince heard this, his facial expression changed. He was even a little scared. The king noticed his astonishment. Does his son really want to know how he managed to find out about it? He just did not mention it was not necessary. But as a result, the prince made a lot of mistakes. Harold realized it himself, but could not say anything in response. In response to all these pathetic excuses, the king called him a fool. What that traveler felt was not a curse, so the artifact tests the will of its owner. The artifact burns the owner's body and regenerates. It's so to create the right vessel for the artifact. That's the whole point. Principal looked at his hand and seemed to begin to guess something. The king nodded his head all right. Had he not passed it on to another under the pretext of a curse, the artifact would have remained intact. The prince was inconsolable. When Alfred had a question, he had already opened his mouth to say something, but the king interrupted him. He knew what his son wanted to ask, so he invited the others to follow him. He would tell his sons the truth about this world. Long ago, the elves hating humans challenged them to a fight. They even used forbidden magic. But fortunately, for the first time in a long time, humans prevailed in time before the religions were ready. This happened because artifacts cannot manifest their true power until they are put together. To prevent future conflicts, found the man who sealed the artifacts. The man opened the door. This very man is the founder of their city. The king entered the dungeon, and the sons still stood in incomprehension. They entered a dungeon that even the prince didn't realize the first relics were too strong, so the only thing left was to keep, and the second last most powerful relic is still missing. Hearing that, the herald seemed to realize the ring. The king walked closer. There were several artifacts standing in the pillar of light. If they had managed to collide all the artifacts, one could hope to avoid a sad fate. The terrified herald suggested that if such an artifact was so important, they could mobilize the full power of their kingdom. The king shook his head. He sent there specifically the third principal because he alone is obsessed with life and possesses a desire for artifacts. Now he realized what a pathetic thing the man had done. He didn't know what to say in response. In a quiet voice, he asked what was now required of him, what he had to do. Turning his back to him, the king said that nothing is needed yet, it is too early. Alfred, standing behind him, tensed. He understood the direness of their situation as well as anyone else. Fear was reflected on his face. The man didn't know what to do about the situation they had gotten them into. King worried most of all about the middle son. The eldest was too arrogant. The younger one had an iron will but lacks wisdom and intelligence. But the two have something in common that Alfred lacks. These two failed to achieve their goals, but it's still better than nothing. Can't become a ruler, so let him at least try to become a chancellor. After such words, Alfred came to a rage. He threw a stone at the wall. From the bitterness of realizing his situation, he could do nothing. The frightened guards looked out and wondered why their prince was so angry. Alfred ordered them to be quiet and stay where they were. The guards obediently withdrew. The man was furious. He was trying so hard to get closer to the royal throne, but he is still looked upon as a helper needing to intervene. Elena and Stitch were moving through the ravine at the time, and the elf suggested that perhaps it was a trap to lure them here. Stitch was determined whether it was a trap or not. He would simply destroy anyone who got in his way. Elena was already learning something. Her keen hearing never failed. Someone was approaching. When asked how many are there, the girl replied, 5 even. 6 people are watching them. Stitch shouted for them to show themselves immediately and come out for a fair fight, or they want a bunch of problems. A few people have been following them, hiding behind a mountain ledge. One of the watchers darted his eyes out. The man who had come here seemed very familiar. It was Brian. Shale Mig jumped down the mountain to an old acquaintance he had left for the north, so when he had time to return. Stitch still couldn't remember who it was or why this man suddenly knew him, but the hooded man introduced himself. They've met a few times before. It's the same warlock. Freya reminded him about it being the warlock from Gareth's company, but what was he forgetting in a place like this? Shale ordered his men to retreat. This is the Allies, so there is nothing to fear. The people behind the mountains wondered, is it really his familiar? One of the people watching was Sky. He looked at those who had come in, and there was the answer. Someone had been diligently spying on him lately. The traveler was still puzzled. He was certainly glad his comrade was all right. But what was he doing here? Soon they were at a nearby camp, but Sky was angry at his buddy for what he had done. Why would he do such a thing to escape faster? He only bluffs. The man breathed heavily. He grabbed his friend and prepared to stomp on him out of anger. Stitch just waited patiently. Now, even Gareth has figured it out. It's not Brian Gosling, it's Stitch Atheler, the famous criminal with a bounty on his head. Trying to break free of his comrade's grip, Stitch nodded his head, all but he didn't have time to tell. And the elf who was in the mask was Elena. He looked at Freya. The woman said she didn't need to pay any attention to her at all. Don't let her worry. Garrett was shocked, to say the least. How can you ignore someone who's consorting with a gangster boss? Soon Sky cooled down a little and asked what his friend had been doing up north. After all, he'd been gone so long. With a heavy sigh, Stitch said that he had destroyed the first prince. He said it so casually as if it were a matter of course. Garrett was shocked, and the others also looked in their direction in surprise at how this was even possible. The gang leader couldn't believe his ears. He'd heard that the first principal had stopped appearing in public, but not because of this. In a calm voice, Stitch tried to explain it was just like that, and they were just traveling with small groups of mercenaries without any troops, so we had to burn their bodies so no one would find the evidence. And now they're here. Sky was starting to wise up. Every time he hears these stories, he notices the incredible stupidity. But still, it's great news. The Eastern General is missing and the first prince is destroyed. In addition, the third prince is also in danger, and it was impossible not to rejoice. All that's left is the second prince and the Western General, and that's not so hard to do. Stitch reasonably thought it best not to reveal that the Eastern General had joined them for the time being, except that he had learned something. Venice seems to have an artifact that allows you to track the future, followed by surprised gasps. Sky's face clearly made it clear that he was discouraged. Doesn't that mean they're doomed to fail anyway, no matter what they do? Garrett reassured them he too uses an artifact, so can assure that perfect doesn't exist. And on the other hand means that you can lure opponents. The more they strategize, the more confident the artifact can predict. But no matter what strategy they choose, they need to remember failure. What is needed most right now is the ability to deal with change. Sky agreed, but there was something else he wanted to know, and his voice became even more serious. Squinting, the man said that if Stitch was the key to the operation, he would have a lot of responsibility. Is he ready to take on such a burden? And suddenly, what to give Elena an answer after such words? With full confidence in his words, Stitch replied that of course he would get his way, but didn't deny that more support was needed. Besides, it's dangerous enough out there, so the guy won't blame the others if they refuse. Now it's their right. As they progressed further, if even something happened, would they be able to follow him after such a question? Sky tensed up. Freya smiled readily. It seems this woman, just what this woman needed. Elena seemed to have no doubt she was ready to follow her comrade anywhere, especially after their recent conversation. The leader of the criminals sighed as they turned the whole country against them. But it sounds good. With a wave of his hand, he invited everyone to follow him. He would find somewhere to put everyone else. Soon they were in the tent and looking at the map. Fortunately, the current Venetian family is weak to fight. Now it seems only the northern general can. This woman had a nocturne artifact, with which she uses the shadow as her hands and feet. Therefore, the less light the worse. Sky tried it all on her own. This woman attacks when night falls and she is extremely powerful. It was decided to use special goggles allowing them to see in the dark. Right now Garrett's men are moving supplies. What will be interesting is what they will do with the second principal. There's no guarantee that Idril will be the one to command the troops. With a wave of his hand, Gareth assured that the second prince was not the type to engage in overt confrontation. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by two people bursting into the tent. They reported that they had a problem. Some suspicious individuals were here. There was a rumble and clanking of armor, and it felt like an entire army was heading straight here. As soon as Gareth saw that, goosebumps ran down his back. It was what he feared the most. A real army was advancing through the gorge. It was the Venetians. Besides, they were incredibly numerous here. There was a suspiciously large number of them, with a horseman in front and several wagons in the middle of the whole army. The aide turned to the commander with obvious fear on his face. He wanted to report something. There was obvious worry on his face. As soon as he whispered in Gareth's ear, the man grimaced and was wary of such a thing would have to be spoken of in advance. Venice withdrew from the northern frontier, dividing its forces as that section was quiet rather than heading east and south. Of course we can't be sure about the south, but it looks like this army is heading east. Stitch suggested that they're probably heading towards the forest. Goosebumps ran down the guy's back. Could such a large army be heading towards the forest? But unfortunately there was nothing that could be done about it. Garrett, when you said he'd set up the dispellium plates, it remains to be seen if they can stop the cannon fire. The bandit said that if these guys use magic bullets it will work, but even such a rock is hard to stop. Then who is the commander? The man pointed his telescope and took a closer look at the rider who was ahead of the entire army. To his great surprise he noticed Prince Alfred, but what he was doing here was unclear. In addition, the artifact noticed that the prince had something on his chest. It was some strange object. Skull looked closely. He noticed with horror that on the man's chest was a black artifact that was a sphere. The middle prince was clearly nervous. He was participating in a direct confrontation for the first time, and this was something new to him. The aide asked if everything was all right with the prince. He could see how nervous the man was. Alfred replied he was just used to this sort of thing. The army commander has assured that all the soldiers here will be ready to give their lives for their king. So there's nothing to worry about. But Alfred was always worried about something. If my foresight was clear, I'd have to split the army in two. But nevertheless, something was still known. Stitch was here. The artifact sensed him and began to vibrate. In that conversation, the king decided to give the middle prince this artifact if he wanted it. This thing will react. If there's a relic nearby, it'll come in handy. But in any case, the choice remains only for the prince. The man, tensed and prepared, will not be easy. He ordered everyone to prepare magical pushkin in the event of an attack. Should be ready. The soldiers began to load the cannons with magical material, and a distinctive clicking sound was heard. All this seen Sky was wary. They were going to shoot from such a distance. The man was clearly worried. Elena took a closer look. With her ability, they were loading the cannons with magical material. If that was enough, it was too bad. Soon the command fire was given, and the cannons began spewing out flames, destroying everything around them. The prince decided to bombard the walls to reveal those who might be in ambush, but still the danger was still great. Sky yelled for Garrett to get the men away immediately if he didn't want them to stay here forever. The range was too long. Plus they were attacking with siege weapons, in which case there was only one option. Stitch was already prepared. He applied synchronization and speed by covering his body with magical charges. The boy increased his physical stats several times. His friends were seeing something like this for the first time and opened their eyes in wonder at what else it was and where such power came from. Prince Alfred also noticed a strange light in the distance and looked closer. Could it be the one they wanted? Following that, a loud explosion was heard as lightning bolts descended from the heavens and began to scorch everything around. This was a surprise attack. Basically, he was frightened. They were attacked so suddenly he didn't even have time to prepare. It was also the first time he'd ever been involved in something like this. Well, he asked for Stitch to come out, so here he was in his face. The guy was fully prepared to fight. Alfred was horrified. He of course wanted to find his target, but didn't expect the Stitch to appear so quickly. Sky and Garrett, who were sitting in the shelter, did not understand why their comrade had gone alone against the whole army. He could do nothing. Suddenly they were called by Elena, who had enlarged her gun so much that she couldn't handle it anymore, and asked for help. Smiling, Garrett looked towards the artifact. They can use it, right? The man asked Sky to fire a flare. A small ball showed from his sleeve. It was a hidden signal bomb. Soon there was an explosion and the surrounding area was illuminated with a bright light. Garrett ordered everyone to get out immediately. Everyone else nearby, have them gather rocks and metals that can be used as fuel. By any means necessary, let them direct all their forces against the Venetians. Shale clenched his fist. The sorcerer was fully prepared for battle. Time to counterattack. Charging her artifact, Elena took good aim and fired a powerful charge of energy. A frightened Alfred looked at his soldiers who had been attacked so inhumanely. The man was not unprepared for this. But Stitch, on the contrary, was already running straight towards his opponent at full speed. The soldiers standing around did not even realize what was happening. The third prince only sat on his horse in an attempt to keep himself in check. He saw his main opponent approaching at an incredible speed. As he pulled out his wand and cast the spell, Stitch felt his body weaken, and as if it was getting heavier. His body is getting stronger by the second. He was running at full speed, so why is it so slow now? Alfred held his artifact in his hands. Finally they came face to face, and what will the boy run away now? The traveler asked the artifacts what the matter was, to which the skull simply barked that he was empty-headed for attacking head-on. Now he's using an artifact that warps the space they're actually in, and manipulating it can't get out. The commander ordered all magic units to get into battle positions and attack immediately. The man was furious. The army commander ordered everyone to prepare and attack immediately with all guns. Stitch was trapped in some cube and could not move, and all the mages surrounded him and were already preparing their spells. Maddened with rage, the prince ordered an attack immediately. In his eyes was only endless hatred. This was followed by a tremendous volley, and a column of flame rose into the air, which no one could withstand. But suddenly the principal felt a gust of air reach him, and he looked in horror at the place where Stitch had stood a moment before. Seeker applied a slash of air and repelled all the spells flying at him this time, and really wondered if his defenses would hold up this time. Of course, no one expected an easy victory. But Alfred was still shocked at the resilience of his opponent. A frightened Shale informed the boss that there are too many enemies they can't deal with. So many the path to unification is closed. Garrett watched in horror as his comrade was in the very epicenter and worried whether he would be able to get out of there alive. Sky seemed to understand and shouted for him to tell the others that while Stitch was distracting them, they should concentrate and strike. And at this point, Stitch was in a desperate situation. He was surrounded by fire from a force field impossible to escape. Furthermore, his sword had already reacted to the prince's black artifact for some time and glowed with its yellow glow. Suddenly, Stitch had an idea in his head and asked the artifact to shut up for a while because he worried if it would even work. He applied the extension of the cursed armor and the enhancement of his Pondus body began to pour energy again. It finally worked. The energy released outward and began to slowly break down the magical barrier. Besides, the guy felt in the Pondus a flow of magical energy. He managed to charge the weapon with his mom. Prince Alfred, who was watching from the sidelines, could not understand what kind of power this man had. Following that, he barked at the rest of the soldiers to keep pushing the enemy to what they were doing. Grasping one of the magical threads, Stitch pulled it towards himself with it to create a small crack, and he could break the barrier. The guy began to pull on the thread, and slowly the magical barrier still began to collapse, created one by one. The guards felt an incredible jolt and tried to close. People didn't realize what it actually was. To their horror, they noticed that the captive had gotten out. Stitch was alive, and a healthy sword was much more useful. Prince Alfred understood nothing at all how this was even possible, what kind of monster such as he was able to. The aide ran up in time and covered the prince with his body, telling him to step back behind the backs of the rest of the military. Stitch saw this and said hello to Balstock, noticing that he had risen a little last time he was the general's aide, wasn't he? The soldier frowned and ordered his opponent to surrender, because he could not win in such a fight. The man made it clear that he was ready to fight. Besides, behind their backs are 30,000 soldiers and magical artillery. They can't withstand against such a number. Suddenly the artifact activated and asked the guy to hold the ball a little tighter. Now something is going to happen. In response to his friend's puzzled look, the demon explained that the cannon shots would soon sound to herald the beginning of the battle. Looking closer, Stitch noticed a bright light behind the backs of the soldiers. Seems to be the same explosives as in the fortress of Gambini. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could they really do the same thing again? But no, it was something else. Stitch was barely able to stand on his feet, but luckily he was still alive. The guy was furious here. After all, was their ally. Why they shoot to kill when a friend will return a lesson. But it's a good thing the explosion took out most of the soldiers, and Balstock was badly wounded, so he's not in any danger yet. Stitch walked up to him and looked down. So what was he saying about his army, where she is now? The prince was now ready to go mad. What his soldiers do immediately, let them attack the enemy. The men followed his order and immediately rushed at the enemy. Stitch stood motionless and waited for his moment. Sitting somewhere in the cliffs, Gareth is worried. They seem to have already woken up. The remaining troops are attacking. Shouldn't they come down? Elena said it's okay as long as the remaining enemies are ordinary soldiers with low strength. So there's nothing to worry about. Standing in the very epicenter of the battle, Stitch was already preparing, on his face shining smile. At last, he will show his true power. Now he's paying in the same coin. The guy put forward an artifact and applied an identity grab. The soldiers still understood nothing and were defenseless. They tried to find something in the dust. Suddenly one of them noticed at the last moment that a huge demonic knight was flying at them. But it was too late. There were sounds of blows and people screaming, but they could not do anything. Artifact took hold of the body of one of the knights and was incredibly strong. Balstock didn't understand why the allies started attacking each other. It was unthinkable, this researcher about whom nothing was known, how he became like this. In a few seconds the bodies of his co-workers were in front of the man, and he could not believe what had happened. It was beyond human capabilities. In front of his face stood a real demon. It was no longer the same Stitch that was not remembered. It was a real monster. Alfred didn't understand how one man could simply stand up to an entire army with ease. There was so much energy in him that the human body couldn't contain that much. Could it be that no one could handle one person? Alfred didn't have time to finish his thought before Stitch's hand flew into his face and grabbed his head. The next moment, the guy pressed the man into the ground with tremendous force. The bones were forbidden, but there was nothing the prince could do. Near his face was a blade. The man began to mutter that if the traveler made it, the kingdom would not be left out. Stitch said irritably that he already knew everything. From that day on, he's ready for a lot of challenges, so you don't have to worry. Only one sword strike was enough to send the prince's head flying off in the other direction. The only thing left lying on the ground was his scepter, stained with blood. The deputy couldn't move. He didn't understand what the problem was. Some kind of magic stitch said he wanted to take him alive. The gaze watched the suffering man as if he were some kind of bug. He didn't even help him then. Following this, the boy grabbed hold of the soldier's throat and began to squeeze it with incredible force. The man could do nothing. His gaze changed. Stitch turned into a beast in those eyes. There was nothing human left now. He would watch like that time Balshok. Soon it was over and the whole team was at the table. They were feasting and celebrating their victory over the royal army. Garrett loudly placed the glass of drink on the table and began to resent. He still couldn't believe what had happened. Looking at Sky, he was perplexed. Could this man have concocted something like a huge explosive in their camp? Despite all attempts to calm him down, the man wouldn't budge. His men nearly blew away from here. Sky just waved him off. A drunken brawl was about to break out. It seemed Gareth was seriously drunk and on the edge of his seat. Stitch just watched it all from upstairs. Coming up to him, Elena said that it seemed to be considered a great victory. The guy still couldn't understand what they shot then. Elena explained that it was liquid explosives made by Sky. Incredibly powerful stuff, apparently. They fed it to Spiratus and used it as cannonballs. That's the result. Stitch still could not believe it. Bomb. It's a liquid. What his comrade will come up with next time remained to be guessed. The elf seemed to look very happy anyway. They had already taken a big step forward. That's a good sign. Though Stitch was concerned, but it was still good news. The royal family had brought back some of the troops and would attack immediately. He stroked Elena's head, after which the elfess immediately blushed. First they needed a good rest, and then they would deal with the others. In the meantime, he needs to get away for a while. Elena just looked after him with a smiling look. Coming around the corner, the guy bumped into Freya and immediately asked what she had figured out. The girl wondered had he already rested. In front of them lay that dark artifact. The only question was why it was in the prince's hands. They'll figure it out later, but now they need to absorb the artifact. The guy held out his hand and applied Devour. Suddenly, he felt something strange. Before his eyes began to appear pictures of memories of apparently past events. Estra, the elf queen, stood before her subordinates and said that it seemed the end had indeed come. The subjects did not want to believe it. The girl sighed heavily. All her comrades disappeared. Without a trace, she has no idea where they are now. The goddess hastened to reassure her subjects they shouldn't be sad. Just the strength leaving her and the body turning to ashes. The elves still could not accept such a loss. If there was no mistress, what they would do. Now she called one of her subjects. Let them look at the other races, though their gods are gone, but they continue to live life to the fullest. Its absence does not mean a bleak future. Elnaril wanted to object. He lowered his head but started to stammer. The girl interrupted him, saying there was nothing to worry about. Even if she disappears, the hope that lives in their hearts will remain with them forever. She will always be there for them. Soon, all that was left of the goddess was ashes. Her subjects just stood there for a few seconds, unable to do anything. Elnaril stared with a distraught look at the ashes of his goddess. He couldn't believe it was over for nothing. The man saw something shiny in a handful of ashes and pulled out a crystal from there. It was all that was left after the goddess. He squeezed the crystal in his hands and leaned it against his heart, sure they were not weak. The elf then encased the crystal in an amulet that would remain there forever as a memory of the goddess. As soon as Stitch saw it all, he was horrified. Could it really be true and that amulet be the remains of a goddess? Freya saw it all too, and seemed to realize that it was the same pendant Elena was wearing around her neck right now.